of Sanyuk Rojgar Andolan Samiti will take out a Tiranga march in Delhi on August 16, demanding a national policy on employment. Political rivalry between ruling Telangana Rashtriya Samiti and the Bharatiya Janata Party have now turned violent as physical clash broke out between the workers of both the parties. The clash broke out during BJP's Padyatra in the Jagaon district of Telangana. As per the reports, a few of the leaders from both parties were injured as they both attacked each other with sticks. Due to heavy rains in Narmadapuram district tomorrow, the district collector declared that all schools in the vicinity to remain shut today. Samajwadi Party President Akhilesh Yadav has now alleged that some people are trying to mobilize votes using caste discrimination by pitting citizens against each other. They further said that the country can progress only through the strength of democracy and brotherhood.
डिजिटल के दौर में हमारी डेमोक्रेसी कितनी सुरक्षित है। आज हमारे देशवासियों को इस बात की भी चिंता है कि कुछ लोग जाति को के भेदभाव को आगे रख करके धर्म में झगड़ा करा करके अपने वोटों को साधने का काम करते हैं। जहां हमारे देश का इतना मजबूत लोकतंत्र है, वहीं भाईचारा, सद्भावना और एक दूसरे के बीच में प्यार कैसे बढ़े, उस दिशा में भी हम लोगों को सोचना होगा। जिस समय हम अपना लोकतंत्र को और मजबूत कर देंगे।
Latest development: terrorists hurled a grenade at the police control room in Srinagar. One police personnel had suffered minor injuries and was moved to the police hospital in Srinagar for treatment. Further investigation in the matter is now underway. A felicitation ceremony for the players of the Commonwealth will be taking place, where the CM invited all the members of the House to attend the felicitation ceremony. On the last day of the monsoon session of Haryana Vidhan Sabha, CM Manohar Lal Khattar said that the Commonwealth players have once again raised the flag of the country. Bharat Biotech International confirms it has completed the phase 3 and booster dose trials for its intranasal COVID-19 vaccine BBV154. It has proven to be safe. The company said that it had conducted 2 separate trials for its intranasal COVID vaccine, one as a primary dose schedule and another as a booster dose. They further stated that these doses are for subjects who have been double vaccinated with the 2 commonly administered COVID vaccines in India. According to the Health Ministry, India on Monday has seen a slight decline in the COVID cases as it reported around 14,000 new COVID-19 cases in the last 24 hours, taking the total tally of cases over to 5 crores. Ministry further stated that the country's recovery rate was 98.54%. After hoisting the national flag on the eve of Independence Day, Madhya Pradesh CM Shivraj Singh Chauhan announced a reward of 2 lakh rupees for each of the 2 earth-moving machine operators who contributed to preventing a catastrophe following a dam wall break in Dhar area. He further said that the earth-moving equipment operator risked their lives in order to prevent the disaster. A police constable was allegedly beaten by some people at a Ganga Ghat police station. According to sources, one of the accused has been arrested so far. Delhi police recently filed a charge sheet against the 5 accused, including the building owner in the Mundka fire case. The charge sheet was filed on August 8 in the Tis Hazari District Court, which listed the matter for further hearing on August 26. The charge sheet included thousands of pages of documents in which 5 accused, including the building owner in the Mundka fire case, was named. In a bid to strengthen the maritime security of the allied nation, India gifted a Dornier maritime reconnaissance aircraft to Sri Lanka on Monday at a special event held in Sri Lanka Air Force Base. A landmark event coincided with the celebration of India's 75th anniversary of independence. According to the sources, Navy Air Force personnel of Sri Lanka shall operate the aircraft and will also receive operational support from their Indian counterparts. Delhi Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena launched a training program for the 50 women cab drivers, a move aimed at increasing the ratio of female drivers in the capital's public transport sector. The LG also flagged off 40 electric cabs with women drivers on wheels East Delhi BJP MP Gautam Gambhir, the Chief Secretary Nitish Kumar, and other senior officials were present at the event held at the Institute of Driving and Traffic Research at Sarai Kale Khan. The state administration is all geared up to tackle a medium-level flood situation in the Mahanadi river system. Chief Secretary Suresh Chandra Mahapatra said that they are fully prepared to meet any emergency situation arising out of the flood. He also reviewed the rainfall and possible flood-like situation with officials of Water Resources Department and other concerned departments. According to the Mahapatra, a medium-scale flood is likely to occur in Odisha. Flash floods in Kathua district of Jammu and Kashmir left many people stranded on Monday. According to officials, the Indian Air Force carried out the rescue operation of the stuck people, in which 2 Indian Air Force helicopters were deployed in the operation. Notably, the force managed to rescue 7 people as of now who were stuck due to the flash floods.
और टीम में से एक आदमी पहले निकल गया था। 2 लोगों को बचाने के लिए जब एसडीआरएफ की और बोट्स की आर्मी की मदद लेने की कोशिश की गई तो वो थोड़ा पानी का फ्लो ज़्यादा था, तो इसलिए हेलीकॉप्टर का रिक्वेजिशन दिया गया और वी आर ग्रेटफुल के आर्मी के बड़ा फास्ट प्रॉम्प्ट एक्शन से इमीडिएटली 2 चॉपर्स आ गए थे और उनसे दोनों लोगों को वहाँ से रेस्क्यू किया गया।
Kenya's Electoral Commission chairman has declared Deputy President William Ruto the winner of the close presidential election over the 5-time contender Raila Odinga. According to officials, a massive chaos emerged just before the declaration, to which the vice chair denies the ownership of the result announced.
Wafula Chebukati, chairperson of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, hereby declares that Ruto William Samoei
After William Ruto was declared as the president, people came out of the house and created a pandemonium situation right after the declaration. Sources informed that tires were set on fire onto the streets. Ruto defeated 5-time contender Raila Odinga after he received 50.49% of the votes. Germans are facing a new tax on natural gas use that could cost the average household several hundred euros a year. According to the officials, the tax on gas that is used to heat homes in winter and generate electricity is set to take effect in October and run through the beginning of the April month, and further stated that the tax will not show up in the utility bills until November or December. The self-governing island president met with members of a new U.S. congressional delegation. China announced that more military drills around Taiwan, threatening to renew tensions between Beijing and Washington. Just days after a similar visit by U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi angered China. According to the sources, the new exercises were intended to be resolute response and solemn deterrent against collusion and provocation between the U.S. and Taiwan. Taiwan's president met with a delegation of U.S. Congress members on Monday, that is 15th of August, as a sign of support among Americans lawmakers for the self-governing island that China claims as its own territory. The meeting came in less than 2 weeks Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, which prompted off threatening military exercises by China, including the firing of missiles over the island.
Let's do more to bring Taiwan into the global discussions about how we tackle planetary challenges, including the climate crisis.
China once again accused the U.S. of violating the One China principle and causing chaos across the Taiwan Strait after a delegation of American lawmakers arrived in Taiwan for a visit on Sunday. Foreign Affairs spokesperson Wang Wenbin urged the U.S. to stop hollowing out and distorting the One China principle to avoid causing further damage to China and U.S. relations. As rescuers have now been combing through the wreckage hunting for victims, a death toll in fireworks storage explosion in Armenia's capital has risen to 6 now. Officials initially said that 2 people were killed, but the death toll has been climbing as rescuers are searching for victims amid slabs of concrete and twisted metal. The powerful blast tore through a popular market in Armenia's capital on Sunday, which led to a massive fire that sent a towering column of thick smoke over the center of Yerevan. Firefighters were battling several wildfires that broke out in various regions of Spain, according to fire officials. A fire which is still active has burned 3,500 hectares near small villages, and nearly 1,000 people were forced to evacuate the region. They have further stated that high temperatures and strong winds is also complicating the entire process to douse the fire. 31 people died due to non-stop rainfall over Afghanistan that inundated flash floods and left dozens missing in northern Afghanistan. According to sources, the flooding took place on Sunday in the northern Parwan province, in which women and children were among the dead and 17 people were reported injured. Team India held its first practice session in Harare ahead of the 3-match ODI series against Zimbabwe, which will start from August 18th onwards. Players like Shubman Gill and Deepak Chahar, Prasidh Krishna, Mohammad Siraj were seen sweating it out in the nets. The series is set to start from August 18th and onwards and will go on till August 22nd. Pablo Carreno Busta of Spain showcased a stellar performance to clinch the National Bank Open on Sunday, defeating Hubert Hurkacz in the final. The Spaniard claimed his 7th tour level title over Hurkacz. Coco Gauff and Jessica Pegula of American from America claimed that the National Bank Open Women's Doubles title on Sunday, beating Nicole Martinez and Ellen Perez. Coco Gauff and Jessica Pegula outlasted Martinez and Ellen Perez with a score of 6-4, 6-7, 10-5 in their sets. Ahead of their first test match against England, South Africa has now been preparing itself to win against England, which will be held at Lord's Stadium. The test series will commence from Wednesday. According to sources, the Proteas have not travelled to England for a test series since 2017, and for many players in the squad, it will be their first taste of test cricket in England.
We want to give a message, appeal to the West. It must be a message of love. At the stroke of the midnight hour, when the world sleeps, India will awake to life and freedom.
India had been dragged into the war without consulting its people. The Congress passed the Quit India resolution. Gandhiji advised, forget the differences between Hindus and Muslims and think of yourselves as Indians. Every one of you should from this moment consider yourself to be a free man or woman. He asked the people to do or die, either make India free or die in the attempt.
Now, in news from Spain, where firefighters have been battling severe wildfires that continue to rage through various forests and regions in Spain. In fact, it has burned 3,500 hectares near small villages, and nearly thousands of people have been forced to be evacuated. They further stated that high temperatures and strong winds is also complicating the entire process to douse the flames.
Firefighters were seen battling wildfires that broke out in the various regions of Spain, including Monda and Castellón. According to sources, the fire is still active and has reportedly burned almost 3,500 hectares of land. Nearly 1,000 people were forced to evacuate the place for their own safety. The fire officials said that the strong wind and high temperatures has made it more difficult for them to douse the fire. So far this year, 43 large wildfires has been registered to have occurred in Spain and its vicinity that has burned at least over 500 hectares of land. Meanwhile, much of Spain has and will be seen in the grip of its third heat wave since June, as temperatures are set to roar above 40 degrees Celsius. Agency report, Republic TV.
Rounded from across the globe, hundreds gathered at St. Mary and Archangel Michael Church to observe the funeral prayers for the victims of the church fire in Giza. The church fire, which occurred as a result of an electrical short circuit, caused the death of 41 people, many of them children, at the Coptic Abu Sifan Church in Imaba. Taiwan's president met with a delegation of US Congress members on Monday, that is 15th of August, as a sign of support among American lawmakers for the self-governing island that China claims as its own territory. The meeting came in less than 2 weeks of Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, which prompted of threatening military exercises by China, including the firing of missiles over the island. China has once again accused the US of violating the One China principle and causing chaos across Taiwan Strait after a delegation of American lawmakers arrived in Taiwan for a visit on Sunday. Foreign Affairs spokesperson urged the US to stop hollowing out and distorting the One China principle to avoid causing further damage to China-US relations. A very short break. Lots on the other side. Section 144 imposed in Shivamoga after a clash between two groups over installation of Veer Savarkar and Tipu Sultan's banners. And a massive controversy erupts in Bihar after images of former Bihar MLA convicted for murder goes viral.
Very proud moment for all Indians.
We breathe the air of freedom.
Tiranga mission a total success.
You can see a colorful performance is still on.
We are part of the Tiranga Yatra that started from the Dal Gate.
The place where I am, the flag is hoisted.
The people that are reporting in here, all of them trying to remember kind of incident that had taken place here in 1919.
It is really a proud feeling to stand in front of this cellular jail.
हिंदुस्तान की औरतें व मर्द
After a mega change of guard, Bihar cabinet expansion likely today. 31 MLAs set to take oath as ministers. Massive row erupts as murder convict Anand Mohan becomes government guest in the Mahagathbandhan administration. Tensions simmer in Karnataka. Section 144 imposed after clashes break out over Tipu Sultan versus Veer Savarkar posters. Shocking murder case in Telangana. TRS leader hacked to death in broad daylight days after quitting CPIM. Cowardly terror attack in Srinagar. Terrorists hurled grenade at police control room in Kashmir area cordoned off. KCR wades into freebie row, says touting welfare schemes as freebies is insulting. A very good morning. You're watching Republic TV. My name's Nivedna Prabhu. First up, it's a big Republic TV exclusive. 31 MLAs will take oath as ministers in the Bihar cabinet today at 11:30 a.m. Here's the entire list and ministerial berths of the Mahagathbandhan in Bihar.
A week after being sworn in as the Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister, Nitish, Kumar and Tejashwi Yadav are all set to expand the Bihar cabinet today, with all eyes on who will get key portfolios. In a super exclusive, Republic TV has learnt that alliance partner RJD is eyeing a bigger share in the pie and will be given 16 ministerial berths in the Bihar cabinet. These are Tej Pratap Yadav, Alok Mehta, Anita Devi, Surendra Yadav, Chandrasekhar, Lalit Yadav, Bhai Virendra, Ramanand Yadav, Sudhakar Singh, Sarabjit Kumar, Surendra Ram, Atul Shaheen, Shah Nawaz, Bharat Bhushan Mandal, Karthik Singh and Samir Mahaseth. In the JDU list, Nitish Kumar has included Vijay Chaudhary, Vijendra Yadav, Ashok Chaudhary, Sheila Mandal, Shravan Kumar, Sanjay Jha, Leshi Singh, Zama Khan, Jayant Raj, Madan Saini and Sunil Kumar in the cabinet. While other allies like the Congress is being given 2 ministerial berths, HAM will be given 1 berth and so will an independent MLA, Santosh Suman, who will likely be included in the Bihar cabinet. It has been learnt that left parties have however declined to be part of the new cabinet. Severing ties with the NDA, on August 9, Nitish Kumar joined hands with the RJD, Congress and left parties to form the government in Bihar. Nitish Kumar submitted his resignation to the governor and staked claim to form the new government with support of 164 MLAs. This is Nitish Kumar's 8th term as Chief Minister, while Tejashwi Yadav is Deputy Chief Minister for the 2nd time. As the ministers are all set to take oath of office this morning, all eyes will be on allocation of portfolios and performance of the new Bihar government. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Moving on, a massive controversy has erupted in Bihar after the images of a former Bihar MLA convicted for murder went viral, where he is seen meeting his family in a government circuit house while being transferred to a prison in Patna from Saharsa. 6 police officers have been suspended, but the government has remained silent so far.
Just days after the Mahagathbandhan government checked in, a fresh controversy has hit the Bihar administration. On the 11th of August, controversial politician Anand Mohan, lodged in Saharsa jail for the murder of an IAS officer, was being shifted to a Patna jail to appear in a court case. However, when he arrived in Patna, this is where he ended up. Images have surfaced of arrested murder convict Anand Mohan, flanked on either side by wife Lovely Anand and son Chetan Anand at a government guest house in Patna. As we dug deeper, we found that the rooms were booked under the name of the murder convict's son Chetan Anand, an MLA from the RJD. Serving a life sentence for the murder of IAS officer G. Krishnaiah, the VVIP treatment for the murder convict has raised some serious questions on the role of the Bihar police. Public Media Network confronted the top cop of the Bihar police, but he refuses to answer our questions. The VVIP treatment for the murder convict has kick-started a political slugfest in the state.
अभी तो शपथ ग्रहण भी बाकी मंत्रियों को नहीं हुआ है, तो ये दिखला रहा है कि किस दिशा में बिहार जाएगा और आनंद मोहन जैसी दर्जनों घटनाएं बिहार के अंदर होंगी। राजद के विधायक के पिता हैं, किसकी हिम्मत है कि उनको कोई रोक सके और सरकारी सुरक्षा में अपने घर पर जाते जबकि उनको नियमित जेल में जाना चाहिए।
But watch how the Deputy Chief Minister Tejashwi Yadav evaded the question when asked on the VVIP treatment for Anand Mohan.
उन्होंने कहा है गांधी मैदान से कि 10 लाख नौकरियां दी जाएंगी और इसको बाद में आगे बढ़ा के 20 लाख भी किया जाएगा। इतना बड़ा मुद्दा जो असल मुद्दा है, आप लोग उस पे क्यों नहीं बहस करते हैं भाई?
Meanwhile, the JDU maintains the government has taken the necessary action since the incident took place.
जो ही मीडिया के द्वारा सूचना मिली, पुलिस मुख्यालय ने अविलंब संज्ञान लिया और संबद्ध लोगों पर, जो भी उसके जिम्मेवार लोग थे, उस पर कार्रवाई सुनिश्चित की गई। कोई बचाने वाला तो नहीं मिला। तो यह महत्वपूर्ण विषय और माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय के निर्देश के आलोक में
The VVIP treatment for a convict days after the Mahagathbandhan came to power is a harsh reminder of the jungle Raj of the past. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Moving on, Section 144 has been imposed in Shivamoga after 2 groups clashed over the installation of Veer Savarkar and Tipu Sultan banners in the district on Independence Day. 1 person was also stabbed in another part of the district, and an investigation is underway on whether the 2 incidents are linked.
Tensions are simmering in Shivamoga after a heated argument between 2 groups over the installation over a banner on Independence Day. While one group wanted to install the picture of Veer Savarkar, the other group demanded the installation of the picture of Tipu Sultan. Protests soon broke out in the middle of a street and security was heightened in the area. What started off as an argument over a banner soon turned into a volatile situation, with the police resorting to lathi charge to control the crowd. One person was also stabbed on the same day, but the police is yet to draw a link between the two incidents. Security has been heightened across the district and prohibitory orders were clamped on the city after the stabbing incident. The Home Minister of Karnataka also visited the stabbing victim in Shivamogga to take stock of the situation. The situation remains tense in Shivamogga and the Chief Minister has assured all steps have been taken to maintain peace in the district. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Here's the other news that we're tracking at this moment. Almost a week after the political potboiler took place in Bihar, Republic has learned that the cabinet expansion in the state is scheduled for today. Sources in the know confirm that cabinet is likely to compromise 35 ministers, with the Rashtriya Janata Dal having 15 ministers and the Janata Dal United having 13, and Congress and Hindustan Awam Morcha may get 4 and 1 ministries respectively. Days after Nitish Kumar took a U-turn to break the NDA alliance and join hands with RJD, Congress and Co., a meeting of the BJP core committee in Bihar is likely to be held today in the presence of its national president JP Nadda. Sources in the know inform that the proposed meeting has been convened in order to discuss a number of issues that have evolved due to the political upheaval in the state. A Telangana Rashtra Samiti leader, Thamineni Krishnaiah, was brutally hacked to death in broad daylight minutes after hoisting the national flag in Telangana's Khammam district. Krishnaiah had recently quit CPIM and switched to the TRS party. While his brother TK Rao is suspected to be party to the crime, the police investigations are underway. Anguished by the death of a minor Dalit boy in Rajasthan's Jalore, Congress MLA Panna Chand Megawal submitted his resignation, expressing dismay over the death of the 9-year-old schoolboy who was allegedly beaten up for drinking from a common earthen pot. Megawal laminated that Dalits were being oppressed even after 75 years of independence. On Independence Day 2022, Chief Minister Pema Khandu informed that Arunachal Pradesh carried out a successful launch of the first flight of drone service Medicine from the Sky from Sepa to Chayangtajo in East Kameng district. KCR wades into freebie row, say touting welfare schemes as freebies is insulting. We have breaking news coming in that KCR jumps into freebie face-off. He wades into the freebie row. Now, of course, many political parties are giving their opinions about the welfare schemes and the freebies as well. And now KCR has joined this particular topic, stating his opinion in the matter. He's jumped into the freebie face-off by stating that can't call welfare schemes freebies. Now, this is a breaking. Now, Telangana Chief Minister KCR has also given his opinion about this. And let's listen into what he had to say about this.
పసిపిల్లలు తాగే పాలు మొదలుకొని శ్మశాన వాటికల నిర్మాణం దాకా ప్రజల అవసరాలన్నిటి మీద కేంద్రం ఎడాపెడా పన్నులు విధిస్తూ పేద మధ్యతరగతి ప్రజలపై విపరీతమైన భారం మోపుతున్నది. ప్రజా సంక్షేమం ప్రభుత్వాల ప్రధాన బాధ్యత. కేంద్రం ఆ బాధ్యతను సరిగా నిర్వర్తించకపోగా పేదలకు అందించే సంక్షేమ పథకాలకు ఉచితాలు అనే పేరును తగిలించి అవమానించడం గర్హనీయం. కేంద్ర సర్కారు నిర్వాకం వల్ల దేశ ఆర్థికాభివృద్ధి కుంటుపడింది. ద్రవ్యోల్బణం పెరిగి నిత్యావసర వస్తువుల ధరలు ఆకాశాన్ని అంటుతూ ఉన్నాయి. అంతర్జాతీయ విపణిలో రూపాయి విలువ నానాటికి తీసుకట్టు నాగంబొట్టు అన్న తీరుగా ఎన్నడూ లేనంతగా పడిపోతూ ఉన్నది. దేశంలో నిరుద్యోగం తీవ్రతరమవుతూ ఉన్నది. కేంద్రంలో అధికారంలో ఉన్న పెద్దలు తమ వైకల్యాలను కప్పిపుచ్చుకునేందుకు విద్వేష రాజకీయాలతో ప్రజలను విభజించే ఎత్తుగడలకు పాల్పడుతూ ఉన్నారు. జాతి నిర్మాతలైన ఎందరో మహానుభావుల కృషి ఫలితంగా భిన్న మతాలు, ప్రాంతాలు, భాషలు, సంస్కృతులు కలిగిన భారత సమాజంలో పరస్పర విశ్వాసం, ఏకత్వ భావన పాదుకున్నాయి. తరతరాలుగా భారతదేశం నిలబెట్టుకుంటూ వస్తున్న శాంతియుత సహజీవనాన్ని విచ్ఛిన్నం చేసేందుకు రాజ్యాంగ పదవులో ఉన్నవారే ఫాసిస్టు దాడులకు పాల్పడుతూ ఉన్నారు. ఈ దుర్మార్గాన్ని చూసి ఖచ్చితంగా స్వతంత్ర సమరయోధుల ఆత్మలు ఘోషిస్తాయని.
Of course, a lot of political parties and leaders are giving their opinion about welfare schemes, and they each have their opinion. Now, KCR, of course, is the latest to be, opining on this matter. But for more on this, we're joined in by Aneri, who's going to give us more details as to, what KCR and, of course, his political party also have a view of this. Aneri, if you can hear me, of course, this is the latest and this is what the development so far. But what more can you tell us in terms of where they stand off with the welfare scheme?
Well, we have been saying that this is not the first time that Telangana Chief Minister has written out at the central government. Well, earlier also we have been seeing that the Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao has been targeting the central government over various schemes and also for not providing anything for the Telangana state. And now once again during the Independence Day celebration speech, where Telangana Chief Minister called and hit it out at the central government that calling this welfare schemes as freebies is insulting, and also levying heavy taxes on the products like milk and other things is also putting a burden on the common people and the citizens. And so it is the responsibility of the central government, of the government, to take care of the people, and which the central government has not done. But when we talk about the freebies, well, yes, after we saw many other political parties. Well, now it's the Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao who has also now spoken about it, calling that the schemes of freebies, calling the welfare schemes as freebies is not right, it's insulting. And so we have been seeing now Telangana Chief Minister jumping into it. Well, this was during the Independence Day speech which Telangana Chief Minister was giving at the Golconda in Hyderabad.
Well, thank you, Aneri, for all those details and updates. Now, moving on to some other news. Amit Shah and JP Nadda pay floral tribute to former PM Atal Bihari Vajpayee Memorial. Well, that's the breaking news coming in, that in those visuals as well, that homage is being paid to former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee. Now, as you can see in those visuals as well, Amit Shah and JP Nadda paying the floral tribute to Atal Bihari Vajpayee in a while. These are the live visuals that we're getting right here on Republic. Amit Shah and JP Nadda are all set to play the floral tribute to former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee.
वैष्णव जन तो तेनर कहिए जे पीर पराई जान रे। आदिगुरु शंकराचार्य जी ने कहा है, पुनरपि जननम पुनरपि मरणम पुनि पुनि जननी जठरई शयनम। इस जीवन के आवागमन से मुक्त होना है तो भज गोविंदम गोविंदम भज मूढ़मते। और यही संत धारा सूर, तुलसी और रविदास के भी भावों से प्रभावित होती है। आइए मिलकर उस ईश्वर का नाम ध्यान करें, हृदय के साथ अंतरात्मा में उस संत वाणी का ध्यान करते हुए। अब कैसे छूटे राम। ये राम नाम जो रविदास जी ने कहा, तुलसीदास जी ने कहा, पर वो नाम है। नाम जप बावरे रे मेरे मन, तो राम को जप, नाम को जप। ये भवसागर से पार निकलने का मार्ग है। इसलिए सेवा और सत्संग दोनों ही जीवन के सूत्र हैं। नाम जप बावरे, नाम जप बावरे। जन्म मिले ना दोबारा, नाम जपन से मुक्ति है मिलती, नाम का ही है सहारा। नाम जपन से मुक्ति है मिलती, नाम का ही है सहारा।
Well, on the other side, we're going to get more details about this. The former Prime Minister of India.
नाम जप बावरे, जन्म मिले ना दोबारा, नाम जपन से।
FIFA has suspended the All India Football Federation, citing undue influence from third parties. Now, this is a breaking news, and we'll be back with all the details regarding this news. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
The Amity BBA has been ranked India's #1 BBA in the recently released Times of India B School 2022 rankings, a testimony to Amity BBA's globally benchmarked standards in education.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. And let me wish you all watching wherever you are across the country, across the world, a very, very happy Independence Day. What a momentous day it has been, ladies and gentlemen. And what a momentous speech this morning. The Prime Minister's speech today was a clear expression of his belief that India is heading to be a developed country, a developed economy. Nobody listening to the speech can come away with any other takeaway. This was a Prime Minister speaking with total personal conviction, determined to set the course towards a Viksit Rashtra, a developed nation. But there was also another clear message, heartening for some, ominous for others, which I couldn't miss between all his detailing of the road to 2047. And that is his determination to take up with intensity his fight against corruption. Viewers, for someone like me, who has for 12 years and more since the CWG scam in 2010 staked hope and staked effort to expose the scams, it was heartening to hear what the Prime Minister had to say when he said, I will intensify the war on corruption. Fantastic. That he will take on those who have looted India and who, even on their way to jail for corruption, think that creating a political noise will change their destiny. People like Karti Chidambaram and Rahul Gandhi. People like Anil Deshmukh, Sonia Gandhi and Nawab Malik. People convicted of or facing serious allegations of corruption. They should see the writing on the wall. They can demonstrate all they like, but there will be nothing saving them from the prosecution and the legal process. And by the way, every reasonable Indian hoping to see India as a Viksit Rashtra, a developed nation, will stand with the Prime Minister and against the corrupt. Nobody backs the corrupt. Nobody backed Nawab Malik, nobody backed Sanjay Raut, nobody backed Anil Deshmukh, nobody backed Rana Kapoor, and nobody will back Sonia and Rahul in the 2,000+ crore AJL scam. Convicting the corrupt is a key agenda item on the road to making India a developed nation, a Viksit Rashtra. It's an agenda.
Welcome back. The Bureau of the FIFA Council has unanimously decided to suspend the All India Football Federation with immediate effect due to undue influence from third parties, which constitutes a serious violation of the FIFA status. The International Football Governing Body said that the suspension will be lifted once an order to set up a committee of administrators to assume the powers of the AIFF Executive Committee has been repealed and the AIFF administration regains full control of the AIFF's daily affairs. The suspension also means that the FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup 2022, scheduled to take place in India on 11 to 30th October 2022, cannot currently be held in India as planned. Now, this is the breaking that is coming in. For more on this, we're joined in by Abhishek. Abhishek, we do understand that as of now that, the FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup will also be dampened because of this news coming in. What else are we gathering from this information? It is a huge setback for the All India Football Federation.
Yes, Nivedna. So we get this news that FIFA has suspended the All India Football Federation with immediate effect. for violation of its rules. The violation of the rule was that FIFA has alleged that there is third-party interference in the matters of AIFF, and thus it suspended the AIFF with immediate effect. Now, what are its implications? What it means? What does the suspension mean? The suspension means that the FIFA Women's Under-17 World Cup that is scheduled to be held in India this year from October 11 to 30 cannot currently be held in India. This is what the suspension means. However, the World Football Governing Body also went on to say that it is in touch with the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports in India, and that it expects a positive outcome to come out from the whole interaction. But as of now, the suspension stands, and so does the tournament. The tournament seems to be in limbo as of now.
Okay, thank you, Abhishek, for all those details. That is the latest update that we have on the All India Football Federation being suspended. We can see Prime Minister Narendra Modi has also arrived to pay his tribute to former Prime Minister Atal Bihari on the death anniversary. Now, political leaders will be paying a floral tribute to former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee's memorial at Sadaiv. Now, earlier, of course, we were also talking about other political leaders being present. If you see in the visuals, we can also see Amit Shah as well. Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has also come to pay tribute. This is on the occasion of Atal Bihari Vajpayee's death anniversary. Now, several political leaders will pay floral tribute to Atal Bihari Vajpayee at his memorial at Sadaiv. As we see in those visuals now, Amit Shah and JP Nadda, earlier also we were talking about them arriving to pay their respects. Former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee. As of now in those visuals, we can see, viewers, that Amit Shah as well as Prime Minister Narendra Modi have arrived to pay their respect on Atal Bihari Vajpayee's.
हिमालय के समान अटल। वे कहते थे, स्वप्न देखा था कभी जो आज हर धड़कन में है, एक नया भारत बनाने का इरादा मन में है, एक नया भारत के जिसमें एक नया विश्वास हो, जिसकी आंखों में चमक हो, एक नया उल्लास हो, जो प्रगति से जोड़ दे ऐसी सड़क चाहिए, देश सारा गा सके वह गीत गाना है चाहिए, एक नया संगीत देखो आज तो कण कण में है, एक नया भारत बनाने का इरादा मन में है, एक नया भारत बनाने का इरादा मन में है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने उनके निधन पर कहा था, भारत रत्न अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी के निधन से एक युग का अंत हो गया। उनका निधन संपूर्ण राष्ट्र के लिए अपूरणीय क्षति है। मेरे लिए अटल जी का जाना पिता तुल्य संरक्षक का साया उठने जैसा है। अटल जी का ओजस्वी, तेजस्वी और यशस्वी व्यक्तित्व सदा हम देशवासियों का मार्गदर्शन करता रहेगा। श्रद्धेय अटल जी प्रचंड राष्ट्रभक्ति और अभूतपूर्व साहस का साक्षात रूप थे। वरदायिनी हंस वाहिनी मां शारदा के वरद पुत्र संवेदनशील कवि श्रद्धेय अटल जी की आज चौथी पुण्यतिथि है। उपराष्ट्रपति महोदय का भी आगमन हो चुका है और माननीय राष्ट्रपति महोदया बस कुछ ही क्षणों में यहाँ पर पधारेंगी।
यहाँ पे भारत माता की जयघोष के नारे हैं, सुर के तराने हैं।
Showing you the pictures from the historic Lal Chowk, where a man coming from Ahmedabad, Gujarat, holding a tricolor. We see the secularism on ground.
Today you can see that there is a flag hoisting happening here. In the past 75 years, in any of the Independence Day or be it the Republic Day, there has not been any flag hoisting taken place here.
पूरी जगह को तिरंगे की लाइटिंग से पूरा तैयार किया गया है। देश के अलग-अलग कोनों से लोग यहाँ पहुँचे हुए।
I'm at Nada Bit and this is
just next to Indo-Pak border. The flag is hoisted and the people out here are so excited.
Very proud moment for all Indians.
We breathe the air of freedom.
Tiranga mission a total success.
You can see a colorful performance is still on.
We are part of the Tiranga Yatra that started from the Dal Gate.
The place where I am, the flag is hoisted.
The people that are reporting in here, all of them trying to remember kind of incident that had taken place here in 1919.
It is really a proud feeling to stand in front of this cellular jail.
हिंदुस्तान की औरतें वो मर्द तय कर चुके थे, ये जो आग सूझी है अब हम इसमें झुलस जाएंगे, मगर हम आजादी लेकर ही हटेंगे। और गांधी जी ने भी ये कहा, डू और डाई।
हम जिंदा रहेंगे या तो मरेंगे, कोई बात नहीं है, आखिर में हमारी कामयाबी होगी। हिंदुस्तान आजाद होगा। जय हिंद, जय हिंद, जय हिंद, जय हिंद।
थी जब उसका लाडला खो गया था, उसका पुजारी सो गया था। शांति अशांत थी कि उसका रक्षक चला गया। जन जन की आंखों का तारा टूट गया। वे शांति के पुजारी थे, किंतु क्रांति के अग्रदूत थे। वे अहिंसा के उपासक थे, किंतु स्वाधीनता और सम्मान की रक्षा के लिए हर हथियार से लड़ने के हिमायती थे। वह व्यक्तित्व, वो जिंदा दिली, उनके महान आदर्शों के प्रति, उनकी प्रामाणिकता के प्रति, उनकी देशभक्ति के प्रति, उनके अटूट साहस और दुर्दम्य धैर्य के प्रति हमारे हृदयों में आदर के अतिरिक्त कुछ भी नहीं है। ओ प्रीति रीति के सौंद शिखर, किसी कवि ने उनके बारे में कहा है कि ओ प्रीति रीति के सौंद शिखर, ओ शांति समर के क्रांति दूत, ओ राष्ट्र धर्म की संस्कृति की निष्ठाओं के प्रणबल अकूत, थे अटल, कहो फिर किस कारण तुम हमें छोड़कर चले गए। थे अटल, कहो फिर किस कारण तुम हमें छोड़कर चले गए। क्यों कर आशा विश्वास भरे अंतस झिंझोड़ कर चले गए। अवरुद्ध कंठ के विदा गीत, लोहित ललाम स्वीकार करो। हर विहल मानस के अंतिम वंदन प्रणाम स्वीकार करो। अंतिम वंदन प्रणाम स्वीकार करो। उनकी मौलिकता के संबंध में एक आलेख में कहा गया है कि उनका कहीं पर भी होना एहसास है, उनका कहीं पर भी दिखना विश्वास है, उनका कहीं पर चलना निस्वार्थ है, उनका कहीं पर बोलना साहित्य है, उनका कहीं पर रहना परिवार है। वे स्वयं में एक संदेश थे, यथा नाम तथा गुण। माननीय राष्ट्रपति महोदया यहाँ पर पधार चुकी हैं इस प्रार्थना सभा में शामिल होने के लिए। माननीय राष्ट्रपति महोदया, माननीय उपराष्ट्रपति जी और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी अब पुष्पांजलि अर्पित करेंगे। सबसे पहले राष्ट्रपति महोदया और उसके बाद उपराष्ट्रपति महोदय और फिर माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी। आज अटल जी की बहुत याद आ रही है। माननीय राष्ट्रपति महोदया इस प्रार्थना सभा में सम्मिलित होने पधारी हैं। सबसे पहले उनके कर कमलों द्वारा श्रद्धेय अटल जी को पुष्पांजलि अर्पित की जाएगी। आज श्रद्धेय अटल जी की बहुत याद आ रही है। सूर्य तो फिर भी उगेगा, धूप तो फिर भी खिलेगी, लेकिन मेरी बगीचे की हरी हरी धूप पर ओस की बूंद हर मौसम में नहीं मिलेगी। सचमुच कहीं खो गई है वो पवित्र ओस की बूंद। माननीय राष्ट्रपति महोदया अपनी भावांजलि अर्पित करते हुए श्रद्धेय अटल जी को हमारे दिलों में प्रेरणा की लौ जलाकर श्रद्धेय अटल जी चले गए। ये प्रेरणा जो लौ उन्होंने जगाई है हम सबके हृदय में, वो राष्ट्र प्रेम की मशाल बन गई है और न्यू इंडिया उन्हीं आदर्शों पर आगे बढ़ रहा है। माननीय राष्ट्रपति महोदय, पुनः नतमस्तक श्रद्धेय अटल जी के प्रति। और अब माननीय उपराष्ट्रपति महोदय श्रद्धा सुमन अर्पित करेंगे श्रद्धेय अटल जी को। राष्ट्र पुरुष, भारत के रत्न, युग पुरुष श्रद्धेय अटल जी को पुष्पमय श्रद्धांजलि माननीय उपराष्ट्रपति जी के कर कमलों द्वारा और अब माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के द्वारा पुष्पांजलि। वे कहते थे, कितने पत्थर शेष न कोई जानता, अंतिम कौन पड़ाव नहीं पहचानता, अक्षय सूरज अखंड धरती, केवल काया जीती मरती। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने श्रद्धा सुमन अर्पित किए श्रद्धेय अटल जी को। भावांजलि, स्मरणांजलि, कार्यांजलि प्रकट कर रहे हैं। और अब पूर्व राष्ट्रपति माननीय श्री रामनाथ कोविंद जी, माननीय लोकसभा अध्यक्ष श्री ओम बिरला जी के द्वारा श्रद्धा सुमन, राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष श्री जेपी नड्डा जी, माननीय गृह मंत्री जी, यहाँ पर श्रद्धेय अटल जी के परिवार के सदस्यगण भी मौजूद हैं। आदरणीय नमिता जी और आदरणीय रंजन भट्टाचार्य जी, जय जवान जय किसान के साथ जय विज्ञान को जोड़ना उनके दूरदर्शिता का परिणाम था। और श्रद्धेय अटल जी के लिए श्रद्धानथ भावांजलि देते हुए आदरणीय नमिता जी, माननीय रक्षा मंत्री जी श्रद्धा सुमन अर्पित कर रहे हैं। न्यू इंडिया कार्यांजलि स्मरणांजलि प्रस्तुत कर रहा है श्रद्धेय अटल जी को और श्री पीयूष गोयल जी यहाँ पर श्रद्धा सुमन अर्पित करते हुए। यहाँ पर आज
आइए अटल जी को श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करते हुए दिव्यांगजनों के द्वारा हम सब लोग इस भजन प्रहर का प्रारंभ करते हैं।
अटल जी को संगीतमय श्रद्धांजलि देने के लिए शुभम और शंकर यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं जो कि दृष्टिबाधित हैं। आइए अटल जी को संगीतमय श्रद्धांजलि प्रस्तुत करते हैं।
सत्य ही ईश्वर जीवन सुंदर ये संसार तीनों लोक है तुझ में तेरी माया परंपार। ओम नमः शिवाय नमः, हरि ओम नमः शिवाय नमः। ओम नमः शिवाय नमः, हरि ओम नमः शिवाय नमः। मन मेरा मंदिर शिव मेरी पूजा पूजा मन मेरा मंदिर शिव मेरी पूजा शिव से बड़ा नहीं कोई पूजा बोल सत्यम शिवम बोल तू सुंदरम मन मेरे शिव की महिमा के गुण गाए जा मन मेरा मंदिर शिव मेरी पूजा शिव से बड़ा नहीं कोई पूजा बोल सत्यम शिवम बोल तू सुंदरम मन मेरे शिव की महिमा के गुण गाए जा मन मेरा मंदिर शिव मेरी पूजा पार्वती जब सीता बनकर जय श्री राम के सम्मुख आई पार्वती जब सीता बनकर जय श्री राम के सम्मुख आई पार्वती जब सीता बनकर जय श्री राम के सम्मुख आई राम ने उनको माता कहकर शिव शंकर की महिमा गाई शिव भक्ति में सब कुछ सूझा शिव से बड़ा नहीं कोई पूजा बोल सत्यम शिवम बोल तू सुंदरम मन मेरे शिव की महिमा के गुण गाए जा मन मेरा मंदिर शिव मेरी पूजा
अभी शुभम और शंकर दोनों ही दिव्यांग हैं, दृष्टिबाधित हैं। अखिल भारतीय नेत्रहीन संघ के छात्र हैं ये शुभम और शंकर, जिन्होंने अभी स्वरांजलि प्रस्तुत की श्रद्धेय अटल जी को। और अब श्री अजय भाई जी, जो कि संस्थापक हैं राष्ट्र मंदिर विश्व रामायण आश्रम के, अपने विश्व भर में आपने प्रस्तुति दी है। आज श्रद्धेय अटल जी को संगीतमय श्रद्धांजलि आप भी देना चाहते हैं, प्रस्तुत है।
मन चंगा तो कठौती में गंगा, यह निर्मल मन का भाव है। आइए संत रविदास का प्रभु जी तुम चंदन में पानी, परमात्मा और आत्मा का यह समन्वय हम सब मिलकर संत वाणी के रूप में ग्रहण करें। अब कैसे छूटे राम नाम, राम रट लागी संत रविदास जी।
कैसे छूटे, अब कैसे छूटे राम नाम रट लागी, नाम रट लागी। अब कैसे छूटे, अब कैसे छूटे राम नाम रट लागी, 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 नाम रट लागी। अब कैसे छूटे, अब कैसे छूटे राम नाम रट लागी, नाम रट लागी। अब कैसे छूटे, अब कैसे छूटे राम नाम रट लागी, नाम रट लागी। प्रभु जी, प्रभु जी, प्रभु जी, प्रभु जी, ओ प्रभु जी, तुम चंदन हम पानी, प्रभु जी तुम चंदन हम पानी, जाकी अंग अंग बास समानी, जाकी अंग अंग बास समानी। अब कैसे छूटे, अब कैसे छूटे राम नाम रट लागे, नाम रट लागे। अब कैसे छूटे, अब कैसे छूटे राम नाम रट लागे, नाम रट लागे। प्रभु जी, प्रभु जी, प्रभु जी, प्रभु जी, हो प्रभु जी तुम स्वामी हम दासा, प्रभु जी तुम स्वामी हम दासा। ऐसी भक्ति करे रे दासा, ऐसी भक्ति करे रे दासा। अब कैसे छूटे, अब कैसे छूटे राम नाम रट लागी, 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 नाम रट लागी। अब कैसे छूटे, अब कैसे छूटे राम नाम रट लागी, नाम रट लागी।
संत रविदास जी का यह पद।
The Amity BBA has been ranked India's #1 BBA in the recently released Times of India B School 2022 rankings, a testimony to Amity BBA's globally benchmarked standards in education.
हिंदुस्तान की औरतें वो मर्द तय कर चुके थे, ये जो आग सुलझी है अब हम इसमें झुलस जाएंगे, मगर हम आजादी लेकर ही हटेंगे। और गांधी जी ने भी ये कहा, डू और डाई।
हम जिंदा रहेंगे या तो मरेंगे, कोई बात नहीं है, आखिर में हमारी कामयाबी होगी। हिंदुस्तान आजाद होगा। जय हिंद, जय हिंद, जय हिंद, जय हिंद। विश्व के हर कोने में ये हमारा तिरंगा आन बान शान के साथ लहरा रहा। जय हिंद, भारत माता की।
The coming of the age of electricity has completely changed our way of life. Electric power is the open sesame to a more pleasant and prosperous life for every one of you. Power has revolutionized major industries throughout the world. Village and small-scale industries now follow suit. And now India is becoming electrically minded. Want to give a message, appeal to the West, it must be a message of love. At the stroke of the midnight hour, when the world sleeps, India will awake to life and freedom.
India had been dragged into the war without consulting its people. The Congress passed the Quit India resolution. Gandhiji advised, forget the difference.
You're watching World This Morning on Republic, and I'm Rukma. In our top story at this hour, an Iranian government official has denied that Tehran was involved in the assault on author Salman Rushdie in remarks that were the country's first public comments on the attack. Here's a detailed report.
Iranian government officials denied that Tehran was involved in the assault of author Salman Rushdie.
ما در ماجرایی که در حمله به سلمان رشدی اتفاق افتاد در امریکا هیچ کس رو غیر از او و غیر از حامیان او شایسته سرزنش و ملامت و حتی محکومیت نمیدونیم.
The comments by the spokesperson of Iran's foreign ministry come after 2 days of the attack on Rushdie in New York. However, Iran has denied carrying out other operations abroad targeting dissidents in the years since country's 1979 Islamic Revolution, despite prosecutors and Western governments attributing such attacks back to Tehran.
سلمان رشدی با اهانت به مقدسات اسلامی و با عبور از خطوط قرمز بیش از 1.5 میلیارد مسلمان و همچنین خطوط قرمز همه پیروان ادیان الهی خودش رو در معرض خشم و غضب مردمی قرار داد.
Rushdie was stabbed while attending an event in Western New York. He suffered from a damaged liver and severed nerves in an arm and an eye. He was likely to lose the injured eye. The assailant, 24-year-old Hadi Matar, has pledged not guilty through his lawyer to charges stemming from the attack. The author for more than 30 years has faced death threats for satanic verses. Iran's late supreme leader had issued a fatwa demanding his death. The Islamic edict came amid a violent uproar in the Muslim world over the novel, which some viewed as blasphemy, making suggestions about the Prophet Muhammad's life. Tensions with the West, particularly the United States, have spiked since the then President Donald Trump unilaterally pulled America out of Iran's nuclear deal with the world powers in 2018. Agency report, Republic TV.
A Palestinian man whose house in East Jerusalem was raided by Israeli forces early on Monday said soldiers killed his son in cold blood. Here's a report.
A Palestinian man whose house in East Jerusalem was raided by Israeli forces said that the soldiers killed his son in cold blood. Ibrahim al-Shaham said that the officers first pounded the door at 3:30 a.m. shouting army before they blew it open and shot his 21-year-old son Mohammed in the head. Israeli police claimed the man had attempted to stab officers during the raid. The officers were conducting a search for illegal weapons in East Jerusalem neighborhood of Kafr Aqab. The police alleged that when officers approached the house, the man was armed with a knife and tried to stab them.
الساعة 3:30 الصبح صحينا على صوت الجيش بكسر في الابواب بضرب على الابواب بقول جيش 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 جيش. طبعا انا عندي ولدين كفيفين ومحمد هو اللي بيشوف وكونه هو اللي بيشوف صرعت انا وياه عند الباب يعني نطينا قبل اخوته كان سند جنبنا كيف وصلنا الباب بنفجر بفتح الباب على طول حمل المسدس بلش يطخ انا وسند شردنا ظل محمد في البوز.
They fired on the suspect and he was later pronounced dead. Al-Shaham said his son was left bleeding on the floor of the house as the police searched the apartment. He denied that his son attempted to stab the officers and said the police found no weapons in the home. The Palestinian Prime Minister said that this is a major crime, that the occupation must be punished for it.
صباح اليوم اغتالت قوات الاحتلال الشاب محمد شحام من كفر عقب في بيته وأمام أسرته وبدم بارد، ما مثل جريمة كبرى يجب أن يعاقب عليها الاحتلال. العزاء لأسرته والرحمة للشهداء.
Meanwhile, human groups have accused Israeli security forces of frequently using excessive force against Palestinians without being investigated or held accountable. Agency report, Republic TV.
A wooden bridge over a river in southern Norway collapsed early on Monday, with a car plunging into the water and a truck getting stuck on a raised section. Here's more.
A wooden bridge over a river in southern Norway collapsed, with a car plunging into the water and a truck getting stuck on a raised section. Police said that the drivers of both vehicles were rescued and doing well. Police were alerted shortly after 7:30 a.m. that the bridge had collapsed as a truck and a car were crossing over it.
Akkurat nå så vet vi at det var 2 biler på brua da hun kollapsa. En person i hver bil. Begge to ute og fysisk uskadd. Det jo en del arbeid som på stedet her nå for å pria inn for å rydde E6 og også da ta brua.
The car plunged into the river while the truck remained on the bridge in a nearly vertical position on a collapsed section that was raised at an angle out of the water.
Et voldsomt brak, hele huset rista, og jeg dro opp rullegardina på soverommet og så rett ut på en bru som lå i.
According to the police, a helicopter assisted in the rescue operation and pulled out the truck driver. The driver of the car managed to get out of the vehicle by himself. The nearly 150-meter long bridge connects the west bank of a river and the village of Tretton. The bridge opened in the year 2012. The cause of the collapse wasn't immediately known. Agency report, Republic TV.
Firefighters were battling several wildfires that broke out in various regions of Spain, which is still active, and have burnt 3,500 hectares near small villages, and nearly 1,000 people were forced to evacuate the region. They have further stated that high temperatures and strong winds are also complicating the entire process to douse the fire. Here's more.
Firefighters were seen battling wildfires that broke out in the various regions of Spain, including Monda and Castellon. According to sources, the fire is still active and has reportedly burned almost 3,500 hectares of land. Nearly 1,000 people were forced to evacuate the place for their own safety. The fire officials said that the strong wind and high temperatures has made it more difficult for them to douse the fire. So far this year, 43 large wildfires has been registered to have occurred in Spain and its vicinity that has burned at least over 500 hectares of land. Meanwhile, much of Spain has and will be seen in the grip of its third heat wave since June, as temperatures are set to roar above 40 degrees Celsius. Agency report, Republic TV.
And coming up after this is the Morning Express. Tributes are being paid to Atal Bihari Vajpayee, former Prime Minister of India. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, President Draupadi Murmu lead the way as the nation pays tribute to the former PM of India.
We want to give a message, appeal to the West. It must be a message of love. At the stroke of the midnight hour, when the world sleeps, India will awake to life and freedom.
India had been dragged into the war without consulting its people. The Congress passed the Quit India resolution. Gandhiji advised, forget the differences between Hindus and Muslims. and think of yourselves as Indians. Every one of you should from this moment consider yourself to be a free man or woman. He asked the people to do or die, either make India free or die in the attempt.
पे भारत माता की जयघोष के नारे हैं, सुर के तराने हैं.
Showing you the pictures from the historic Lal Chowk, where a man coming from Ahmedabad, Gujarat, holding the tricolor. We see the secularism on ground.
Today you can see that there is a flag hoisting happening here. In the past 75 years, in any of the Independence Day or be it the Republic Day, there has not been any flag hoisting taken place here.
पूरी जगह को तिरंगे की लाइटिंग से पूरा तैयार किया गया है. देश के अलग-अलग कोनों से लोग यहाँ पहुँचे हुए.
I'm at Nada Beta and this is just next to Indo-Pak border. The flag is hoisted and the people out here are so excited.
Very proud moment for all Indians.
We breathe the air of freedom.
Tiranga mission a total success.
You can see a colorful performance is still on.
We are part of the Tiranga Yatra that started from the Dal Gate.
The place where I am, the flag is hoisted.
The people that are reporting in here, all of them trying to remember kind of incident that had taken place.
After a mega change of guard, Bihar cabinet expansion likely today, 31 MLAs set to take oath as ministers. Massive row erupts as murder convict Anand Mohan becomes government guest in the Mahagathbandhan administration. Tensions simmer in Karnataka, Section 144 imposed after clashes break out over Tipu Sultan versus Veer Savarkar posters. Shocking murder case in Telangana, TRS leader hacked to death in broad daylight days after quitting CPIM. Cowardly terror attack in Srinagar, terrorists hurled grenade at police control room in Kashmir, area cordoned off. KCR wades into freebie row, says touting welfare schemes as freebies is insulting. A very good morning. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Nivedna Prabhu. First up, Section 144 has been imposed in Shivamoga after two groups clashed over the installation of Veer Savarkar and Tipu Sultan banners in the district on Independence Day. One person was also stabbed in another part of the district, and an investigation is underway on whether the two incidents are linked.
Tensions are simmering in Shivamoga after a heated argument between two groups over the installation over a banner on Independence Day. While one group wanted to install the picture of Veer Savarkar, the other group demanded the installation of a picture of Tipu Sultan. Protests soon broke out in the middle of a street and security was heightened in the area. What started off as an argument over a banner soon turned into a volatile situation, with the police resorting to lathi charge to control the crowd.
It is a Veer Savarkar versus Tipu Sultan face-off which has been ongoing, with the opposition mainly led by the Congress, JDS, etc. questioning the BJP on their claims over Veer Savarkar, and the government in Karnataka, the BJP of course, has been questioning Tipu Sultan's legacy.
One person was also stabbed on the same day, but the police is yet to draw a link between the two incidents. Security has been heightened across the district and prohibitory orders were clamped on the city after the stabbing incident.
There is a incident of attack that was reported, an incident of attack which the police is probing to see if Prem Singh, the alleged victim in this particular case, who was stabbed, who's alive but who was stabbed, they're trying to see if the attack on him is related to the Veer Savarkar incident.
The Home Minister of Karnataka also visited the stabbing victim in Shivamoga to take stock of the situation. The situation remains tense in Shivamoga, and the Chief Minister has assured all steps have been taken to maintain peace in the district.
There is Section 144 imposed in the district of Shivamoga, which, by the way, has been tense in the last few months after the hijab face-off, and also after Harsha, an activist belonging to a right-wing group, was killed a few days after the hijab controversy took place. Republic TV is live from Shivamoga, and we will keep you updated on every development on Tuesday.
Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Amid simmering tensions and the imposition of Section 144, Vadra Kong continues to play politics. In a bizarre remark, Vadra Kong has now linked Shivamoga with Kashmir, even as the administration is trying hard on ground to maintain law and order. This is the breaking that we have at this moment. Now, Vadra Congress questions Section 144 imposition in Shivamoga in Karnataka. Now, amid tensions, Vadra Kong is playing politics. It is linking Shivamoga with Kashmir with the fact that Section 144 was imposed. An attempt on ground to maintain law and order. Vadra and Kong questioned the 144 imposition and also compared it to Kashmir. Let's listen in to what we have regarding this.
Again, 144 section imposed in Shivamoga. So, Home Minister of Karnataka belongs to Shivamoga. So, is this answer for every violences of 144 section? Is this the way you treating the people of Shivamoga? Today, the 75th Indian independence, entire nation is celebrating, except Shivamoga. It is a shameful to the state government, BJP government. Every shop is closed, hotel is closed, bus stand, everywhere it is closed. People wants to go out to celebrate of the Indian independence of the 75th year. But Shivamoga, it has become a Kashmir. Can you understand, Mr. Bommai? Can you understand, Mr. Home Minister? What you people wants to do for the Shivamoga? The violence, why the violences took place? And who's the behind? Some government officials also is behind this for the violence. The RC, he went to ask for the Maulana Abul Kalam the picture in the corporation program, that is actually. He has all the rights to ask the pictures of that. Because state government already given the advertisement to the Maulana Abul Kalam. So when these things are happening, and you taking in a one-way direction and impose 144 section, is this the way that you people are treating of the Shivamoga people? It is a shameful to the BJP people. Shivamoga, for the outsiders, it is a very beautiful city. It is a very beautiful city. We call it in Kannada as a Mannadu. Now, these people are created, this is a violence Nadu. It is a shameful to the BJP.
Now, Congress leader Yogesh talking about the particular incident, stating and linking the Section 144 to Kashmir. Now, they are trying to play politics about the same. Now, Vadra Kong did react on it after simmering tensions broke out yesterday on the occasion of Independence Day. And now the leader has reacted on the same by linking the Shivamoga fact in Karnataka that is Section 144 in the city. On more on this, I'm joined in by Piyush Mishra. Piyush, we do understand the reaction coming in, but what other details can you gather regarding the story?
Well, if you talk about the details, what we are now given to understand is that the local police is now investigating the entire matter. 3 people have been arrested, and the person who was stabbed, he is being treated by the hospital authorities. Last night we also got the pictures of Karnataka's Home Minister going and visiting the person who was stabbed. If you talk about this entire incident, remember that it kicked off soon after the posters of Veer Savarkar were placed at Amir Ahmed Circle in Shimoga. After that, a group tried to remove that poster and replace it with that of Tipu Sultan. After that, we saw how clashes broke out, and in that particular clash, we also saw how one person was stabbed. Fortunately, he did not lose his life, though the state government is saying that it will take strict actions against the perpetrators. All the people are being questioned. 3 people, in fact, have also been arrested, and further investigations in this case is going on. If you talk about this entire situation, remember that it started simmering soon after the BJP government had given an ad where the photograph of Jawaharlal Nehru was removed, and the picture of Veer Savarkar was put in the BJP government's advertisement on Har Ghar Tiranga. After that, Congress started questioning as to why it was removed, and we also saw how people were started objecting to that. So here in Shimoga is the very place. Earlier also we have seen clashes taking place. Remember that Harsha was killed here itself. There were tensions. Those were simmering here after the hijab controversy also took place. So looking at the entire situation, the police has now imposed section 144, and there is a ban on large gatherings for the next 3 days. Police is also telling us that they will investigate the case thoroughly, and they will not let the situation to go out of control. If we talk about the current situation, the situation is now under absolute control. The person who was stabbed is being treated there in the local hospital. The state government is keeping a close watch on all the developments, and Karnataka's Home Minister himself is here. In fact, top officers have been directed to ensure that no law and order situation takes place in the district.
Well, thank you, Piyush, for joining us with all those details live from Shimoga. We will continue to track this story in terms of what would take place further. But moving on to some other news now, 4 unidentified persons hacked TRS leader Tammineni Krishnaiah to death on Monday, minutes after hoisting the national flag in Telangana, and the authorities have imposed Section 144 in the area.
There have been a series of killings in Telangana, and the recent murder that has come to light now is of a TRS activist. His name is Tammineni Krishnaiah, and this TRS activist was stabbed to death in his district of Khammam. Now what we are hearing is that there may have been a political motive. In fact, the victim was returning home after a flag hoisting ceremony. There is a suspicion that there could be political parties or political activists involved in the murder. Some reports suggesting it may have been a left or a CPM worker whose involvement is coming to the fore, and there was pelting, attacks on that suspected leader's house as well. Here's what we know so far on the story from Khammam in Telangana.
Telangana Rashtra Samiti leader Tammineni Krishnaiah was brutally hacked to death in broad daylight minutes after hoisting the national flag in Telangana's Khammam district. As per reports, the deceased's brother Koteshwar Rao faces allegations for his brother's murder. The Khammam police rushed to the spot and shifted the dead body of the leader for post-mortem. Meanwhile, a case has been registered in the local police station and all angles will be probed. If sources are to be believed, the assailants attacked the TRS leader while he was travelling in his two-wheeler. Krishnaiah was stabbed indiscriminately with axes and knives as he died on the spot later. The attackers cut both of his wrists and left him in a pool of blood at the side of the road. Just a few days earlier, Krishnaiah had quit the CPM and switched to TRS, and in return, the CPM leaders barged into Tammineni Koteshwar Rao's residence and violently vandalized his house. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Moving on, after Arvind Kejriwal, Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao has now hit out at the centre for allegedly diluting the nation's federal spirit and running down welfare schemes of states by terming them freebies. Here's the full report.
Previously, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal triggered a mega political fight over freebies with this comment.
अगर सरकारें जनता को फ्री में सुविधाएं देगी तो सरकारें कंगाल हो जाएंगी, देश के लिए बहुत आफत पैदा हो जाएगी। इन सारी फ्री की सुविधाओं को बंद किया जाए। इससे एक मन में शक पैदा होता है कि क्या केंद्र सरकार की आर्थिक हालत बहुत ज़्यादा कहीं खराब तो नहीं हो गई है।
Kejriwal's defense of freebies came just a week after the Prime Minister called out the culture of subsidies.
आंकड़े बताते हैं कि बिजली कंपनियां बिजली तो पर्याप्त पैदा कर रही है, लेकिन फिर भी उनके पास जरूरी फंड नहीं है और ज्यादातर ये कंपनियां सरकारों की हैं।
And now KCR has waded into the debate by saying it is an insult to welfare schemes if they are termed as freebies. In Bihar, Tejasvi Yadav had this to say about BJP's stand on freebies. The fact is, unmitigated freebies are not a relief. They can spike inflation, increase the fiscal burden, and trouble the Aam Aadmi. Freebie politics is the biggest debate of the season. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Here's the other top stories that we're tracking at this moment. Terrorists hurled a grenade on one individual at Budgam in Gopalapura that injured one Kumar. The terrorist outfit TRF, the LET's offshoot, claims responsibility for the attack. A police personnel sustained minor injuries after terrorists hurled a grenade at a police control room in Srinagar. The constable, Shabir Ahmad, has been shifted to the hospital for treatment. Section 144 has been imposed in Shivamoga and Karnataka after an altercation between two groups led to one being stabbed, with the incident carried out over posters of Veer Savarkar and Tipu Sultan. The scuffle broke out near a national flag installed at the Amir Ahmed Circle in the city, with the altercation leading to a lathi charge by the police. A strong man from Bihar, Anand Mohan, recently stayed at a government circuit house in Kagaria. The father of an RJD MLA accused of killing a district magistrate in Gopalganj also had photographs of his surfaced, where he was seen meeting his family as he was on his way back to the Saharsa jail after being produced at a court in Patna. At least 31 MLAs are expected to take oath as ministers in the new Bihar cabinet, with the oath-taking ceremony scheduled to take place at 11:30 in the morning in Patna. The new government is to have at least 11 MLAs from JDU, 16 from RJD, 2 from the Congress and 2 independent MLAs. Tensions reportedly arose within the Congress in Bihar as the workers opposed being allotted cabinets considered disrespectable. Members of the party stated they wished to be a part of the alliance but not join the cabinet. The BJP's core committee is scheduled to meet today to deliberate on the MLAs that will lead the party as it takes up the position of the opposition in the state. The meet is also expected to be attended by BJP National Secretary JP Nadda. At least 3 people were trapped and later rescued due to flash floods from Uj River near Kathua in Jammu and Kashmir, leading to a rescue operation carried out by the Indian Air Force. 2 helicopters were deployed to conduct the search operation. Tamineni Krishnan, a leader of the TRS, was hacked to death in broad daylight minutes after he hoisted the national flag in Telangana's Khammam. The murder led to followers of the leader ransacking the residence of Krishnan's brother, Tamineni Koteshwar Rao, a CPM leader considered responsible for Krishnan's death. A young man threw a bomb in the middle of the crowd near the police station in the village of Bargod in Indore. 1 person was killed in the attack while 15 people were injured as a flag ceremony was to be held in the area, where a local drinking with a few others hurled a bomb that was in his possession. Moving on, a man has been arrested after he made calls to Reliance Hospital threatening to kill Reliance Industries chairman Mukesh Ambani and his family.
Shortly after the Reliance Foundation lodged a complaint with the police over threat calls to industrialist Mukesh Ambani and his family. A 56-year-old jeweler was arrested on Monday afternoon who had earlier called at the landline number of Reliance Hospital in Mumbai, threatening to kill the industry's chairman Mukesh Ambani and his family. The accused, Vishnu Vidu Bhomik, was arrested from suburban Dahisar at around 1:30 p.m, almost 3 hours after he made the threat call.
हमने आपको ऑलरेडी बता दिया 10:30 बजे सुबह कॉल आई थी रिलायंस फाउंडेशन हॉस्पिटल में। आगे की प्रक्रिया आप लोगों को लिस्ट करें। सर कोई डिटेन कोई अरेस्टिंग एक आदमी को डिटेन किया है सर।
Bhomik had made 9 calls at around 10:30 a.m. and besides the death threats, he was also hurling abuses. As per the preliminary investigation, Bhomik is a repeat offender who had made similar calls in the past. As per sources, police are now quizzing Bhomik to know the motive behind making the calls. In fact, an official said that police are yet to ascertain whether Bhomik was mentally unstable or otherwise. Last February, an SUV laden with explosives was found near Mukesh Ambani's residence, Antilia. Later, some people, including the then police officer Sachin Vaze, were arrested in the case. Meanwhile, a case has been registered against Bhomik for criminal intimidation in the latest threat case. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's historic address to the nation from the ramparts of the Red Fort on India's completion of 75 years of independence saw him clearly earmark 2 challenges: corruption and dynastic politics, that he believes need to be tackled for the aspiring youth to get opportunities they merit. Weighing in on the clear statement of intent made by the PM, senior advocate and Rajya Sabha MP Mahesh Jethmalani said he felt the Prime Minister wanted to go after what he felt were the main ills facing this country, and he implied he wants to root them out. Here's an excerpt of that interview.
What does it mean in the run-up to 2024?
Well, the
overall speech, not just the point on corruption, the overall speech.
Well, he's basically taken on the opposition, right? Because the opposition has chosen to take a path of confrontation on what, in most normal democracies, the case would be that the persons who are accused prima facie, and courts have vetted it prima facie, they would normally step down. In most democratic countries, they would be asked to step down from power.
True.
You remember the one big case which the BJP faced, was the Jain Hawala case.
Yes.
And Lal Kishan Advani, who was an accused in that person, said that until I am discharged or acquitted, I will not hold any office, party or government. And he was true to his word. Till he was finally discharged in the Jain Hawala case, he didn't do it. That should be the stand of all these people.
But it won't.
It won't be. It won't be because, look, see, that's why it's so tied in with the second aspect which the Prime Minister was so firm and vehement about today. And that is dynasty. Most of these parties, and you know, it's almost ingrained into dynasties that you are going to be corrupt. Because dynasties don't thrive on mass basis to such an extent, right? They have a limited mass base. Either a caste one or religious one or a sectarian one in one sense or the other. They don't, I mean, most of them are regionally based. There are very few, except for the Congress, which is fast becoming non-existent, if not a region. I mean, it may be partly regional now, but it's becoming almost non-existent. But most of them have a narrow base. So to expand, they need to resort to looting the state coffers. They need the powers of patronage of the state. They need to keep their followers happy. And when they're out of power, you see, the maximum amount of defections takes place in those parties. You will rarely hear of a case where defections affect the BJP. The curse of this country, and it extends from Kanyakumari, from Kashmir, where the Abdullahs and Mehbooba are dynasts, to the east, where Abhishek Banerjee is the nominated successor, right? To the west, where you have the Pawars and the Thakres, right? And to the south, where you have, Jagan Reddy and others. So This is a national, most of the parties are dynastic. You look at it, there are very few. The CPM, yes, was an ideological party.
Aam Aadmi Party.
Aam Aadmi there are notable exceptions. TRS is a non-dynastic party. But by and large, and most of the ones rooted in corruption, most of them, are the dynastic parties. And it is part of the DNA. It is almost part of an inherent aspect of being a dynastic party that you are going to indulge in corruption. I mean, you just look at it empirically and you will find the statistics. Whether it's Mamta just now of course, right now we've got, it's Partha Mukherjee, but,
Anubrata.
Yeah, it's over here, it is, Sanjay Raut, etc. But these are all close, trusted cronies of the top leaders. So it's only a matter of time before things get to the top leadership. So far as the Congress is concerned, the biggest dynastic party in this country, it is basically the first, what used to be the first family of this country, the Nehru, Gandhi, Vadra dynasty, right? And they're now caught directly. I mean, if there was any doubt about Sonia Gandhi's involvement with Kutrochi in the Bofors scam, if there was any doubt, right? In National Herald, there is no doubt.
Absolutely no doubt. They've been unable to pass on the blame to even one of their family retainers.
Yeah, they can't. I mean, they're trying. They put it on to Motilal Nehru. They put it on to, not Motilal Nehru, Motilal Vora, right? Who is, of course,
but there's nothing to prove a signature.
Yeah. But they've all put their signature, so they're saying Motilal Vora made us do all this. That's the kind of defense they are reduced to. Who will believe that?
On the other side, massive row erupts as murder convict Anand Mohan becomes government guest in the Mahagathbandhan administration. Cowardly terror attack in Srinagar. Terrorists hurled grenade at a police control room in Kashmir. Area cordoned off.
The Amity BBA has been ranked India's #1 BBA in the recently released Times of India B-School 2022 rankings, a testimony to Amity BBA's globally benchmarked standards in education.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. And let me wish you all watching wherever you are across the country, across the world, a very, very happy Independence Day. What a momentous day it has been, ladies and gentlemen. And what a momentous speech this morning. The Prime Minister's speech today was a clear expression of his belief that India is heading to be a developed country, a developed economy. Nobody listening to the speech can come away with any other takeaway. This was a Prime Minister speaking with total personal conviction, determined to set the course towards a Viksit Rashtra, a developed nation. But there was also another clear message, heartening for some, ominous for others, which I couldn't miss between all his detailing of the road to 2047. And that is his determination to take up with intensity his fight against corruption. Viewers, for someone like me, who has for 12 years and more since the CWG scam in 2010, staked hope and staked effort to expose the scams, it was heartening to hear what the Prime Minister had to say when he said, I will intensify the war on corruption. Fantastic. That he will take on those who have looted India and who, even on their way to jail for corruption, think that creating a political noise will change their destiny. People like Karti Chidambaram and Rahul Gandhi. People like Anil Deshmukh, Sonia Gandhi and Nawab Malik. People convicted of or facing serious allegations of corruption. They should see the writing on the wall. They can demonstrate all they like, but there will be nothing saving them from the prosecution and the legal process. And by the way, every reasonable Indian hoping to see India as a Viksit Rashtra, a developed nation, will stand with the Prime Minister and against the corrupt. Nobody backs the corrupt. Nobody backed Nawab Malik, nobody backed Sanjay Raut, nobody backed Anil Deshmukh, nobody backed Rana Kapoor, and nobody will back Sonia and Rahul in the 2,000+ crore AJL scam. Convicting the corrupt is a key agenda item on the road to making India a developed nation, a Viksit Rashtra. It's an agenda that we can all be part of by raising the awareness about the corrupt and creating activism in every way against the corrupt.
Top headlines at 8:30 after a mega change of guard. Bihar cabinet expansion likely today. 31 MLAs set to take oath as ministers. Massive row erupts as murder convict Anand Mohan becomes government guest in the Mahagathbandhan administration. Tensions simmer in Karnataka. Section 144 imposed after clashes break out over Tipu Sultan versus Veer Savarkar's posters. Violent clashes erupt in Shivamoga, but Vadra Congress plays politics, questions imposition of over Section 144. Shocking murder case in Telangana. TRS leader hacked to death in broad daylight days after quitting as CPIM. Chief Minister KCR wades into freebie row, says touting welfare schemes as freebies is insult. Thanks for tuning in this Tuesday morning. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Straight away starting with breaking news coming in from Karnataka. And latest update coming in with respect to the Shivamoga stabbing incident, where we understand that 2 people have been arrested in this case. Remember, Section 144 continues to remain clamped in Shivamoga as we speak. 2 arrests have also been made in connection with this incident that came to light. Violent clashes, remember, that broke out over Savarkar's banner that were earlier put up. There were clashes that happened over the banners of Tipu and Savarkar, where the group attempted to remove Savarkar's banner. Latest update that is coming in, that 2 accused have been arrested in connection with these violent clashes that broke out in Shivamoga. As you can see, security, in fact, in the visuals that we'll just put out, security has also been heightened in the area. There is heavy police deployment as tensions continue to simmer in Shivamoga. 2 arrests have been made. The visuals on your screens as well of the arrested accused who's been taken into custody for the violent clashes that broke out. Section 144, as I just mentioned, remains clamped in Shivamoga after these clashes that broke out, in which one youth was also stabbed in these violent clashes that broke out. We understand that the condition of the youth is stable as of now, but in fact, 2 accused have been arrested in connection with this case. We also have Piyush joining us. Piyush, if you could give us more details. We understand 2 arrests have been made. Give us more details that you're learning.
Well, actually, what we are now given to understand is that 2 people have now been arrested by the Shivamoga police. You remember that Section 144 is in place, and there's a ban and gathering of large people, and that is why, looking at that, the police is now requesting people to stay inside their houses. But they are also given to understand is that the investigation in this case is underway. 2 people have been arrested. More people are now on the radar. The person who was stabbed is now stable. He is being treated in a local hospital in Shivamoga. Late last night, Home Minister of Karnataka, he held a meeting with the victim person, and he also tried to ascertain his condition. In fact, he also spoke to the parents of the victim, and the state government has assured that strict action will be taken against the perpetrators, and top authorities are now there on the ground to ensure that no law notification takes place in Shivamoga district.
Yes. Piyush, if you could once again put this into context for us. We understand there were clashes that broke out between 2 groups on August 15th, and this was with regard to a poster war that erupted in the area.
Absolutely. Yes, at Ahmed Chauraha, there in of Tipu Sultan was already, the poster of Veer Savarkar was already fixed. A group tried to remove that poster and they tried to remove it, replace it with that of Tipu Sultan, following which the clashes broke out. Authorities rushed to the spot and instead of a poster of any leader, they installed in fact a national flag there to control the situation. So right now, as we are speaking, the situation is absolutely under control. Section 144 is in place. Soon after the poster war took place, a person was stabbed who was immediately rushed to the hospital. His condition is now stable. Though the authorities are telling us that they will, leave no stone unturned to investigate the entire case. Few people have also been arrested. We'll have to wait and watch how the investigation further proceeds.
Piyush, just a last question before we let you go. We understand political reactions as well coming in. A very shocking statement indeed coming in from the Congress where the Congress Neta has likened the situation in Shivamoga to that in Kashmir, saying that Shivamoga is becoming Kashmir.
Well, absolutely. The Congress spokesperson has come out and he has compared the situation in Shimoga with that of Kashmir, and he's asking as to why the government has failed on all the fronts. In fact, if we talk about the Shimoga district, remember that the Harsha murder case was reported from the same district. The massive controversy had taken place, a law and order situation had taken place during the hijab tensions also in the entire state. And now once again the situation has erupted on which now the Congress has slammed the state government. If we talk about the entire situation, it started on the very day when the BJP government had released an advertisement on Har Ghar Tiranga where it had omitted the picture of Jawaharlal Nehru with Veer Savarkar. At that time, the Congress had opposed this and had demanded answers from the government, and we also saw as to how the poster war began soon after that. And in Shimoga, because of the poster war, one person has been stabbed. Now the police is saying that they are investigating the case thoroughly and they are trying to catch more and more people in this very case. Section 144 is in place and there's a ban on large gatherings in the district.
Yes. So Piyush there, thank you so much. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. That's the latest what we are learning. So 2 arrests that have been made in connection with this case that's been reported while the condition of the person who was stabbed is said to be stable. Tanveer Ahmed of the JDU is joining us. Sir, if I can get your quick response to the situation that is unraveling in Shivamoga. As we speak, we understand the situation remains tense. There were clashes that broke out, 2 arrests have been made. But what do you have to say with regard to this clashes that emerged in the first place where one youth was stabbed in broad daylight?
Absolutely disheartening. This is absolutely not what Karnataka we have seen and not Karnataka what we want to see. Here some miscreants, when there was a poster of Tipu Sultan, it was put and they started tearing it and taking books on rampage. And same thing really followed. Exactly why this is happening is because the people who are bringing 2 versions of history are, rather than explaining the importance of the characters, they are using for their political benefits. BJP and Congress are absolutely squarely to be blamed for this. Because here in Karnataka, BJP and the Chief Minister is absolutely failing. The only way they think they can come back to power is by creating disharmony and divisive politics. And this is absolutely an horrible thing. The Home Minister definitely should resign because he has been totally incapable of handling law and order situation here in Karnataka.
Also, sir, just a follow-up question. You've alleged a BJP hand in this. If I can ask you, what does BJP have to do with this incident that has happened in Shivamoga?
Well, you need to really understand the communal flare and the flame was absolutely lit by BJP. What happened in Mangaluru? What happened here in Bengaluru when people who tore Tipu Sultan's posters, if at all if they were booked and the law would have taken its own course, I don't think this would have. It is all cascading effect because SDPA is absolutely active, PFI is active, and Bajrang Dal is active. All these people definitely benefit whenever there is problem in the society. Who is at the helm of affairs? I think it is BJP is at the helm of affairs. Where is the intelligence? Where is the Home Minister? What is the police doing? And a lot of questions would definitely be asked the party which is ruling rather than blaming the opposition.
But sir, several questions still remain unanswered, and before anything is proven, it's wrong to even say that there could be a BJP hand in it, whereas in several communal incidents that have come to light, we've seen how the PFI and the SDPI role has also come under lens. We'll talk more about that, but just a follow-up question on what you just mentioned. There have been shocking remarks that have been made by the Congress where they've likened the situation in Shivamogga to that of Kashmir. If I can get your response. All right, we seem to have lost that connection with Tanveer Ahmed of the JDS, politics that has now ensued over the clashes that broke out in Shivamogga. Tensions remain high. 2 arrests have been made. Meanwhile, the youth who was stabbed, his condition is said to be stable. Moving on to a big story, then it's a big Republic TV exclusive. 31 MLAs will take oath as ministers in Bihar cabinet today. At 11:30 a.m., Republic has accessed the full ministerial berth of the Mahagathbandhan in Bihar.
A week after being sworn in as the Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister, Nitish, Kumar and Tejashwi Yadav are all set to expand the Bihar cabinet today with all eyes on who will get key portfolios. In a super exclusive, Republic TV has learnt that alliance partner RJD is eyeing a bigger share in the pie and will be given 16 ministerial berths in the Bihar cabinet. These are Tej Pratap Yadav, Alok Mehta, Anita Devi, Surendra Yadav, Chandrasekhar, Lalit Yadav, Bhai Virendra, Ramanand Yadav, Sudhakar Singh, Sarabjit Kumar, Surendra Ram, Atul Shaheen, Shah Nawaz, Bharat Bhushan Mandal, Kartik Singh and Samir Mahaseth. In the JDU list, Nitish Kumar has included Vijay Chaudhary, Vijendra Yadav, Ashok Chaudhary, Sheila Mandal, Shravan Kumar, Sanjay Jha, Leshi Singh, Zama Khan, Jayant Raj, Madan Saini and Sunil Kumar in the cabinet. While other allies like the Congress is being given 2 ministerial berths, HAM will be given 1 berth and so will an independent MLA, Santosh Suman, who will likely be included in the Bihar cabinet. It has been learnt that left parties have however declined to be part of the new cabinet. Severing ties with the NDA, on August 9, Nitish Kumar joined hands with the RJD, Congress and left parties to form the government in Bihar. Nitish Kumar submitted his resignation to the governor and staked claim to form the new government with support of 164 MLAs. This is Nitish Kumar's 8th term as Chief Minister, while Tejashwi Yadav is Deputy Chief Minister for the 2nd time. As the ministers are all set to take oath of office this morning, all eyes will be on allocation of portfolios and performance of the new Bihar government. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
So big scoop with Republic with regard to the Bihar cabinet expansion. What we understand is that 31 MLAs will be sworn in today, and we are also getting to know that Tejasvi is likely to keep the road department as well as the urban and health department. More details are just coming in that the RJD will get 16 portfolios. We have Prakash also joining us to give those exclusive details. Prakash, if you could give us details of the big portfolios that are likely to be given to the RJD leaders.
So 31 ministers are taking oath today, 16 from the RJD, 11 from the JDU, 2 from the Congress, 1 from SPM, and 1 independent. And the 2 portfolios which are likely to go to RJD are road department to Tejasvi and health department also to Tejasvi, agriculture to Sudhakar Singh of RJD, finance ministry to Vijay Chaudhary of JDU. It's subtracting between finance ministry and education ministry. Education was earlier, education goes to RJD and probably close confidant of Tejasvi Yadav, Alok Mehta would be giving that. Take Pratap Yadav, who earlier held the health department in the first Mahagathbandhan government, was insisting for help. Now he's likely to be omitted from the health department, and he may get audit and environment. Maybe State Pratap may not be very happy with this decision, and once the department is allocated late in the evening, then he may create some tension for the RJD, as he is known to be creating problems for the family, Lalu family. So these are the key departments, and Nitish Kumar likely to hold the important portfolio of home as well as personnel. So 11:30 a.m. this morning.
Prakash, a follow-up question. If you could talk to us more about the berths, if any, that will be allotted to the allies, the HAM and the Congress.
Congress is likely to get ministerial departments like revenue planning. HAM will get one more department where SC welfare and minor education was held earlier, but in the present scenario, in minor education department from HAM go to some of the ministers of the JDU, because together RJD and JDU have enough numbers. On a notional basis, they will be given some department. As far as the independent and the system is concerned, the independent Sumit Singh is likely to get science and technology. So these are the key departments, and the swearing in is to start at 11:30 a.m. this morning.
So, Prakash, also for the benefit of our viewers who are just tuning in, if you could give us more details on who are the JDU probables for the key portfolios.
The JDU is retaining all its 11 ministers who were in the earlier BJP-JDU government, and Vijay Chaudhary, who gets finance and commercial. Yadav gets energy department, which he's been holding for quite some time. Ashok Chaudhary gets building construction. Then Sanjay Shah gets water resources, and the other ministers as well, Madan Sani, Leslie Singh, Sunil Kumar gets registration and excise, Sila Mandal gets transport. So all the departments held by them in the earlier ministry will be retained as a part of the policy, so that there is no rumblings within the JDU. And no new ministers are being made this time. Upendra Kushwaha is in Delhi. There were sources say that he was not very happy because he wanted some key designation in the government, like Deputy Chief Minister, and he did not want to become a minister.
All right, Prakash, thank you so much. We'll keep coming back to you. So, Prakash, they're getting us the biggest leads on the Bihar cabinet expansion, which is all set to take place at 11:30 a.m. today. And moving on then, in fact, news from Bihar itself, where a massive controversy has erupted in the state after the images of former Bihar MLA convicted for murder went viral. We'll play out that report in just a bit, but staying on with respect to the situation that is unfolding in Bihar, where the full cabinet portfolio list is with Republic. We understand that 31 MLAs will be sworn in today, and the RJD probables include Tej Pratap Yadav, Alok Mehta, Anita Devi, Surendra Yadav, Chandrasekhar, Lalit Yadav, among others. So the key portfolios that will be given to the RJD MLAs. In fact, the JDU probables include Vijay Chaudhary, Vijendra Yadav, Ashok Chaudhary as well. Slipping into a very short break, don't go anywhere. We'll get you all the latest updates from Bihar on the other side.
The Amity BBA has been ranked India's #1 BBA in the recently released Times of India B School 2022 rankings, a testimony to Amity BBA's globally benchmarked standards in education.
The coming of the age of electricity has completely changed our way of life. Electric power is the open sesame to a more pleasant and prosperous life for every one of you. has revolutionized major industries throughout the world. Village and small-scale industries now follow suit. And now India is becoming electrically minded.
We want to give a message again to the West. It must be a message of love.
At the stroke of the midnight hour, when the world sleeps, India will awake to life and freedom.
India had been dragged into the war without consulting its people. The Congress passed the Quit India resolution. Gandhiji advised, forget the differences between Hindus and Muslims and think of yourselves as Indians. Every one of you should from this moment consider yourself to be a free man or woman. He asked the people to do or die, either make India free or die in the attempt.
भारत माता की जय घोष के नारे हैं, सुर के तराने हैं.
Showing you the pictures from the historic Lal Chowk, where a man coming from Ahmedabad, Gujarat, holding a tricolor. We see the secularism on ground.
Today you can see that there is a flag hoisting happening here. In the past 75 years, in any of the Independence Day or be it the Republic Day, there has not been any flag hoisting taking place here.
पूरी जगह को तिरंगे की लाइटिंग से पूरा तैयार किया गया है. देश के अलग-अलग कोनों से लोग यहाँ पहुँचे हुए हैं.
I'm at Nadabit and this is
Welcome back and in more news from Bihar, where a massive controversy has erupted after the images of former Bihar MLA convicted for murder went viral, where he's seen meeting his family in a government circuit house while being transferred to a prison in Patna. 6 police officers, we understand, have been suspended, but the government has so far remained silent on the matter.
Just days after the Mahagathbandhan government checked in, a fresh controversy has hit the Bihar administration. On the 11th of August, controversial politician Anand Mohan, lodged in Saharsa jail for the murder of an IAS officer, was being shifted to a Patna jail to appear in a court case. However, when he arrived in Patna, this is where he ended up. Images have surfaced of arrested murder convict Anand Mohan, flanked on either side by wife Lovely Anand and son Chetan Anand at a government guest house in Patna. As we dug deeper, we found that the rooms were booked under the name of the murder convict's son Chetan Anand, an MLA from the RJD. Serving a life sentence for the murder of IAS officer G. Krishnaiah, the VVIP treatment for the murder convict has raised some serious questions on the role of the Bihar police. Republic Media Network confronted the top cop of the Bihar police, but he refuses to answer our questions. The VVIP treatment for the murder convict has kick-started a political slugfest in the state.
अभी तो शपथ ग्रहण भी बाकी मंत्रियों को नहीं हुआ है, तो ये दिखला रहा है कि किस दिशा में बिहार जाएगा. और आनंद मोहन जैसी दर्जनों घटनाएं बिहार के अंदर होंगी. राजद के विधायक के पिता हैं, किसकी हिम्मत है कि उनको कोई रोक सके, और सरकारी सुरक्षा में अपने घर पर जाते जबकि उनको नियमित जेल में जाना चाहिए.
But watch how the Deputy Chief Minister Tejasvi Yadav evaded the question when asked on the VVIP treatment for Anand Mohan.
उन्होंने कहा है गांधी मैदान से कि 10 लाख नौकरियां दी जाएंगी और इसको बाद में आगे बढ़ा के 20 लाख भी किया जाएगा. इतना बड़ा मुद्दा जो असल मुद्दा है, आप लोग उस पे क्यों नहीं बहस करते हैं भाई?
Meanwhile, the JDU maintains the government has taken the necessary action since the incident took place.
जो ही मीडिया के द्वारा सूचना मिली, पुलिस मुख्यालय ने अविलंब संज्ञान लिया और संबद्ध लोगों पर, जो भी उसके जिम्मेवार लोग थे, उस पर कार्रवाई सुनिश्चित की गई. कोई बचाने वाला तो नहीं मिला. तो यह महत्वपूर्ण विषय और माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय के निर्देश के आलोक में
The VVIP treatment for a convict days after the Mahagathbandhan came to power is a harsh reminder of the jungle raj of the past. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Slipping into a very short break, lots lined up for you on the other side. Shocking murder case in Telangana where TRS leader hacked to death in broad daylight days after quitting the CPIM. And KCR wades into freebie row, says touting welfare schemes as freebies is an insult.
भारत माता की जयघोष के नारे हैं, सुर के तराने हैं.
Showing you the pictures from the historic Lal Chowk where a man coming from Ahmedabad, Gujarat holding a tricolor. We see the secularism on ground.
Today you can see that there is a flag hoisting happening here. In the past 75 years, in any of the Independence Day or be it the Republic Day, there has not been any flag hoisting taken place here.
पूरी जगह को तिरंगे की लाइटिंग से पूरा तैयार किया गया है. देश के अलग-अलग कोनों से लोग यहाँ पहुँचे हुए हैं.
I'm at Nada Bit and this is just next to Indo-Pak border. The flag is hoisted and the people out here are so excited.
Very proud moment for all Indians.
We breathe the air of freedom.
Tiranga mission a total success.
You can see a colorful performance is still on.
We are part of the Tiranga Yatra that started from the Dal Gate.
The place where I am, the flag is hoisted.
The people that are reporting in here, all of them trying to remember kind of incident that had taken place here in 1919.
It is really a proud feeling to stand in front of this cellular jail.
हिंदुस्तान की औरतें वो मर्द तय कर चुके थे, ये जो आग सूझी है अब हम इसमें झुलस जाएंगे, मगर हम आज़ादी लेकर ही हटेंगे. और गांधी जी ने भी ये कहा, डू और डाई.
हम जिंदा रहेंगे या तो मरेंगे, कोई बात नहीं है, आखिर में हमारी कामयाबी होगी. हिंदुस्तान आजाद होगा. जय हिंद, जय हिंद, जय हिंद, जय हिंद.
विश्व के हर कोने में कि हमारा तिरंगा आन बान शान के साथ लहरा रहा है. जय हिंद, भारत माता की.
The coming of the age of electricity has completely changed our way of life. Electric power is
Welcome back. Now, in a dramatic rescue operations, the IAF saved lives of 7 people who were trapped in flash floods in the Uj River in the Kathua district of J&K on Monday.
In a dramatic rescue operation, the IAF saved the lives of 7 people who were trapped in flash floods in river in Kathua district of Jammu and Kashmir yesterday. Watch how 2 choppers were deployed to rescue 7 people trapped in flash floods in Uj River in Jammu and Kashmir's Kathua district. No sooner did they get the information of people getting trapped in flash floods, the Army and District Administration launched a mega rescue operation. Averting a major tragedy, the administration called for 2 IAF helicopters to rescue the trapped people. While the Indian Air Force personnel rescued 7 who were trapped, the animals were washed away in the flash floods.
2 helicopters of the Indian Air Force, they were pushed in the relief and rescue operation and they rescued 7 people safely from that area. Important to mention that the weather forecast for the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir is heavy to heavy rainfall in the coming 7 days, and keeping in view an alert has been issued. Even the people in the low-lying areas, they have been asked not to venture near the banks of the rivers, but this incident came when these people have gone inside the river and suddenly flash floods came as heavy water was released from the upper reaches. With Sir Kumar, Gursimran Singh for Republic Media Network.
As violent clashes erupt in Shivamoga, Vadra Congress plays politics again, questions imposition of Section 144.
हिंदुस्तान की औरतें वो मर्द तय कर चुके थे, ये जो आग सूझी है अब हम इसमें झुलस जाएंगे, मगर हम आज़ादी लेकर ही हटेंगे। और गांधी जी ने भी ये कहा, डू और डाई।
हम जिंदा रहेंगे या तो मरेंगे, कोई बात नहीं है, आखिर में हमारी कामयाबी होगी। हिंदुस्तान आजाद। जय हिंद, जय हिंद, जय हिंद, जय हिंद।
विश्व के हर कोने में ये हमारा तिरंगा आन बान शान के साथ लहरा रहा है। जय हिंद, भारत माता की।
The coming of the age of electricity has completely changed our way of life. Electric power is the open sesame to a more pleasant and prosperous life for every one of you. Power has revolutionized major industries throughout the world. Village and small-scale industries now follow suit. And now India is becoming electrically minded.
We want to give a message, appeal to the West. It must be a message of love.
At the stroke of the midnight hour, when the world sleeps, India will awake to life and freedom.
India had been dragged into the war without consulting its people. The Congress passed the Quit India resolution. Gandhiji advised, forget the differences between Hindus and Muslims and think of yourselves as Indians. Every one of you should from this moment consider yourself to be a free man or woman. He asked the people to do or die, either make India free or die in the attempt.
भारत माता की जयघोष के नारे हैं, सुर के तराने हैं।
Showing you the pictures from the historic Lal Chowk, where a man coming from Ahmedabad, Gujarat, holding a tricolor. We see the secularism on ground.
Today you can see that there is a flag hoisting happening here. In the past 75 years, in any of the Independence Day or be it the Republic Day, there has not been any flag hoisting taken place here.
पूरी जगह को तिरंगे की लाइटिंग से पूरा तैयार किया गया है। देश के अलग अलग
Top headlines at 9 a.m. after a mega change of guard. Bihar cabinet expansion likely today. 31 MLAs set to take oath as ministers. Massive row erupts as murder convict Anand Mohan becomes government guest in the Mahagathbandhan administration. Tension simmered in Karnataka. Section 144 imposed, 2 arrested after violent clashes. Violent clashes erupt in Shivamoga, but Vadra Congress plays politics, questions imposition of Section 144. Shocking murder case in Telangana. TRS leader hacked to death in broad daylight days after quitting the CPIM. Chief Minister KCR wades into freebie row, says touting welfare schemes as freebies is an insult. Thanks for tuning in this Tuesday morning. We are live and breaking, and I'm Samiksha Srivastava. A lot lined up for you in this edition of our broadcast. Straight away starting with breaking news coming in. And it's a mega exclusive as Republic has got you the biggest lead This is with regard to the Bihar cabinet expansion that is all set to take place. So the full list of the cabinet expansion that is with Republic, the expansion of the cabinet that is all set to take place at 11:30 a.m. today. The full list that has been accessed. In fact, the key ministries that have been allotted, Nitish Kumar, we are told, will be allotted the home and personal. Tejasvi Yadav, the deputy chief minister, will be allotted the road and health department. Vijay Chaudhary, the finance department. Vijender Yadav, the energy department. We have Prakash getting us the biggest leads from Bihar. Prakash, if you could take us through the full list of the key portfolios that will be allocated today.
For our Hindi viewers also, मैं हिंदी में बोल रहा हूँ। ये देखिए जो मंत्रिमंडल का विस्तार है ये आज 11:30 बजे होना है और करीब 31 मंत्री जो है शपथ ग्रहण करेंगे, जिसमें कि 16 मंत्री आरजेडी कोटे से, 11 जो पहले जेडीयू में थे वो, और उसके बाद 2 कांग्रेस के, 1 हिंदुस्तानी अवाम मोर्चा के और 1 निर्दलीय सुमित सिंह। जो महत्वपूर्ण विभाग है होम और पर्सनल जो है नीतीश कुमार के पास रहेगा, तेजस्वी यादव के पास पथ और हेल्थ, और विजय चौधरी के पास फाइनेंस जा रहा है, वो अदला बदली किया गया है, शिक्षा विभाग आरजेडी को जा रहा है। और हमारे साथ एक महत्वपूर्ण मंत्री हैं जिन्हें कॉल आया, अशोक चौधरी, जो पूर्व में भी बिल्डिंग कंस्ट्रक्शन मिनिस्टर थे, इस बार भी संभावना है बिल्डिंग कंस्ट्रक्शन मिनिस्टर बनेंगे। अशोक जी, पहले तो आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई कि आपको नीतीश कुमार ने फ़ोन किया शपथ ग्रहण के लिए। 11:30 बजे शपथ है। नीतीश जी ने आपको फ़ोन करके क्या कहा, और जो माहौल बना है बीजेपी से छोड़ने का, उसका क्या असर पड़ेगा देश की राजनीति?
देखिए, देश की राजनीति पर तो सबसे पहले कि थैंक यू वेरी मच, बहुत बहुत आपको धन्यवाद। आपके व्यूअर्स को भी हम धन्यवाद देते हैं दैट आई एम गोइंग टू बिकम द 5th टाइम आई एम गोइंग टू बिकम द मिनिस्टर इन बिहार गवर्नमेंट। और जहाँ तक नेशनल प्रॉस्पेक्ट्स का सवाल है तो निश्चित रूप से नीतीश जी का जो चेहरा है, जो नीतीश जी की क्रेडिबिलिटी है और काम करने का जो उनकी स्वच्छ छवि है और जो ईमानदार व्यक्तित्व है, उसका फ़ायदा मिलेगा। और नीतीश जी ने भी कहा है कि हम पूरे प्रदेश देश में जो ऑपोजिशन के लीडर्स हैं, जितने भी बड़े बड़े ऑपोजिशन के लीडर्स हैं, सब लोगों ने इस निर्णय के बाद नीतीश जी को फ़ोन किया था, तो वो दिल्ली भी जाएंगे, दिल्ली जाकर के लोगों से बात भी करेंगे, स्वयं भी सबके यहाँ जाएंगे और एक यूनाइटेड ऑपोजिशन का एफर्ट करेंगे एज ए कि सबको हम लोग मिल करके एक यूनाइटेड ऑपोजिशन बन करके और हम लोग ये लड़ाई लड़ें। और कांग्रेस के लीडरों से भी बात होगी और हम समझते हैं कि दैट एफर्ट विल वर्क आउट समहाउ। दैट एफर्ट।
बीजेपी के साथ दिक्कत क्या हो गई? आप लोग का एक बना बनाया अलायंस था और ये आरजेडी के बारे में बोलते हैं कि अनहोली अलायंस है, वो एक बना बनाया था 20 साल पुराना। क्या प्रॉब्लम है? संवाद की कमी हुई नरेंद्र मोदी और अमित शाह से?
नहीं, देखिए, नीतीश कुमार हैज़ बीन विथ वाजपेयी जी गवर्नमेंट और वाजपेयी जी की सरकार के साथ रहे और उसके बाद एक गठबंधन बना जिसमें माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी नीतीश कुमार जी बिहार में मुख्यमंत्री बने एनडीए के अलायंस में। द वर्किंग स्टाइल ऑफ मोदी एंड आडवाणी duo was a different kind of alliance where Nitish ji were very comfortable and they used to treat him like a own party। और भाजपा से और भाजपा के जो अलायंस पार्टनर्स थे उनके साथ बड़ा कोहेसिव एटमॉस्फेयर था और यहाँ पर आने के बाद he realized that cohesiveness is not there and that निर्णय जो भी होते थे उनसे सिर्फ इनको अवगत कराया जाता था। he never been discussed with that। और अर्लियर जो भी बड़े निर्णय होते थे उसमें नीतीश जी को भी इनकॉर्पोरेट किया जाता था, उनके व्यूज़ को भी इनकॉर्पोरेट किया जाता था। Not that कि Nitish ji was always against the BJP's decision and he used to pressurize the BJP to have his own decision कि हमारे डिसीजंस को ही इनकॉर्पोरेट किया जाए, बट देयर वाज अ कोहेसिव एटमॉस्फेयर और उसमें होता था। मगर यहाँ पर वन साइडेड डिसीजंस होते थे और इनको सिर्फ कम्युनिकेट किया जाता था और बाद में यहाँ पे जो लोग आए उन लोगों ने भी किसी तरह से, जिस तरह से 43 आने के बाद ये मुख्यमंत्री बनना नहीं चाहते थे, फिर मुख्यमंत्री बनाने के लिए इनको दबाव दिया गया, रिक्वेस्ट किया गया कि आप ही बनिए मुख्यमंत्री। फिर जब ये मुख्यमंत्री बने तो जिस तरह का माहौल प्रेशर यहाँ पर लोगों ने क्रिएट करना शुरू किया जिसमें ही बिकम्स वेरी
अनकंफर्टेबल। तो क्या आपको लगता है कि आरजेडी के साथ कंफर्टेबल रहेंगे? क्योंकि आरजेडी के जंगल राज के खिलाफ आवाज बुलंद करके ही नीतीश कुमार सरकार में आए थे।
नहीं, दैट इज ट्रू दैट कि उस समय का देखिए हर एक स्टेज में थिंग्स चेंज. नाउ देयर इज अ एरा ऑफ तेजस्वी यादव, और तेजस्वी यादव इज यंग, प्रोग्रेसिव हैं, कास्ट बैरियर से ऊपर हट कर करके ये पॉलिटिक्स कर रहे हैं, दूसरे कास्ट के लोगों को भी इनकॉर्पोरेट कर रहे हैं. तो ऐसी परिस्थिति में वी फील व्हाट मेरा पर्सनल अपना एक व्यू है कि तेजस्वी विल आल्सो लुक फॉरवर्ड दैट आई विल परफॉर्म, if I have to become a chief minister in future, then if I have to perform, then people will accept me as a chief.
सवाल ये है कि कास्ट सेंसस आप लोग का बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा है, जातीय जनगणना इनफैक्ट. तो क्या जातीय जनगणना के इर्द गिर्द बहाने आप मंडल पार्ट 2 रिविजिट करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं और हिंदुत्व को तोड़ने की कोशिश होगी पूरे देश में?
देखिए, दिस इज नॉट दैट कि जातीय जनगणना इज मंडल पार्ट 2. आई टोटली डिसएग्री विद दिस दैट इट इज गोइंग टू बी अ मंडल पार्ट 2. ये तो सभी जाति के लोगों के लिए हो रहा है. इट इज़ नॉट दैट कि ओनली जातीय जनगणना जो हमारा कास्ट सेंसस हो रहा है, दिस इज कास्ट सेंसस. दिस इज नॉट अ बैकवर्ड कास्ट सेंसस, दिस इज अ जनरल कास्ट सेंसस. और इसमें तो सभी जातियों के लिए एक बड़ा मुद्दा था कि अपर कास्ट के जो लोग हमारे हैं हमारे प्रदेश में, उनका कहना था कि भाई हम अपर कास्ट के हैं बट हमारी जो आर्थिक स्थिति है वो हमारी अच्छी नहीं.
नीतीश कुमार क्या प्रधानमंत्री पद के उम्मीदवारी के तौर पर देश के ऑपोजिशन के लीडर से अब मिलना शुरू करेंगे? अब माहौल बनेगा देश में मोदी के खिलाफ?
बिल्कुल माहौल बनेगा और नीतीश जी विल वर्क आउट टू यूनाइट द ऑपोजिशन. ही विल ट्राई हिज बेस्ट टू यूनाइट द ऑपोजिशन, और नीतीश जी विल नॉट लीव एनी स्टोन अनटच्ड to unite and fight with.
पहले जितने प्रयोग हुए हैं सब असफल हुए हैं अशोक जी.
नहीं, might be, but now the things are changed.
में 77 में 89 में 96 में यूनाइटेड ऑपोजिशन हैज मिजरेबली फेल्ड और क्रम्बल कर गया.
That is true. I agree with you. But it is not that trying for that is and doing an effort for that, because now we have to understand that if we can't unite ourselves, then we are not going to fight.
पार्टी तो माने, कांग्रेस पार्टी तो राहुल गांधी को मानती है नेता, नीतीश कुमार को क्यों मानेगी? बड़ी पार्टी है.
No. I'm not saying that Nitish ji said that. Nitish ji has publicly in press conference said that he is not a Pradhan Mantri umidwar. He is not a Prime Minister candidate. He said openly he will try to have an opposition, united opposition, and try to help out how to this Modi government.
मोदी से इतना गुस्सा क्यों है भाई?
नहीं, मोदी से गुस्सा क्यों है इसका कारण तो आई थिंक कि नीतीश जी विल एक्सप्लेन यू इन व्हेन यू आर गोइंग टू टेक एन इंटरव्यू विथ हिम, देन ही विल एक्सप्लेन यू व्हाई. बट ये गुस्सा का बात नहीं है. बात है कि भाई जिस तरह से हिस्ट्री को चेंज किया जा रहा है, जिस तरह से तिरंगा के ऊपर इन लोगों का आ रहा है कि हर घर तिरंगा, एंड व्हाट इज द हिस्ट्री ऑफ तिरंगा? They never, Hindutva has never accepted तिरंगा. They wanted भगवा to be the national flag. तो बहुत सी चीज़ें हैं जिन सब चीज़ों को लेकर के, और यहाँ पर नीतीश जी ने हमेशा हिंदू और मुसलमान, चाहे सिख हो जैनी हो, सबको साथ लेकर के चले, और यहाँ पर जो भी हमारे इस तरह के जो भी जगह है उनको डेवलप करने की.
लेकिन भ्रष्टाचार भी तो बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा है. भ्रष्टाचार देश में, भ्रष्टाचार, परिवारवाद, तेजस्वी यादव और लालू यादव के बारे में कौन नहीं जानता है? तेजस्वी यादव तो चार्जशीटेड हैं अभी, लालू यादव कन्विक्ट हैं. भ्रष्टाचार तो बड़ा मुद्दा है ना अशोक जी?
नहीं, भ्रष्टाचार बड़ा मुद्दा है तो भाई आपने अभी तक चार्जशीट भी क्यों नहीं किया?
All right, so all eyes will be on the Bihar cabinet expansion that will take place at 11:30 a.m. today. Prakash Thai getting us the biggest leads, and also the big lead that we have, that Nitish Kumar, the Chief Minister of Bihar, is likely to get the Home and Personnel Department. The Deputy Chief Minister, meanwhile, Tejasvi Yadav, is all set to get the Road and Health Department. Well, moving on to more news then. In the big story, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's historic address to the nation from the ramparts of the Red Fort on India's completion of 75 years of independence saw him clearly earmark two challenges: corruption and dynastic politics, that he believes need to be tackled for the aspiring youth to get the opportunities they merit. Weighing in on the clear statement of intent made by the Prime Minister, senior advocate and Rajya Sabha MP Mahesh Jethmalani said that he felt that the Prime Minister wanted to go after what he felt were the main ills facing this country, and that he implied he wants to root them out as well. Here's an excerpt of that exclusive conversation.
At a time when political parties have been trying to politicize the whole issue on corruption. He actually said, I'm going to go to the people and I need your support because we said we are at a critical stage in the fight against corruption. What was he indicating?
Well, I think the critical stage is that having filed all these cases, unearthed the scams, had them investigated, the cases have now been brought to charge sheet stage, assets have been attached and sold towards liabilities. So I think the critical stage really is the trials are going to begin and the voices of those who are accused are going to get louder. They're going to divert from the issue of their guilt. Right? They're going to say this is political. Right? He wants the people to be wary of the various stratagems which the accused people in this country, all powerful, are going to resort to. They're going to try and derail their trials. And he's called on the country to be wary of this and to support his drive against corruption. Because so far, very few of the really, really powerful people who have been behind most of the scams and continue to do this to take an example from Bofors, who continue to do this, have got away, and therefore, having got away, they mock the law and repeat their offenses.
So because, there have been, you're a lawyer, because there haven't been complete prosecutions or detailed prosecutions leading on to convictions, there has been a sense that in the last 7 years, 8 years almost now, there's been a growing complacency about corruption, and there's almost been a feeling among several people and political parties, particularly the Congress and not others as well, that these matters will not come to fruition. Today's speech and the way in which he spoke about fighting corruption, getting people involved in fighting corruption, would perhaps shake that complacency?
Yes, because I think the Prime Minister is now hell-bent that there's no point just talking about corruption unless you send some of the biggest offenders to jail and send them fast. Their crimes are old. Some of them date back to 2008 and 2009.
Yeah, further back also.
Yeah, or even further back. So, the Prime Minister now seems to be intent that, listen, we can't have empty talk about corruption to prove it, right? Now, prima facie, you have a case, charge sheets have been filed. But we have to now sound the death knell of those people who are claiming to be falsely implicated. And that is convict them.
And he said Mahima Mandan, he said jo log jail ja chuke hain, and later he said also jo log jail jaane wale hain. He said that inka Mahima Mandan ho raha hai. They are being praised to the skies and they are being defended. He was challenging the ethics of doing that.
Of course, I mean, look, you have the only forum where your guilt or innocence can be proved is in a court of law.
Yeah.
It is perhaps because the evidence is so strong against all these powerful accused collected by the various investigating agencies. They've had to resort to outside court tactics like violent demonstrations, protests about the innocence of their leaders. So that's what the Prime Minister has sought the support of this country, not to get deflected. The drive against corruption is well underway and it needs to reach its final destination untrammeled.
When I was watching that, I thought it's a very deliberate statement. Do you think the Prime Minister it wouldn't be just a mention? I mean, when a Prime Minister makes a statement like this and he makes it from the ramparts of the Red Fort, wouldn't every sentence, every word have been thought out by him in his mind? The implications of it, especially when there are so many people waiting to see political overtones in the fight against corruption. He's obviously given it some thought to spend that couple of paragraphs on it.
Adam, I have no doubt that the Prime Minister has put a lot of thinking behind this present speech. It is his agenda for the remainder of this term. And I think that you will see that there will be a lot of fruition to what he's saying.
So, Rajya Sabha MP Mahesh Jetmalani there speaking exclusively to Republic, sharing his insights on the speech of Prime Minister, saying that how the Prime Minister intends to wipe out corruption from its roots. And let's move on to a quick roundup of all that's making news from across the country. A memorial service was held at the National Capital to pay homage to former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee on the occasion of the 4th death anniversary at the National Capital. The ceremony was undertaken at the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Samadhi in the National Capital. The teacher accused of beating a Dalit minor that led to his death was arrested and charged with murder under sections including the SC/ST Prevention of Atrocities Act. The incident also led to a Congress MLA from Paran Parachand Meghwal from resigning from his post in the Rajasthan Assembly. Two TRS leaders were seen firing rounds in the air at a birthday party in Ranga Reddy in Telangana. The news comes days after TRS Minister Srinivas Gaud was also seen firing shots in the air in the state. The police eventually conducted raids at the farmhouse where they seized two guns that were used by the leaders. Multiple civil society organizations under the banner of the Samyukt Rojgar Andolan Samiti are expected to conduct a Tiranga March in the national capital on 16th of August over demands for a national policy on employment by the centre. The body of Lance Naik Chandrasekhar who went missing in Siachen in 1984 was recently found, was taken to Almora in Uttarakhand for his last rites to be conducted. Haldwani's sub-collector, meanwhile, who arrived at Harbola's house, said that his last rites would be performed with full military honours. A wreath-laying ceremony was held to pay homage to Constable Sarfaraz Ahmed after he was martyred during anti-terror encounter in Srinagar area of Noahata. The ceremony was attended by senior officers of police and paramilitary forces, civil administration and relatives of martyrs in paying rich tributes to him. Athletes who took part in the 22nd Commonwealth Games are to be hosted by Haryana Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar at his residence today. The official statement mentioned that the felicitation ceremony organized as the athletes raised the stature of the flag once again at the Games. Telangana Chief Minister KCR commented on freebies debate, hitting out at the BJP for calling welfare schemes freebies. The Chief Minister went on to broaden his attack at the centre, stating that it was hurting federal values, weakening states financially and centralising powers as well. Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot is scheduled to visit Gujarat for 3 days and meet leaders of the state. The visit is scheduled ahead of the state polls that are set to take place in the state later this year. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal is scheduled to visit Kutch in Gujarat as part of a campaign for Gujarat polls in the state. Well, moving on to breaking news coming in, this one from the national capital where a brutal murder has come to light, and this is the murder of mother-in-law and the daughter-in-law that has been reported from the national capital. We are told that the incident took place in northeast Delhi where an older woman and her daughter-in-law were brutally killed by unidentified assailants with sharp-edged weapons. In fact, both sons had gone out when the incident happened, and when they returned home, they found the bodies of the daughter-in-law as well as the mother-in-law. After that, the police was immediately called at the spot. We'll go across to Anuj to give us more details. But shocking details that are just coming to light, that are just coming in with respect to this murder that has been reported from the national capital, where the mother-in-law and her daughter-in-law were shot dead. In fact, they were murdered, beg your pardon, using sharp-edged weapons. We have Anuj reporting live from New Delhi. Anuj, if you could give us details of this shocking incident coming to light from Delhi.
Something what we have been told, this incident happened in the northeast part of the national capital, and let me tell you that the duo was at home. The mother-in-law and the daughter-in-law was at home.
And the daughter-in-law was at home, and what I've been told that the two son was not at home, and the intentions, if we talk about the investigation which has been done till now by the Delhi police is something which can said to be the robbery, but at this point in time the investigation is going on. Mother-in-law and the daughter-in-law they were alone at the residence, and let me remind you that they were at their residence in the northeast area of the national capital when this incident was reported, and later this was the police which was called in when both the son came back to the residence and they saw that both have been murdered, and the weapon which has been used was a sharply edged weapon, what we have been told. The servants is being questioned at this point in time, but till now nothing has came out. The investigation is on, what we have been told, and this happened in the northeast area of the national capital, northeast area of the New Delhi, what we have been told, and at this point in time the investigation is going on, but the reason of the murder is still unknown. But what is expected and what is being stated through the sources, if we talk about the preliminary inquiry or if we talk about the investigation, then yes, it is being stated that this may be the motive of robbery, but we have to wait and watch what exactly will be the statement of Delhi police officially when it is going to come out. But at this point in time, the investigation is going on, and this brutal incident has been repeated, has been reported from the northeast area of the national capital.
Yes. So Anuj, like you're telling us that the police is suspecting a case of robbery there. Anything you're learning with regard to the valuables that seem to be missing from this particular residence where this happened to corroborate this theory that there could be a case of robbery in this murder case?
Well, at this point in time, this would be a bit early to mention if anything has been found missing, because at this point in time what we have been told, the investigation is going on and the police is looking into the angle, and they are looking into the CCTV footage is also what we have been told, and they are trying to get an understanding what exactly would have happened. They are inquiring at this point in time, the questioning is going on with the servants also. So at this point in time when we are reporting, till now nothing has been reported as if something is missing. But this is something which has been stated through the sources that this may be the motive of robbery, but police at this point in time is investigating the matter, that what exactly would have happened. Was it kind of a revenge, or was it any fighting, or it was the motive of robbery itself? Because the people were aware of the fact, whosoever has done it, let me tell you, was aware of the fact that the two lady was alone at the residence. So this is something which is a part of investigation, what we are waiting at this point in time to come out officially. The Delhi police will be coming out officially to make it more clear what exactly would have happened.
Yes. Well, Anuj, thank you for the moment. We'll keep coming back to you as you track all the latest on that. So twin murder that has been reported from the national capital. Anuj getting us all those details. And a quick roundup of all that's making news from across the globe. US State Department spokesman condemned the Iranian government for blaming Rushdie for the attack. This comes after an Iranian government official denied Tehran's involvement in the attack on author Salman Rushdie. The reaction by the spokesman of Iran's foreign ministry comes days after Rushdie's attack in New York event. The writer has now been taken off the ventilator and is now recuperating.
Are a number of priorities, a number of enduring commitments we have to the people of Afghanistan. At the top of that list is to use every tool that we have appropriate to see to it that the Taliban lives up to the commitments that it has made publicly, that it has made privately, but most importantly, the commitments that the Taliban has made to its own people, to all of the Afghan people.
3 children have been accused in beating and robbing of a 70-year-old Asian woman who was attacked last month inside her San Francisco apartment building. The attack comes amid a wave of assaults against Asian Americans in San Francisco and across the country, which started during the COVID pandemic in the US.
A 70-year-old female victim. The victim said she was standing in front of a building when she was approached by 4 juvenile suspects who began talking to her. Due to a language barrier, the victim did not know what the suspects were saying. When the victim turned to enter the lobby of the building, the suspects followed her, physically attacked her, stole her property, and fled the scene. The victim was transported to a local hospital, and thank goodness her injuries were non-life-threatening. Our robbery unit led the investigation and developed information that identified suspects in the robbery as 18-year-old Oakland resident Daryl Moore and 3 juvenile suspects ages 11, 13, and 14. You heard me right, 11, 13, and 14, which is really, really sad.
Ukrainian President Zelensky accused Russia of nuclear blackmail and called for new sanctions to be imposed in response to the threat. Further, Zelensky warned that the presence of Russian forces around Europe's largest nuclear power plant threatens Europe and beyond.
Brutal murder reported in the national capital. Mother-in-law and the daughter-in-law was murdered at their residence. The police is investigating the matter. Keep watching Republic TV for non-stop rolling coverage. We'll be right back after a short break. Stay tuned.
The Amity BBA has been ranked India's #1 BBA in the recently released Times of India B-School 2022 rankings, a testimony to Amity BBA's globally benchmarked standards in education.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. And let me wish you all watching wherever you are across the country, across the world, a very, very happy Independence Day. What a momentous day it has been, ladies and gentlemen. And what a momentous speech this morning. The Prime Minister's speech today was a clear expression of his belief that India is heading to be a developed country, a developed economy. Nobody listening to the speech can come away with any other takeaway. This was a Prime Minister speaking with total personal conviction, determined to set the course towards a Viksit Rashtra, a developed nation. But there was also another clear message, heartening for some, ominous for others, which I couldn't miss between all his detailing of the road to 2047. And that is his determination to take up with intensity his fight against corruption. Viewers, for someone like me, who has for 12 years and more since the CWG scam in 2010 staked hope and staked effort to expose the scams, it was heartening to hear what the Prime Minister had to say when he said, I will intensify the war on corruption. Fantastic. That he will take on those who have looted India and who, even on their way to jail for corruption, think that creating a political noise will change their destiny. People like Karti Chidambaram and Rahul Gandhi. People like Anil Deshmukh, Sonia Gandhi and Nawab Malik. People convicted of or facing serious allegations of corruption. They should see the writing on the wall. They can demonstrate all they like, but there will be nothing saving them from the prosecution and the legal process. And by the way, every reasonable Indian hoping to see India as a Viksit Rashtra, a developed nation, will stand with the Prime Minister.
After a mega change of guard, Bihar cabinet to be expanded today. 31 ministers likely to be inducted into the cabinet. Massive row erupts as murder convict Anand Mohan becomes government guest in Mahagathbandhan administration. Tension simmer in Karnataka. Section 144 imposed to arrested after violent clashes. Several injured in Shivamogga clashes, but Vadra Congress plays politics, questions imposition of 144. Shocking murder case in Telangana. TRS leader hacked to death in broad daylight, days after quitting CPIM. Double murder reported in national capital. Daughter-in-law and mother-in-law murdered. Police suspect robbery. and welcome to the news at this hour. You're watching live and breaking on Republic. I'm Rukma, and in our top story, we bring you the biggest exclusive. 38 years later, the mortal remains of Jawan martyred in Operation Meghdoot found on Independence Day. Republic broke the story. The mortal remains of the martyr have been brought to his hometown, and the last rites will be conducted today. Here's a Shravan exclusive.
38 years after Lance Naik Chandrasekhar went missing on 29th April 1984 during Operation Meghdoot in Siachen Glacier, the mortal remains of the Siachen hero are said to be brought to his native residence in Haldwani after 38 years. A patrol team to Shankar Top observed remnants of Shekhar under the snow. The team, after removal of its panels, found mortal remains in the form of skeleton and broken bones. Thereafter, with all due respect, they were collected along with a weapon. Operation Meghdoot was a code name for the Indian Armed Forces operation to seize control of the Siachen Glacier in Kashmir. The operation preempted Pakistan's impending operation and was a success, resulting in Indian forces gaining control of the Siachen Glacier. The family is emotional upon receiving the information from the Indian Army. Shekhar's wife Shanti Devi said she couldn't believe it when she was told 38 years back through a telegram that her husband went missing and always thought he would be alive.
गए हैं करके पता ही नहीं था मुझे सियाचिन और ऑपरेशन मेघदूत में गए हैं करके ये मुझे पता नहीं था जब टेलीग्राम आया कि ऐसा ऐसा हो गया तभी मुझे पता चला उसके बाद की स्थितियां बस जंग लड़नी थी लड़ी मैंने बच्चों को माँ का प्यार पापा का प्यार दोनों दिया बच्चे पाले और क्या करती सारा समर्पण इनके पीछे रही मैं
Lance Naik Chandrasekhar's daughter Kavita tells us that she was 4 years old when her father courageously secured Siachen. She does not remember anything about him but is eagerly awaiting a final goodbye with full respect and honor to her father.
अब वापिस आएंगे यही ख्याल आता था मतलब ये नहीं पता था कि हमारा कि कभी पार्थिव शरीर आएगा हम सोचते थे कि मतलब वापिस आएंगे लौट के स्वस्थ फिर तो पता चल ही आया था बड़े होते गए कि पापा शहीद हो गए फिर नहीं पूछा कभी
Lance Naik Chandrasekhar's wife Shanti Devi also has said it is a proud feeling that her husband sacrificed his life to save the country and today's youth should also join army and make their families proud. India salutes the Siachen hero and all patrol team that continues to secure India in the harshest of conditions. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And our senior editor Shravan spoke with 14 Corps Lieutenant General Anindya Sengupta on Operation Meghdoot and the startling recovery that was made on Independence Day. Take a look.
They say Indian Army never leaves their own in a battlefield. What has transpired in the last 48 hours is a momentous occasion in the history of Indian Army when Lance Naik Chandrasekhar's mortal remains have been found. He was part of Operation Meghdoot. Talking about it is the 14 Corps Commander, Lieutenant General Anindya Sengupta. So thank you very much for speaking to Republic TV. Let me straight away begin by asking you this. This news of Lance Naik's mortal remains being found is certainly a momentous occasion and something that we've always spoken about with pride, that the fact that Indian Army never leaves their own in a battlefield, that's exactly what has been proven today. I want your opening thoughts on this momentous occasion.
Before I begin, I'll give you a slight background to the operation which took place on 13th August 22. That is a couple of days back. We had planned a patrol to a certain location on the actual ground position line, and while going there the patrol leader discovered certain crushed remain of a living shelter, and on further digging we found out that there were the remains of a skeleton there. We extracted the mortal remains after digging around with due respect On further search, we found the armband which every soldier wears on his arm, on his wrist, while he's going out for operations. Checking our archives and going through them in greater detail, we realized that these mortal remains were of Lance Naik Chandrasekhar of 19 Kumar, who had been subjected to an avalanche accident on 29th May 1984 while going out for an operation. Our troops have done a commendable job in locating and extricating these mortal remains at almost 19,000 feet, and presently we have extricated the mortal remains with all due respect to our base in Nubra Valley, and we are in touch with the next of kin in Haldwani, where they will be sent with full military honors. As always, we never leave our men behind, and we pray to the Almighty for giving all the peace to the soul to rest in peace, and we will provide also a closure to the family. Thank you.
And joining us now from Haldwani is our correspondent Harsha to tell us what's happening there. Harsha, it's a huge moment, not just for the entire nation, for the army, but also for Lance Naik Chandrasekhar's family. 38 years after they thought that he had been lost forever, his mortal remains finally return. We believe the last rites to be performed today.
Exactly, Rukma. Yesterday, wrestling ceremony happened in Pratap in Leh, where we saw Shavan sir was already there speaking to the brigadier. But today we are here in Haldwani, Uttarakhand, where all the preparations regarding the last rites are taking place of Lance Naik, martyr soldier Chandrasekhar. We are showing you the lanes exactly where the residence of martyr Lance Naik Chandrasekhar is. And for such a difficult and crucial military acts in which Lance Naik Chandrasekhar participated, the Operation Meghdoot, which took place in which Operation Meghdoot preempted Pakistan's Operation Ababil, and these are the entire lanes of the Haldwani, Uttarakhand, where the last rites of Lance Naik Chandrasekhar will take place. Body is already on its way. The mortal remains will reach the residence at around 1 p.m. as we are told by the 19th Kumar Regiment unit. The unit who was already in Ranikhet now, which used to be earlier in Haldwani, is now in Ranikhet. And this is the lane exactly, Rukma, which I am showing you. Yesterday we had word with wife Shanti Devi and daughter Kavita and Babita. Both were extremely shocked. Wife didn't expect that after 38 years she would get such news that the mortal remains of her husband has been found in Siachen, because 38 years before she got news through Indian Army that husband is missing and he has martyred in Siachen. Such a crucial military act. But now 38 years later, when she got a call, it was utterly it was completely shock for wife Shanti Devi. These are the visuals we are showing you, because all the veterans of Indian Army, the people from 19 Kumar Regiment are already reaching the residence of Lance Naik Chandrasekhar. 3 brothers have come from the village Hathikund and 2 daughters are already here. Wife Shanti Devi lives there. These are the visuals which we are showing you. Our video journalist Surinder Shah is showing you the visuals, because last rites will take place here and army will be giving reclaim ceremony, and the guard of honor will be given to Lance Naik martyr soldier Chandrasekhar. So these are the visuals we are showing you from Haldwani, Uttarakhand, from outside the residence of martyr soldier Lance Naik Chandrasekhar. And these are exactly the place. Yesterday we were here and wife was crying, sobbing, because she clearly stated that 38 years has been the years full of difficulties. That time she got a telegram in which it was stated that husband is missing, and when Indian Army called day before yesterday, they asked the batch number, they asked all the details about the mother, father, wife and everything, and then they told us through message that your husband mortal remains has been found after 38 years. You can clearly see the visuals from here outside the residence. So Rukma, I'm right now here giving you all the update because after 30 years, the wait of the wife is over. She will finally experience a peace after 38 years. In all these 38 years, though before 38 years, when they got the news that the husband is missing in Siachen Glacier, he smarted. But then also, wife was expecting that husband could come anytime. While talking, she was crying, she was sobbing. She told us that she was expecting that whenever her husband will come, might be he would be alive because there were 5 people who are missing. Might be he would have gone to some other place not known in the Indian Army. But when she got to know that the mortal remains have been found, she was utterly sobbing and saying that finally we are getting a closure and finally we'll experience a peace and we will bid a goodbye to my husband with so much proud and so much valor because he has shown the valor and strength for the country. I am a proud wife. Though I am very sad that I've lost my husband, that I'm a proud wife, and I request all the youth of the nation to dedicate themselves towards the welfare and well-being and sacrifice for the country because it's such a proud moment. Daughter Kavita clearly stated that I don't remember my father because at that time I was 4 years old. But clearly now when the mortal remain will come, I'll bid my father with a heavy heart to such a grave heart. I'll bid my father goodbye. But yet I am proud again that he sacrificed his life for the welfare of the country, fighting such a crucial battle, such an important operation Meghdut he was part of at that time because till date it is considered that capturing and defeating Pakistani army and entirely taking that 16,000 feet to 20,000 feet, India taking in its own control. It was such a difficult operation. At half night there were 19 people who were missing, an avalanche, 14 bodies were recovered, 5 were missing. The patrolling unit a few days before while patrolling found in bunker the mortal remains of Lance Naik Chandrasekhar through the army disc which Jawan had. They got to know that the mortal remain is of martyr soldier Lance Naik, and after that the family was informed. And now we can clearly see the 19 Kumar regiment will visit here, army veterans will be here, and in the presence of all of them the final rites of the martyr soldier Rukma will take place. Back to you.
Well, so Harsha there martyred 38 years ago, Lance Naik Chandrasekhar, to be laid to rest today with proper military honours. His mortal remains discovered on Independence Day by the army, and they are being brought, as Harsha correspondent is telling us. Harsha, when exactly is the ceremony expected to begin? You were telling us about the kind of preparations that are there. You're outside the home of Lance Naik Chandrasekhar. So tell us more, what are the family members saying about the kind of preparations? Because we have the military wreath laying ceremony and then we have, well, the traditional ceremony perhaps. Is that the plan?
Exactly, Rukma. The mortal remain will reach here between 11 to 12 o'clock, and when the mortal remain will reach to the residence, according to the Pahadi ritual, first the family, according to their own Pahadi ritual, will conduct the last rite, and then from here the mortal remain will be taken to the cremation ground where army will be giving the guard of honor to martyr soldier Lance Naik Chandrasekhar. And as you told, what will be the preparations? These are all the veterans and the people of neighborhood and everyone who have visited and known the family since long. Let me ask them, sir, आज क्या होने वाला है, कितने बजे? तो अगर आपके पहाड़ी रिचुअल के हिसाब से किस तरह से आखिरी विदाई आप लोग देने वाले हैं जवान को?
तो अभी तो 11 बजे तक कह रहे हैं आने के लिए यहाँ पे, फिर यहाँ पर थोड़ा उसका सल्यूट वगैरह देंगे यहाँ पे, फिर उसके बाद बॉडी यहाँ चले जाएंगे रानीबाग।
सर, इतने 38 साल बाद लांस नायक का पार्थिव शरीर मिलना, जब आप लोग को भी खबर मिली, कल आप भी आए थे पत्नी शांति देवी से मिलने, आप लोग को सबसे पहले क्या ख्याल आया? 38 साल बाद पार्थिव शरीर आ रहा है, आखिरकार आप लोग एक विदाई दे पाएंगे एक जवान को, वीर सपूत को इस शहर के?
बिल्कुल देंगे, इसीलिए इकट्ठे हुए हैं, कहाँ से, दिल्ली कहाँ से आए हुए सब आखिर विदाई के लिए।
So Rukma, these are the visuals from outside residence of Haldwani, and not the veterans and the retired officers from Haldwani or Nainital have come, but from different places as well. So we are showing you the last rites, final rites of martyr soldier Lance Naik Chandrasekhar. Stay tuned with us on Republic TV. We'll tell you the guard of honor and the reclaiming ceremony, and finally, with the grave heart, the people will be bidding goodbye to such a brave and honorable soldier. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after a short break.
Very proud moment for all Indians.
We breathe the air of freedom.
Tiranga mission a total success.
You can see a colorful performance is still on.
We are part of the Tiranga Yatra that started from the Dal Gate.
The place where I am, the flag is hoisted.
The people that are reporting in here, all of them trying to remember kind of incident that had taken place here in 1919.
It is really a proud feeling to stand in front of this cellular jail.
हिंदुस्तान की औरतें वो मर्द तय कर चुके थे, ये जो आग सुलझी है अब हम इसमें झुलस जाएंगे, मगर हम आज़ादी लेकर ही हटेंगे। और गांधी जी ने भी ये कहा, डू और डाई।
हम जिंदा रहेंगे या तो मरेंगे, कोई बात नहीं है, आखिर में हमारी कामयाबी होगी। हिंदुस्तान आज़ाद होगा। जय हिंद, जय हिंद, जय हिंद, जय हिंद।
विश्व के हर कोने में ये हमारा तिरंगा आन बान शान के साथ लहरा रहा। जय हिंद, भारत माता की।
The coming of the age of electricity has completely changed our way of life. Electric power is the open sesame to a more pleasant and prosperous life for every one of you. Power has revolutionized major industries throughout the world. Village and small-scale industries now follow suit. And now India is becoming electrically minded.
We want to give a message, appeal to the West. It must be a message of love.
At the stroke of the midnight hour, when the world sleeps, India will awake to life and freedom.
India had been dragged into the war without consulting its people. The Congress passed the Quit India resolution.
Is the 4th death anniversary of former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee, and as the nation paid homage, a memorial service was held at the national capital on his 4th death anniversary. The ceremony was undertaken at the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Samadhi in New Delhi. The teacher accused of beating a Dalit minor that led to his death has been charged with murder under various sections of the SC/ST Prevention of Atrocities Act. The incident also led to a Congress MLA from Panachand Meghwal from resigning from his post in the Rajasthan Assembly. Other top news stories. 2 TRS leaders seen firing rounds in the air at a birthday party in Rangareddy in Telangana. News comes days after TRS Minister Srinivas Gaur was also seen firing shots in the air in the state. Police eventually conducted raids at the farmhouse they were in and seized the 2 guns used by the leaders. Multiple civil society organizations under banner of Sanyukt Rojgar Andolan Samiti expected to conduct Tiranga March in Delhi on 16th of August over demands for a national policy on employment by the centre. Body of Lance Naik Chandrasekhar Harbol, who had gone missing in Siachen in 1984 and was recently found taken to Almora in Uttarakhand for last rites. Haldwani sub-collector and Tehsildar who arrived at Harbola's home said his last rites will be performed with military honours.
In action, and that is exact.
Wreath-laying ceremony held to pay homage to Constable Sarfaraz Ahmed after he was martyred during anti-terror encounter in Srinagar's Nauhata. Ceremony attended by senior officers of police and paramilitary forces, civil administration and relatives of martyrs in paying rich tributes to him. Athletes who participated in the 22nd Commonwealth Games to be hosted by Haryana Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar at his residence today. Official statement mentions felicitation ceremony as the athletes raised the stature of the flag once again at the Games.
Well, big lead is now coming in as far as investigation in Shimoga case is concerned. What we are now given to understand is that so far 4 people have now been arrested in this case. After this very short break, we will be getting more and more details as police continues to investigate the case, and Section 144 is in place in Shimoga district. Stay tuned for more updates.
The coming of the age of electricity has completely changed our way of life. Electric power is the open sesame to a more pleasant and prosperous life for every one of you. Power has revolutionized major industries throughout the world. Village and small-scale industries now follow suit. And now India is becoming electrically minded.
We want to give a message, appeal to the West. It must be a message of love.
At the stroke of the midnight hour, when the world sleeps, India will awake to life and freedom.
At least 3 people were trapped and later rescued due to flash floods from Uj River near Kathua in Jammu and Kashmir, leading to a rescue operation carried out by the Indian Air Force. 2 helicopters were deployed to conduct the search operation. Thamineni Krishnan, a leader of the TRS, was hacked to death in broad daylight minutes after he hoisted the national flag in Telangana's Khammam. The murder led to followers of the leader ransacking the residence of Krishnan's brother, Thamineni Koteshwar Rao, a CPM leader considered responsible for Krishnan's death. A young man threw a bomb in the middle of the crowd near the police station in the village of Bargod in Indore. 1 person was killed in the attack while 15 people were injured as a flag ceremony was to be held in the area where a local drinking with a few others hurled a bomb that was in his possession. Here's the other top stories that we're tracking at this moment. Terrorists hurled a grenade on one individual at Budgam in Gopalapura that injured one Karam Kumar. The terrorist outfit TRF, the LET's offshoot, claims responsibility for the attack. A police personnel sustained minor injuries after terrorists hurled a grenade at a police control room in Srinagar. The constable, Shabir Ahmed, has been shifted to the hospital for treatment. Section 144 has been imposed in Shivamogga and Karnataka after an altercation between 2 groups led to one being stabbed, with the incident carried out over posters of Veer Savarkar and Tipu Sultan.
You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic. Breaking news coming in now. BJP Rajya Sabha MP Harnath Singh Yadav has written to the Prime Minister. Harnath Singh has written to PM Modi urging him that the significance of August 14th Partition Horrors Remembrance Day should be taught to school students as part of their history curriculum. So, a day after Independence Day celebrations, we have BJP Rajya Sabha MP Harnath Singh Yadav writing to the Prime Minister urging that students should be taught the significance of August 14 Partition Horrors Remembrance Day. That it should be, Harnath Singh Yadav writes to the Prime Minister saying it should be included in the history curriculum of school students. We're hearing about a letter by Rajya Sabha MP Harnath Singh Yadav. He's a BJP MP writing to Prime Minister Modi, suggesting and urging, in fact, that the significance of August 14th Partition Horrors Remembrance Day should be included in the history curriculum.
What we are now given to understand is that in Shimoga incident, a PFI link is coming out. Now the police officers have confirmed to us that they will be investigating that also. After this very short break, we will be getting more details of this entire investigation in Shimoga incident. Stay tuned for more updates.
Let's move on to a quick roundup of all that's making news from across the country. A memorial service was held at the national capital to pay homage to former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee on the occasion of the 4th death anniversary at the national capital. The ceremony was undertaken at the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Samadhi in the national capital. The teacher accused of beating a Dalit minor that led to his death was arrested and charged with murder under sections including the SC/ST Prevention of Atrocities Act. The incident also led to a Congress MLA from Parachand Meghwal from resigning from his post in the Rajasthan Assembly. Two TRS leaders were seen firing rounds in the air at a birthday party in Ranga Reddy in Telangana. The news comes days after TRS Minister Srinivas Gaud was also seen firing shots in the air in the state. The police eventually conducted raids at the farmhouse where they seized 2 guns that were used by the leaders. At least 3 people were trapped and later rescued due to flash floods from Uj River near Kathua in Jammu and Kashmir, leading to a rescue operation carried out by the Indian Air Force. 2 helicopters were deployed to conduct the search operation. Tamineni Krishnan, a leader of the TRS, was hacked to death in broad daylight minutes after he hoisted the national flag in Telangana's Khammam. The murder led to followers of the leader ransacking the residence of Krishnan's brother, Tamineni Koteshwar Rao, a CPM leader considered responsible for Krishnan's death. A young man threw a bomb in the middle of the crowd near the police station in the village of Bargod in Indore. 1 person was killed in the attack while 15 people were injured as a flag ceremony was to be held in the area where a local drinking with a few others hurled a bomb that was in his possession. At least 31 MLAs are expected to take oath as ministers in the new Bihar cabinet, with the oath-taking ceremony scheduled to take place at 11:30 in the morning in Patna. The new government is to have at least 11 MLAs from JDU, 16 from RJD, 2 from the Congress and 2 independent MLAs. Tensions reportedly arose within the Congress in Bihar as the workers opposed being allotted cabinets considered disrespectable. Members of the party stated they wished to be a part of the alliance but not join the cabinet. The BJP's core committee is scheduled to meet today to deliberate on the MLAs that will lead the party as it takes up the position of the opposition. Top headlines at 10 a.m. after a mega change of guard. Bihar cabinet expansion today. 31 MLAs set to take oath as ministers. Tension simmer in Karnataka. Section 144 imposed. 4 arrested after violent clashes.
Several injured in Shivamoga clashes, but Vadra Congress plays politics, questions imposition of Section 144. Shocking murder case in Telangana, TRS leader hacked to death in broad daylight days after quitting CPIM. Nation pays tribute to Operation Meghdoot hero Lance Nayak Chandrasekhar. Thanks for tuning in this Tuesday morning. We are live and breaking, and I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Lots lined up for you in this edition of our broadcast. Straight away starting with a big story coming in from Bihar. Well, after a mega change of guard, all eyes are on the Bihar cabinet expansion that is set to take place at 11:30 a.m. today. We've also learned that Vijay Chaudhary of the JDU, who in fact will be joining us live, is what we understand. So tracking all the latest coming in with respect to the Bihar cabinet expansion.
वे बंदूक गोलियां निकल चुकी हैं विजय जी।
अब ये समझिए कि आज हम लोग 16 तारीख को बात कर रहे हैं, 9 तारीख को गठबंधन बदला है, 8 दिन लगभग 7-8 दिन बीत गए। आपको क्या ऐसी कार्रवाई कहाँ पूरे बिहार में दिखी? ये तो जेल से आ रहे थे, वो किसी कारण से कहीं जहाँ उनको नहीं जाना चाहिए था वहाँ वो चले गए, और चले गए तो जो लोग भी इसमें जिम्मेदार थे, जिनके कॉन्निवेंस से वो चले गए, उन पर कार्रवाई करके सरकार ने अपनी मंशा बता दी है कि चाहे वो कोई आदमी हो, गठबंधन से जुड़ा हो या कहीं को हो, अगर गैर कानूनी काम करता है तो उस पर सरकार कठोर कार्रवाई करेगी और किसी भी रूप में नहीं बख्शेगी। ये तो संदेश है।
चलिए, ड्राइविंग सीट पे भले ही आप हैं, लेकिन गियर और एस्केलेटर पे कंट्रोल तेजस्वी यादव का रहेगा। और सुशील मोदी ने आरोप लगाया आप लोगों पर कि आनंद मोहन का मसला एक ऐसा मसला है, ये ट्रेलर है, नीतीश जी मत्था टेकेंगे तेजस्वी के पास।
देखिए, ये सब तो सुशील मोदी जी कह रहे हैं तो हम इसको स्वाभाविक मानते हैं। आखिर बीजेपी सत्ता से बाहर हुई है तो उनके दिल में तो कुछ खटास भड़ास होगी, तो हम लोग तो भाजपा के लोगों से इससे बेहतर कुछ उम्मीद भी नहीं कर रहे हैं, ये तो उनको कहना ही है। लेकिन अगर आपके दिल में कोई ऐसी बात है तो आप बिल्कुल आश्वस्त रहिए, जो नीतीश कुमार के हाथ में जब स्टीयरिंग होता है तो क्लच, ब्रेक, एक्सेलरेटर सब पर उसी का कमांड होता है।
चलिए, और ये भाजपा से क्या कम्युनिकेशन गैप हो गया विजय जी, मतलब कि आपको क्या दिक्कतें हुई?
देखिए, अब सच पूछते हैं तो अब तो ये पुरानी बात हो गई, और जाहिर बात है कि कुछ तो कहीं समझदारी में कमी रही, और आप सब ने देखा है कि ये कोई आज की बात नहीं है। पिछले चुनाव के समय से ही जो हमारे पार्टी के द्वारा लगातार स्पष्ट किया गया है, कहीं न कहीं जदयू को महसूस हो रहा था कि हमें छोटा करने, हमें नीचा दिखाने की कोशिश हो रही है, और जब ये चीज़ें सिर के ऊपर से बहने लगी तो ये फैसला ले।
नीतीश कुमार का आखिरी सवाल, नीतीश कुमार का प्राइम मिनिस्टर का जो दावेदारी है वो देश भर में मजबूत होगा, क्या कांग्रेस पार्टी मानने के लिए तैयार होगी? आप तो पुराने कांग्रेसी हैं।
देखिए, अभी तो नीतीश कुमार जी के सामने आज मंत्रिपरिषद का विस्तार हो रहा है, ये करके इस नए गठबंधन में नई सरकार को विकास तेज गति से करने के रास्ते पे चलाना उनकी पहली जिम्मेदारी होगी, जो हम समझते हैं, और वो उसी में लगे हुए हैं। और बाकी फिर राष्ट्रीय राजनीति में जो कुछ बातें होंगी उसमें अभी से कुछ कहना, ये मेरे ख्याल से जल्दबाजी है। समय आने दीजिए, सब कुछ स्पष्ट हो जाएगा।
बीजेपी ने भले ही आरोप लगाया कि ये ट्रेलर है आनंद मोहन को लेकर, लेकिन जहां तक विजय चौधरी ने कहा कि सब पर कंट्रोल उनका है नीतीश कुमार का, ड्राइविंग सीट पर हैं, ब्रेक है, एक्सीलरेटर है, लेकिन इसमें गलतफहमी नहीं होनी चाहिए। एक्सीलरेटर और क्लच पर कंट्रोल तेजस्वी का होगा। बैक टू यू।
Yes, Prakash, stay with us. If you could talk to us more about whether the RJD is really happy, or is there a compromise formula that seems to have been reached when we talk about these key portfolios that will be divided today?
Well, as far as the education ministry is concerned, the key education ministry, it has gone to the RJD, and that's what Bijay Chaudhary, the minister concerned, expressed that the RJD had expressed that they wanted the education ministry, and he was the education ministry earlier in the previous government, and the education ministry has been with the JDU since 2005. So this swapping of ministry is being done. Bijay Chaudhary is likely to get the finance ministry because of his experience. He's been the Vidhan Sabha speaker as well as held important portfolios, and he's a seasoned minister and at the same time educated as well. So RJD doesn't have any experienced hand to handle finance, so he might get the finance ministry, and education being the biggest department in Bihar with the biggest financial outlay and budget as well. So Tejasvi may be eyeing that portfolio, keeping in mind the recruitment that he has announced during the elections. So most of the teachers would be recruited from the education ministry, and various other ministries have also been allocated. Most of the ministries are the same which were held earlier by the JDU, and the important portfolios for RJD would be road construction department and health with Tejasvi Yadav, forest and environment with Pratap Yadav, home and personnel as earlier will be held by Nitish Kumar, because there is no compromise on that, and other ministries would also be allocated to the different ministers later in the evening. Back to you.
All right, Prakash, thank you so much. We'll keep coming back to you. So Prakash, they're getting us all the biggest leads on the Bihar cabinet expansion that is all set to take place today. Well, on to a big story that we've been tracking, this one from Karnataka, where 4 accused have been arrested in relation to the clashes that broke out in Shivamogga. So after the violent clashes that broke out, in which one youth was also stabbed, we understand that 4 arrests have been made. In this connection, remember section 144 has also been imposed in Shivamogga as tensions continue to simmer in the area. Meanwhile, police security has also been stepped up. Latest what we understand is that 4 arrests have been made. We'll go across to Piyush as well, who's getting us all those live updates from Shivamogga, but we have a reaction bite as well coming in. In fact, the ADG responding to our questions on this incident that happened in Shivamogga. Let's listen in.
We are now joined with Kumar, ADG Law and Order. Sir, what is the current situation? How many people have...
Right now, situation is peaceful in Shivamogga. Everyone is on patrolling, including under the leadership of SP Shivamogga, Sri Lakshmi Prasad, and DIG Sri Tyagarajan. They are present here. And 144 section CRPC, that is in force, and we have prohibited pillion riders below the age of 40 years, male pillion rider, that they cannot ride till Thursday. And right now we are ensuring that there is no further incident. Already 4 persons were involved in this stabbing incident yesterday of Prem Singh, so they have been secured. So one person, Jabiullah, he has been secured after opening, taking some action against him, and now we are going to take them into police custody and question them whether they have got any ideological leanings, any organization is behind all the things, and who provoked them, or any conspiracy is involved in these things. So all these things, while they are in police custody, we are going to question.
What actually led to this incident, if you can tell us?
This flex issue was there. Flex issue was so due to flex issue there was tussle between the two communities, and due to that only this incident had taken place.
Have you been able to ascertain the role of any organization behind this?
We have to question. We have to question these 4 persons. Okay, we have to question 4 persons. Day before yesterday there was one incident in which one of the SDPI member's husband, he has been arrested, who went inside the city mall and he tried to remove one poster. So that we know, and in yesterday's incident, we'll try to find out whether there is any role of PFI.
So SDPI link and PFI link is coming up.
Now, we have to establish for yesterday's thing. Day for yesterday, we have arrested one person in this regard.
Okay. Thank you so much for speaking to us. So that's the word coming in from Alok Kumar, ADG, P Law and Order, where he confirmed to us that 4 persons have now been arrested, and police is further going to seek their custody to do the further investigation. In fact, the role of PFI would also be ascertained. With Bhagat and Piyush Mishra in.
And Piyush Mishra also reporting live from Shivamoga. Piyush, we understand situation continues to remain tense. Give us all the latest updates that you're picking up.
Well, Samiksha, yes, situation continues to remain under tense, and that is why Section 144 is in place. Let me first try to show you the pictures around me. You can see all the markets are completely closed. Heavy police presence is here, and I am also showing you the same Choraha, same round circle where this incident had basically taken place, where poster war had taken place, had erupted. Initially, few people had come in and they wanted to remove the posters of Veer Savarkar, and they want to put the poster of Tipu Sultan, following which poster war took place, and in that incident, one person was also stabbed. What we are now given to understand is that this person's situation is now under control. Yesterday, Home Minister had met him, and situation here, police are telling us that seems to be now under control. Let me also try to get a word from S. Tattakre, former district president of BJP, and remember that he is an eyewitness also of the incident which had basically yesterday taken place. So you are an eyewitness. What actually transpired yesterday, if you can elaborate for our viewers?
See, the whole country is enjoying yesterday's 75th independence anniversary. In that time, we have been memorizing the freedom fighter who have fought for the independence of the India. Similarly, we have put up hoardings of the several independent freedom fighters. Accordingly, we have put the holders here. But one of the proud freedom fighter is Vinayak Damodar Savarkar. He has been jailed for 30 years in the...
You were here when this incident had taken place yesterday?
Yeah.
Then posters were put up, then what happened?
Yeah, I will tell you. The posters were put up in this public place. It is a public place. No one is...
Here posters were put up.
Yeah.
Bhagatji, to show you here, the posters were put up. And then what happened, sir?
It is a public place. We have every right to put up the posters of the national freedom fighter. Accordingly, our Karyakartas put the posters here and they give a salute to the Veera Savarkar posters.
Then what happened?
Immediately, about 50 to 60 anti-Muslim gundas came here and they threw out the...
I would request you not to take any community, but the group of people.
Why should not take? It is done by the anti-Muslims only. They have shouted it. They have came to put the Muhammad Ali Jinnah poster, Tipu poster here. They have asked it. If you are going to put the Savarkar wall, we will install Tipu. They
came here to remove the poster of Veer Savarkar.
They threw out it. They even used their legs. The Savarkar photo was also affixed by the tricolor flag. They have discredited the tricolor flag also, and they have thrown out the...
How did this stabbing took place?
The stabbing took place.
Stabbing.
Stabbing was not took place here. The action and reaction taken. The reaction was took in this Gandhi Bazar, one of the famous marketing area. One of our worker, Hindu worker, who is working in a garment shop, he was going to house for his lunch. At that time, he was going alone. He has been stabbed there.
Okay, he was stabbed there.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is what this person is telling us. Remember that he is an eyewitness also. He told us that few people in group, they came here, they removed the posters of Veer Savarkar, and they tried to affix the poster of not only Tipu Sultan, but he is telling us that posters of Muhammad Ali Jinnah was also being tried to put up here. So these are the claims that are now coming in. We'll have to wait and watch as to how the police is further going to do investigation in this entire case. Remember that police have so far arrested arrested 4 people, and we have been showing you the pictures in and around of this entire vicinity where this incident had basically transpired. That's the very lane where this incident had taken place, and now it has been completely barricaded. The 2 lanes have been completely barricaded by the local police authorities. Top officers of Shimoga police, they are present here, and they are now ensuring that no law and order situation takes place. This is the update which we are right now getting. In fact, we also spoke to ADGP Law and Order Kumar, who confirmed to us that 4 people have been arrested, and they would now further seek their custody and would try to ascertain if there is role of any particular organization behind this, or how did these 50 people congregate to take law in their very hand.
Just stay with us. So we understand that some Congress reactions have also been coming in, where one of the Congress Neta even said that Shivamogga is becoming Kashmir. If you could take us through the political reactions coming in as we speak on the Shivamogga incident.
Well, absolutely, Samiksha. There are multiple political reactions. Those are now coming in. We just heard a bite of former district president of BJP, who himself is an eyewitness. He told us as to what etc. But now Congress is coming out, and it is now liking the entire incident with Kashmir. The Congress is now saying that the Shivamogga condition is now equal to what is actually happening in Kashmir. Similar sort of situation is here in Shivamogga. That is what the Congress party is saying. If you talk about the entire situation, remember how it started. It started after the kind of advertisement which was issued by the BJP government, where it had released the photographs of Veer Savarkar. At the time itself, the Congress party and other groups, they had objected to this, and since then we saw how the entire incident started simmering. So yesterday's incident somewhere led to stabbing of a person. Now the situation of this person is under control. This is what we are given to understand. But political reactions are now also coming in, where the Congress is coming out and comparing the situation of Shivamogga with that of Kashmir, and saying that similar sort of situation is there in the district. We'll have to wait and watch how the BJP, JDS are now going to react on this. We are still waiting for an official word coming in from Karnataka Chief Minister, though as of now he has not reacted. Home Minister of Karnataka, he is here in Shivamogga. Yesterday he held a meeting with the person who was stabbed. He had spoken to his family members also. In fact, he has directed it to the authorities to ensure that no law and order situation takes place. But the political reactions are coming in, where the political parties are now slamming the current government after this incident which has taken place.
All right, Piyush, thank you for the moment. We'll keep coming back to you. So, Piyush, they're reporting live from that very location where the clashes broke out in Shivamogga. So, tracking closely all the updates coming in. Latest being 4 accused who've now been arrested. Well, moving on to a quick roundup of all that's making news from across the country. Leaders from the top fraternity, President Draupadi Murmu, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, BJP Chief JP Nadda, including several others, paid floral tributes to former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee on his 10th anniversary in the national capital.
हमारे दिलों में प्रेरणा की लौ जलाकर
Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan strongly condemned the late-night killing of a local CPIM leader on the eve of Independence Day. The tragic incident saw both the left party and the BJP trying to pin the murder blame on each other. Bihar BJP core committee meet is likely to take place in presence of its national president JP Nadda in the national capital. The proposed meeting will finalize the fate of party leaders in state assembly and the state legislative council. Amid incessant rainfall, Bhopal District Committee directed all schools in the district to remain shut today. Meanwhile, the IMD has issued a heavy rainfall warning for the state for the next few days. And a shocking incident coming to light from the national capital, where mother-in-law and her daughter-in-law were hacked to death in northeast Delhi by unidentified assailants with sharp-edged weapons. Investigation has been ordered. Meanwhile, the police suspect that the incident may have been carried out with the intention of robbery, currently investigating the servant of the house. coming in. This one from Mainpuri in UP, where we understand that 4 people were killed in this accident that turned fatal. Meanwhile, 5 others have been injured in this accident which happened in UP's Mainpuri. So that's the news coming in. A horrific incident coming to light from UP's Mainpuri, where 5, in fact, we are told that 4 people lost their lives. Meanwhile, 5 others have been injured. They've been taken to the hospital for further treatment. This after a truck rammed into a house in UP's Mainpuri that claimed lives of 4 people. The incident took place near Khiria People village that is located in Mainpuri district of UP. So we'll get more details from our reporters, but what we understand is that 5 people are currently being treated. Meanwhile, 4 succumbed to their injuries in this shocking incident. Well, back to a big story that we are tracking from Karnataka. This is with relation to the Shivamogga clashes that happened, in which the latest news that is coming in that 4 accused have now been arrested by the police.
Well, right now we are seeing the march which is now being taken out by the RAF. You can see as to how the RAF personnel are now taking out this march there in Shivamogga district. Senior police officers are also there on the spot. Rapid action force is now there on this spot so that no untoward incident takes place, and that is why to ensure you can clearly see as to how a huge contingent of RAF personnel have been deployed, and they are also seen marching. In fact, they have been taking out this march in all the areas connecting Shivamogga, and we are right now showing you the pictures of these RAF personnel who are right now present here at Shivamogga. Remember that section 144 is in place, and looking at that, senior police officers have also been deployed. The instructions are also being issued to the people residing in this district to ensure not to take part in any kind of large gatherings. And before that, we are now seeing these pictures of RAF personnel who are now present here. Remember that they were taking out this march a couple of minutes back. Now they have been stationed here right in front of the very area where tensions had basically broken out. We are now showing you the live pictures of these personnel who are present here at the same Choraha, at the same place where yesterday stabbing had taken place, and this is the same place where the posters also of Veer Savarkar were removed. In fact, people were trying to remove the posters, and after that we saw as to how the situation got tense. Still the situation continues to remain tense, and that is why section 144 is in place. All the shops have now been closed. 4 people so far have been arrested by the senior police officials, and they are trying to ascertain if there is role of any organization in this entire incident or not. So big development taking place here in Shivamogga, where now after these senior police officials who were there on the spot, RAF has been called in, and they are seeing stationed here at the very place, at the very spot where the tensions had escalated yesterday. The police have told us that they would ensure that no law and order situation takes place, and that is why heavy presence of police personnel is here. You can also see as to how senior police officers are also taking round of this entire vicinity. Let's try to understand and try to show you more pictures. Yes, Kumar has once again come back here. ADGP Law and Order, he is here, and right behind me you can see the pictures of RAF personnel who have now been stationed here. Kumar has reached here to take control or to take review of the current situation. So senior police officers are right now here on the spot. They are trying to ascertain the current situation here. The situation is now under control. This is what the police personnel have confirmed to us. But section 144 is in place, and they are now trying to take review of trying to understand what is the current situation here of this entire area. Remember that yesterday the tensions had escalated because because of the poster war which took place between Tipu Sultan, posters of Tipu Sultan and Veer Savarkar. Now the senior police officers are here on the spot. RAF personnel are also seen marching here, and this is being done to ensure that no law and order situation takes place. All these shops have been closed. We are also showing you the same vicinity, same area also where this incident had basically taken place, and that is why the entire area has been completely barricaded by the senior police officers. So RAF personnel right now are seen marching here in Shivmoga district. They are at Ahmed Mir circle, where the posters of Veer Savarkar were fixed. After that, a group of people came here and they tried to remove those posters, and they tried to fix the poster of Tipu Sultan, following which we also saw how massive controversy took place. Now these officers, yes, we are showing you the pictures of these officers who are now going inside the very lane, going inside the very area where this incident had taken place, and this march is basically taking place so that tensions does not further escalate. This is to instill a sense of security, sense of confidence among the people by the senior police officers, to the people, to the locals here, so that the situation remains under control. This is the very vicinity, this is the very area where this incident had yesterday taken place. A stabbing had taken place in this very lane from where right now we are reporting, and here the RAF personnel along with ADGP Law and Order Alok Kumar, they are seen marching here. So we are live from very lane, very street where this incident had basically taken place, and now police personnel and RAF personnel are seen marching here to instill a sense of confidence, a sense of security among the people, so that they do not get, so that they do not become the prey of what actually happened yesterday, and they feel safe. And the police personnel are here to ensure that no law and order situation takes place, and that is why we are seeing as to how these officers are now marching inside the very street, very lane where this incident had taken place. If you talk about the entire incident yesterday, during the Independence Day celebrations, the posters of Veer Savarkar were affixed there at one roundabout where a group of people came and they wanted to remove that particular poster, and they wanted to put the poster of Tipu Sultan, following which poster war took place, clashes took place, and then later on a person was stabbed. Right now, if we talk about that person, his situation is now under control, and police presence has been increased in the entire area to ensure that situation remains under control. The police is marching here to give a sense of security, to give a sense of confidence to the people that everything is now under control, and that is why you can clearly see how senior police officers along with RAF personnel are seen marching here in the very vicinity, the very lane where the unfortunate incident of stabbing had basically taken place. Back to you, Samiksha.
If you could talk to us more about the 4 accused who've been arrested, anything you're learning with respect to these accused who are in custody as of now?
Sir. Well, 4 people have been arrested, and that's the confirmation also we have got from DGP Law and Order Alok Kumar. He told us that further investigation would take place. Police would seek their custody and would try to ascertain if there is role of any organization in that particular case also. And after that incident, the police presence has been increased, and right now we are seeing the police personnel right now taking part in a flag march. After this very short break, we will be getting more and more details as police arrests 4 people in Shivmoga stabbing incident. Stay tuned for more updates.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. And let me wish you all watching wherever you are across the country, across the world, a very, very happy Independence Day. What a momentous day it has been, ladies and gentlemen. And what a momentous speech this morning. The Prime Minister's speech today was a clear expression of his belief that India is heading to be a developed country. a developed economy. Nobody listening to the speech can come away with any other takeaway. This was a Prime Minister speaking with total personal conviction, determined to set the course towards a Viksit Rashtra, a developed nation. But there was also another clear message, heartening for some, ominous for others, which I couldn't miss between all his detailing of the road to 2047. And that is his determination to take up with intensity his fight against corruption. Viewers, for someone like me, who has for 12 years and more since the CWG scam in 2010 staked hope and staked effort to expose the scams, it was heartening to hear what the Prime Minister had to say when he said, I will intensify the war on corruption. Fantastic. That he will take on those who have looted India and who, even on their way to jail for corruption, think that creating a political noise will change their destiny. People like Karti Chidambaram and Rahul Gandhi. People like Anil Deshmukh, Sonia Gandhi and Nawab Malik. People convicted of or facing serious allegations of corruption. They should see the writing on the wall. They can demonstrate all they like, but there will be nothing saving them from the prosecution and the legal process. And by the way, every reasonable Indian hoping to see India as a Viksit Rashtra, a developed nation, will stand with the Prime Minister and against the corrupt. Nobody backs the corrupt. Nobody backed Nawab Malik, nobody backed Sanjay Raut, nobody backed Anil Deshmukh, nobody backed Rana Kapoor, and nobody will back Sonia and Rahul in the 2,000+ crore AJL scam.
Welcome back. Thanks for staying with us, tracking closely all the updates coming in from Karnataka's Shivamoga, where the police is currently conducting a flag march as we speak. So tensions remain high in this particular area where Section 144 has been imposed as well. In fact, 4 accused, as I mentioned, have been arrested. Piyush continues to report live from that very location. Piyush, over to you. Take us through all the updates that you're picking up.
Sir, live. Well, right now we are showing you the live pictures of RAF march which is underway here at the Shivamoga district. Remember that these are the areas that are the most affected, and that is why we can clearly see how RAF personnel are taking out this march in this very area. This is being done to ensure that no law and order situation takes place. Also, Vajra Vahan has been called in by the officers here to ensure that no further law and order situation takes place. Yesterday, the stabbing incident had taken place, and following which Section 144 was imposed in this entire vicinity, in this entire area. The Shivamoga district has been tensed since yesterday when a person was stabbed after poster war took place between two groups. This was basically on the posters of Tipu Sultan and Veer Savarkar. What actually had transpired yesterday, what we are now learning is that during the Independence Day celebrations, the posters of many freedom fighters was put up by the people. They had Ahmed Mir roundabout, and when the posters of Veer Savarkar were put up, a group of 50 to 60 people reached there at the spot, and they tried to remove that and put up the posters of Tipu Sultan, following which clashes took place, and which finally led to stabbing of a person. What we are now learning is that the person who was stabbed is now his situation is now under control. The Home Minister had held a meeting with his family members and also ascertained his health conditions. Right now we are showing you the pictures of this march, which is basically taking place in Shivamoga district, near the very place where the incident had basically taken place, where the person was stabbed. So the police personnel and RF personnel are taking out this flag march to ensure that no law and order situation takes place, to ensure that there is a sense of confidence, there is a sense of security among the people. And this is the very area where this incident had taken place, and that is why the senior police officers are now taking out this flag march, so that the situation can come under control. Remember that situation is still very much tensed, and that is why section 144 is imposed by the senior police officers. In fact, the gathering of large gatherings, in fact, has been banned by the police personnel, and that is why we are now showing you how the people, how the senior police officers along with RF personnel, they are taking part in this flag march which is right now underway in Shimoga district of Karnataka. If you talk about the investigation part, 4 people so far have been arrested by the senior police officers, and further investigation is underway. So in this very area we can see how the RF personnel along with senior police officers are taking part in this flag march to instill a sense of confidence and a sense of security among the people who live in this entire area.
Yes. Yes, Piyush, also if you can tell us, have you been able to talk to the people here, if anyone has been able to recount as to what exactly transpired on August 14th and August 15th?
Sir, यहीं रुक जाओ. Well, if we talk about the August 14, August 15 incident, on August 14 there was a plan of doing Independence Day celebrations. On August 15, posters of many freedom fighters were put up there at Ahmed Mir Circle, after which when the poster of Veer Savarkar was put up, we saw as to how 50 to 60 people reached there on the spot, and they tried to remove the poster of Veer Savarkar, and they tried to fix the poster of Tipu Sultan, following which the clashes took place between these two groups, and then a person was stabbed. So far, the police have been able to arrest 4 people in this very case, and they are trying to ascertain if there is role of any organization in this very case or not. Let me also try to continuously show you the pictures of this flag march, which is right now underway here in Shimoga district, where RF personnel along with senior police officers are now seen marching here. They are taking out this march to instill a sense of confidence, sense of security among the people who live in this area. Remember that yesterday section 144 was imposed, and yesterday itself the local police had told 2 people that there should be no more large gatherings taking place. In fact, to control the situation, yesterday the police had unfurled the national flag there at the very place from where the poster of Veer Savarkar was also, where the attempt of removing his poster was also being done by a group of people. So police is trying its best to control the situation, and that is why here today we are seeing how this flag march is also being taken out by the senior police officers. RF personnel have also been called in. What is the job of RF? The job of RF is to control the situation. The full form of RF is Rapid Action Force. It can always be pressed into action whenever it's necessary, and during the riots time, during such situation, we have always seen RF being deployed, and whenever RF is deployed, situation always comes under control, and it is a part of CRPF, and it is a central unit which also assists the local police in controlling the situation. And that is why here we are seeing a huge contingent of RAF taking part in this flag march. In fact, it is being led by ADGP Law and Order Alok Kumar, who himself is here to take control of the situation, and he himself is trying to understand the current situation, and in fact he has instructed to senior police officers to be on standby if any law and order situation takes place. In fact, we have also seen how these officers were seen making an announcement also that there should be no large gatherings and people should stay inside their homes for the next 3 days. So to control the situation, here we are seeing flag march being taken out. That is being led by Law and Order ADGP Alok, Kumar, Samiksha.
Yes, Piyush, stay with us just to give a background to information to our viewers who are joining in. Piyush is reporting live from Shivamoga, the very site where violent clashes broke out on August 14th and August 15th. In fact, the clashes turned so violent that one person was also stabbed. His condition is said to be stable as of now. Meanwhile, 4 accused who've also been arrested in relation to the clashes that broke out in Shivamoga, where Section 144 has been imposed as well. In fact, the police there conducting the flag march to ease the tensions as they continue to simmer in the area. We understand that the security has been beefed up as the RAF march is also being conducted. In fact, in the visuals you can see the police personnel there who are conducting a march there. Piyush continues to be live from that very spot where the clashes broke out. Piyush, if you can also give us the latest updates that you're picking up. Have you been able to talk to the people residing in the area? What do they have to say about the incidents that were reported on August 14th as well as the 15th?
Well, Samiksha, we have just spoken to the concerned authorities. We have been instructed here by the police officers not to go inside the areas where the clashes had basically taken place because of the fear that large gatherings can once again take place. But the police officers have told us that so far they have arrested 4 people. Though we also spoke to a former BJP district president S. Tatre, where he told us as to how the incident had basically taken place. He told us that the BJP as well as few other organizations had planned to carry out Independence Day celebrations in the entire Shivamoga districts, and looking at that, pictures of many freedom fighters were put in at different parts of Shivamoga, and also the picture of Veer Savarkar was also installed there at Ahmed Mir roundabout. When the poster was put up, a few people came there and they started objecting to that, and they tried to remove that poster, following which clashes took place, and then one person was stabbed. What we are now learning is that to control the situation, the authorities at that time had installed a flag, a tricolor there, so that situation comes under control, and following which Section 144 was imposed. So looking at the current situation, we are now getting these pictures of senior police officers along with RAF personnel taking part in this flag march in the areas of Shivamoga, in and around the entire area where the clashes had taken place, and this is being done to instill a sense of confidence, a sense of security among the people who live in this very area, in this very district. We'll have to wait and watch how further the investigation of police will take place, but right now we are showing you these pictures. If Bhagat can also once again try to pan his camera or zoom his camera, you can see as to how it's a kilometer-long contingent of not only local police officers but also the RAF personnel who are taking part in this very march. After this very short break, Samiksha, we will be getting more and more details as flag march of local police officers and RAF personnel continues to take place in Shivamoga district of Karnataka. Stay tuned for more updates.
At least 3 people were trapped and later rescued due to flash floods from Uj River near Kathua in Jammu and Kashmir, leading to a rescue operation carried out by the Indian Air Force. 2 helicopters were deployed to conduct the search operation. Tamineni Krishnan, a leader of the TRS, was hacked to death in broad daylight minutes after he hoisted the national flag in Telangana's Kamam. The murder led to followers of the leader ransacking the residence of Krishnan's brother, Tamineni Koteshwar Rao, a CPM leader considered responsible for Krishnan's death. A young man threw a bomb in the middle of the crowd near the police station in the village of Bargod in Indore. 1 person was killed in the attack while 15 people were injured as a flag ceremony was to be held in the area where a local drinking with a few others hurled a bomb that was in his possession. At least 31 MLAs are expected to take oath as ministers in the new Bihar cabinet, with the oath-taking ceremony scheduled to take place at 11:30 in the morning in Patna. The new government is to have at least 11 MLAs from JDU, 16 from RJD, 2 from the Congress and 2 independent MLAs. Tensions reportedly arose within the Congress in Bihar as the workers opposed being allotted cabinets considered disrespectable. Members of the party stated they wished to be a part of the alliance but not join the cabinet. The BJP's core committee is scheduled to meet today to deliberate on the MLAs that will lead the party as it takes up the position of the opposition in the state. The meet is also expected to be attended by BJP National Secretary JP Nadda. A Telangana Rashtra Samiti leader, Thamineni Krishnaiah, was brutally hacked to death in broad daylight minutes after hoisting the national flag in Telangana's Kumar district. Krishnaiah had recently quit CPIM and switched to the TRS party. While his brother TK Rao is suspected to be party to the crime, the police investigations are underway. Anguished by the death of a minor Dalit boy in Rajasthan's Jalore, Congress MLA Panna Chand Megawal submitted his resignation, expressing dismay over the death of the 9-year-old schoolboy who was allegedly beaten up for drinking from a common earthen pot. Megawal Jamila laminated that Dalits were being oppressed even after 75 years of independence.
Well, tracking all the latest on the Shivamoga clashes, the visuals on your screen show the RAF conducting a flag march. As tensions continue to remain in this particular area of Shivamoga, where the violent clashes broke out on August 14 as well as August 15, in which one youth was also stabbed by the accused. Latest what we understand is that 4 accused have already been arrested by the police. We have Piyush reporting live from Shivamoga. Piyush, take it away. Show us the scenes that you're seeing around you right now.
Well, Samiksha, right now we are seeing the flag march being conducted by the senior police officers and RAF personnel who have taken part in this flag march. We will also try to show you more pictures and try to, tell to viewers as to how the situation has basically transpired. What is the current situation here in this entire area? You can see the senior police officers who are right now taking part in this flag march. Senior police officers are here. RAF personnel are here who are a part of this flag march. Remember that yesterday the stabbing incident had taken place, following which section 144 was imposed in this entire area. And looking at the tense situation, we are now seeing flag march being taken out by the senior police officers and RAF personnel. RAF has been called in to ensure that no law and order situation takes place. Since yesterday's stabbing incident, no further incident has taken place, and the police officers are now trying to ensure that no further escalation takes place, and that is why we are seeing this protest, we are seeing this flag march being taken out by the senior police officers and RAF personnel. All the lanes connecting Shivamoga, all the important junctions are being looked into, where the police officers are going there and ensuring that no antisocial element is there, and this is being done to ensure a sense of security and confidence among the people, and that is why this flag march has been taken out by the senior officers of RAF and local police officers. In fact, this entire march is being led by the ADGP Law and Order, Kumar, who himself is leading this entire procession. We also spoke to him in the morning, where he confirmed to us that 4 people so far have been arrested, and he also told us that the police is further doing an investigation and trying to ascertain if these people have any kind of links with any other organization. So to control the situation and bring the condition in under control, here we are seeing how the senior police officers along with RAF personnel are taking out this flag march. People have been advised not to come out of their houses, and they have been asked not to take part in any kind of large gatherings. Section 144 has also been imposed by the local authorities here, so that there is no further escalation of any kind of situation. now we are seeing how the huge contingent of RF personnel has come here and is taking part in this flag march which is being taken out in Shivamogga district of Karnataka. This is being done to tell to the people, to tell to the locals of this entire vicinity that situation is now under control, and the police are also having interaction with the locals. This exercise is basically being done to control the current situation. What we are now learning is that the march has now been concluded. The police personnel and RF personnel have now come out of the lanes of Shivamogga district on the main road, on the main junction, from where they had basically started their entire flag march. If you talk about this entire incident, remember that yesterday the tensions had escalated over the posters of Tipu Sultan and Veer Savarkar. Basically, while marking the 75 years of independence, the locals here had put up the posters of Veer Savarkar, following which a group of 50 to 60 people reached there and they tried to remove the poster of Veer Savarkar and affix the poster of Tipu Sultan. After that, we saw clashes taking place between the two groups, which led to the stabbing of a person, following which the person had to be admitted in the hospital. Home Minister of Karnataka, even he himself had reached here to take stock of the situation, and following which we also saw as to how police personnel making announcements of imposing of Section 144 in the entire district. Right now, we are seeing these pictures of a flag march being taken out by the local police personnel and RAF personnel in the entire Shivamogga district to ensure a sense of security and a sense of confidence among the people. Also, the police is having regular interaction with the locals here so that people feel safe and secure. Yesterday itself, the local government, the BJP government had made it very clear that no stone would be unturned to control the situation, and that is why today we are seeing this big march, a massive flag march being organized by the local police officials and RAF personnel. Any minute from now, we will see the pictures of this flag march also coming to an end as the personnel have reached back at the same roundabout from where they had started their march. We are continuously zooming on those pictures where once again we are seeing how the congregation is taking place of RF personnel, and there we will expect the march to come to an end. They have taken out the march of all the areas, of all the lanes where the situation had basically escalated. They also went to the area where the person was stabbed, and this was being done to ensure that people do not feel insecure and to tell to people that situation is now under control. So looking at the current situation, the police has also told people not to come out of their houses and take part in any kind of large gatherings. Section 144 has also been imposed in the entire district, and here we are seeing the culmination of march taking place, flag march taking place. The police personnel who had taken part in the flag march, they are now gathering here at this very choraha, at this very intersection where RF person could be seen standing here. The police person are also diverting traffic because of this crucial flag march, and there we see how the RF personnel have now been deployed there at the entry and exit lanes of lane of the very area where the incident yesterday had taken place, where a person was stabbed. So Vajravahan has also been called in. Senior police officers are here on the spot and they continue to investigate the entire case. 4 people so far have been arrested, and what we are now learning is that more and more people are now on the radar because police is trying to ascertain if they were provoked by an organization or the group itself reached there at the roundabout and they tried to remove the poster of Tipu Sultan, of Veer Savarkar. So here we are seeing how the people have, how the police personnel and RF personnel have taken their positions. They have been deployed in this very area, in this very vicinity, and we can clearly see each and every corner of this Chowraha has been completely manned by the senior police officers and also the RAF personnel. They have been deployed here to ensure that no law and order situation takes place. Right now we are showing you the pictures of this new Mandli circle here in Shivamogga, where the RF personnel and the senior police officers have been deployed, and this is being done to ensure that no law and order situation further escalates. After this very short break, now announcements are being made. Let's hear in what announcements are being made.
Here's the other news that we're tracking at this moment. Almost a week after the political potboiler took place in Bihar, Republic has learned that the cabinet expansion in the state is scheduled for today. Sources in the know confirm that cabinet is likely to compromise 35 ministers, with the Rashtriya Janata Dal having 15 ministers and the Janata Dal United having 13, and Congress and Hindustan Awam Morcha may get 4 and 1 ministries respectively. Days after Nitish Kumar took a U-turn to break the NDA alliance and join hands with RJD, Congress and co, a meeting of the BJP core committee in Bihar is likely to be held today in the presence of its national president JP Nadda. Sources in the know inform that the proposed meeting has been convened in order to discuss a number of issues that have evolved due to the political upheaval in the state. Here's the other top stories that we're tracking at this moment. Terrorists hurled a grenade on one individual at Budgam in Gopalapura that injured one Karam Kumar. The terrorist outfit TRF, the LET's offshoot, claims responsibility for the attack. A police personnel sustained minor injuries after terrorists hurled a grenade at a police control room in Srinagar. The constable, Shabir Ahmed, has been shifted to the hospital for treatment. Section 144 has been imposed in Shivamogga and Karnataka after an altercation between two groups led to one being stabbed, with the incident carried out over posters of Veer Savarkar and Tipu Sultan. The scuffle broke out near a national flag installed at the Amir Ahmed Circle in the city, with the altercation leading to a lathi charge by the police. A strong man from Bihar, Anand Mohan, recently stayed at a government circuit house in Kagaria. The father of an RJD MLA accused of killing a district magistrate in Gopalganj also had photographs of his surfaced, where he was seen meeting his family as he was on his way back to the Saharsa jail after being produced at a court in Patna.
India had been dragged into the war without consulting its people. The Congress passed the Quit India resolution. Gandhiji advised, forget the differences between Hindus and Muslims and think of yourselves as Indians. Every one of you should from this moment.
After mega change of guard, Bihar cabinet expansion likely today. 31 MLAs set to take oath as ministers. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic. Breaking news coming in now. The FIFA matter has been mentioned before the Supreme Court now. The Committee of Administrators, COA, has mentioned the matter before the Supreme Court. Solicitor General Tushar Mehta mentions the matter before the bench headed by Justice D.Y. Chandrachud. And the Solicitor General says matter will not be deleted. SG informs court about latest development. And so this is breaking news coming in now. Rhythm to tell us more. Rhythm, what does this mean, the FIFA case being mentioned in the Supreme Court? Take us, could you put this into some perspective for us and take us through what it means?
Let's tell our viewers what has happened in the top court today, where the Solicitor General, the country's top law officer, has mentioned this matter before the bench of Justice Chandrachud. This is concerning the suspension on Monday of the Indian Football Federation with immediate effect that has been done by FIFA. The suspension, they've said, will remain in place until the AIFF, that's the Indian Federation that controls the daily affairs of football in India, is put back in array. Remember, earlier this football federation was run by former Chief Praful Patel, who stayed in office beyond his term. India, remember, was due to host the Under-17 Women's World Cup in football from October 11th to 30th. But today it seems that the 2022 tournament has been cancelled by FIFA. It has suspended the Indian Football Federation, and that is a massive, thing that has to be looked at. Immediately, the courts have been pushed into this case, where the Solicitor General mentioned the matter. Earlier, also on the 3rd of August of this month, the Supreme Court had given an order wanting a committee of administration to be looking into the matter, and there should be a proper employment of people who should be at the very helm of affairs of this body. But taking into account the seriousness of not having the Under-17 Women's World Cup to be held, FIFA having suspended the Indian Federation for football, this matter is now going to be urgently heard tomorrow, and this becomes extremely crucial to see, because earlier India was due to host the Under-17 Women's World Cup from 11th October to 30th of October. It had earlier, of course, the draw of the tournament was necessarily conducted earlier. It was supposed to be held in places like Bhubaneswar and other places. But let me also tell you, as this news is coming in, the bigger point is, will there be a resolution? Can the Sports Ministry help us find a solution? And will the elections be held as the FIFA mandates? Because the FIFA has said, that is the International Body of Football Federation has said, elections need to be held in a certain manner. But the Supreme Court has been told that they are going to await the outcome of the meeting by the centre with the officials of FIFA to see what had to be done earlier. But today, seeing the seriousness, Justice Chandrachud's bench has said, all right, list the matter tomorrow.
Rhythm, the FIFA has cited violation of rules. So what are the rules, Rhythm, that the FIFA has cited as having been violated?
Well, let me first tell you what happened in the last hearing. In the last hearing on the 3rd of August, when the case was to be heard, and it's supposed to be heard on the 17th itself, the Supreme Court had said we shall wait for this case to come up again. It had come up once more on the 11th of August. Earlier, the Supreme Court had seen that there's an August 3rd order by them, and the centre had moved for a modification of that order by which 36 state federation members and players were to elect an executive committee of the Indian Federation for Football. That is a All India Federation for Football. At the same time, we also saw the COA move a contempt plea that the government was misled by state associations, and they accused the AIFF president Praful Patel of misusing his position to undermine the orders of the court. So essentially what the court will be looking at tomorrow is whether their orders were violated, whether Praful Patel, who was the former AIFF president, has stayed on in office too long, whether there is this 36 players state federation that will really be a part of electing an executive committee of AIFF by 29th of August will also be seen. But remember, the top court orders had held that the Football Federation will remain in place for 3 months till the CUA finalize the constitution as per National Sports Code. For this reason, the International Football Body threatened to however, there is a code that is cited, a letter by FIFA. A letter had been written on 5th of August by FIFA suggesting the Supreme Court order was contrary to their own statutes, and they had threatened to suspend India's hosting Women's Under-17 World Cup for October, which they have finally now done. So we have to see that we need a constitution coming in from some sort of a semblance of an order from the Supreme Court first to ensure that the Women's Under-17 World Cup continues to be here in October. Second, we have to see who is behind the mischief of the FIFA writing a letter to us and saying that its statutes are violated by the roadmap that has been agreed. We've also seen the ASG in the case appear for the centre, Balbir Singh, where he said a meeting had also going to be held with FIFA officials, and the purpose is to salvage the World Cup. So viewers, putting aside all the legal technicalities I'm giving you, the only news that is of relevance is FIFA, the international body, has suspended Women's Under-17 World Cup in India that was to be held in October. This was and could be a big setback for the Women's World Cup team, and that has to be salvaged. Keeping in mind that in October it should continue to happen here, the court is going to be looking at all the permutations and combinations coming in from the international football body and the advice they've given on how to have an executive committee in India looking into the matter.
Right. Rhythm, the FIFA deciding to ban India officially, which will ultimately mean that, this could be a major hurdle in holding of the Under-17 Women's World Cup scheduled for October. But all in all, in general, could this ban actually, even though we are fighting it out, could it actually lead to a fallout in other, for players, for individual players, to play outside, to be part of teams outside, and for other tournaments as well?
Well, let's actually tell our viewers the background of this case before we see definitely a lot of players are going to be impacted with this. Earlier, we saw Rahul Mehra, who usually files these petitions on sports in the Delhi High Court and the Supreme Court. He had brought the so-called illegal running of the AIFF to the notice of the Delhi High Court. That had led to the formation of the COA. Now, there are three bodies that need to be looked at in India. One is the COA. One is the Federation of Football that is still being run by Praful Patel, who is no longer, he's the ex-president, but allegedly he continues running it. So a contempt plea is also being filed. There are meetings that are being held to understand who will be in charge of this FIFA board, the Indian Federation of FIFA. But as all these combinations and permutations and combinations need to be worked out, today the news comes in, it's finally the Supreme Court that will possibly be setting this house in order of this complete disarray that's happened in the Indian Football Federation, and we have to see tomorrow what sort of a solution do they give, because earlier on 3rd of August they filed an order. Against that order, the centre moved in modification, after which we've heard all the sides come forward, and there is a backlash, a blame game that has begun. But the biggest thing for India is that the Under-17 World Cup for women that was to be held in October should continue to be held on that month in India.
And Rhythm, even if, there could be, perhaps FIFA could be taking a relook at the situation, how long before it would actually be a completion of formalities before, we can go about? Would there still be time to salvage the tournament?
We do hope, with our fingers crossed, that there is definitely time to salvage the situation. And the reason for that is that the Supreme Court had said it wants the FIFA Under-17 to be held, and the matter must be sorted amicably. These court observations came after Justice Chandrachud said, we want the World Cup to be held here. This is scheduled to be held on 2022 October. And, we also saw that the Committee of Administrators, that is the COA, council, Gopal Sankararayanan told the court that the ministry will meet them. They are trying to sort out the matter. The case was supposed to be listed on the 17th of August, but seeing the urgency and seeing how FIFA, the international body, has suspended the Indian Federation and said that it's violative of the codes that had been taken on with them. So keeping all this in mind, and also remembering that there is, the COA also has put in a plea where they said there's a contempt petition which should show how Praful Patel continues to be there. He's abusing his position as president of the AIFF, and he's orchestrating a campaign among the states to undermine the various steps taken by the court for the betterment of football. So let me put this clearly. The COA believes that it will clean up all the mishaps that are happening in the game of football. They have filed a contempt petition against former All India Football Federation's chief Praful Patel, saying that he continues to orchestrate a campaign to undermine steps to clean up football. That is one thing the court will hear. The second thing, and the most important thing, like we're telling our viewers that the court is going to hear, is how they can salvage the situation, because FIFA has suspended the All India Football Federation which says upcoming Under-17 World Cup cannot be held in India. That is of prime concern for the top court. This matter will be heard tomorrow in the apex court.
Right, Rhythm. And has Praful Patel been informed about his role in this entire development? And has there been any reaction from his camp?
As of now, there are meetings and counter meetings that are happening. The Supreme Court had earlier decided to await the outcome of the meetings that were to be held by the centre with officials of FIFA and the Committee of Administrators that are looking at and manning the All India Football Federation before taking a call on the application by the centre to seek a modification. So let me tell you, to break this down for our viewers in simple language, there are three different bodies that we are looking at here. One is, of course, the centre, which is trying to ensure that the World Cup is held here. The centre had meetings with officials of FIFA. Then there's a Committee of Administrators, which is called the COA. It is overlooking the All India Football Federation. The COA has made certain guidelines and certain details about how the All India Football Federation should be working. The court had been informed in the last hearing that a meeting was held by the Sports Ministry with FIFA on Wednesday. In continuation of that, there's another meeting that is being held between FIFA and the Sports Ministry and the COA. And keeping this in mind, the court had posted the matter for 17th of August. Now the court was considering an application by the centre. It wanted the order of the Supreme Court to be modified, by which 36 state federation members were to elect an executive committee of AIFF by 29th August. Also at the same time, there's a contempt plea moved that that the government... This contempt plea by the COA also accused the All India Football Federation president of misusing his position. So, there is a lot of meetings that are being held. There is also different details being told to the courtroom. The top court's order had earlier held that the body will remain in place for 3 months till the COA finalizes the constitution. The centre cited a letter by FIFA and on August 5th suggesting that SC's order was contrary to FIFA statutes, and that is why I think the case is going to be heard tomorrow, because the court said the international football body threatened to suspend India's hosting rights of Women's Under-17 World Cup, which it has now done.
Well, Rhythm, stay with us. So we are talking about the FIFA development, the FIFA case now being put up in the Supreme Court, and Praful Patel is in the dock. He is being blamed for, undue influence, and FIFA has suspended the All India Football Federation, citing undue third-party influence, serious violation of FIFA statutes, among other violations that FIFA has named, and this could put a basic spanner into the holding of India's holding into the Under-17 Women's World Cup scheduled for October. Rhythm, when we talk about internationally, is this a big loss of face, or do various football federations have to suffer this kind of setbacks, this kind of suspension from FIFA?
Well, I need to tell you that, there are a few things that need to be taken into consideration here. The international body is acting on whatever is being told by people right here in India. The football world governing body, FIFA, now suspends India. They say India's rights to host the Under-17 Women's World Cup. They say it's due to undue influence from third parties. Who are these third parties? We don't know. But it's possible that the Supreme Court that passed an order they had set up the COA to finalize a new constitution could be something that FIFA could be referring to, but we need to be very sure about it, because the Supreme Court had earlier set up a committee of administrators to finalize a new constitution and have an interim order for electing a new body. So it all boils down to which body is going to govern All India football. And that is why, that is where this entire case has come up. We've seen this earlier come up when the practice of cricket had to be cleaned. Now when it comes to the game of football, a similar practice is happening, with the Supreme Court earlier setting up a committee of administrators. The committee of administrators is now having issues and has filed a contempt plea against Kumar, Football Federation of India's chief Praful Patel, saying that, he's violating the court orders and he's trying to do underhand activities which will have to be seen. But when all that has to be seen, the COA says the Supreme Court should initiate contempt proceedings against Praful Patel and some of the state federation bosses because they tried to procure a letter from the international body. So as of now, there is a lot of blame game that is going on with the Committee of Administrators stating that there's contempt by former Football Federation Chief Praful Patel and some state federation bosses, and the Supreme Court now being told by the centre government to hear this case.
Right, Rhythm, as you tell us, a lot of blame game underway right now, and former Football Federation Chief Praful Patel in the dock for having misused or misusing his position. The FIFA case, even as FIFA has suspended the Football Federation of India, well, it's in the Supreme Court now, and FIFA, meanwhile, is in touch with the government of India. Well, these are as per what details we have from various sources. These are the allegations that have been leveled against former Football Federation Chief Praful Patel. The case is in court now. And now moving on to other news stories here on Live and Breaking on Republic. Republic brings you the biggest exclusive. 38 years after he was martyred, Lance Naik Chandrasekhar's mortal remains are discovered. They were discovered on Independence Day, and his last rites will be performed today. His mortal remains are being brought to his hometown in his native Haldwani.
"38 years after Lance Naik Chandrasekhar went missing on 29th April 1984 during Operation Meghdud in Siachen Glacier, the mortal remains of the Siachen hero are said to be brought to his native residence in Haldwani after 38 years. A patrol team to Shankar Top observed remnants of Shekhar under the snow. The team, after removal of its panels, found mortal remains in the form of skeleton and broken bones. Thereafter, with all due respect, they were collected along with a weapon. Operation Meghdud was a code name for the Indian Armed Forces operation to seize control of the Siachen Glacier in Kashmir. The operation preempted Pakistan's impending operation and was a success, resulting in Indian forces gaining control of the Siachen Glacier. The family is emotional upon receiving the information from the Indian Army. Shekhar's wife Shanti Devi said she couldn't believe it when she was told 38 years back through a telegram that her husband went missing and always thought he would be alive.
गए हैं करके पता ही नहीं था मुझे, सियाचिन और ऑपरेशन मेघदूत में गए हैं करके ये मुझे पता नहीं था। जब टेलीग्राम आया कि ऐसा ऐसा हो गया तभी मुझे पता चला। उसके बाद की स्थितियाँ बस जंग लड़नी थी, लड़ी मैंने। बच्चों को माँ का प्यार पापा का प्यार दोनों दिया, बच्चे पाले और क्या करती, सारा समर्पण इनके पीछे रही मैं।
Lance Naik Chandrasekhar's daughter Kavita tells us that she was 4 years old when her father courageously secured Siachen. She does not remember anything about him but is eagerly awaiting a final goodbye with full respect and honor to her father.
अब वो वापिस आएंगे यही ख्याल आता था, मतलब ये नहीं पता था कि हमारा कि कभी पार्थिव शरीर आएगा। हम सोचते थे कि मतलब वापिस आएंगे लौट के स्वस्थ। फिर तो पता चल ही आया था बड़े होते गए कि पापा शहीद हो गए, फिर नहीं पूछा कभी।
Lance Naik Chandrasekhar's wife Shanti Devi also has said it is a proud feeling that her husband sacrificed his life to save the country, and today's youth should also join army and make their families proud. India salutes the Siachen hero and all patrol team that continues to secure India in the harshest of conditions. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
So that's a special report by our senior editor Shavan Sen. And now Harsha is at the spot in Haldwani. Harsha, the entire nation, along with the Indian Army, saluting this brave heart, 38 years a martyr. Now he returns home, his mortal remains return home. We heard that, the service, everything would be starting at around 11 a.m. Take us through what's happening now.
Seeing the weather conditions in Leh, the mortal remain has just now reached to Chandigarh and it will be in Haldwani after some time. We are expecting the mortal remain to reach Haldwani at around between 1 to 2 p.m. But yeah, preparations are underway to bid final rites, to bid final goodbye to the brave soldier, brave martyr of Uttarakhand. The entire family is here, the veterans, the colleagues from 19 Kumar Regiment are also with us right now. We are in Haldwani, Uttarakhand right now, and as the India is saluting and recalling the sacrifices of people who fought for the freedom of the country, Siachen Glacier, and at that time the point 5965, which was occupied by India, which we won while the Operation Meghdoot was being carried out in India, and there was Operation Ababil by Pakistan. Such a difficult military act, but we are joined by Subedar Major Badri Dutt Upadhyay, sir. He was at that time of the part of the Operation Meghdoot in same patrolling unit in which Lance Naik Chandrasekhar lost his life. Badri sir, we would like to know, हम वो सब जानना चाहते हैं उस वक्त सियाचिन की उन पहाड़ियों पर, मुश्किल पहाड़ियों पर क्या कुछ हुआ कि जो 19 जवान हैं, 19 जवान थे, उनकी जान चली गई, 5 बर्फ के नीचे दब गए, क्या कुछ हुआ था, कितना मुश्किल ऑपरेशन था ऑपरेशन मेघदूत?
ऑपरेशन मेघदूत बहुत ही मुश्किल ऑपरेशन था। हम लोग श्रीनगर से पैदल ग्लेशियर के लिए निकले थे। काफ़ी लंबी जंग थी। ग्लेशियर पहुंचने के बाद ग्योंगला ग्लेशियर नंबर 1 ग्लेशियर जिसे आज कहते हैं, वहां पर कब्जा हो चुका था हवास टीम का। ग्योंगला ग्लेशियर में हमारी बटालियन को टास्क मिला था कि आपने ग्योंगला ग्लेशियर की पहाड़ियों को कब्जा करना है। उस ऑपरेशन के लिए ब्रावो कंपनी को चुना गया, यानी बहादुर कंपनी को, 19 कुमाऊं की बहादुर कंपनी को चुना गया। उस बहादुर कंपनी का आगे चलने के बाद एक पोस्ट को कैप्टन भुइयां, जो आज लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल साहब हैं, उन्होंने कब्जा कर लिया था। दूसरी पोस्ट को नायब सूबेदार मोहन सिंह साहब, जो अभी सूबेदार रिटायर हैं, तो उन्होंने कब्जा कर लिया था। अब नायब सूबेदार मोहन सिंह साहब की टीम को पोस्ट को रीएनफोर्समेंट करने के लिए एक टीम का गठन किया गया, जिसमें लेफ्टिनेंट पीएस पुंडीर और 16 जवान, जिसमें लांस नायक चंद्रशेखर हरबोला शामिल थे, उनको भेजा गया। यह दूरी लगभग 1.5 से 2 से 2.5 किलोमीटर की होती है, लेकिन उस इलाके में यह एक दिन में इस दूरी को पूरा नहीं किया जा सकता था। इसलिए यह रीएनफोर्समेंट टीम रास्ते में रात को रुकी और उस रात को सुबह के समय हम अंदाज़ा लगाते हैं कि अभिलांच आया, एक ऑफिसर 16 जवान की टीम बर्फ़ के अंदर समा गई।
बद्री सर, आप लोगों को कैसे अनुभूति हुई और उस वक्त जो आप जिन लोगों के साथ पेट्रोलिंग कर रहे थे, आप उनकी यूनिट से कितना दूर थे? कैसे पता चला कि अवलांच में कई हमारे साथी जवान हैं जो दब गए हैं?
हमें एक तो हमारी बटालियन में रिपोर्टिंग सिस्टम होता है, उससे भी अंदाज़ा आया। दूसरा, हमारी दूसरी टीम भी उनके साथ जब सुबह पहुंची और जब हमने मोहन सिंह साहब की टीम के बगल वाली टीम से इलाके को देखा तो हमको टीम आती हुई नज़र नहीं आ रही थी। इसलिए हमें अंदाज़ा हुआ कि कोई न कोई हादसा हो चुका है। और उसके बाद आर्मी हेडक्वार्टर ने बहुत ज़्यादा कोशिशें करी। बहुत मुश्किल समय था, हमारे पास कोई साधन नहीं थे। और पहली जो बॉडी हमको मिली, उनका मोहन सिंह नाम था, लांस नायक मोहन सिंह। उनका एक पाँव पे जूता था, एक पाँव नंगा था। इसलिए हमने अंदाज़ा लगाया कि यह जो हादसा हुआ, यह सुबह 4 से 4:30 बजे के आसपास हुआ होगा।
So this is Subedar Major Badri Dutt Upadhyay. He was at that time Sipahi, and he was sharing entire what was the situation at that time in Siachen Glacier when 19 Jawan lost their lives and 5 Jawan went missing. So he tells us entire story, and today we are telling you that 19 Kumar Regiment veterans are also here to bid final goodbye to their Galig Jawan here in Haldwani, Uttarakhand. Back to you.
Well, Harsha, many thanks for joining us there from Haldwani. You keep your eyes on that story so well. A martyr returns home finally. His mortal remains to be the last rites to be performed, even as the army salutes his bravery. Moving on to other news stories, Delhi High Court reserves order on Satyendra Jain. The court has reserved its orders on a PIL seeking to declare Delhi Minister Satyendra Jain a person of unsound mind and to disqualify him from Delhi Legislative Assembly. So Delhi High Court reserving its order on this. A plea had been put forward before the court that he be suspended and he be disqualified rather from the Delhi Legislative Assembly. Now the Delhi High Court is reserving its order on this. Joining us is Sambhav from the court to tell us about this latest development in the Satyendra Jain case. Take us through what's happening, what the court said. What was the plea all about? Because just a few weeks earlier, there was a similar plea for his suspension from the Legislative Assembly. Sambhav.
Yes. So today, the Delhi High Court has finally reserved the order on the Satyendra Jain regarding the PIL which was filed seeking to declare him as a person of unsound mind and to justify him on this basis to disqualify him from Delhi's Legislative Assembly. That was a plea in the Delhi High Court today, in which Delhi High Court has order. So that's the plea, that's the latest today coming in from the Delhi High Court, wherein Delhi High Court has reserved its order. Basically, the public this public interest litigation was filed in the Delhi court. Declaring Satyendra Jain as unsound mind and that disqualifying him under as a member of Legislative Assembly. In the petition earlier, it was heard by Justice Satish Chandra Mishra and on August 16th. So it's a continuous. Delhi High Court was continuously hearing this plea, and the petition was filed by All India Professional Congress's Ashish Srivastav through Advocate Rudra Vikram Singh, wherein he sought constitution of a medical board.
Right.
So the constitution of a medical board was sought.
Right. So the Delhi High Court has reserved its order on a plea seeking the disqualification of Satyendra Jain, saying that he was of unsound mind. Sambhav, on that story, many thanks for joining us there. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic, and
after 38 years of long wait, martyr soldier Lance Nayak Chandrasekhar mortal remains to reach his native residence in Haldwani, Uttarakhand. All the family members and veterans of the army eagerly waiting to bid final goodbye to the brave heart. 38 years of wait finally comes to an end. Family will finally be at peace. You are watching Republic TV. Stay tuned with us to bid the final goodbye to the brave heart. Keep watching Republic TV. We'll be right back after a short break.
Let's move on to a quick roundup of all that's making news from across the country. A memorial service was held at the national capital to pay homage to former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee on the occasion of the 4th death anniversary at the national capital. The ceremony was undertaken at the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Samadhi in the national capital. The teacher accused of beating a Dalit minor that led to his death was arrested and charged with murder under sections including the SC/ST Prevention of Atrocities Act. The incident also led to a Congress MLA from Paran Parachand Meghwal from resigning from his post in the Rajasthan Assembly. Two TRS leaders were seen firing rounds in the air at a birthday party in Ranga Reddy in Telangana. The news comes days after TRS Minister Srinivas Gaud was also seen firing shots in the air in the state. The police eventually conducted raids at the farmhouse where they seized 2 guns that were used by the leaders.
At least 3 people were trapped and later rescued due to flash floods from Uj River near Kathua in Jammu and Kashmir, leading to a rescue operation carried out by the Indian Air Force. 2 helicopters were deployed to conduct the search operation. Namineni Krishnan, a leader of the TRS, was hacked to death in broad daylight minutes after he hoisted the national flag in Telangana's Khammam. The murder led to followers of the leader ransacking the residence of Krishnan's brother Tavnineni Koteshwar Rao, a CPM leader, considered responsible for Krishnan's death. A young man threw a bomb in the middle of the crowd near the police station in the village of Bargod in Indore. One person was killed in the attack while 15 people were injured as a flag ceremony was to be held in the area where a local drinking with a few others hurled a bomb that was in his possession. At least 31 MLAs are expected to take oath as ministers in the new Bihar cabinet, with the oath-taking ceremony scheduled to take place at 11:30 in the morning in Patna. The new government is to have at least 11 MLAs from JDU, 16 from RJD, 2 from the Congress and 2 independent MLAs. Tensions reportedly arose within the Congress in Bihar as the workers opposed being allotted cabinets considered disrespectable. Members of the party stated they wished to be a part of the alliance but not join the cabinet. The BJP's core committee is scheduled to meet today to deliberate on the MLAs that will lead the party as it takes up the position of the opposition in the state.
Headlines at 11:30. FIFA suspends India. Alleged influence of third parties matter now in top court. Days after SC panel accused Pratap Patel, FIFA now decides to officially ban India. Top court agrees to hear FIFA matter tomorrow. As tensions simmer in Karnataka, Section 144 imposed, 4 arrested after the violent clashes. After a mega change of guard in Bihar, cabinet expansion likely today, 31 MLAs set to take oath as ministers. Thanks for tuning in this morning. We are live and breaking, and I'm Samiksha Srivastava tracking the big story coming in this hour. After the FIFA suspended the All India Football Federation, the Supreme Court has agreed to hear the matter tomorrow, an issue that is related to FIFA suspending the All India Football Federation with immediate effect. In fact, the decision of FIFA has stripped the country of the right to host the Under-17 Women's World Cup scheduled for October. So a top court that is all set to hear the FIFA case tomorrow. This of course comes after the FIFA suspended All India Football Federation with immediate effect, which essentially means that India will not be able to host the Under-17 Women's World Cup, which was scheduled to take place in October. In fact, the FIFA has also released a statement saying that FIFA urges the AIFF to regain administrative control and urging the AIFF to form administrative committee as well. Our executive editor Rhythm is also joining us for this big story. Rhythm, if you could help us read into this, the matter is listed for tomorrow in the top court. Take us through the details.
Well, let's tell our viewers today what has happened is that FIFA has suspended and said India will lose the right to host the Under-17 Women's World Cup. This comes as the first time ever ban on All India Football Federation by FIFA in its 85 years history. Now, why this is a setback is not because of all the key players that are fighting to be at the helm of affairs of Indian football, but the players who shall be suffering and the viewers who shall not be able to watch the match in India if FIFA statement goes ahead that has suspended the hosting rights to India. What has today happened? Let me tell our viewers first. This matter came in the Supreme Court, where the Solicitor General told the bench of Justice Chandrachud that Indian football body has been suspended. He said there's a communication. He didn't give out details of the communication from FIFA, the international body, governing body for football, but said the Indian indication was Indian football body has been suspended. This matter needs to be taken up tomorrow. Justice Chandrachud assured the Solicitor General the case will be taken up tomorrow. However, what we really need to look at and what football players and other sports people across India today are saying is, this is an opportunity for us to get our football system right. It is important that all the stakeholders, the federation, the state association, need to come together in this time. What had actually happened? There was a controversy after former AIFF President Praful Patel stayed in office beyond his term. He was ousted by the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said it's invalid, ousting him from the post. Instead of having him there, the Supreme Court had placed this entire body under a committee of administrators called the COA. FIFA, however, said that we are continuing to be in options with India. We hope there will be a positive outcome of the same. But remember, earlier the COA was constituted under orders of the Supreme Court in 2017. They set aside the election of former Civil Aviation Minister Praful Patel. Today, as we are seeing this, we are seeing the COA body's representatives file a contempt plea before the Supreme Court. We are seeing the petitioners come to the Supreme Court and say that there is a contempt petition that needs to be there against former chief of AIFF Praful Patel, because apparently they say he was liaising with FIFA to undermine the hosting of the Under-17 Women's World Cup. This is an allegation from them. We at Republic TV are just reading out what is there in the contempt petition filed by the Committee of Administrators. While adjourning the matter, the court had made clear that it will not hesitate to interfere if attempts are made to scuttle the hosting of the FIFA tournament by India. Keeping all these facts now into perspective, the larger picture, like we said, is will there be a resolution before the October 2022 World Cup, Under-17 Women's World Cup that has to be hosted here? And a lot of people who are part of the football game are saying that, of course, like in cricket, the game of football, there also needs to be a clean-up of the system, but this should not happen right now when it is the players and the viewers who will suffer. You know, there was also former player Mehtab Hussain who had blamed the running football in the country for the setback. He said it's the former officials and the COA who need to be looking at this carefully, and the fiasco that has come, they should not take their own free time as it's going to be seen as a huge blow for Indian football.
All right, Rhythm, thank you so much for taking us through all those details and helping us read into this big story coming in. Of course, the matter is listed for tomorrow in the Supreme Court. In fact, the biggest question that is arising at this point, as Rhythm was pointing out, did Praful Patel, was he removed as the All India Football Federation president, abuse his position as FIFA Council member is one of the questions that we are asking. So several questions arising at this point, as India will not be able to host the Under-17 Women's World Cup that was scheduled to take place between 11th till 30th of October. As per the latest diktat that is coming in, that is the decision that has been taken by the FIFA with respect to hosting of these games that are scheduled for October. So the Bureau of the FIFA Council has unanimously decided to suspend the All India Football Federation with immediate effect due to undue influence from the third parties, which constitutes a serious violation of FIFA. This is what FIFA has stated with respect to this particular order that has been, the decision that has been passed. The International Football Governing Body has also said that the suspension will be lifted once an order to set up the Committee of Administrators to assume the powers of the All India Football Federation Executive Committee has been repealed, and that the All India Football Federation administration regains full control of its daily affairs. So a lot of questions also arising at this point as to whether there has been an effort to undermine the SC appointed COA by previous office bearers, and if so, by whom. Another question is, did Praful Patel, was he removed as the All India Football Federation president, abuse his position as FIFA Council member? So these are the questions that remain to be answered, and the matter having been listed for tomorrow in the top court. So tracking all the latest on that, in fact, the SC panel has accused the letter arrangement. In fact, more details that are just coming in. The suspension essentially means that India will not be able to host the Under-17 Women's World Cup that is scheduled to take place in October this year, which is from 11th till the 30th. The matter is now in the Supreme Court, as there is a lot of furor over this decision that has been taken by the FIFA. The plea details have been accessed by Republic. India's FIFA ban has, of course, triggered a massive controversy as India will not be able to host the Under-17 Women's World Cup. And the statement essentially coming in by the FIFA, which says that the international football governing body that has said that the suspension will be lifted only when, in order to set up the committee of administrators to assume the powers of the All India Football Federation executive committee has been repealed, and that the All India Football Federation administration regains full control of its daily affairs. So the big question arising at this point is whether Praful Patel was removed as the All India Football Federation president, abused his position as FIFA council member. Rhythm is back with us. Rhythm, a lot of questions arising at this point. In fact, one of the questions arising whether there were letters threatening suspension from the FIFA AFC have obtained to coerce the COA.
Well, that is not, that is something that we will be looking at. But actually, let's tell our viewers, the All India Football Federation is at the center of a controversy after it also failed to host timely elections that were due. As the delays persisted, the Supreme Court appointed COA, that's the Committee of Administrators, were to look into the day-to-day affairs of AIFF. Praful Patel had been ousted by the Supreme Court. There was an allegation and a contempt proceeding from the other side that he continued to hold meetings along with the state member associations. So that was also something that had to be looked at. Meanwhile, the central government is also having meetings with FIFA authorities when this case was supposed to come up before them. Today in the Supreme Court was informed by the Solicitor General that there is a statement coming from FIFA, that is the world governing body for football, that India would lose its rights to host the Under-17 Women's World Cup. It's the first time that such a thing has been said in its 85-year history to India, and they have said that there is a certain third party that is looking into the matter. We have to see what the court will do tomorrow.
Yes. Well, Rhythm, thank you so much. We'll have to leave it at that. So, Rhythm, they're getting us all those details of the big story coming in, the matter that is listed before the Supreme Court tomorrow.
मंच पर शपथ ग्रहण के लिए पधारे तथा महामहिम राज्यपाल महोदय के समक्ष पद एवं गोपनीयता की शपथ लें। श्री विजय कुमार चौधरी, श्री विजेंद्र प्रसाद यादव, श्री आलोक कुमार मेहता, श्री तेज प्रताप यादव, मोहम्मद आफा आदम।
So the visuals coming in live with respect to the Bihar cabinet expansion that is taking place today, and like Republic had told you, 31 MLAs will be taking oath as ministers. Prakash getting us all those live updates. Prakash, it's over to you. Take us through all the big updates you are picking up with respect to this oath taking ceremony which is underway.
There we can see the oath-taking ceremony would start in some time from now, and they are being sworn in groups. In the first group there are 5 ministers: Vijay Chaudhary, Vijender Yadav, Alok Mehta of RJD, Tej Pratap Yadav, and they are being sworn in. So you can see that the ministers are being administered oath of office and secrecy, which includes Lalu's elder son, Tej Pratap Yadav, also in the first lot. So around 31 ministers are being sworn in today, 16 from the RJD, 11 from the JDU, 2 from Congress, 1 from HAM, and independent. The key departments as far as finance is concerned, finance was earlier with the BJP, and during Mahagathbandhan 1 it was with the RJD, and it is likely to go to JDU, and Vijay Chaudhary would be the finance minister, and the swapping has been done with education ministry. Education ministry is likely to go to RJD's Alok Mehta. So these are the key departments. They just be likely to keep road construction as well as health. And earlier health was with Tej Pratap Yadav. Tej Pratap may get one more department apart from environment and forest, not health, which he held earlier because it's a very important department, keeping in mind 19 situation across the country. It requires a lot of monitoring and keeping in mind the kind of attitude he shows. Maybe Tejasvi wants to cut him to size. So we'll have to wait and watch what kind of drama unfolds in the Yadav family after Tej Pratap is denied health. If at all he is denied health, he will certainly create some problems for the family, but Tejasvi has gone far beyond as far as politics is concerned. There you see the ministers after being sworn in. First in line is Vijay Chaudhary, who is signing on the papers and the registers in the Raj Bhavan. And thereafter you will have Vijendra Yadav, the senior most minister, who will sign the papers. There you see Vijay Chaudhary getting up, and Vijendra Yadav now in line. Vijendra Yadav after being administered the oath of office. Now, as far as this Mahagathbandhan government is concerned, Nitish Kumar walked out of the NDA government as he alleged that he was not feeling comfortable. The BJP was trying to humiliate him. The BJP was trying to dominate him. And it's been the oldest alliance in the country for the JDU. But it did not work out ever since the 2020 Bihar Vidhan Sabha elections, since Nitish Kumar's party went down to 43 assembly seats, and the allegations was leveled on BJP senior top brass that at the behest of BJP, Chirag Paswan fielded candidate against the JDU and not the BJP. But there was some miscommunication, and both the BJP and the JDU are said to be blamed for the collapse of the NDA government. But it remains to be seen what kind of realignment does the Mahagathbandhan take shape as far as JDU and RJD is concerned, because there are a lot of contentious issues. The relationship will be based on internal contradictions, because Nitish Kumar came to power in 2005, criticizing the jungle Raj of Lalu Yadav, misrule of Lalu Yadav, as well as the Bihar was marred with a lot of corruption, and Lalu Yadav was convicted in the fodder scam case, as a result of which Lalu Yadav is still not a member of parliament. So it remains to be seen how things unfold, and immediately after the government was sworn in, we saw one incident of the brazen display of power that the dreaded gangster Anand Mohan, who is serving a life sentence in jail, was supposed to be produced in a Patna court, and he walked, instead of being lodged in the Beur jail, in the escort of the police. He was escorted to his personal residence of his MLA son, RJD MLA son, Chetan Anand, and then he walked out to, when he was being taken to Saharsa jail, on way he was lodged in a government guest house in Khagaria, and we, Republic TV and Republic Bharat, accessed exclusive pictures of all those stays, which goes to show that the Robin Hood culture is back in Bihar. And from 90 to 2005, Bihar was known for Robin Hood culture. And there you see now in the visual, Tej Pratap Yadav, after being administered the oath of office and secrecy, signing on the papers. And it is imminent that Tej Pratap was supposed to join in the cabinet. And this time in the hierarchy, it seems that he is below in the order. Last time, Lalu Yadav had administered him, got him administered the oath of office at number 3, just behind Nitish Kumar, Tejasvi Yadav, and then Tej Pratap Yadav. This time it is around number 6, or it is 7. So already enough signals that he's been cut to size. Now it remains to be seen what department he gets, because he's been insisting for health. So that is the bone of contention. Now coming back to the point of the internal contradictions within the Mahagathbandhan. So I asked Vijay Chaudhary, the senior minister who is supposed to be the finance minister and close confidant of Nitish Kumar, that what kind of government would this be, that Anand Mohan has already shown the example and shown the path to the gangsters and the Bahubalis in Bihar. Would Nitish Kumar be under control? That's $1 million question. So he said that Nitish Kumar would be in the driver's seat. Then I replied back that despite the fact that Nitish Kumar is in the driver's seat, but the accelerator, clutch and the brakes would be in the hand of Tejasvi Yadav, who controls and the command of 115 RJD MLAs. So it's a matter of time, because there are a lot of internal contradictions if at all Tejasvi keeps in control. But the social dynamics of Bihar is such that on the ground, the supporters of RJD would find it difficult to control on various issues, and there would be social unrest and the dynamics, and there would be a lot of difficulty in the synergy of the workers of the RJD and the JDU, as well as the workers of and as well as the supporters of the JDU and the RJD. So we'll have to wait and watch. Even though Nitish Kumar, one feels that he walked out of the NDA, one, he was feeling suffocated, that he was feeling uneasy. And it has been his long-term prime ministerial ambitions for the past 1 decade or so, and his old rivalry with Narendra Modi ever since that Ludhiana rally in 2009 parliament elections in Punjab, where that famous picture of Sushma Swaraj, Nitish Kumar and Narendra Modi trying to shake hands. There in itself the rivalry started, and Nitish Kumar has been nursing prime ministerial ambitions. But the question is, will the opposition galvanize around Nitish Kumar? Will the personal interest and ambition of Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi accept Nitish Kumar as the leader? Because Rahul Gandhi time and again has failed, and that has led to the decline of the foundation of the Congress party. If they are not accepting, the Gandhi families are not accepting anyone within the Congress party itself, then why would they accept Nitish Kumar as the prime ministerial candidate? Many young leaders have left the parties.
At least 31 MLAs are expected to take oath as ministers in the new Bihar cabinet, with the oath-taking ceremony scheduled to take place at 11:30 in the morning in Patna. The new government is to have at least 11 MLAs from JDU, 16 from RJD, 2 from the Congress and 2 independent MLAs. Tensions reportedly arose within the Congress in Bihar as the workers opposed being allotted cabinets considered disrespectable. Members of the party stated they wished to be a part of the alliance but not join the cabinet. The BJP Core Committee is scheduled to meet today to deliberate on the MLAs that will lead the party as it takes up the position of the opposition in the state. The meet is also expected to be attended by BJP National Secretary JP Nadda. A Telangana Rashtra Samiti leader, Thamineni Krishnaiah, was brutally hacked to death in broad daylight minutes after hoisting the national flag in Telangana's Khammam district. Krishnaiah had recently quit CPIM and switched to the TRS party. While his brother TK Rao is suspected to be party to the crime, the police investigations are underway. Anguished by the death of a minor Dalit boy in Rajasthan's Jalore, Congress MLA Panna Chand Megawal submitted his resignation, expressing dismay over the death of the 9-year-old schoolboy who was allegedly beaten up for drinking from a common earthen pot. Megawal laminated that Dalits were being oppressed even after 75 years of independence. On Independence Day 2022, Chief Minister Pema Khandu informed that Arunachal Pradesh carried out a successful launch of the first flight of drone service Medicine from the Sky from Sepa to Chayangtajo in East Kameng district. Here's the other news that we're tracking at this moment. Almost a week after the political potboiler took place in Bihar, Republic has learned that the cabinet expansion in the state is scheduled for today. Sources in the know confirm that cabinet is likely to compromise 35 ministers, with the Rashtriya Janata Dal having 15 ministers and the Janata Dal United having 13, and Congress and Hindustan Awam Morcha may get 4 and 1 ministries respectively. Days after Nitish Kumar took a U-turn to break the NDA alliance and join hands with RJD, Congress and co, a meeting of the BJP core committee in Bihar is likely to be held.
The live visuals coming to you right now from the Raj Bhavan in Patna, where the oath-taking ceremony is underway as we speak. The scoop that Republic is getting you of this cabinet expansion that is taking place with respect to the portfolio allocation. And as Republic told you, 31 MLAs are taking oath as ministers in Bihar. This is after the Mahagathbandhan 2.0, which has now been formed in the state of Bihar. Slipping into a very short break for now. On the other side, we'll continue to get you our live coverage from Bihar, where the oath-taking ceremony is underway.
Here's the other top stories that we're tracking at this moment. Terrorists hurled a grenade on one individual at Budgam in Gopalapura that injured one Kumar. The terrorist outfit TRF, the LET's offshoot, claims responsibility for the attack. A police personnel sustained minor injuries after terrorists hurled a grenade at a police control room in Srinagar. The constable, Shabir Ahmed, has been shifted to the hospital for treatment. Section 144 has been imposed in Shivamogga and Karnataka after an altercation between two groups led to one being stabbed, with the incident carried out over posters of Veer Savarkar and Tipu Sultan. The scuffle broke out near a national flag installed at the Amir Ahmed Circle in the city, with the altercation leading to a lathi charge by the police. A strong man from Bihar, Anand Mohan, recently stayed at a government circuit house in Kagaria. The father of an RJD MLA accused of killing a district magistrate in Gopalganj also had photographs of his surfaced, where he was seen meeting his family as he was on his way back to the Saharsa jail after being produced at a court in Patna.
India had been dragged into the war without consulting its people. The Congress passed the Quit India resolution. Gandhiji advised, forget the differences between Hindus and Muslims and think of yourselves as Indians. Every one of you should from this moment consider yourself to be a free man or woman. He asked the people to do or die, either make India free or die in the attempt.
Let's move on to a quick roundup of all that's making news from across the country. A memorial service was held at the national capital to pay homage to former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee on the occasion of the 4th death anniversary at the national capital. The ceremony was undertaken at the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Samadhi in the national capital. The teacher accused of beating a Dalit minor that led to his death was arrested and charged with murder under sections including the SC/ST Prevention of Atrocities Act. The incident also led to a Congress MLA from Paran Parachand Meghwal from resigning from his post in the Rajasthan Assembly. Two TRS leaders were seen firing rounds in the air at a birthday party in Ranga Reddy in Telangana. The news comes days after TRS Minister Srinivas Gaud was also seen firing shots in the air in the state. The police eventually conducted raids at the farmhouse where they seized 2 guns that were used by the leaders.
At least 3 people were trapped and later rescued due to flash floods from Uj River near Kathua in Jammu and Kashmir, leading to a rescue operation carried out by the Indian Air Force. 2 helicopters were deployed to conduct the search operation.
You're watching Live and Breaking. The headlines at this hour. Massive furor as FIFA suspends Indian Football Federation over alleged third-party influence. FIFA ban days after mega allegations against Praful Patel. Is there a Praful Patel hand in the ban? After back-to-back pleas, top court to hear FIFA case tomorrow. Allies win big in Nitish's expanded cabinet. Lalu's second son takes oath as minister. Shivamoga simmers in tension even days after Savarkar poster clashes. 4 arrested, Section 144 now imposed. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic. Breaking news coming in now. An act of hooliganism by CM Shinde camp MLA. MLA Santosh Bangar slaps and abuses manager of a catering service providing food to laborers in Hingoli under midday meal scheme. Bangar claims the food quality was bad. So as you can see in those visuals that Republic has accessed, Mr. Bangar there, MLA of Chief Minister Eknath Shinde's camp in Maharashtra, caught on camera slapping a worker of a catering company, saying the food quality was bad.
गव्हर्नमेंटचा माल आहे असं लुटता फोन ते मातर चोत ते मालकाला बनवून घ्या कलेक्टरला फोन करा नाही कलेक्टरला सांगा हे सगळं बंद झालं पाहिजे म्हणा गोरगरिबाच्या जीवाशी खेळायला तुम्ही मातर चोत साले हो आरामखोर साले.
Well, we see an MLA there abusing a simple worker in a catering company, saying that the food quality was bad and that he was misusing government funds. And that's the visual that we're getting you of the MLA. He's an MLA of Chief Minister Eknath Shinde's camp, and he's caught on camera indulging in hooliganism. Alisha to tell us more. Alisha, we are seeing these shocking visuals. A worker in a catering company being slapped by an MLA. We believe he's an MLA of Chief Minister Eknath Shinde's camp.
Well, yes, Santosh Bangar is the MLA from the Shiv Sena, that is Shinde camp, and we can see that clearly how he's been beating and abusing a service caterer in Hingoli for providing a really not good food. And we can clearly see in the video as well, where Santosh Bangar can be seen slapping to those worker who give a caterer service to the laborer under midday meal program. And according to the Santosh Bangar, he says that the food was served was not good, after which he went to the office of those people who give a caterer service, and we can see he's been slapping. So this is something act of hooliganism by the camp MLA Santosh Bangar. Even earlier we saw that there was one of the MLA Prakash Surve who has threatened and clearly mentioned to his worker that whoever speak against us, not only his hand should be broken but also their legs should be broken, and there will be bail that will be made on table. So such a statement that has been coming in from the camp MLA, and this is the second incident in a day where Santosh Bangar is clearly seen he's beating and abusing the caterer services for not providing good food.
So instances of hooliganism, can we say, on the rise and quite common, not uncommon, can we say, as far as the Shinde camp is concerned?
Well, yes, we have been witnessing this the second, incident of Shinde camp. MLA has been doing such an act. Earlier, we heard Prakash Surve, who is MLA from the Shinde camp, clearly threatening and clearly mentioned, and this was the hint that was given to Shinde camp, MLAs and leaders, clearly mentioning to his worker that whoever speak against us, you don't need to wait and keep quiet. Just break their hands, but not only the hands, but also his leg, is what a statement that was coming in from Shinde camp MLA. And this is the second incident in a day, what we have been told, that Santosh Bangar clearly mentioned, and clearly we can see in the video as well, where he's beating and abusing the caterer services for mentioning that he could not provide a good food for the laborers midday meal program, which is why he went to the caterer services and loses his cool, and not only beaten him but also abuses.
Right, threats of physical harm and also abuses. Well, what was he actually saying when he was abusing the caterer? He was saying something about misusing government funds, if I understand correctly.
Well, yes, Rukma, he clearly mentioned, if I heard the video, that he is speaking to the caterer services, clearly mentioning that the government, fund that has been given to the midday meal program, but the food that has been provided is really not good, which is why he loses his cool, and he did the physical assault and also abuses, is what we can clearly see in the video. As you asked, what he was saying is clearly mentioning that there are some funds that has been allocated by the government for the midday meal program. There should be a food that has to be provided in a good manner, but they are not providing a good food, which is why he's there. Santosh Bangar went to the caterer services and loses his cool, and we can see that he's not only has slapped him but also abuses in the video. And this is the second incident we can see in the day, where earlier a statement that was coming in from Prakash Surve clearly mentioning that if someone says anything against us, not only just slap them or not just beat him, but not only break his hand, but also break his leg, and there will be a bail on table as well. So this is the assurance that was made by Prakash Surve to his workers, to his leaders in his constituency. But this is the second incident of Santosh Bangar in Hingoli, where clearly mentioning that even if the fund was provided under the midday meal program, but yet not a good food that was provided to the laborer, and which is why he went to the caterer services, and we can see that he's clearly slapping and also abuses.
And Alisha, it's a video that has gone viral, and as we can see, it's a video that Republic has accessed. Santosh Bangar, a prominent MLA from Alisha, is he from Hingoli itself, and is the Shiv Sena carrying out these kind of random checks of some kind? And we'll get in touch with our reporter Alisha later on, but as Alisha tells us, it's an incident from Hingoli, a caterer, a worker in a catering service being slapped and abused by Santosh Bangar of the Shiv Sena. Moving on now, an accident took place in an IT-BP vehicle. Breaking news coming in now. Accident of an IT-BP vehicle. 4 personnel have lost their lives in the accident and many others are injured. They were on Yatra duty. The accident took place in Chandanwari in Pahalgam. So, tragic accident of an IT-BP vehicle in Chandanwari in Pahalgam. 4 IT-BP personnel lose their lives in the accident, the visuals of which we're getting you on your screens there. It's an incident from Pahalgam, and 4 Jawans have been killed and 4 others have lost their lives. Well, we are waiting for more details on that, but as far as we know, it's an accident that has claimed at least 4 lives as far as we know. And the accident took place in Pahalgam in Chandanwari, and the ITV personnel were on Yatra duty. Zeenath to take us through this latest piece of news. Zeenath, we're hearing about a fatal accident of an IT-BP vehicle. Tell us what happened.
See, these are the ITBP Jawans along with J&K police who were on the Yatra duty for the last more than a month, and now as the Yatra has concluded recently, they were on the way to their camps when the accident took place at the Chandanwari of Pahalgam, where the 3 ITBP personnel have lost their life and also one JKP driver has lost his life. So overall, if we talk about the accident in the Pahalgam, 4 people have lost their lives and several are injured, although we are seeing the medical emergency being reached to the place, and also many of them are being shifted to the nearby hospital. This is one of the deadliest accident that has taken place in the Chandanwari route of Pahalgam, South Kashmir, where the 4 personnel have lost their life. They were on the bus. They were boarded on the bus when they met with an accident in Chandanwari area, where the 4 personnel have lost their life and several have been injured in Chandanwari of the Pahalgam of South Kashmir.
Well, 4 ITBP personnel losing their lives. It's a huge loss, Zeenat, when we talk about the kind of training they have, the kind of service they've been providing, whether it's yatris, whether it's, people trapped in that mountainous terrain. Zeenat.
One of the worst accidents that have been observed in the Pahalgam of South Kashmir, with the 3 ITP personnel and 1 JKP. The driver of the vehicle was from the Jammu and Kashmir police who lost his life. In 4, we are seeing 4 casualties from the Chandanwari of the Pahalgam, where the accident has taken place. These people were on the Yatra duty that concluded recently. Now they were on their way back when they met, this bus met with an accident. The 4 personnel have lost their life. The one of the casualties from Jammu and Kashmir police and the 3 from the ITBP.
Well, a huge loss there to the service and to the nation as well. 3 ITBP personnel. And we are getting more and more details as the day is going on. Zeenat bringing us those updates. It's not known as far as the condition of the injured is concerned, but that's the overturned vehicle. The accident occurred in Chandanwari in Pahalgam. The police and ITBP personnel were on Yatra duty and they were returning to their camps, as Zeenat was telling us. And these are the first pictures of the fatal accident in Chandanwari in Pahalgam, in which we see an ITBP vehicle overturning. Security forces on the spot for all rescue and relief work. 3 ITBP personnel and 1 Jammu and Kashmir police personnel have lost their lives. Zeenat, coming back to you again, we are getting those visuals. Rescue teams already on the spot, we believe, and search operations are underway. What about the injured?
See, as far as the search, as far as the injured, the condition of the injured is concerned, all of them have been shifted to the hospital. The evacuation process is going on because this is the Chandanwari area of the Pahalgam, and it will take minimum them 40 to 50 minutes to reach the hospital. The evacuation process as of now is on at the Chandanwari of Pahalgam. But meanwhile, the focus has also been shifted to South Kashmir, where the terrorists have fired upon the Kashmiri Pandits in an orchard, and this has also now been confirmed by the Jammu and Kashmir police that the 2 Kashmiri Pandit, the brothers, have been shot at, out of which one has succumbed to the injuries and another is being treated at the hospital. Once again, a target killing is being witnessed in Shopian, South Kashmir, where Kashmiri Pandits are being targeted by the terrorists. These the brothers were working in an orchard when the terrorists fired upon them. One of them succumbed on way to the injuries and the another is being treated at the hospital. So entire focus today is on the South Kashmir, where on the one side we see in Shopian the terrorists targeting the Kashmiri Pandits. It's seen as a target killing back in South Kashmir, Shopian, and on the other side we are seeing in South Kashmir's Anantnag, the Chandanwari area witnessed an accident of the vehicle in which the 3 RTBT personnel have lost their life, and also the driver of the vehicle was the Jammu and Kashmir police, who also succumbed to the injuries, and several people who were on board have received multiple injuries and they are being evacuated from the place.
Well, as Zeenat, as you're telling us, stay with us on this story because we'd like to go into some detail there. One Kashmiri Pandit, we believe, has been shot dead and another has been injured. And we're hearing that terrorists fired upon the 2 civilians, 2 brothers, as you tell us, in an apple orchard in Chotipura area of Shopia. Well, this is breaking news as far as we are concerned. Zenith, just a day after independence, just a day after across India, people, celebrated 75 years of independence. We are hearing about another targeted killing there. What more details can you give us? One of the two brothers has been shot dead. That's what we are hearing. The other is still injured.
See, as far as the Chopin incident is concerned, we are picking that the brothers, the Kashmiri Pandits, were working in an orchard when the terrorists fired upon them from a close range. Both the brothers received the multiple injuries, but out of the two, one has come to the injuries and the second has received the multiple injuries, who is being treated. We are seeing again a somber atmosphere at the residence of these brothers who are living in the Chotipura area of Shopian. Shopian is known as the terror belt of the Kashmir as far as the Jaish, Hizbul Mujahideen or the elite is concerned. It seems the target killings are back in the Kashmir Valley. This time, once again, the targets were the minority community of the Kashmir. The Kashmiri Pandits being targeted in the Shopian. One lost his life and another is being treated at the hospital. He is fighting for his life. This has taken place in the Chotipura area of Shopian, where the terrorists targeted the Kashmiri Pandits working in the orchard.
Right. Meanwhile, we are getting visuals of the heartbroken families there. The women in the family, crying over the loss of one of their sons. Zenith, if you can hear me. So another targeted killing in the Kashmir Valley. Two brothers working in an apple orchard shot at by terrorists. One of them drops dead. The other is injured in hospital. They are from Shopian, a terror belt, as known as a terror belt. And it's another targeted killing of Kashmiri Pandits. Both belong to the minority community. The injured has been shifted to a hospital. The area has been cordoned off and further details are still awaited. Of course, it's clearly a case of another targeted killing. Zenith, what news from the family? We are hearing that, the family has been informed and they are heartbroken.
Oh, see, right now we are seeing in the Shopian, Chotipura and the adjoining villages of the Shopian district, the CASO, the Coordinate Search Operations have been launched by the J&K police along with the Indian Army. But it seems that the terrorists once again showing their presence on the ground, the way they targeted these brothers who were working in an orchard, and it seems they might have done some recce or something. That is why coming so close to their target and then triggering their weapon and killing the person on spot, and the another one is battling for the life. This is again a clear case of the target killings where the terrorists are targeting the non-locals or the minorities in the Kashmir Valley, because this is not the first time when such killing has been reported, although many such killings were solved by the J&K police along with the other forces. But again, this time earlier, just 3 days back, there was a target killing in Bandipora where a non-local laborer was targeted who was working in a bedding making outlet. He was targeted, he lost his life, and now just 3 to 4 days after, we are seeing that an incident in the Shopian of Chotipura area of Shopian where the Kashmiri Pandits have been targeted. This is the family that has been living for a long time in the Shopian of South Kashmir, but it seems that the terrorists who have given so many warnings earlier that the Kashmiri Pandits or the non-locals should leave the valley. We have witnessed the protest of the Kashmiri Pandits for 2 to 3 months when Rahul Pandit was killed in a Tehsil office of Chadora, and there had been the assurances from the government, from the police that the things will be better and the security will be provided. But now again it seems that the questions are going to be will be rise against the government admin as well as the J&K police, that where is the security as far as the Kashmiri Pandits is concerned, because we are seeing that the target killings are back in the Kashmir Valley.
Right. Well, so questions likely to arise once again. The Kashmiri Pandit community already protesting for past 2 to 3 months, as Zenith was telling us. Zenith, what can you tell us about the condition of the injured? When will we When will we be aware of, news is awaited about one of the two brothers. Two brothers were targeted this time around. They were working in an apple orchard in Chotipura area in Shopia in Kashmir. And entire focus has now shifted to this targeted killing of another Kashmiri Pandit. In fact, two brothers were shot at by terrorists in Shopia. Just a short while back, they were working in an apple orchard. One of them lost his life, has succumbed to the gunshot wound. The other is still in hospital and is injured and is under treatment. And we're getting you all the details as they happen. Zenat, our bureau chief there on the story. And these are visuals, chilling visuals of another targeted killing in Jammu and Kashmir. Zenat, we're getting the chilling visuals of another family devastated by the loss of a son, and that too while working in an apple orchard. It's clearly another case of inhuman targeted killing by terrorists in the Kashmir Valley. Zenat, it's over to you. So we are trying to get in connection with our bureau chief Zenat, who's bringing us all the updates. This is the major focus today. Another targeted killing in Jammu and Kashmir, as another Pandit is shot dead as he's working in an apple orchard. And Zenat, to bring us all the details, we are trying to get in touch. Those are visuals of the Kashmiri Pandit family that has lost one of its loved one. Another Pandit dead, another battling for his life as terrorists shoot at two brothers in an apple orchard in Chotipura area of Shopia in Jammu and Kashmir. Two brothers working in an apple orchard are shot at by terrorists. And clearly, as Zenat said, they must have conducted a recce of the area to be able to come so close and shoot the unarmed civilians who were working in an apple orchard. So the spate of targeted killings continues in the valley. This time news coming in from Shopia in South Kashmir. Two Pandits targeted. One of them loses his life. The other brother is battling for it in a hospital where he's been taken in an injured state. And joining us now is Lalit Ambardar. Lalitji, we are hearing about how these targeted killings continue. A tragic loss of life of another young Kashmiri Pandit shot dead while working in an apple orchard. Truly tragic, truly unfortunate. Mr. Ambardar.
It's indeed tragic, but I'm not surprised. Kashmiri Hindus' genocide in Kashmir has not ceased, despite the claims. And I think we need to take the cognizance of the fact that what India has on hand is Kashmir Jihad. It's a civilizational war. At its advent, it saw the genocide of Aborigine Kashmiri Hindus. Can you imagine 5,000 plus years old civilizational ethos have been erased from Kashmir? They don't want any non-Muslims there. So we need to understand, and then on top of it, what we are trying to do is we are trying to exploit their deprivation, their needs, economic needs, and we're pushing back in the name of Prime Minister's package the survivors of the genocide back into the same villages and towns from where their families were evicted 32 years ago. And the guys have been they're protesting for the past about 3 months, demanding that they be relocated into the safe zones of Jammu province. But the government, the local administration, nothing is moving. And I think this using Kashmiri Hindus as guinea pigs in India's continued secular experimentations in Kashmir must stop. You can't be using them. You can't be using them to boost the morale of the so-called secular people there. It is high
right.
time
So
we
many
understood what we have
questions.
on hand.
It's out. The outrage, the uproar is evident. Mr. Ambardar, stay with us. We also have with us former Deputy Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Nirmal Singh, joining us on the phone line. Mr. Singh, another tragic killing, another tragic death in a Kashmiri Pandit family. One brother was shot dead. He lost his life immediately. The other is battling for it. Your comments. Questions, of course, will be raised at this time about how secure non-locals and, minority community members in the Kashmir, how safe are they in the valley?
It's very shocking that we have just heard this news that one Sunil Kumar, he has come to the injuries and his brother is waiting for his life. That's very shocking. And we have to deal with it very firmly. Though government is trying its level best, but government has to change its strategy because it's target killing. As you know that these cowards, because they don't have the guts to face our army, our security forces, Jammu Kashmir police, and people, they are resorting to their day-to-day activities there. As Sunil and his brother, they were there in their RJD. It also gives indication that the routine life is coming to the normal in Jammu in the Kashmir Valley. As you have seen that even yesterday we celebrated this Independence Day and every Kashmiri was hoisting tricolor on their houses. There were celebrations all over the valley and average person was doing this. And ultimately it has given a very desperate shock to these Pakistan, these cowards, these terrorist jihadis. And though they tried to initiate it, but they couldn't do it. That's the reason that they were looking for a soft target, and they found in the person of this Sunil Kumar. It's very shocking, and I'm sure that the person, the terrorist, is going to be tracked down and shall be eliminated very soon. You will hear this news very soon. That's very clear. But ultimately, we have lost one more life. And this is genocide of the Kashmiri the Hindus, the Hindu minority there. But we have to fight this proxy war unitedly. That's the resolve of the nation, and we are doing it. Sometimes they succeed in their Kawadi acts. That's also there.
Right. Many thanks, Mr. Nirmal Singh, for joining us there and sharing your thoughts. So another tragedy in a Kashmiri Pandit family. Two brothers shot at while they're working in an apple orchard. So even as life is limping back to normal in the Kashmir Valley, terrorists perpetrate terror with these kind of incidents. And as Zenith was telling us, they must have clearly conducted a recce because they came very close to their targets. It's another case of targeted killing. Zenith, it's over to you. We were just speaking with Mr. Nirmal Singh and Mr. Lalit Ambardar while they mourned the loss of another Kashmiri Pandit life. They also spoke about how, this could be a retaliation, for the fact that life is slowly limping back to normal because of the various efforts put in by different stakeholders into the entire process. This could be a retaliation by the terrorists of that. Zenith, if you can hear me.
See, if we talk about the target killings in the Kashmir Valley, we have been seeing the target killings for the long time. The first target killing that was reported was from the Srinagar's chemist M.L. Bindru, who lost his life in a terror attack when he was working at his shop. And since then, we are seeing multiple target killings being carried by different terror outfits in the Kashmir Valley. We are also hearing from the J&K police for a long time that most of the target killings have been solved and the terrorists who were involved in such killings were neutralized. But again, this is more like to keep themselves in the news that this kind of trend is being observed coming from the terror outfits, that where they are trying to target the non-locals, the Kashmiri Pandits, the minorities, or we have also witnessed that the policemen who are on off duty, whenever they visit their homes, so they are being targeted. Though we are seeing that a lot of advisory is being issued by J&K police and other security forces to their people that whenever they go home, they have to take precautions, they have to follow the SOPs, because these kind of killings, it will be very difficult for any agency to
Zinat
stop.
will be
because
coming back to you.
You cannot secure and provide security.
Well, very important details coming in, but right now we have Mr. Kavinder Gupta with us to share his thoughts. Mr. Gupta, another tragic loss of life in the Kashmir Valley just a day after, the entire valley too participated in those tremendous celebrations of 75 years of independence. Another tragic targeted killing in the valley. Your thoughts?
देखिए, ऐसा है कि जम्मू कश्मीर में जिस प्रकार से एक वातावरण बना है राष्ट्रीय तिरंगे को लेकर के पिछले 10-15 दिन में, तो एक फ्रस्ट्रेशन होना स्वाभाविक बात है। तो हालांकि जीरो टॉलरेंस पर मिलिटेंसी के प्रति काम किया जा रहा है, लेकिन उसके बावजूद इस प्रकार की जो घटना होना चिंताजनक तो रहता ही है। लेकिन जो कुर्बानी आज हुई है, जो बलिदान आज हुआ है, वो जो भी लोगों ने इस प्रकार की घटना को अंजाम दिया है उनको छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा। लेकिन जो एक घाटी में लगातार कश्मीरी पंडितों की वापसी का है, उसमें थोड़ा सा विघन तो पड़ता ही है। लेकिन आज जिस प्रकार से पत्थरबाजी को खत्म किया गया है, जिस प्रकार से पिछले लगभग 1-1.5 वर्ष में 600-700 मिलिटेंट्स को मार गिराया गया है, सुरक्षा बल पूरे अच्छे तरीके से काम कर रहे हैं, इनको भी मार गिराया जाएगा। लेकिन एकदम से इस प्रकार की घटना का होना स्वाभाविक है कि थोड़ी चिंता बढ़ती है। लेकिन सुरक्षा बलों पर सवाल नहीं उठाए जा सकते। चप्पे चप्पे पर वहाँ सिक्योरिटी भी है, लेकिन कुछ नए तरीके से जो किसी व्यक्ति के पास जाकर के मार देना अपने आप में इस प्रकार की घटना मुझे लगता है लगी है, तो निश्चित का संज्ञान लिया जाएगा।
And many thanks, Mr. Gupta, for joining us there, for sharing your thoughts. Joining us also now on the phone line is Ashok Pandit, Kashmiri Pandit activist. Mr. Pandit, we are seeing those visuals of another tragic, ghastly killing by terrorists, targeted killing of another Kashmiri Pandit working in an apple orchard. Well, the message that's going out clearly is that Kashmiri Pandits are still not safe, even as we see on the one hand, life limping back to normal after those mega celebrations yesterday in which all Kashmiris participated. We are seeing a killing today of 2 apple orchard workers. One shot dead, the other battling for his life. Mr. Pandit, if you can hear me. Well, we are hearing this ghastly, another case of targeted killing from the Kashmir Valley, this time from South Kashmir's Shopian, in an apple orchard. 2 brothers working in an apple orchard are shot at by terrorists. One succumbs to his gunshot wound immediately. The other is still battling for his life in hospital. So the spate of Kashmiri Pandit killings continues in the valley. The message that the terrorists have for the Kashmiri Pandits is very clear. In fact, it's not just for Kashmiri Pandits, for anyone who is not a local of, according to them, should not be in the valley. That's the message that the terrorists want to put across. And 2 brothers shot at in an apple orchard today. This is the news that's breaking from Shopia, from Chotipura area. And Zinat, our bureau chief, is there on this story. Another Kashmiri Pandit family loses a loved one as the spate of targeted killings continues. Terrorists attack 2 brothers in an apple orchard. Niranjan, it's over to you. Another targeted killing. 2 brothers shot at in an apple orchard while they are working just a day after 75 years of independence. Niranjan.
We are trying to gather more details, and there are more pictures coming in from the newsroom. Let me go across straight to the pictures coming in from the newsroom right now. These are pictures coming in from Shopian on the surface device. If my producers can take it full frame, those are the first pictures coming in of the hospital, the aftermath of the attack. I'm going across to the pictures and telling you the latest. The Kashmir police has also gone on record now. The Kashmir police has gone on record to confirm
that these terrorists fired upon civilians in an apple orchard in Chotipura area of Shopian. One person has been killed, another injured. Both belong to a minority community, is what the police is saying. Injured, shifted to the hospital. These are the first pictures coming in of those who are injured being taken to the hospital in Shopian. The area has been cordoned off. They are saying that they are from a minority community, but we have a confirmation now that they were Kashmiri Pandits who were targeted. It's another targeted killing, Rukma. Targeted killing, and I think Kashmiri Pandits once again are coming under attack from these terrorists. I want to go across to Zeenat also joining us live. Zeenat is picking up more details. Arawat is also picking up more details. I'll go across to Zeenat first to get the details of the condition of the brothers. There were two brothers working in an apple orchard is what we know so far. Zeenat, can you confirm the condition of one of these brothers who's injured? What do we know about their condition? Zeenat. I'm going across to Zeenat, and we'll let's go across full frame. Aarti Tikku is joining us, journalist Aarti Tikku Singh joining us on the phone line. Aarti, another attack, and I hope this time it's not just a statistic.
Well, clearly it shows that Islamists and Pakistan are frustrated. It is clear that they are anxious and frustrated and desperate after having seen how the Indian tricolor was flying high across Kashmir Valley, across all the districts, across thousands and thousands, millions of homes in Kashmir yesterday. All those who were swearing by Pakistan and swearing by Islamic Jihad, they must have been really desperate to show that show the Indian state that they are still there and they're going to scuttle all the plans of Indian state strengthening itself in Kashmir. I think the Indian state must respond very aggressively. The Indian state must show that it means business. The Indian state cannot be weak or complicit at the moment. The Indian state cannot afford to lose what it has gained in the last 3 years since the abrogation of Article 370.
Yes, the kind of steps that were taken, Aarti, last time, you know, there was a series of targeted killings, and you know we are still looking for the terrorists in some of these cases who attacked Kashmiri Pandits. Most recently, Rahul Pandit's killers were eliminated. But it appears now that the fight is much longer. The fight is going to take long. It's going to be a long fight to ensure that Pandits are not just safe but also get justice.
Absolutely, the battle is quite long. Look, it is very clear to Islamists and their supporters, that is the Pakistani army and ISI, it is very clear in their own mind that they are fighting for Islam. They are fighting for jihad. And anybody who does not understand that on the Indian side and the Indian state, they are completely delusional. I think most of the, I would say, Indian security apparatus in Kashmir has a clear understanding of what this battle is about. And I don't think the Indian state is going to sit quiet. Indian state is not going to take it lightly. That is my assessment. And I hope the Indian state does follow that line, because this cannot be going on and on and on. Kashmiri Pandits remain soft target. We remain the most vulnerable community. We are the only question that has not been resolved yet. We still remain displaced after 32 years of, exile and exodus. We are the only victims who haven't received justice yet. And the Indian state has to resolve, it has to provide justice to Kashmiri Hindus, Kashmiri Saraswat Brahmins.
Yes. Thank you for that, Aarti. We all hope that these killings come to an end, or there are measures taken. Recently, in the case of employees from the Pandit community who were targeted, and there were several cases. You go back and look at the cases, and there were a series of attacks a few months back, and there was a lull. And in the last 1 week itself, another migrant from Bihar was targeted, and it appears that once again these targeted killings have begun as a desperate Pakistan tries to ensure that there is a reign of terror once again. They're trying their best even though our forces are fighting back. I want to go across to Zeenat. Zeenat joining us live on the broadcast. She's headed towards Shopian. She's en route Shopian. So I'll go across to Zeenat and we'll get non-stop reactions on the story as well on what we must now do. Zeenat, what do we know about this particular attack? A few days back there was another attack on migrants. Last few days there have been a series of attacks in Jammu and Kashmir.
Oh, absolutely, Niranjan. We are seeing for the last 4 days, if we talk about particularly the first one, killing was reported from Bandipora, where a non-local laborer was targeted who was making the bedding in the North Kashmir's Bandipora. He was targeted outside his rental accommodation in the midnight, and then followed the grenade attacks in the Srinagar CRPF near the Alia Masjid. And then yesterday also we witnessed many grenade attacks in the Srinagar from PCR and other places. But now we are seeing again a focus has been shifted to South Kashmir, where terrorists targeted the Kashmiri Pandit family who have been living there for generations together. They have been targeted, the brothers have been targeted. They were working in their apple orchard when the terrorists fired upon them from a close range. One of the
वाला नहीं है। जब इस प्रकार की कोल्ड वार जब चलती है तो ऐसी बलिदान कई बार हो जाते हैं, तो मुझे लगता है उनके परिवार के प्रति भी संवेदना व्यक्त करता हूं, लेकिन सुरक्षा बल इस मुहिम को कहीं ख़त्म नहीं होने देंगे।
सर, जिस तरह से 2 लोगों पे हमला किया गया, एक की मौत हुई है कश्मीरी पंडित समुदाय की, कहीं ना कहीं लगता है कि आतंकी दोबारा से उसी तरह सिविलियंस को टारगेट करके डर फैलाना चाहते हैं। देखिए, आतंकी इस प्रकार का प्रयास करते रहेंगे, क्योंकि हालांकि कमर बिल्कुल मिलिटेंसी की तोड़ दी गई है और जो पत्थरबाजी पाकिस्तान प्रस्ती ये जो शरेआम बंद का ऐलान करना, आज उन चीज़ों पर लगाम लगी है। लेकिन जब इस प्रकार से कोई घटना होती है तो चिंता होना स्वाभाविक बात है। ये जो मुहिम चल रही है कश्मीरी पंडित को घाटी में वापस लाने की, तो उसमें भी उन्होंने रोकने का प्रयास किया है, लेकिन ये सिलसिला रुकने वाला नहीं है। घाटी में स्थितियाँ सुधरी हैं और जिस प्रकार से साउथ कश्मीर में भी तिरंगामयी माहौल था था, पाकिस्तान या दूसरे लोग आतंकियों में फ्रस्ट्रेशन है, इसलिए इस प्रकार की घटनाएं होती हैं। वही तिरंगे की बौखलाहट ये दिख रही है आपको कि लगातार लोगों ने तिरंगे को सपोर्ट किया और यही कारण लगता है?
हाँ बिल्कुल, राजनीतिक पार्टियां भी इनको सपोर्ट करती हैं और कुछ जो वहाँ पर इक्का दुक्का आतंकी बचे हैं उनकी तरफ से इस प्रकार का प्रयास है।
See, very clear is being said as by the former Deputy Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir that this seems to be frustration of the terror groups who are trying to incite fear among the locals, trying to bring once again those days of exodus back in Kashmir by targeting the Kashmiri Pandit minority in the valley. Yes.
Thank you for that. I want to go across to Zeenat also joining us live. Zeenat is joining us live with the full details. Zeenat, what do we know about the condition of Sunil Pandit? What do we know about their identity? Where were they working? And what happened?
Niranjan, what we are picking that what happened there was these brothers were working in their orchard since morning. This is an apple orchard in the Chotipora village of Shopian, South Kashmir, which is almost 80 kilometers from the Srinagar. We are picking from the sources that the TRF will own the responsibility for the killing, but it seems from the police sources that LAT is behind this killing. Police is working on this because there had been many assurance from the police department as far as the safety and the security of Kashmiri Pandits is concerned. They have been keeping the tight security around the villages, but despite that we see that the terrorists coming so close to these targets and they are able to carry the attacks. As far as this family is concerned, they have been living there. They are basically from the Shopian only. They are the natives of the Shopian village, Shopian's Chotipora village of South Kashmir. The generations have been living there. They have not left the valley. This is what we are picking from the sources. These two brothers were working in an apple orchard when the terrorists fired upon them from the close range. The one of the brother who has succumbed has been identified as Sunil, and he has received 2 gunshots got wounds and he succumbed on way because of the loss of the blood. The second one was being shifted to the hospital, who was being treated by the doctors team, but maybe he will also be shifted to the Srinagar for the advanced treatment. We are seeing the CASO cordon and search operation launched by J&K police along with the army in multiple areas of the multiple villages of the Shopin district. We have been seeing the target killings are rise in the Kashmir Valley. Kashmiri Pandits hit road for almost 3 to 4 months, demanding their safety and security. Assurance coming from the government that they're providing all kind of security and the safety to them, but it's very difficult for the government as well as the police to provide safety and security to every individual, because they are the handful number terrorists who are carrying these kind of attacks, and it is difficult to nab just handful of terrorists in such a huge population. Despite that, we witnessed that the number of anti-terror operations in which these terrorists who were behind the target killings were neutralized. You remember recently the press conference of the Jammu and Kashmir police, where they stated that all these killings, that every killer has been neutralized except the one, the Basir Dar of Kulgam. But he, as per the reports, he also got injured recently in downtown area of Srinagar, where they tried to carry an attack against the police party. The terrorists were attacked, they were injured, and the blood trail was also found by the J&K police in Nohata of Srinagar. All this is coming at a time when the Kashmir J&K is witnessed the Tiranga Yatra. So this is a frustration. Yesterday, the whole day, the Tirangas Yatras were going on, the patriotic songs, the functions and all other things were going on in Srinagar, South Kashmir, North Kashmir. So giving a clear message to the Pak-sponsored terrorism that nobody is going to support their agenda in the Kashmir. And this also tells you the frustration of these Pak stooges in the Kashmir Valley that carried this kind of attack, the heinous crime that has been committed by this terror organization by hitting those.
श्री पिंटू जी पर कातिलाना हमला किया है। बर्बरता है, ये कायरता है। जिस तरीके से पूरे जम्मू कश्मीर में स्वतंत्रता दिवस मनाया गया, हर घर में शान से तिरंगा झंडा फहराया गया, जम्मू कश्मीर के बच्चे बच्चे ने हाथ में तिरंगा झंडा लेकर भारत माता की जय जयकार की, उससे ये कायर पाकिस्तानी आतंकवादी घबरा गए, बौखलाहट में आ गए, और इन कायर पाकिस्तानी दहशतगर्द दरिंदों ने निहत्थे कश्मीर के अंदर शोपियान में रहने वाले, छोटी गांव एरिया में रहने वाले इन दो भाइयों की जिस निर्ममता से हत्या की है, मानवता भी शर्मसार हो गई। इन कायरों को तो कानून, सेना और पुलिस इनका काम तमाम करेगी, जमीन के पाताल से निकाल के भी इनको इनके पापों की सजा मिलेगी। लेकिन जो जघन्य अपराध इन्होंने निहत्थे बेकसूर भाइयों की हत्या करके किया है, वो अक्षम्य अपराध है, मानवता का कत्ल है, उसको कभी माफ नहीं किया जा सकता।
कश्मीरी पंडित कह रहे हैं कि घाटी में अब वो लोग सुरक्षित महसूस नहीं करते। काफी लंबे समय से वो ये मांग कर रहे थे कि घाटी से सेफ।
कश्मीर के अंदर रहने वाले कश्मीरी पंडित हों या कश्मीर के देशभगत मुसलमान हों या जो बाहरी अन्य राज्यों से यहां काम करने के लिए आए लोग हों, जो देशभक्त लोग हैं, उनके खिलाफ ये साजिश पिछले 35 सालों से चल रही है। वी आर इन ए स्टेट ऑफ वॉर फॉर लास्ट 35 ईयर्स। पिछले 35 सालों से हम अप्रोक्ष जंग लड़ रहे हैं। हर बार इन पाकिस्तानियों का और इन गुनाहगारों का हमने सफाया किया है, अब भी इनका सफाया करेंगे। इन गुनाहगारों को इनके जुर्मों की भारी कीमत इनको चुकानी पड़ेगी।
लग रहा है कि एक्सोडस की कोशिश एक बार फिर से आतंकियों की तरफ से की जा रही है कि डरे
आतंकवादी तो चाहते हैं, पाकिस्तान चाहता है कश्मीर घाटी से कश्मीरी पंडित, देशभगत जो मुसलमान हैं, जिन्होंने झंडे फहराए हैं जान हथेली पर रखकर, या जो बाहरी राज्यों से आए हुए लोग हैं, पाकिस्तान और आतंकवादी तो चाहते हैं कि वो वहां से बाहर निकलें, तो वहां तिरंगा झंडा ना कोई फहराने वाला हो। लेकिन जम्मू कश्मीर का बच्चा बच्चा हिंदुस्तानी है, हिंदू है, मुसलमान है, सिख है, जम्मू कश्मीर का है या बाहर का है, सब मिलकर एकजुट होकर डटकर पाकिस्तान की इस साजिश का और इस आतंकवाद का हम सफाया करेंगे।
आतंकवाद का सफाया जो है वो किया जाएगा, ये कहना है भाजपा के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष रविंद्र रैना का कि आतंकवाद को जो है मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया जाएगा। जी,
The first reaction from the BJP there, but the Jammu and Kashmir administration has been under immense pressure to ensure that these attacks don't happen. And despite the assurances, the attacks continue to happen. And this comes a day after across Jammu and Kashmir. In fact, not a day after, but consistently for the last few days and weeks, there have been preparations, and the Tiranga, the tricolour, has been flying high across the valley. Yesterday, the longest Tiranga march. Let's show you the visuals of the Tiranga march. Zenat was also live when the Tiranga march happened. Obviously, they are rattled by the fact that the Tiranga, the tricolour, is flying high in Kashmir. General GD Bakshi, Major General GD Bakshi, also joining us on the broadcast. We will get him live as well. General GD Bakshi, this is another cowardly attack, sir. Another cowardly attack. Just a few weeks and months after we thought these attacks had come to an end, another Pandit has been shot dead.
Look, Niranjan, this is one cowardly attack too many. This is one cowardly attack too many. We can't take it lying down because the timing of this is outrageous. I know they are rattled by the fact that the people of Jammu and Kashmir are coming out in full support. But the simple fact is, sir, that they have done it again and again, and they have timed it with the 75th anniversary of India's, independence. They are doing their best to make a mockery of the feeling of nationalism and patriotism that is surging across the country. I think it is time to stop being reactive. I think it is time to get proactive, as we were at the time of the surgical strike and the Balakot air strike. Give it back, because this will not stop if you just keep tinkering around within J&K. We can't accept this. This cannot be taken lying down. Somebody must pay costs and consequences. Somebody must bear the costs and consequences, and that is Pakistan. Who is behind all this? It is Pakistan. It is POK. We have to hit their camps. We are getting lovey-dovey with the Taliban. That is from where the weapons and the ideological inspiration is coming. It is from Pakistan that the ideological inspiration is coming. The arms, ammunition, grenades are being supplied by drones across the fencing. We need to go back, stop being reactive, and get proactive once again. This must be put an end to. अगर वो बौखला गए हैं, तो हम भी बौखला सकते हैं. We cannot take this lying down. Give the army what it wants. Increase troop density in the valley to a point that they just cannot do this. If we have to temporarily inconvenience the rest of the population by searches, etc., by checks on the roads, then so be it. Because we can't take there are Kashmiri Pandits so they can die. They can't. They are Indians. Migrant labor can die? No. However poor he is, he or she is an Indian. And you kill Indians on India's Independence Day or thereabouts, there will be costs. There will be repercussions. There should be consequences. The only consequences that we are seeing is reduction of the army, peace talks with the Taliban. I don't know what exactly, what wave of Gandhianism we are suffering from. With such people, Gandhianism does not work. We will have to hit back and hit back hard. There is no question of taking it lying down. The timing of it is atrocious. Pakistan has timed it with our 75th anniversary of independence. This is unforgivable. This is unforgivable. At least the symbolism of it is deeply hurtful. And we must ensure that Pakistan gets the message loud and clear, that the ISI gets the message loud and clear that this will not be allowed. We will not permit this to happen. Ad infinitum. Every 1 month, 2 months, some Kashmiri Pandits will die, some Indian migrant labor will die. Who cares? We care! India cares for its people. And you will pay a price if you do this. Let us extract that price now. If they are frustrated, so also is it breeding frustration in the rest of India. How long will we have to take this lying down? Why must Kashmiri Pandits keep dying? Why must migrant labor keep dying? Because they are poor? Because nobody bothers? Oh, this is a price we can bear to pay. We must have peace with Taliban. We must have peace with Pakistan. If Pakistan wants to do this, there can be no peace. There should be no peace. They should be made to pay a price. As it is, that country is going down the tube of economic history. If they still want to persist with these tamashas, they will have to pay a price. And we should. The time has come to extract that price.
Sir, there are more pictures coming in. First pictures coming in of the attack site. So I'm just going to play out the pictures of the attack site right now. I'm just getting in details of the attack and the first pictures from the attack site. I'll just open up these pictures, and as we get you the pictures, let's tell you that as we speak, operations continue. Forces, before I play out the reactions coming in, let's play out the first video right now. The first video, in fact, there is a concern among Kashmiri Pandits. There's a concern among Kashmiri Pandits, and there is a reaction coming in.
जब हमारा वादा हुआ मेरे भाई के साथ, मैं 4 बार ड्यूकॉम के पास गया, डीसी के पास गया, उन्होंने एक बात ही हमारी न्यूज़ बोला, अपने गांव में बैठो, उधरी मारो, उधरी करो अपना काम। इसीलिए आज हमें ये देखना पड़ा। पहले उनको लाओ, इनको यहाँ से दफा करो, टर्मिनेट फ्रॉम सर्विस करो डीसी और ड्यूकॉम साहब को। आज वही हुआ जो परसों हमारे साथ हुआ, आज इस घर के साथ हुआ। उन्होंने कुछ नहीं, उनको बोला यहाँ हर जगह सीआरपी डाली, हर जगह पुलिस डाला, यहाँ क्या दिया हमें? कौन सी सिक्योरिटी है? यही सिक्योरिटी रखी है हमें यहाँ। डीसी को बोलो कौन सी सिक्योरिटी रखी है तो हुआ है जहां भी।
The Amity BBA has been ranked India's #1 BBA in the recently released Times of India B School 2022 rankings, a testimony to Amity BBA's globally benchmarked standards in education.
Let's move on to a quick roundup of all that's making news from across the country. A memorial service was held at the national capital to pay homage to former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee on the occasion of the 4th death anniversary at the national capital. The ceremony was undertaken at the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Samadhi in the national capital. The teacher accused of beating a Dalit minor that led to his death was arrested and charged with murder under sections including the SC/ST Prevention of Atrocities Act. The incident also led to a Congress MLA from Paran Parachand Meghwal from resigning from his post in the Rajasthan Assembly. 2 TRS leaders were seen firing rounds in the air at a birthday party in Ranga Reddy in Telangana. The news comes days after TRS Minister Srinivas Gaud was also seen firing shots in the air in the state. The police eventually conducted raids at the farmhouse where they seized 2 guns that were used by the leaders.
At least 3 people were trapped and later rescued due to flash floods from Uj River near Kathua in Jammu and Kashmir, leading to a rescue operation carried out by the Indian Air Force. 2 helicopters were deployed to conduct the search operation. Tamineni Krishnan, a leader of the TRS, was hacked to death in broad daylight minutes after he hoisted the national flag in Telangana's Khammam. The murder led to followers of the leader ransacking the residence of Krishnan's brother, Tamineni Koteshwar Rao, a CPM leader considered responsible for Krishnan's death. A young man threw a bomb in the middle of the crowd near the police station in the village of Bargod in Indore. One person was killed in the attack while 15 people were injured as a flag ceremony was to be held in the area where a local drinking with a few others hurled a bomb that was in his possession. A Telangana Rashtra Samiti leader, Thamineni Krishnaiah, was brutally hacked to death in broad daylight minutes after hoisting the national flag in Telangana's Khammam district.
Pictures coming in, the latest pictures from the Shopian attack site, that's the apple orchard, where the brothers, the Kashmiri Hindu brothers, were targeted. And these are the first pictures of the attack site. This happened a few minutes back. Getting in the latest and updated pictures from the attack site in Shopian. First visuals from the attack site where forces have reached and they are scanning the area. Major General JD Bakshi joining us. And I also have from the location, we will be getting Zeenat live. And our colleagues from Jammu and Kashmir, Arawat and also Gursimran joining us on the broadcasting. A short break, stay tuned.
A Telangana Rashtra Samiti leader, Thamineni Krishnaiah, was brutally hacked to death in broad daylight minutes after hoisting the national flag in Telangana's Khammam district. Krishnaiah had recently quit CPIM and switched to the TRS party. While his brother TK Rao is suspected to be party to the crime, the police investigations are underway. Anguished by the death of a minor Dalit boy in Rajasthan's Jalore, Congress MLA Panna Chand Megawal submitted his resignation, expressing dismay over the death of the 9-year-old schoolboy who was allegedly beaten up for drinking from a common earthen pot. Megawal Jamila laminated that Dalits were being oppressed even after 75 years of independence. On Independence Day 2022, Chief Minister Pema Khandu informed that Arunachal Pradesh carried out a successful launch of the first flight of drone service Medicine from the Sky from Sepa to Chayangtajo in East Kameng district. Here's the other news that we're tracking at this moment. Almost a week after the political potboiler took place in Bihar, Republic has learned that the cabinet expansion in the state is scheduled for today. Sources in the know confirm that cabinet is likely to compromise 35 ministers, with the Rashtriya Janata Dal having 15 ministers and the Janata Dal United having 13, and Congress and Hindustan Awam Morcha may get 4 and 1 ministries respectively. Days after Nitish Kumar took a U-turn to break the NDA alliance and join hands with RJD Congress and Co., a meeting of the BJP core committee in Bihar is likely to be held today in the presence of its national president JP Nadda. Sources in the know inform that the proposed meeting has been convened in order to discuss a number of issues that have evolved due to the political upheaval in the state. Here's the other top stories that we're tracking at this moment. Terrorists hurled a grenade on one individual at Budgam in Gopalapura that injured one Karam Kumar. The terrorist outfit TRF, the LET.
Going back to the big story we're tracking here on Republic TV this afternoon. Kashmiri Pandits once again targeted. Brothers Sunil Pandit, I beg your pardon, Sunil Pandit and Pintu, working in an orchard in Shopian, Kashmir, in Jammu and Kashmir, are targeted by cowards a day after we marked our 75th Independence Day, a day after the Tiranga wave engulfed Kashmir across every corner of Jammu and Kashmir. And these Pakistani-backed terrorists rattled, and I'm going across to the pictures. In fact, there are more visuals coming in on ANI live service. I'm going across to the pictures coming in on ANI service, where we're getting in more pictures of the injured being taken. In fact, we'll wait for that. It could be another related incident. So I'll go across to Zeenat first. Zeenat and Major General JD Bakshi continue to stay live with us. Zeenat, what's the update on your end? We saw the first pictures of the attack site come in and forces combing the site. Zeenat.
Yes, Niranjan, we are breaking the pictures from even the attack site. We carried the pictures on air from the hospital and also the family visuals. That tells you actually that tale of Shopian family, what they are going through. You see, when we talk about the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign that was launched by the central government in Kashmir, every household, whether it was a government building, the private building, even the terrorist families unfurled tricolor. So that was definitely a big setback to the terror organization in Kashmir, because you remember just day before yesterday in the evening we broke the picture where the Riaz Naiku's father, who was the Hizbul Mujahideen terror commander, his father was he held the tricolor in the hand and he was unfurling the tricolor at his home. Similarly, the Adil, a terrorist from the Katpora of South Kashmir, Shopian, his family was holding the tricolor. Definitely that is a bigger message to the people sting across what Kashmiris want. Particularly even the families of the terrorists want. They want the peace on ground. The Tiranga rallies, the way students participated in schools and they carried the Tiranga Yatra in South Kashmir. So definitely it has hit somewhere to those terror organizations who don't want peace in the Kashmir. And just after the events of the 15th August August concluded in the entire country, this kind of terror incident has been witnessed in South Kashmir, where again they tried to show that, see, we can hit you whenever and wherever we want. They are trying to disrupt peace on ground. We are picking from the police forces that they are trying to identify the terrorists who approached these brothers in the orchard, and they will be neutralized, because we have witnessed the way whenever in past the terrorists carried an attack against these minorities, non-locals, the minority community. They were neutralized within 24 to 48 hours, as have been the history in the past as far as we talk about the target killings in the Kashmir Valley. So these terrorists too will be neutralized, but yes, they have done that damage that you cannot get the life back. The family has suffered a setback, and now the family, the Kashmiri Pandits, are again questioning the security, safety of the homes, safety of their people. They are targeting the Divisional Commissioner of Kashmir. They are targeting now the DC Srinagar. Where is the security? Where are those promises that were made to these Kashmiri Pandits living in the South Kashmir or any other district of the Kashmir Valley? So we are seeing the developments on the ground, but as of now that one family member has lost their life and the another is battling and he is being treated. Though the one who lost his life has been identified as a Sunil Kumar, who was working in an orchard when terrorists attacked the brothers of this family. We are seeing a somber atmosphere at the home, where not only the Kashmiri Pandits but also the Kashmiri Muslims are visiting the family to pay the condolences and to be with them at this hour. This is unfortunate incident that had taken place in the South Kashmir's Shopian, where the Kashmiri Pandit family has been targeted and the family has lost one of its loved one.
Yes, stay with me. In fact, I just glanced through two reactions that came in, General Bakshi, two responses, and one response is from Sajjad Lone, and Sajjad Lone has said, General Bakshi and Zinat, Sajjad Lone has said, yet another dastardly attack by coward terrorists, the key words being coward terrorists. We strongly condemn this act of violence. That's reaction number one. Sajjad Lone says, dastardly attack by cowardly terrorists. Point number two, the reaction number two, Omar Abdullah, General Bakshi, says, a militant attack has left a trail of death and suffering. I condemn the militant attack. The problem is, you read between the lines, General Bakshi, and you see these parties and how their stands change, their language changes.
Look, I heard Farooq Abdullah. He was more contrite. He was quite indicating distress at the level of his, at the dastardliness of this attack. He had expressed sorrow. I had heard him personally on this and other channels. But the simple fact is, just contrition is not enough. Just expressing sorrow is not enough. How many Kashmiri Pandits are really there in the valley now? There are a handful. Why can't they be identified wherever they are and afforded 24/7 protection if required? Why do we have to be reactive? I know the armed forces and the security forces will kill these dastardly swines who have carried out this attack. They will be dead in 24 to 48 hours, but that is not deterrent enough. If this is not going to stop, we can't accept it as business as usual. The timing is horrible.
Jalbakshi, the first
they have
picture
done
of
it
Sunil
to
Kumar.
insult India. They have.
Sir, I wanted to just bring the picture and you can continue, sir. This is the first picture, in fact, of Sunil Kumar. Sunil Kumar, who was killed by terrorists. The first picture of Sunil Kumar is on the screen right now. If I can ask my video journalist to just play the first pictures of Sunil Kumar. Zenat has just shared the pictures of Sunil Kumar, who has been killed by these cowards, by these Pakistani cowards. Sunil Kumar, look at that. That's the first picture of Sunil Kumar, who was killed, and his family is in mourning in Shopian. His brother has also been shot at. His brother's name is believed to be Pintu. Pintu, his brother, injured, and Sunil Kumar has been killed. That's the first picture coming in. Jalbakshi, please complete your point, sir.
You know, Niranjan, my heart goes out to these families. My heart bleeds for them. They have been left at the mercy of wolves. You know, just a reactive approach ki, okay, whosoever kills them, within 24 hours, you will see his dead body. I think that is not deterrent enough. We need to now upscale to the level next. Give the army whatever it needs. If they have to increase troop density, so be it. If they have to start checking vehicular traffic, etc., so be it. But this can't be accepted. We can't take Indians being killed on the eve of India's 75th Independence Day with equanimity. We can't take it as business as usual. We can't take it as business as usual. You have to hit back. Hit back like in the surgical strike. Hit back like in Balakot. Go beyond if that is required. The problem is Pakistan. These are just symptoms. The problem is Pakistan. Who is sending the drones across with the pistols, the Kalashnikovs, the ammunition, the grenades, the prefabricated IEDs? Pakistan! Why then do we have to go in a peace fest, a love fest with Pakistan, and also now the Taliban, from where the weapons are coming, the night sights are coming? Look, we have to get tough. The primacy is the life of every Indian citizen. If he is a Kashmiri Pandit, it does not mean he is expendable. If he is a migrant laborer from Bihar or Uttar Pradesh, it does not mean that he is expendable for the larger purpose of peace with Pakistan, peace with the Taliban. To hell with peace with Pakistan. To hell with peace with Taliban. If they won't stop killing Indians, we will have to hit back like the Israelis. That is the only thing that works, that puts an end to it. We did the surgical strike, we did Balakot, and you see how for 2 to 3 years we had relative peace. How we were able to remove Article 370 and 35A. Now we've gone back to our Gandhian ways and look at the result. I'm sorry, this is not the age of Gandhi. These are not people who can understand Gandhiji's philosophy. They will make use of it to kill more Indians. And I'm afraid India as an aspiring superpower cannot accept that.
I have a poor audio line with you because there's a lot of echo in your audio. There's a lot of echo in your audio. It's a little jittery. I'll just fix that line with you first. Let me go across also to Lalit Ambardar joining us on the broadcast. Lalit Ambardar, another Kashmiri Pandit has been killed. His brother injured. Sunil Kumar Pandit, we are told, has been killed. His brother Pintu injured. The family is devastated. Pundits saying that they've been literally begging for security in Kashmir.
Ranjan, I am not surprised. I'm shocked though, as the rest of India is. It seems the government of the day is becoming very immune to the plight of Kashmiri Hindus. And this will continue. You have to understand, government of India has to take cognizance of the fact what they have on hand in Kashmir. It's not a law and order problem. It's a pan-Islamism inspired, terror-infested, expansionist Kashmir jihad. It's part of the same Islamist arc that arises from Middle East. I've been saying from years now. Traverses Afghanistan, Pakistan, Kashmir is the Himalayan end of it. Don't forget, Ghazwa-e-Hind that began 1,000 years ago, its biggest achievement was creation of Pakistan, stealing away India's land. When on 14th of August 1947, millions of India born. They betrayed their motherland in the name of two-nation theory of Jinnah, which was about supremacy and exclusivity of Islam. And they created Pakistan. Next target is Kashmir because they see Kashmir as a hanging fruit. And their eyes, don't forget, their eyes are on Lal Killa in Delhi. Kashmir is a mere passage. And Kashmiri Hindus have suffered the onslaught of this civilizational war. And we need to understand it. The sooner we understand it, the better. Can you imagine? Hindus who have suffered genocide, not one murderer, mass murderer, rapist has been ever charged. They started the trial of Bita Karate, the butcher of Kashmiri Hindus, with such a pomp and show. It was so much publicized. Can you imagine? No successive hearings have been happening. You know why? They've been aborted. You know why? Because the counsel of the victim's family was denied security. He has been returning from the Srinagar airport. This is what ecosystem is. And we claim that Article 370 is going to fight against Kashmir Jihad. No. With Article 370 abrogation, you begin the process of dismantling of that Islamofascist ecosystem that began 70 years ago. It's going to be a long process. But Kashmir Jihad is a military problem and their immediate targets are Hindus. Yahan kya chalega, Nizam-e-Mustafa is what prevails in Kashmir. Jinnah's two-nation theory prevails in Kashmir. And we want to see everything okay. And I'm sorry, I repeat, I said it on your television channel as well many times before. My Narendra Modi, who showed that exemplary Sanatani civilizational political will that he got Article 370 abrogated. But thereafter, what all is being done is being only to negate the values that what Article 370 abrogation ought to have given us. You know what you are doing. You are telling the whole world that Kashmir is all right. No, it's not. How long will Kashmiri Hindus' blood will continue to flow in Kashmir? You are using Kashmiri Hindus as guinea pigs in India's continued secular experimentation in Kashmir, and it should stop. The Prime Minister package, is that rehabilitation? They are killed in Kashmir and their dead bodies are brought to Jammu and they are cremated in exile in Jammu. What kind of rehabilitation you are talking about? They are poor people. They need their economically depraved sections of Kashmiri Hindu society living in exile. It's government of India's responsibility to provide them jobs. And why provide them jobs in the very towns and villages from where their families were evicted 32 years ago? Ranjan is reforma against the protocol of genocide format of UN Convention. You are pushing back the survivors to the very villages and towns from where their seniors, their elders, their families suffered genocide. And don't forget the tools of genocide were rape, murder, mass murder. And yet there is no acknowledgement. Not once has government of India formally acknowledged what Kashmiri Hindus suffered was genocide. And once they do that, then they will have to follow the UN Convention on Genocide and everything else will follow online. Just because you have a very tight security grid in Valley today does not mean the Kashmir Jihad has been won over. No, not at all. You cannot provide security to each and every citizen of Kashmir. Wherever they'll find breach, this is evolved into a hybrid war. They're going to target Hindus wherever they find the breach, and they are doing it. And then for 3 months, these so-called Prime Minister package employees have been protesting. What protests? They want to work. They want to work for the nation. And they were just looking for relocation in Jammu. They want to live safely like rest of Indians do. They have also the right to life. And can you imagine when Rahul Bhatt was killed in Kashmir? When Rahul Bhatt was killed in Kashmir?
Right, and then we saw what happened. Everybody wanted to leave the valley. Yes, just complete one point before I go to Zeenat. Do you want to say something, Mr. Ambadar?
Yeah, I just want to complete. When Rahul Bhatt's Shav Yatra was being taken out in Srinagar, it was after 32 years that Vande Mataram, Jai Hind.
Right. All right. Zeenat, I just want to go straight to you. What is the update you're picking up right now? We believe you're on the way to where that terrible incident had taken place.
Oh, yes, we are on way where this terrible incident has taken place. In fact, it has shook the entire administration that despite all security being provided to the villages and particularly to the soft targets, we are seeing the terrorists carrying the attack against the Kashmiri Pandit, leaving the family in lurch. In fact, one of the family member has lost his life and another is battling for life in the hospital. This is a Shopian's Choti Gaon where this incident had taken place when these brothers, the Kashmiri Pandits, were working in an apple orchard and terrorists fired upon them from a close range. Meanwhile, we are seeing that the cordon and search operation has been launched at multiple places in the South Kashmir, not only in Shopian but also in the adjoining district of Anantnag, where even the OGWs are being questioned by the J&K police because ultimately you get some kind of information from the OGW network. So the police is working as far as the cracking of this case is concerned, but it is unfortunately that a member of the family has lost their life in a terrible attack in the Shopian, because Shopian is a belt where majority of the operations in 2021 or in previous years, or we talk about this year, had taken place where the terror outfits has received the body blow as far as the anti-terror operations carried by the J&K police and the security forces are concerned.
All right. Well, thank you, Zeenat, for getting us all those details. Zeenat, on the way to the site where the terrible incident has taken place. Thank you, Mr. Lalit Ambadar. Thank you, Major General G.D. Bakshi, for joining us at this point of time. All right. I'm also being joined by Republic TV's correspondent, Aravat. Aravat, take us to the details right now. What's happening, where you are?
Right now, I'm traveling to the exact spot where the attack. The rescue operation is right now underway, and I'm traveling to the spot. We are getting details. The rescue operation is underway, and 19 ambulances are there for rescuing these ITBP persons. Meanwhile, police officials confirmed that the 6 persons have lost their lives while in this accident, and 36 are injured and shifted to Anantnag Hospital. Right.
All right, I want to go to Zeenat right now. Zeenat, we know that the locals are extremely angry. They're extremely angry that their security is not being taken very seriously. Tell us a little bit about that, because I want our viewers to also understand that the situation in the valley does not remain as safe as the administration had promised, Zeenat.
See, we need to understand, Shivani, that providing a security to every individual in the Kashmir Valley, where the conflict is there for the last 3 decades, is not possible for anybody on earth to provide the security in such a way. Yes, the measures, the strategies, and the things were changed on ground after the first killing was reported from the Kashmir of the chemist Bindru. We have been seeing the mini posts, the Rakis, and people were identified that who can be the soft target. So assurances had come from the administration that their lives will be secured, because for the last 3 months we also witnessed the way Kashmiri Pandits were on the road demanding the security or the transfer from this place to any part of the country. That time also the administration gave full assurances that you don't need to leave the Kashmir. We are providing all security. In fact, accommodations and other issues were addressed by the by the divisional administration. But the only one demand that were coming from the Kashmiri Pandit community was that they want one solution to the problem, that is relocation from this place. Although that was not addressed, because leaving the Kashmir Valley is not going to help the government, because they have been trying the best to get the Kashmiri Pandits back who left the valley in 19s. So despite all assurances, we see that the terrorists are targeting the non-locals or the Kashmiri Pandits, the minority community, because you see when a terrorist try to kill or they target the Muslims or the Kashmiri Muslims in the Kashmir Valley, it hardly makes any news for them. But when you are targeting a non-local or a non-Kashmiri Hindu minority, so definitely it makes more news, and it creates ripples among the government. So they try to create more pressure on the government that, see, we can do it if you are trying to getting into our shoes, because since the last 15-20 days we are seeing that the Azadi
कि वो प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे थे रोडों पर आकर, उनके एनक्लेव्स को रातों में पुलिस बंद कर दी थी कि वो निकल कर ना जाए कहीं। तो ये मोदी सरकार की नाकामी का एक और मिसाल है कश्मीर में, और इसकी पूरी जिम्मेदारी जो है वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी और उनकी सरकार पर आती है कि उन्होंने वो कश्मीरी पंडितों को उनकी जान की हिफाजत करने में नाकाम साबित हो रहे हैं।
अब बिहार और उत्तर प्रदेश के जो मजदूर हैं, प्रवासी मजदूर हैं, वो भी कश्मीर में काम कर रहे हैं, उनको भी निशाना बनाया जा रहा है सर।
तो ये सवाल जो है देश के प्रधानमंत्री को देना चाहिए था। इस बात का जवाब जो है गृह मंत्री को देना चाहिए, रक्षा मंत्री को देना चाहिए, बीजेपी को देना चाहिए। आपने बड़े बुलंद बांग दावे किए थे, अब क्या हुआ उन दावों का? पूरे कश्मीरी पंडित आज डर और खौफ के आलम में जिंदगी गुजार रहे हैं, वो कश्मीर छोड़ना चाहते हैं, मगर सरकार ये नाकामी है, बीजेपी की नाकामी है।
सर, कल प्रधानमंत्री ने अपने भाषण में बहुत कुछ कहा, पंच प्राण को लेकर के 5 बातें जो भारत के लिए अगले आने वाले कई सालों तक उसके बारे में बात की, और जो हमेशा आप बोलते थे कि एक भी मुस्लिम फ्रीडम फाइटर का नाम नहीं ले सकता, उन्होंने 2 नाम लिए, और तीसरी बात मेन की औरतों की सुरक्षा के बारे में बात किया उन्होंने।
सुनिए, भारत की जंग आज़ादी के लिए प्रधानमंत्री सिर्फ 2 मुसलमानों का नाम लिए तो क्या करूं, मिठाई बांटूं मैं? ऐसे हजारों नाम हैं। प्रधानमंत्री को बोलना पड़ा, अशफाकुल्लाह का नाम लेना पड़ा, हजरत महल का नाम लेना पड़ा। ऐसे कई मुसलमान उलमाओं का, मुसलमानों का, जिन्होंने भारत की जंग आज़ादी में अपना खून पसीना भी बहाया, अपनी जानों को कुर्बान भी किया, तो उनका जिक्र करना जरूरी है। कैसे हमको 47 में और 1930 की मेहनत से 47 आज़ादी मिली? नहीं, हमको आज़ादी मिली 47।
All right, we just heard Asad Owaisi there once again politicizing this issue. Major General G.D. Bakshi, you just heard what he said. What's the reaction coming in at this point of time when we are seeing such fear in the valley? We are seeing that the politicization of that issue has begun once again.
Frame, center frame though.
Is that deterrent action in terms of saying that we will kill the people who did this in 24 to 48 hours is not enough to deter. We have to now graduate to level next. The problem is coming from Pakistan. The problem is entirely of Pakistan's making, because who is sending the arms and ammunition, grenades and IEDs via drones? Pakistan. Pakistan ISI. Therefore, we have to go back to what we had done earlier. We had done the surgical strike, we had done Balakot, and for good about 2 to 3 years, we had relative peace and quiet, in which we were able to remove Article 370, do away with Article 35A. They have, in retaliation, tried to target these defenseless targets. My simple point is, you have to rethink your strategy. If the army needs more boots on the ground, so be it. Let them increase the force density. We have only limited number of Kashmiri Pandits. Can't these targets be identified? Can't they be protected 24/7? You need more force levels, get more force level. But we can't accept it. Oh, it's okay if a few Kashmiri Pandits get killed. We have to have peace with Pakistan. We must talk with the Taliban. We are such angels of mercy. The only people we don't care for are apparently the Kashmiri Pandits and the migrant labor. They are Indians. And if anybody tries to kill Indians around the eve of the 75th Indian Independence Day, they should know what is coming their way. Like I said, there is talk that the army has been reduced by 150,000. There is talk that some RR units may have to be, downsized, etc. Look, if the situation on the ground demands additional troops, we must get them. But we must put an end to this tamasha. We must hit across the border, take a set of proactive and reactive measures. Reactive measures are never enough. You have to graduate to proactive, strategies. The simple fact is that the army, the police, security forces have done a wonderful job. In my time, there were 5,000 armed terrorists. Today, they are just 140. But these 140 can do symbolic damage like they have done today by these sneak attacks on unprotected, undefended targets, cowardly attacks like grenades which can be given to little children to throw in a crowded market. Right? So we have to adjust our strategy accordingly. We must do pinpoint protection of vulnerable targets. We can't leave them because Farooq Abdullah said so or Mehbooba Mufti said so. They must go back to the same villages. They must go back unprotected. Why? So that they can be slaughtered again and you can prove your two-nation theory. I think we need to take such elements to task. These terrorist elements must be taken to task. They cannot be allowed to kill Indians with impunity. We must give pinpoint protection to the vulnerable targets wherever they are. We have to protect them, we have to protect them. We must carry out, killings immediately of the terrorists. We must eliminate the terrorists who do such dastardly deeds, but we should not wait for it to happen. Let us be preemptive. Let our intelligence improve and let us do preemptive strikes. And to tell a clear message to Pakistan that this will not be allowed. This will not pass. This will not stand. You will have to pay a price beyond a certain level. And that level has now been reached in the dastardly timings of the Pakistani attacks in Kashmir to coincide with the 75th anniversary of India's independence. It cannot be allowed to pass unchallenged. It cannot be business as usual. You hit us on a sensitive day, you will get hit in your sensitive targets. If we have to increase force level, please do so.
Right.
We had increased force levels in the past. 36 new RR battalions had been raised and they had helped to get the number of terrorists down from 5,000 to 140. Now these 140 are capable of doing these isolated strikes. So deal with the isolated strikes now. We can't permit even them because their symbolical value is very high. Their symbolical value is extremely high. They go all over the media and they give an image that we are not in control. Get back in control. Hit across the border if you have to. Protect every Kashmiri Pandit who is there in the valley if you have to. Protect every migrant labor if you have to. You have enough forces. Stop cutting your armed forces down.
Right.
No peace has broken out in South Asia as yet.
That is also a concern.
The only way it will break out is if you have adequate force.
Right, and I just want to go to Zeenath on that point itself. Zeenath, a lot of assurances were made the last time when we saw that terrible incidents coming in the last few months of Kashmiri Hindus being targeted. There was a meeting which was held where they said they will be giving security and protection as well. Lot of assurances. And today we are seeing that the situation still remains tense in the valley. Take us through all the reactions coming in right now from the Lieutenant Governor and the other parties which are involved in this incident.
See, as far as the reactions on this story is concerned, on this incident is concerned, we are seeing the first one who tweeted about the incident was the PC chairman Sajjad Ghani Lone, terming it a heinous crime, heinous act. Similarly, the reaction had also come from the LG of Jammu and Kashmir, Manoj Sinha, that he is deeply pained about the incident and the whosoever carried this incident will not be spared, they will be killed. But meanwhile, we are having a guest like Lalit Ambardar, who comes from the same Kashmiri Pandit community. I would like to ask from him, Mr. Lalit Ambardar, how do you see the demands that have been made by the Kashmiri Pandits while they were on the road for 3 months? They are saying that the only solution to the problem is not the safety and security, but it is the transfer from this place.
The family of Rahul Bhatt is joined by me, another Kashmiri Pandit being targeted in the Kashmir Valley. मेरे साथ राहुल भट्ट के पिताजी मौजूद हैं। बेटा जी, हमने ऐसे लगा था कि राहुल जी की हत्या के बाद जिस तरह से स्टेप लिए गए, कश्मीरी पंडितों की हत्याएं रुक गई हैं, लेकिन एक बार फिर वैसा वाकया सामने आया।
ये कल से 1, 2, 3 वाकया कम से कम कल शाम से हो गए। लग नहीं रहा है ये रुकने वाला मसला है। ये बहुत ही बड़ा सीरियस मसला है, क्योंकि कल से ही इतना ये वायलेंट हो गए।
तो जिस तरह से लगातार हत्याएं हो रही हैं, क्या लगता है?
सर, बहुत ही बुरा लगता है। ये वही जानता है जिसके घर से निकलता है कोई लाश निकलती है, वो वही जानता है। उसी जगह पर ये बेचारे वही जानते होंगे जिनके घर से इस वक्त लाश निकली हुई है।
राहुल जी की पत्नी भी हमारे साथ मौजूद है। मैडम, आपने ये दुख की घड़ियां बिल्कुल पास से देखी, एक बार फिर ऐसा लग रहा है कि कश्मीर घाटी में वही हालात पैदा करने की कोशिश।
हाँ, हम तो चाहते थे, मैं तो पहले भी बोलती आ रही हूँ, किसी और के साथ होना नहीं चाहिए, मगर वो कर रहे हैं, तो इसके लिए तो ज़रूर कुछ सोचना पड़ेगा आप, क्योंकि कल से ये दूसरी की तीसरी वारदात है, तो इसके लिए तो ज़रूर सोचना पड़ेगा आप गवर्नमेंट को।
लगातार टेररिस्टों को भी मारा जा रहा है, लेकिन फिर भी ये सब कश्मीर में हो रहा है। आप तो कश्मीर में रहे हैं, किस तरह देखते हैं?
जब तक हम रहते थे तब तक तो ठीक है, अब तो नहीं लग रहा है सेफ है, क्योंकि वो तो रुकने वाले हैं नहीं। वो तो कल भी 2 थ्रेट लेटर निकाल चुके हैं कि अब हम रुकेंगे नहीं।
तो कश्मीर में आपको लगता है कश्मीरी पंडित सभी ये मांग कर रहे हैं कि हालात बिल्कुल ठीक नहीं है, जिंदगियां जो हैं वो खतरे में?
वो तो आपको सामने ही पता चल रहा है कि जब कल से इतने हमले हो चुके हैं, तो वो तो सबको ही पता है कि कैसा माहौल हो रहा है वहाँ पे फिर से।
तो बेटा जी, आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे, सरकार से क्या अपील करेंगे, क्योंकि आपने जो है राहुल जी को खोया है?
सर, मैं बोलता हूँ, एक तो या तो इनको प्रोटेक्ट करिए, वरना इनको कहीं सेफ जगह पर ले आइए। कोई गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया इतनी बड़ी है, बहुत बड़ी है, ये उस जगह पर पता लग जाता है जिनकी कैजुअलिटी है, उन बच्चों को लाओ वहाँ से, कम उनकी सेफ्टी का ख्याल करो।
सेफ्टी का ख्याल रखा जाए। आप क्या अपील करना चाहेंगे मैडम को?
मेरी भी सेम ही अपील है कि उनकी सेफ्टी का ध्यान रखा जाए, क्योंकि जो रह रहे हैं वहाँ पे उनको ही पता है कि इस वक्त उनके दिल पे क्या बीत रही होगी, वो तो डरे होंगे।
लगता है कि पाकिस्तान जो है वो बौखलाया है, जिस तरह से झंडे।
जरूर है, क्योंकि पहली बार ऐसा हुआ है कि हर जगह झंडे दिखाए तो वो बौखला गया है। वो तो अब बौखलाहट में तो इंसान कुछ ना कुछ करता ही है, वो तो करेंगे फिलहाल।
बेटा जी, जिस तरह से कश्मीर घाटी में आम लोगों ने तिरंगे को सपोर्ट किया है, आपको भी यही लगता है कि पाकिस्तान को लगता है कि अब तो सारे हिंदुस्तान के साथ चल?
सर, ये तो लग ही रहा है, जिस हिसाब से ये चल रहा है, इस कल से इन्होंने बड़ी तेज़ी लाई है, इसका मतलब है कि वो ट्रैप में फंस गए हैं।
देखिए, very clear that the family of Shahid Rahul Bhatt is saying that this is clearly a desperation and frustration of the Pakistani terrorists and the Pakistan, that the people of Jammu and Kashmir have held the tricolor high, and this is the reason that's why these terrorists are resorting to such cowardice acts.
All right, thank you, Gursimran. Gursimran there with Rahul Bhatt's family, which was, again, he was killed. Remember, one of the very shocking incidents coming in, he was a clerk appointed by the PM Special Employment Package for Migrants. And speaking to the family, once again, that they're making complete points that they made last time where they said we don't feel safe anymore. That's a big message coming in even after we just saw this incident right now today of 2 Kashmiri Hindus being attacked by cowards once again. Thank you, Zina. Thank you, Major General RJD Bakshi. And also thank you, Lalit Ambadar and Gursimran, for getting us all the updates. We'll be coming back to you as we get more developments on this top story. Let's have a look at what else is making news from across the nation. Tensions have escalated in Karnataka's Shivamogga district after communal clashes on August 14 and 15. In view of the tense situation, strict vigil was in fact also enforced on August 15th when the nation observed its 76th Independence Day. Violence erupted between 2 groups in Shivamogga over the installation of Veer Savarkar's flex at Amir Ahmed Circle. Less than 24 hours after clashes broke out in Karnataka, Shivamogga, the state police arrested 4 people in connection with the violence. The accused have been identified as Nadeem, Abdul, Jabiullah and Tanveer, respectively. The situation in Shivamogga remains to escalate after yesterday's stabbing incident. Meanwhile, RAF took out a flag march on all the important junctions to ensure no clashes by anti-social elements. Remember, Section 144 has been imposed in Karnataka Shivamogga district to avoid further escalation. BJP MLA KS Ishwarappa came down heavily on the accused of Shivamogga stabbing incident, stating that if such incidents continue to happen, strict action will be taken against these people. Giving an update on the victim health, BJP MLA said that he remains to be hospitalized.
दुकान बंद करके जाने के समय में एक आदमी को चाकू डाला है। हमारा सभी शिवमोगा लोगों को बहुत गुस्सा आया है। क्या कर रहे हैं ये लोग? ऐसा सुबह 3:30 को कौन वो चाकू डाला है ना, उनको पुलिस रिवॉल्वर से मारा है। रिवॉल्वर मार के उनका दाहिने पाँव में खून हो गया है, वो अभी हॉस्पिटल में है।
Under FIFA's announcement of suspended all Indian Football Federation citing undue influence from third parties, the matter has been mentioned before Supreme Court. Meanwhile, Supreme Court said FIFA World Cup should happen and the case should be taken urgently. Supreme Court has agreed to hear the matter tomorrow related to the FIFA's matter, suspending the All India Football Federation with immediate effect. Former captain Baichung Bhutia has termed the FIFA's decision to ban Indian football very harsh, but also observed an opportunity to get the country's sport in order. Latest development, Delhi High Court reserved its order on a PIL seeking to allegedly declare Delhi Minister Satyendra Jain a person of unsound mind and to disqualify him from Delhi Legislative Assembly. Viewers, we continue to be live and breaking, and as nationalism takes over, Valley rattle, Pakistan terrorists resort to attack. 1 Kashmiri Pandit shot dead, another critical.
The Amity BBA has been ranked India's #1 BBA in the recently released Times of India B School 2022 rankings. A testimony to Amity BBA's globally benchmarked standards in education.
At least 3 people were trapped and later rescued due to flash floods from Uj River near Kathua in Jammu and Kashmir, leading to a rescue operation carried out by the Indian Air Force. 2 helicopters were deployed to conduct the search operation. Tamineni Krishnan, a leader of the TRS, was hacked to death in broad daylight minutes after he hoisted the national flag in Telangana's Khammam. The murder led to followers of the leader ransacking the residence of Krishnan's brother, Tamineni Koteshwar Rao, a CPM leader considered responsible for Krishnan's death. A young man threw a bomb in the middle of the crowd near the police station in the village of Bargod in Indore. 1 person was killed in the attack while 15 people were injured as a flag ceremony was to be held in the area where a local drinking with a few others hurled a bomb that was in his possession. A Telangana Rashtra Samiti leader Thamineni Krishnaiah was brutally hacked to death in broad daylight minutes after hoisting the national flag in Telangana's Khammam district. Krishnaiah had recently quit CPIM and switched to the TRS party. While his brother TK Rao is suspected to be party to the crime, the police investigations are underway. Anguished by the death of a minor Dalit boy in Rajasthan's Jalore, Congress MLA Panna Chand Megawal submitted his resignation, expressing dismay over the death of the 9-year-old schoolboy who was allegedly beaten up for drinking from a common earthen pot. Megawal laminated that Dalits were being oppressed even after 75 years of independence. On Independence Day 2022, Chief Minister Pema Khandu informed that Arunachal Pradesh carried out a successful launch of the first flight of drone service Medicine from the Sky from Sepa to Chayangtajo in East Kameng district. Here's the other news that we're tracking at this moment. Almost a week after the political potboiler took place in Bihar, Republic has learned that the cabinet expansion in the state is scheduled for today. Sources in the know confirm that cabinet is likely to compromise 35 ministers, with the Rashtriya Janata Dal having 15 ministers and the Janata Dal United having 13, and Congress and Hindustan Awam Morcha may get 4 and 1 ministries respectively. Days after Nitish Kumar took a U-turn to break the NDA alliance and join hands with RJD Congress and Co., a meeting of the BJP core committee in Bihar is likely to be held today in the presence of its national president JP Nadda. Sources in the know inform that the proposed meeting has been convened in order to discuss a number of issues that have evolved due to the political upheaval in the state. Here's the other top stories that we're tracking at.
Kashmir police has gone on record to confirm terrorists fired upon civilians in an apple orchard in Chotipura area of Shopian. One person has been killed, another injured. Both belong to a minority community. Kashmiri Pandits once again are coming under attack.
Ordnance search operations have been launched by the J&K police along with the Indian Army, but it seems that the terrorists once again showing their presence on the ground.
Viewers, we are live and breaking. We are live and breaking right now. Viewers, terrorists fired upon civilians in an apple orchard in Chotipura area of Shopian. Zinat is right there at the spot where that terrible shooting had happened. Zinat, take us through the details. What's happening on ground?
We are reporting just outside the residence of the Sunil Kumar. My VJ can show you this is the very residence where this family is living for a long time now. We are seeing that the neighbors and other family members have gathered at this place. In fact, police and also army along with CRPF has launched a cordon. They are not allowing many people to come near to the residence, and also the CASO has been started. We are seeing the locals who have gathered here to pay the condolences. बताइए कि एग्जैक्टली क्या हुआ था और आपने क्या सुना था?
हम कुछ नहीं बताएंगे, इसका जवाब डीसी साहब देगा। उसका जिम्मेवार जो कातिल आज हुआ यहाँ, इसका मर्डर ये डीसी साहब ने किया। इसका डीसी साहब और डीओकम साहब इसका जिम्मेवार हैं। उनको यहाँ लाओ, वो जवाब देंगे।
इनकी फैमिली में कौन-कौन है?
जो भी हैं वो डीसी साहब यहाँ खुद बोलेगा, क्योंकि मैं 4 बार डीसी साहब के पास गया, डीओकम सर के पास गया, जो हमारा अटैक हुआ उसके बाद किसी ने नहीं सुना, बोला उधरी बैठो उधरी मारो, इसलिए उनको लाओ तब मैं बोलूंगा।
ये एग्जैक्टली कितने बजे हुआ?
वो पता नहीं है, वो डीसी साहब के बाद होगा। जब डीसी साहब यहाँ आएंगे तब हम बताएंगे।
आपके ब्रदर को भी हुआ?
हाँ, उसके बाद ही तो मैं डीसी साहब के पास गया अपनी सेफ्टी के बारे में। डीसी साहब ने एक भी नहीं सुनी, ना डीओकम साहब ने सुना। डीओकम साहब ने सीधे बोला मेरे हाथ में कुछ नहीं है, आप अपने गाँव में बैठो, उधरी मारो, जो करना करो।
इस गाँव में कितनी कश्मीरी पंडित फैमिलीज है या राजपूत फैमिलीज है? कितनी फैमिलीज है?
हम 2 ही घर थे बस।
अच्छा, पहले आपके ब्रदर को लगी थी गोली।
हाँ,
तो आज इस पे अटैक।
आज इन 2 भाइयों के ऊपर।
तो शोपियान डिस्ट्रिक्ट में खाली 2 कश्मीरी पंडित फैमिलीज
नहीं, और भी गांव में है ना, हमारे गांव में 2 है।
आपके यहाँ 2 है। So the 2 families, the Kashmiri Pandit families, are living in Chotipura of Shopian, where both the families were attacked. I have spoken to the same person a month before when his brother was targeted at the medical shop. Now the another family, this very family, he has been targeted. This is these are the live visuals from this residence where this has happened. The family has lost one of its family member, and another is being treated at the hospital. This is unfortunate incident. That is ये एक अनफॉर्चुनेट इंसिडेंट है जो यहाँ शोपियान से रिपोर्ट हुआ है. हालांकि पुलिस और साथ साथ सिक्योरिटी एजेंसीज मेंटेन कर रही है कि पूरी तरह की सिक्योरिटी दी गई है. डिविजनल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ने भी एश्योरेंस किया था कि सिक्योरिटी प्रोवाइड की जाएगी और इनकी डिमांड्स को जो है मीट किया जाएगा. लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी जो है आज फिर से कश्मीरी पंडित फैमिली ने अपना एक फैमिली मेंबर खो दिया और दूसरा जो है जिसका ट्रीटमेंट अभी भी चल रहा है. हालांकि यहाँ पर गाँव वाले और इनके फैमिली मेंबर्स भी पहुंच गए हैं. लेकिन एक अनफॉर्चुनेट इंसिडेंट है क्योंकि बार बार जो है कश्मीरी पंडित फैमिली को टारगेट किया जा रहा है. हालांकि पुलिस ने पूरी तरह से मेंटेन किया है कि हर एक इंसान को सिक्योरिटी प्रोवाइड नहीं की जा सकती है. जो मेजर्स लेने हैं वो ले जा रहे हैं, चाहे एंटी टेरर ऑपरेशंस के जरिए लोग उन टेररिस्ट को न्यूट्रलाइज किया जा रहा है. खासकर जो टारगेट किलिंग के केसेस है उनको लगातार सॉल्व किया जा रहा है. लेकिन पिछले 3-4 दिनों में जो है 2 टारगेट किलिंग्स जो है फिर से सामने आई है. चाहे बांडीपोरा में जिसमें एक बाहर का एक बिहारी लड़का जो है वो मारा गया था और उसके बाद जो है आज टेररिस्ट ने यहाँ पर कश्मीरी फैमिली को फिर से टारगेट किया. हालांकि दोनों भाई जो है यहाँ से कुछ ही मीटर की दूरी पर जो है they are just 100 meters away from this very place. They were working in one of the orchards where this incident had taken place, in which one of the family person has lost his life and another is still battling for this survival. So we are seeing the coordinated search operations also being launched by the J&K police along with the Indian Army. The family members, including the neighbors, have gathered to pay the condolence, although the dead bodies have not reached to the place. And we are seeing the condemnation is coming not only from the highest chair of the Jammu and Kashmir, LG Manoj Sinha, but we are also seeing the administration and also the political leaders are condemning this kind of incident. Although Mehbooba Mufti, the PDP chief, has also targeted the government and particularly the central government. As far as her tweet goes, she says that the government is still behaving like an ostrich and that their head is completely in the ground and they are not looking at what is happening, that the assurances that have been coming from the administration, from the police. But despite all this, we are seeing that the killings are going on. The killings are not the killings are not being stopped. And though the police is maintaining that in many of the operations, the terrorists involved in these kind of killings have been neutralized.
Zinat, the Kashmir Zone Police had said that further details shall follow. They gave us some details that the area has been cordoned off right now. But we are seeing that a lot of people are outside, and you spoke to some of the locals there. You spoke to another person from the Kashmiri Pandit community where they said that there are only two. There are 2 of us. Now, I want to understand why is there so much of anger right now? They feel that they're unsafe. That is something that we are seeing coming from the Kashmiri Hindu community time and again, that despite assurances made by the administration, they continue to feel unsafe. Zinat, how are they reacting at this point of time?
See, Shivani, we have already heard the Kashmiri Pandits as far as we talk about the reaction as this incident goes. We have been tracking the Pandit agitation. I have been covering it for last 3 months or so when they were completely on the road. They have not been attending the jobs. They have not been going to the different places. Many of them left the Kashmir Valley and now they're residing in Jammu. They're only saying that the only solution to the problem is not that you giving us the security or you are changing our position, area of work. That is not going to help. The only thing that will help is that relocation from this place to any part of the country where they are ready to serve.
All right, Zinat, keep tracking the developments. Zinat at the attack site, and anger continues erupting in the valley, and people still continue feeling unsafe as a new incident comes in there. Viewers of two brothers being shot. Stay tuned.
Here's the other news that we're tracking at this moment. Almost a week after the political potboiler took place in Bihar, Republic has learned that the cabinet expansion in the state is scheduled for today. Sources in the know confirm that cabinet is likely to compromise 35 ministers, with the Rashtriya Janata Dal having 15 ministers and the Janata Dal United having 13, and Congress and Hindustan Awam Morcha may get 4 and 1 ministries respectively. Days after Nitish Kumar took a U-turn to break the NDA alliance and join hands with RJD, Congress and co, a meeting of the BJP core committee in Bihar is likely to be held today in the presence of its national president JP Nadda. Sources in the know inform that the proposed meeting has been convened in order to discuss a number of issues that have evolved due to the political upheaval in the state. Here's the other top stories that we're tracking at this moment. Terrorists hurled a grenade on one individual at Budgam in Gopalapura that injured one Kumar. The terrorist outfit TRF, the LET's offshoot, claims responsibility for the attack. A police personnel sustained minor injuries after terrorists hurled a grenade at a police control room in Srinagar. The constable, Shabir Ahmed, has been shifted to the hospital for treatment. Section 144 has been imposed in Shivamogga and Karnataka after an altercation between two groups led to one being stabbed, with the incident carried out over posters of Veer Savarkar and Tipu Sultan. The scuffle broke out near a national flag installed at the Amir Ahmed Circle in the city, with the altercation leading to a lathi charge by the police. A strong man from Bihar, Anand Mohan, recently stayed at a government circuit house in Kagaria. The father of an RJD MLA accused of killing a district magistrate in Gopalganj also had photographs of his surfaced, where he was seen meeting his family as he was on his way back to the Saharsa jail after being produced at a court in Patna.
India had been dragged into the war without consulting its people. The Congress passed
Viewers, massive anger over FIFA's ban on India. Now we are getting in some reactions as well. Baitung Bhutia in response on that story. Listen in.
Very unfortunate that FIFA has banned Indian football, and at the same time I feel it's a very harsh decision from FIFA to ban Indian football. But at the same time I think it's a great opportunity to get our system right. And it's very important that all the stakeholders, be it federation, state association, sports ministry, to come together, get the system right, and everybody work for betterment of Indian football.
All right, much more coming up on the other side. We'll be tracking this big story. FIFA announces that All India Football Federation has been suspended with immediate effect. Stay tuned.
Let's move on to a quick roundup of all that's making news from across the country. A memorial service was held at the national capital to pay homage to former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee on the occasion of the 4th death anniversary at the national capital. The ceremony was undertaken at the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Samadhi in the national capital. The teacher accused of beating a Dalit minor that led to his death was arrested and charged with murder under sections including the SC/ST Prevention of Atrocities Act. The incident also led to a Congress MLA from Paran Parachand Meghwal from resigning from his post in the Rajasthan Assembly. Two TRS leaders were seen firing rounds in the air at a birthday party in Ranga Reddy in Telangana. The news comes days after TRS Minister Srinivas Gaud was also seen firing shots in the air in the state. The police eventually conducted raids at the farmhouse where they seized 2 guns that were used by the leaders.
At least 3 people were trapped and later rescued due to flash floods from Uj River near Kathua in Jammu and Kashmir, leading to a rescue operation carried out by the Indian Air Force. 2 helicopters were deployed to conduct the search operation. Ramineni Krishnan, a leader of the TRS, was hacked to death in broad daylight minutes after he hoisted the national flag in Telangana's Khammam. The murder led to followers of the leader ransacking the residence of Krishnan's brother, Tamineni Koteshwar Rao, a CPM leader considered responsible for Krishnan's death. A young man threw a bomb in the middle of the crowd near the police station in the village of Bargod in Indore. One person was killed in the attack while 15 people were injured as a flag ceremony was to be held in the area where a local drinking with a few others hurled.
Kashmir police has gone on record to confirm terrorists fired upon civilians in an apple orchard in Chotipura area of Shopian. One person has been killed, another injured. Both belong to a minority community. Kashmiri Pandits once again are coming under attack.
Ordnance search operations have been launched by the J&K police along with the Indian Army, but it seems that the terrorists once again showing their presence on the ground.
Viewers, we are getting breaking news at this point of time. A full Bihar ministers list is out on Republic. Remember, a week after Mahagathbandhan returned to power in Bihar, new ministers were inducted into the Nitish Kumar-led Council of Ministers. The new ministers were administered the oath of office and secrecy by the Bihar governor. And right now, the entire list is out. You can see that list there on your screen, viewers. That is the complete list of the ministers. And it's right there on your screens. You can clearly see that which minister has got which portfolio, the entire list on Republic TV. Remember that many ministers had taken oath. In fact, Tej Pratap Yadav, RJD leader and brother of Deputy CM Tejasvi Yadav, has taken oath as a minister in the Bihar cabinet. Well, much more coming up on the other side of this very short break. You can see the list there out of the Bihar minister after a huge change of guard in Bihar.
A Telangana Rashtra Samiti leader, Tamineni Krishnaiah, was brutally hacked to death in broad daylight minutes after hoisting the national flag in Telangana's Khammam district. Krishnaiah had recently quit CPIM and switched to the TRS party. While his brother TK Rao is suspected to be party to the crime, the police investigations are underway. Anguished by the death of a minor Dalit boy in Rajasthan's Jalore, Congress MLA Panna Chand Megawal submitted his resignation, expressing dismay over the death of the 9-year-old schoolboy who was allegedly beaten up for drinking from a common earthen pot. Megawal laminated that Dalits were being oppressed even after 75 years of independence. On Independence Day 2022, Chief Minister Pema Khandu informed that Arunachal Pradesh carried out a successful launch of the first flight of drone service Medicine from the Sky from Sepa to Chayangtajo in East Kameng district. Here's the other news that we're tracking at this moment. Almost a week after the political potboiler took place in Bihar, Republic has learned that the cabinet expansion in the state is scheduled for today. Sources in the know confirm that cabinet is likely to compromise 35 ministers, with the Rashtriya Janata Dal having 15 ministers and the Janata Dal United having 13, and Congress and Hindustan Awam Morcha may get 4 and 1 ministries respectively. Days after Nitish Kumar took a U-turn to break the NDA alliance and join hands with RJD Congress and Co., a meeting of the BJP Core Committee in Bihar is likely to be held today in the presence of its national president JP Nadda. Sources in the know inform that the proposed meeting has been convened in order to discuss a number of issues that have evolved due to the political upheaval in the state. Here's the other top stories that we're tracking at this moment. Terrorists hurled a grenade on one individual at Budgam in Gopalapura that injured one Karam Kumar. The terrorist outfit TRF, the LET's offshoot, claims responsibility for the attack. A police personnel sustained minor injuries after terrorists hurled a grenade at a police control room in Srinagar. The constable, Shabir Ahmed, has been shifted to the hospital for treatment.
Thanks for tuning in this afternoon, tracking all the updates coming in with respect to another targeted killing which has been reported from J&K's Shopian. Zeenat is there from Shopian reporting live. Zeenat, over to you. Give us the latest that you're learning with respect to this very shocking incident of another targeted killing that has happened in J&K.
See, Smiksha, what we have learned as of now. And first, let me show you the visuals of the spot where this incident had taken place. This is the place. One can see the blood that is spread all over here on the ground. This is the orchard of this family. This is the family orchard of the Sunil Kumar, who were working here at the family orchard along with his brother when the terrorists fired upon them from a very close way. And you see the density of this orchard. It's completely covered with the trees, and that has helped definitely a terrorist to come so close to this spot and carry the attack. And at presently, we are seeing that the searches are being done by the Jammu Kashmir police and the army. My VJ is showing you the visuals of the search operation being carried by the forces in this orchard where both the brothers were working. This is the family orchard, and he was very much working here at the spot when the terrorists fired upon them from a very close range. As far as the terrorists who are behind this kind of killing, we are picking from the sources that it is the Al-Badr terror outfit that is behind the killing, and one of the terrorists from the Al-Badr outfit, Adil Wani, has been identified by the security forces involved in the terror attack, who carried this heinous crime along with one more associate who is yet to be identified. So Al-Badr is the outfit that has carried the killing in the Shopian district, this drastic attack. The searches have been launched by the J&K police along with the Indian army to nab out to neutralize the terrorists involved in this heinous crime. This incident took place more than an hour before, when the terrorists managed their presence in this orchard, and the brothers who were working here have been targeted. In fact, they are in this, as far as this Chotigam area of the Shopian is concerned, the two Kashmiri Pandit families have been living here for a long time, and both the families have been targeted. Earlier, a brother of the family was targeted by the terrorists that we covered a few months back, and now the second family who had been living here for a long time, they too have been targeted. Although as per the family, they have been receiving the threats coming from the terror outfits that they should leave the valley, but despite all assurance from the government administration, they did not leave their home. But today what they witnessed was the dead body of their loved one, and the second one is being treated at the hospital. So this is the place where this incident had taken place. This is a thick orchard, and the orchard, this is more of an apple orchard where these brothers were working. This is their family orchard where they have been working, and when the terrorists attacked them, Adil Wani has been identified of the Kotupura Shopian. Adil, if you remember yesterday, we carried a visual of the residence of the Adil Wani. The family of Adil was hoisting the tricolor. See, if we talk about the Shopian, it has always been best choice for the terror outfits. Not only the locals, but also the foreigners have been taking shelter in the Shopian district of South Kashmir. But we talk about the number of anti-terror operations in the Kashmir Valley. The highest graph will come from the Shopian, that because every day the operation is launched, the terrorists are neutralized. Despite that, we see that the attacks have been carried by the terrorists, and हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि किस तरह से जो है शोपियान डिस्ट्रिक्ट में आज एक बार फिर से कश्मीरी पंडित फैमिली पे टारगेट हुआ है। और उसमें जो यहाँ छोटीगाम जिस एरिया की हम बात कर रहे हैं जहाँ अटैक हुआ है, यहाँ खाली 2 कश्मीरी पंडित फैमिली रहती है। एक जो जिनके यहाँ भी बच्चे को गोली लगी थी कुछ महीने पहले, बाद में वो सर्वाइव कर गया, और अब आज इस फैमिली को भी टारगेट किया गया है। हालांकि फैमिली का मानना है कि वो कई बार डिविजनल कमिश्नर और डीसी के पास अप्रोच किया है कि आप उन्होंने शिफ्ट करें, क्योंकि ये लोग भी यहाँ गवर्नमेंट सर्वेंट है, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी उन्हें कहा गया है कि नहीं, आप रहिए, सिक्योरिटी और आपकी सेफ्टी को की सारे जो है उनको पूरी तरह से देखा जा रहा है। लेकिन उसके बाद भी जो आज जो है शोपियान की फैमिली क्वेश्चंस रेज कर रही है एलजी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के लिए कि किस तरह की सेफ्टी और किस तरह की सिक्योरिटी की आप बात कर रहे हैं, जहां एक आम इंसान जो है जिसको किसी चीज के साथ लेना देना नहीं है उसको भी टेररिस्ट टारगेट कर रहे हैं। लेकिन एक तरह से देखा जाए तो एक फ्रस्ट्रेशन भी है टेरर ग्रुप्स में, क्योंकि शोपियान जो हॉटबेड ऑफ टेररिज्म माना जाता था, कल तक वहां तिरंगा की रैलीज निकल रही है, चाहे स्कूल के बच्चों के हाथ में तिरंगा था, बुजुर्गों के हाथ में तिरंगा था, लोगों के घरों में तिरंगा लगा। और जो आदिल वानी है, जो अलबदर का टेररिस्ट है, जो इसमें इन्वॉल्व है, उसके घर पे भी कल तिरंगा फहराया। तो इस तरह की फ्रस्ट्रेशन डेफिनेटली जो है कोशिश करते हैं टेरर ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस के लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को डिस्टर्ब किया जाए। साथ ही साथ जो ये टेरर स्पॉट जो ये अटैक स्पॉट है, जैसे मेरे वीडियो आपको दिखा रहे हैं कि ये वो स्पॉट है जहां पर ये अटैक हुआ है, जहां पर वो सुनील कुमार जी को और उसके भाई को यहां पर गोलियां मार दी थी। 2 टेररिस्ट आए थे, नकाबपोश टेररिस्ट आए थे, जिसमें एक की आइडेंटिफिकेशन हुई है और दूसरा अभी भी आइडेंटिफाई नहीं हुआ है। लेकिन साथ ही साथ जो है सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस जो है उन्होंने कॉर्डन और सर्च लगाया है और साथ साथ जो OGW नेटवर्क है, कई जगह से जो है OGW नेटवर्क है, जो एसोसिएट्स रहते हैं टेरर नेटवर्क के, उनको उठाया गया है, उनसे क्वेश्चनिंग की जा रही है ताकि जल्द से जल्द जो लोग इसमें इन्वॉल्व है उनको जल्द से जल्द न्यूट्रलाइज किया जाए या उनको अरेस्ट किया जाए। तो पूरी कोशिश रही है इस वक्त जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस की कि इस तरह के इंसिडेंट जो है दोबारा न हो, लेकिन जो लोग इसमें इन्वॉल्व है उनको जल्द से जल्द न्यूट्रलाइज किया जा सके।
Yes. Zeenat, stay with us. You've also been talking to the people living nearby. We understand there is, of course, a lot of anger and frustration among the people. What do they have to say? And also, importantly, like you mentioned, only 2 families, Hindu families, Kashmiri families, were living in that particular area where this tragic incident happened.
Oh yes, Samiksha, only the 2 Kashmiri Pandit families live in this village where this incident had taken place. The first family was also targeted some months back. The family member, their younger kid, was targeted by the terrorists when he was at his chemist shop in the evening. The terrorists fired upon him from a close range. That time the bike-borne terrorists carried the attack, and now the second family in this very village has been attacked. They have lost the 1 family member and the another has received the 2 gunshot wounds, who is also been treated. Meanwhile, the security forces have launched the cordon and search operation. We are seeing the condemnation coming from the different corners of Jammu and Kashmir, be it the highest chair of the J&K administration. LG has tweeted about it, and whosoever is involved will be dealt seriously. And meanwhile, we are seeing the political leaders targeting like Mehbooba Mufti targeting the central government. We are hearing, we are reading the tweet of Umar Abdullah. Similarly, Sajjad Lone was the first political leader of the People's Conference who tweeted and termed this act as a heinous act, and these terrorists should be neutralized who carry this kind of attacks, because these people are absolutely unarmed and you are coming behind and you are carrying the killing. What kind of message these terrorists are sending, that they are not allowing anybody to live peacefully here. They want that the situation should remain disturbed, and obviously when they carry these kind of minority killings, definitely it creates a lot of pressure for the government and creates ripples. So government is seriously looking at the killings, particularly the target killings, and the killers who are behind these kinds of killings are usually being neutralized in 22 to 48 hours.
Yes. Zeenat, also could you tell us the exact time when this incident happened, when the terrorist shot at these Kashmiri Pandits?
See, Samiksha, this happened more than an hour, we can say in 2 hours time. The entire incident happened in Srinagar. From Srinagar to Shopian, it is a 90 kilometers journey, particularly this Shotpara area of Shopian. This is the interior of the Shopian district of South Kashmir where the incident had taken place. The incident was reported from this very orchard where we are reporting that both the brothers were working in their family orchard when the terrorists managed their presence in the orchard, and they fired upon these unarmed civilians, and one of them succumbed, another is being treated. One of the terrorists involved in this heinous crime has been identified as Adil Wani of Katpura, Shopian, who has carried this killing along with one of his associates. We are seeing that Jammu and Kashmir police and other agencies have already launched CASO in different villages of the Shopian district. Many OGWs have been picked up, they are being questioned, so that J&K police and along with other forces are able to solve this killing as soon as possible.
Yes, and Zeenat, like you're telling us, of course, this comes just a day after the country celebrated Independence Day. We saw the Tiranga wave grip the entire J&K Valley as well. If you could talk to us more about the brother of the deceased, who we understand is still getting treated as he was also shot at by these terrorists.
See, as far as the brother of the deceased is concerned, who has been identified as Kumar, he has received the 2 gunshot wounds. He is being treated for his injuries. The team of doctors working very hard to secure and save his life. But unfortunately, the Sunil Kumar lost his life. He's come to the injuries. We are seeing that the people from different religions are visiting the bereaved family. They are paying the condolences, and also we are seeing the police and the other security forces have reached to the residence of this very family. As my VJ can show you how the security forces are carrying the cordon and search operations in this very orchard where this incident was reported while back. They are the Jawans of the Indian Army as well as the Jammu and Kashmir police who are carrying a thorough search as far as these orchards are concerned, because this is a huge patch of land, but most of the trees that you see here, this is the apple orchard where the things are going on. The search operation is being carried on. They have been received some kind of inputs, and also the terrorist one who has been identified as Adil Wani of Katpura Shopian has been identified, is involved in this killing. As per the sources, he works for Al-Badr terror outfit who has carried this gruesome attack. We are seeing that the multiple operations is being launched. The raids are being done by the J&K police so that the terrorists involved in this killing is neutralized or nabbed.
Yes. Zeenat, stay with us, and just to tell our viewers as well, Zeenat is reporting live from that very location, the exact spot where the terrorists opened fire at the Kashmiri Pandits, and this as the search operations are still on to nab those terrorists who fired upon the Kashmiri Pandits. Zeenat, if I can come back to you, if you could talk to us more about the reactions coming in, as well as the family, of course, demanding justice at this point.
Definitely, not only the family of this Sunil Kumar and the Pinto Kumar is demanding the justice, but justice is being demanded by the whole Kashmiri Pandit community who have been on the roads for so many months. They are saying that we don't want safety, security, we don't want transfers, we don't want promotions. We are only looking that we should be transferred from this place to any part of the country, because all these employees come under Prime Minister's package for the Kashmiri Pandits, and now they feel completely insecure. Although the Kashmiri Pandit community
मुंह पे तमाचा है, जो कश्मीर फाइल्स में हुए फिल्मों को काल्पनिक बता रहे थे, उन 500, 1000, 5 लाख लोग जो अपने घरों से निकाल दिए गए थे, उनके बारे में जो बोल रहे थे उनको कि ये तो हो नहीं सकता, ये प्रोपेगेंडा फिल्म है, या इस फिल्म को यूट्यूब पे वगैरह देखना चाहिए। पहली बात तो मैं उनसे कहना चाहूँगा कि आपसे बड़ा पाखंडी मैंने दुनिया में नहीं देखा है, और आप उस ट्रेजेडी पर काम करते हैं। बहुत सारे लोग भी मैं देखता हूँ सोशल मीडिया बोलते हैं अनुपम खेर अब कहाँ हैं, शोपियान के। अरे हमने कश्मीर फाइल्स बनाई तो आपके दिल में दर्द जागा और आपके पास वो व्यंग बातें आई कि ये सब हो रहा है। ये बिल्कुल शर्मनाक बात है कि अभी भी कश्मीरी पंडितों के साथ वही अत्याचार हो रहा है। मतलब कश्मीरी पंडित क्या, वहाँ पर तो अपने ही लोगों को मार रहे हैं, जो भी हिंदुस्तान के साथ खड़ा है उसको वो मार रहे हैं। लेकिन कश्मीरी पंडितों का तो पिछले 30 साल से ऐसा हो रहा है, और इसकी जितनी भी ज़्यादा निंदा की जाए कम है। देखिए, जिस टेररिस्ट ने आपको मारना है, कितने लोगों को आदमी वो देगा, संरक्षण दे सकता है। ये मनस्थिति जो है वो चेंज करनी पड़ेगी। इसमें ये मनस्थिति यहाँ के हमारे कुछ खास किस्म के बुद्धिजीवियों को भी चेंज करनी पड़ेगी। मैं बहुत अवॉइड करता हूँ लोगों को जो मुझे मैसेजेस पे लिखते हैं, अरे यहाँ ये हो गया कश्मीरी पंडितों के साथ, अनुपम खेर ने तो पैसे बना लिए या पिक्चर बना ली। हमने वो पिक्चर बनाई है तो आपका दर्द जागा है, वरना 30 साल तो वो सारे लोग थे ही नहीं। किसी ने कश्मीरी पंडितों के साथ कंधे पर कंधा रख के किसी ने दुख नहीं बहाया। अब ये सिर्फ क्रिटिसाइज करके हमको सोचते हैं कि इनका खुद का काम हो गया है। Criticism is nothing to do with reality. Criticism has nothing to do with that they are actually doing something. So it's a sad state of affairs, and I feel bad for it. मेरा दिल दहलता है उन लोगों के परिवारों के लिए, उन बेचारे इनोसेंट लोगों के लिए जिनका कोई कसूर नहीं है, जो अभी भी वहाँ पर 1%, आधा प्रतिशत लोग जो कश्मीरी पंडित वहाँ रह रहे हैं, जो कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि शायद अपनी जीवनी गुजार सकें, जो शायद कैंप्स में नहीं रहना चाहते थे, जिनको लगता है कि शायद टेररिस्ट का दिल बदल जाएगा, पर उनका दिल नहीं बदलने वाला। और इस बात का दुख है, और उससे ज़्यादा मुझे इस बात का ज़्यादा दुख है कि वो तमाम लोग जो मुझको या विवेक अग्निहोत्री को टारगेट करते हैं, उनको थैंक यू करना चाहिए हमको कि हमने ये फिल्म बनाई तो उनको कश्मीरी पंडितों की, कश्मीरी हिंदुओं की त्रासदी नज़र आई। वो उसको भी इस्तेमाल करने की कोशिश करते हैं.
Sir, yet again we have seen a targeted here this time. People working in Orchard were targeted and killed. One person is dead and another is being treated in a critical condition. So how do you see these kind of continuous attacks on people targeting?
The killing of a Kashmiri Pandit, Kashmiri Hindu in Shopian is unfortunate, and it's disgusting. It pains me. It makes me feel really sad. What makes me angry is the reaction of certain kind of people in our own country who keep saying that rather than sympathizing with the person who has died or whose family has suddenly become without a father or without an uncle or without a son, they want to sort of say that, oh, where is Anupam Kher and where is Vivek Agnihotri? They made this film and they earned so much money. First of all, I am an actor in the film. I got 1/3 of my fees in the film, 1/4 of my fees. I am not the producer of the film. I have done this film almost in peanuts. Number two, it is because we made Kashmir Files that they discovered that the truth behind the genocide of so many Kashmiri Hindus, that 5 lakh Kashmiri Hindus had to leave their home, the comfort of their homes, and become refugees in their own country. And so many people were killed. It is a slap on the faces of all those people who thought that this was a propaganda film, that this does not happen. It's still going on. And it's not only about Kashmiri Pandits now. Whosoever wants to talk about India, they just want to target them. But it is not, they are not going to succeed. My heart goes out to the families of these people, but they are not going to succeed because we saw what happened on the 75th anniversary of India Independence Day. The more we will have flags, the freedom and the development in Kashmir Valley, the more these people will get rattled. They are rattled, actually. They had never, even their imagination felt that in Lal Chowk there will be so many tirangas, that there will be so many rallies. So while I feel distraught and sad about losing a brother, a family member, a Kashmiri Hindu or a Kashmiri Muslim or anybody who is a victim of terrorism, I also want to say that it is a slap on the faces of all those so-called intellectuals, so-called pseudo-intellectuals who still want to not believe that this tragedy is taking place.
Anupam Kher there condemning the cowardly attack which happened earlier this morning, and also talking about the genocide which has happened in the past, and going on to mention that how the Kashmiri Pandits are being made a target yet again. Zeenat continues to be with us, reporting live from that very location in Shopian, the very same orchard where the terrorists opened fire at the Kashmiri Pandits. Zeenat, if you can talk to us more about the search operations which are currently on by the forces to nab those terrorists who fired upon the Kashmiri Pandits. Well, we'll connect with Zeenat again, but very shocking incident, yet another incident of targeted killing that has come to light from Chenke. This time it's from Shopian, where the terrorists opened fire earlier this morning in an orchard, and a Kashmiri Pandit and his brother was shot at. Sadly, unfortunately, the Kashmiri Pandit succumbed to his injuries, whereas his brother is currently undergoing treatment. The live visuals that we are getting to you of the live visuals also that we are getting to you right now from that attack site. Zeenat is back with us. Zeenat, if you could talk to us more about the search operations we understand which are still on at this particular orchard, where the forces are trying to nab those terrorists who fired upon these Kashmiri Pandits.
See, as far as the search operation, it's going on not only this orchard but also in the other villages of the Shopian district, where police have some apprehension that there can be a lead as far as this incident is concerned, although one of the terrorists from the Al-Badr has been identified, who also hails from the Shopian district. As far as this orchard is concerned, what we are picking from the sources and the eyewitnesses, that in total the 5 people were working in this very orchard when the attack took place. In fact, 3 Muslim laborers were working along with the 2 Kashmiri Pandit family were working here. The two family members of the Pandit family have been attacked, and the 3 Kashmiri Muslim laborers were allowed to go by the terrorists. This is the version that we are getting from the people who were here when this incident was reported, and one can see the blood is on the ground. And we also witnessed a while back that the FSL team witnessed the spot, and they have also carried the samples. And as my VJ is showing you, still the search operation and the cordon operation that is going on in the orchards of this Shopin. This is a Chotupura area of Shopin of South Kashmir, where the incident was reported earlier, and right now still the searches are going on. This is the apple orchard where the incident happened, and you see the Jawans, the army as well as the J&K police carrying the search in the entire village of the Shopin. And in this orchard, the number of police personnel, the army personnel are carrying the search so that to see that if they can find many more leads. As of now, the two terrorists have carried this attack, and out of 2, one has been identified, who's known as Adil Wani of Kutpora, Shopin, who carried this attack, because it is the residence of the Adil where yesterday everybody witnessed the tricolor that was unfurled by the family of Adil. So definitely the Tiranga rally or the campaign Tiranga, or we say Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, has created ripples among the terror groups, because of which they turned frustrated and carried this kind of incident. We are seeing the J&K police working every minute as far as to brought justice to the family and neutralize the terrorists behind this attack. LG has made it very clear that whosoever has carried this attack will not be spared. Similarly, we are seeing the ADGP Kashmir working and taking minute by minute report from its team, who are working tirelessly on this killing of the Kashmiri Pandits, the target killings. It is more like to show that the disturbance, but police as well as the security forces are going to give befitting reply to the terrorists who carried this attack.
Yes, Zina, thank you so much. We'll keep coming back to you. So Zina there, reporting live from that attack site in Shopian. We also have Major General G.D. Bakshi also joining us. Sir, a very unfortunate incident, if I can get your thoughts. A cowardly, dastardly attack by the terrorists there, where they opened fire in broad daylight upon these Kashmiri Pandits in an orchard.
Look, let me place this incident in perspective. Abhi yaar echo aayegi. The simple fact is that there used to be 5,000 armed terrorists in Jammu and Kashmir from 2000 to 2005 when I was posted there. We increased the number of RR battalions to 36. We brought the number of terrorists down to just 140 to 150. Today they are only capable of sneak attacks. They are only capable of sneak attacks in which they target unprotected civilian, unarmed civilians like the Kashmiri Pandits, like the migrant labor. Now the fact is, even these isolated killings are one too many. It is the timing of it which is very insulting. This was timed to coincide with the 75th anniversary of the Indian Republic, the 75th anniversary of our independence. This is unacceptable. If we have to increase force levels in the valley, so be it. Let us not talk about reducing manpower. If we have to increase manpower, so be it. But we must be able to protect our Indian population. The death of even one Indian is one death too many. We had started the surgical strikes, we had started the Balakot airstrikes, and 2 to 3 years Pakistan was quiet. We utilized that period to remove Article 370, do away with 35A, and yesterday the valley was awash with tricolors. But what spoils the whole show is the sneak attacks that these 140 to 150 odd terrorists in the valley carry out. Therefore, we must go after these remaining bunch of terrorists with a vengeance. We must not confine ourselves to just reactive measures. We need to go across the line of control. We need to go across the international border like we had done after the Uri massacre, like we had done after Pulwama. We had done Balakot airstrike. And Pakistan was brought to its senses that there will be costs and consequences to pay. Pakistan cried to China. China tried to interfere in Ladakh to take pressure off Pakistan and got a bloody nose in return. So if Pakistan has again summoned up the courage to send drones across the border, after all, if these killings are taking place, who is supplying the weapons? Who is supplying the ammunition, the grenades, the improvised explosive devices, the drugs, the money? Pakistan, by using
Major General,
Chinese drones.
I'm so sorry, I'll have to interrupt you there. Yes, stay with us. Yes, Major General, stay with us. We'll have to slip into a very short break there. We'll come back to you just after this very short break. Slipping into a very short break. On the other side, we'll get you live coverage from that very location where the terrorists opened fire at the Kashmiri Pandits.
The Amity BBA has been ranked India's #1 BBA in the recently released Times of India B School 2022 rankings, a testimony to Amity BBA's globally benchmarked standards in education.
Here's the other top stories that we're tracking at this moment. Terrorists hurled a grenade on one individual at Budgam in Gopalapura that injured one Kumar. The terrorist outfit TRF, the LET's offshoot, claims responsibility for the attack. A police personnel sustained minor injuries after terrorists hurled a grenade at a police control room in Srinagar. The constable, Shabir Ahmad, has been shifted to the hospital for treatment. Section 144 has been imposed in Shivamogga and Karnataka after an altercation between two groups led to one being stabbed, with the incident carried out over posters of Veer Savarkar and Tipu Sultan. The scuffle broke out near a national flag installed at the Amir Ahmed Circle in the city, with the altercation leading to a lathi charge by the police. A strong man from Bihar, Anand Mohan, recently stayed at a government circuit house in Kagaria. The father of an RJD MLA accused of killing a district magistrate in Gopalganj also had photographs of his surfaced, where he was seen meeting his family as he was on his way back to the Saharsa jail after being produced at a court in Patna.
India had been dragged into the war without consulting its people. The Congress passed the Quit India resolution. Gandhiji advised, forget the differences between Hindus and Muslims and think of yourselves as Indians. Every one of you should from this moment consider yourself to be a free man or woman. He asked the people to do or die, either make India free or die in the attempt.
Well, thanks for tuning in. We are live and breaking and you're watching Republic, getting you these live visuals from that very location. The orchard in Shopian of J&K, where the terrorists opened fire at the Kashmiri Hindus. Zeenat, they're reporting live from the Shopian attack site. Zeenat, it's over to you. Take us through all the leads and details that you're picking up. Well, we'll connect with Zeenat again, but in the visuals you can see Sunil Kumar, who was shot dead by the terrorists earlier today, and his brother is currently critical as he was also one of the victims of this terror attack which happened in Shopian, and the family there of Sunil Kumar demanding justice, the whole of Kashmir demanding justice for Sunil Kumar.
See, we'll show you one of the exclusive thing that we have recovered from this spot where the incident happened. This is the bullet cartridge that we have recovered from this spot, and it seems that the terrorists have used this very to target these Kashmiri Pandit brothers. The bullets that they fired, the cartridge is left behind, as we show you that this is what the terrorists used, and because of which one of the brother lost his life, another is being treated at the hospital. The terrorists who had come to this place, to this orchard, they fired upon the terrorists and they left behind the bullet cartridge which has been found just a while back from us in this very orchard. So we are seeing the searches and the cordons being carried by Jammu and Kashmir police. We are seeing that CRPF top officials also reached to the spot to see the suspect spot, and also many agencies have reached to the spot to carry their investigations. This is what the terrorists have left behind, the bullet cartridge. They fired upon these Kashmiri brothers when they were Kashmiri Pandit brothers when they were working in this very orchard. This is the place, as my VJ is showing you, that this is the very place where he was working in his family orchard. This is an apple orchard where this happened, and now the terrorists have managed to escape. But the terrorists who were behind this attack has been identified. The terrorists behind this attack are from the Al-Badr terror outfit, and one of the terrorists is a local terrorist identified as Adil Wani of Kutpura, Shupin, who has carried this attack.
Right, Zeenat is at the Shopia attack site where bullets were fired at the two Kashmiri Pandit brothers. One succumbed to injury, one still battling for his life. Zeenat, you're at the attack site, and there is an anger amongst the Kashmiri Pandits there, and that is being voiced through the multiple interactions that you've had and other colleagues have had with Kashmiri Pandits there. What are the people saying? What really are the demands, and what really are what are their appeals to the government now after these killings? Again, that anger comes forth.
See, as far as the demand from the Kashmiri Pandit community is concerned, right from the killing of Rahul Pandit in the Tehsil office of Chadura of Central Kashmir's Budgam, since then whenever they carried protests, they showed their anger against the government. The only demand they were asking is that relocation till the situation in the Kashmir.
All right, Zeenat, I would have to stop you there because there's this news coming in from Hyderabad, and I would like to go to the breaking news that's coming in from Hyderabad. So we're getting in visuals from Hyderabad. Bomb suspicion outside the Telangana BJP head office. The Telangana BJP head office, we're getting visuals from there. A bomb suspicion outside the Telangana BJP head office, and the leaders have informed the police there, and those visuals that are on your screen. A BJP leader informed the local police and the bomb squad that has reached the location now, that is at the Telangana BJP office, and you can see the sniffer dogs there. The local police and bomb squads have reached the Telangana BJP office. Aneri joins us on the phone line. Aneri, if you could just tell us more, because we can see those visuals on our screen. The bomb squad is there, the local police is there. If you could just tell us more, because we can see that they're searching that entire premise.
Well, that's right. We have been seeing that after a local BJP leader noticed that there was a car which was parked right outside the Telangana BJP head office, that's in Hyderabad, since last 2 days, and also there was a briefcase inside that nano car. And so after he noticed this, he informed the police officials, and out of suspicion, well, now there was a hassle which was created at the BJP office saying that there's a bomb in that car, and so the bomb squad and the local police officials reached the BJP office immediately. And also now we have been seeing that the teams are investigating and looking out. All the checks are being done at the BJP office as well, and also every nook and corner of the BJP office is being checked. Well, this happens just one day after
being checked. Well, this happens just one day after we saw that there was a tussle which broke out between the TRS leaders and the BJP. But however, now in this incident which has taken place at the Telangana BJP office, which is said to be a suspected case, where as the Nano car was parked right outside the BJP office from last 2 days, and there was a briefcase in it. So out of suspect, that local BJP leader informed the police officials, and so they have reached the spot, and now in checking all the checks and are being done at the BJP office in Hyderabad.
Right, and Arian, we're joined by Krishna Sagar Rao, who's the chief spokesperson of Telangana BJP. Mr. Rao, if you could just tell us more, because we've heard that a car that was parked at the office for the last 2 days, and there was suspicion that there could be a bomb inside. Who noticed it first, and what was the information that you passed on to the police, because the search operation is on?
Yeah, it is shocking to know that, there is something very suspicious going on at the office right now. And regularly as we visit the office, there are many cars parked there. So we generally don't find anything suspicious. But during the August 15th and earlier celebrations, most of the cars were cleared from that space, and this one remained. So that is how this was spotted. And it is quite shocking and unsettling to see that there is a bomb scare, and it has to be confirmed by the police still. And it is a developing story, so there is not much I can tell you at this point of time, other than saying that it is quite shocking and unsettling to know that there is an attempt.
Right, Mr. Rao, it is absolutely shocking, and we can see those visuals on our screen where the bomb squad arrived and they're trying to search the car. But if you could just tell us what was noticed by the people there after the police was informed and the police and the dog squad came in.
As I said, it is still a developing story. It won't be right for me to make any comments on what anybody said. Unless the police makes a statement regarding this, then, I might not be able to say much about this.
Okay, are the searches still going on there?
Yes, the search is going on, and
Mr. Rao,
they have figured that there is something very suspicious and there is a suitcase. So we got to see what this is all about. And once the police actually confirms, it has a bomb or how improvised it is and how lethal it is, then we will make subsequent statement.
Right. Sir, I'm assuming that the entire office has been evacuated, Mr. Rao.
Yes,
that must have been done before the dog squad started searching.
Right before that, yes.
Right. All right. So you're saying that the police, after the searches are done, then you would be in a position to issue a statement on as to what really happened there?
Exactly. But at the face of it, it is unbelievable that we are in the center of the city, and there is so much of movement of public at that space, and we just don't understand as to who's behind this and who's trying to sabotage a national party we have a state unit here, and we're of national party ruling the country, right. And we have to figure out what is happening.
Right, Mr. Krishna Sagar Rao, thank you so much for speaking to Republic. So those visuals that are on your screen, the bomb squad searching the BJP Telangana premises because after they were informed of a suspicious car that had been parked there for the last 2 days with a suitcase inside it. The searches are still going on. And the next news that's coming in right now, the breaking news that's coming in, VVIP treatment to Mukhtar Ansari in Punjab jail. Punjab government constituted a committee to probe the matter, and enough evidence has been procured against Ansari for getting VVIP treatment in Punjab jail. Now, Punjab government is all set to take action against Ansari and the officials involved. So the Punjab government has constituted a committee now to probe this matter. And Amandeep joins us on this story for more. Amandeep, what is the information that you're getting regarding the committee that is being set up for the probe?
Well, Sucharita, Jail Minister Harjot Singh Bains has disclosed this information that Mukhtar Ansari was getting the VVIP treatment in Punjab jails. And in fact, regarding this, they have procured the satisfactory evidence against that. And now the Punjab Chief Minister has constituted a committee on this to take the appropriate action and also to figure out the roles who all are involved for providing the VVIP treatment to Mukhtar Ansari when he was in Punjab jail. And even the file has been moved to the CM office. Further, a committee has been constituted and later the action will be taken accordingly. And even they have also announced in the Punjab Vidhan Sabha as well that the file has been procured from the jail department, from the different departments, just because it was a clear-cut case of VVIP treatment to the Mukhtar Ansari by the Congress government, just because since Mukhtar Ansari was lodged in the Ropar jail in some kind of extortion case, and he was the inmate into that in that case, and the Congress government was in power. And in fact, when UP government has also demanded the transit remand for Mukhtar Ansari, it was the Congress government who contested the case as well. But now Aam Aadmi Party government is opening the file of Mukhtar Ansari's tenure till what time he was remaining in the Ropar jail and what kind of treatment he has been given and by whom officials and who all are involved in providing the VVIP treatment to Mukhtar Ansari. Everything would be opened, and now the committee has been constituted. The role will be figured out. Either there are politicians involved or there are officers involved. What kind of nexus he was running from inside the jail. Everything would be revealed by that committee, and the report will be submitted to Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann, and later the action will be taken accordingly. Yes, Sucharita.
Right, Amandeep, if you could also tell our viewers the time period for which this probe is being constituted, because Ansari has been in the Punjab jail, was in Punjab jail, and it was the erstwhile Congress government against which these allegations started. If you could just tell us, our viewers, about the time period we're talking about.
Well, the time period Ansari had been lodged into the Ropar jail for almost 2 to 3 years, and that was the time when Congress government was in power. And even there was a jail minister, Sukhjinder Singh Randhawa, who actually denied all kind of allegations. But now all the evidence has put in place and everything putting in perspective, the Punjab government has ensured and announced that and clearly mentioned that VVIP treatment has been given to Mukhtar Ansari, and they are having enough evidence to prove it. But now they are just figuring out the role, who all are officials and the politicians involved into this entire nexus for providing the VVIP treatment to Mukhtar Ansari, and on whose command, on whose directions that VVI treatment has been provided to Mukhtar Ansari when he was in Ropar jail. And in fact, everything put in place with the piece of evidence, and that will be disclosed by the committee after submitting the report to Punjab Chief Minister. And further, the action will ensure, action was ensured by the Punjab government as well, that nobody will be spared, either it is a politician, either an officer or anybody involved into this entire nexus. Yes, Suchari.
Right. So during the earlier Congress government's regime, VVIP treatment given to Mukhtar Ansari, and now the Aam Aadmi Party government has constituted a committee to probe the VVIP treatment given to Mukhtar Ansari in Punjab jail. Thank you so much, Amandeep, for joining us on this.
An emergency situation was witnessed at Kullu in Himachal Pradesh after the Solang Nala in the region flooded due to heavy rains. 2 people were reported missing in the region as a result of the floods. A search and rescue operation was initiated at the spot, with the police and the fire brigade in the region a part of the operations. Footage of the exact moment the people were washed away had earlier been captured. Buildings were earlier seen being washed away in a water body near the town of Kullu last week, making the situation in the state severe at the moment. Details of the search operation remains awaited as the fast flow of the river raises concern for the search operations. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
3 people were trapped and later rescued due to flash floods from Uj River near Kathua in Jammu and Kashmir, leading to a rescue operation carried out by the Indian Air Force. 2 helicopters were deployed to conduct the search operation. Tamineni Krishnan, a leader of the TRS, was hacked to death in broad daylight minutes after he hoisted the national flag in Telangana's Khammam. The murder led to followers of the leader ransacking the residence of Krishnan's brother, Tamineni Koteshwar Rao, a CPM leader considered responsible for Krishnan's death. A young man threw a bomb in the middle of the crowd near the police station in the village of Bargod in Indore. 1 person was killed in the attack while 15 people were injured as a flag ceremony was to be held in the area where a local drinking with a few others hurled a bomb that was in his possession. A Telangana Rashtra Samiti leader, Tamineni Krishnaiah, was brutally hacked to death in broad daylight minutes after hoisting the national flag in Telangana's Khammam district. Krishnaiah had recently quit CPIM and switched to the TRS party. While his brother TK Rao is suspected to be party to the crime, the police investigations are underway. Anguished by the death of a minor Dalit boy in Rajasthan's Jalore, Congress MLA Panna Chand Megawal submitted his resignation, expressing dismay over the death of the 9-year-old schoolboy who was allegedly beaten up for drinking from a common earthen pot. Megawal Jamila laminated that Dalits were being oppressed even after 75 years of independence. On Independence Day 2022, Chief Minister Pema Khandu informed that Arunachal Pradesh carried out a successful launch of the first flight of drone service Medicine from the Sky from Sepa to Chayangtajo in East Kameng district. Here's the other news that we're tracking at this moment. Almost a week after the political potboiler took place in Bihar, Republic has learned that the cabinet expansion in the state is scheduled for today. Sources in the know confirm that cabinet is likely to compromise 35 ministers, with the Rashtriya Janata Dal having 15 ministers and the Janata Dal United having 13, and Congress and Hindustan Awam Morcha may get 4 and 1 ministries respectively. Days after Nitish Kumar took a U-turn to break the NDA alliance and join hands with RJD Congress and Co., a meeting of the BJP core committee in Bihar is likely to be held today in the presence of its national president JP Nadda. Sources in the know inform that the proposed meeting has been convened in order to discuss a number of issues that have evolved due to the political upheaval in the state.
Kashmir police has gone on record to confirm terrorists fired upon civilians in an apple orchard in Chotipura area of Shopian. 1 person has been killed, another injured. Both belong to a minority community. Kashmiri Pandits once again are coming under attack.
Ordnance search operations have been launched by the J&K police along with the Indian Army, but it seems that the terrorists once again showing their presence on the ground.
So massive anger has erupted across the valley after one Kashmiri Pandit was shot dead while another was critically injured. Remember, terrorists fired upon civilians in an apple orchard in Chotipura area of Shopian. 1 person succumbed to injuries, 1 injured. Both belong to minority community. Injured persons have been shifted to the hospital. And my colleague Gursimran spoke to the Kashmiri Pandits in the valley.
कश्मीर घाटी में एक बार फिर जो है कश्मीरी पंडित समुदाय को निशाना बनाया गया है। वहीं अगर बात की जाए जम्मू में, तो जम्मू में रिजर्व कैटेगरी एम्प्लॉयज जो हैं वो लगातार विरोध प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं। इनकी मांग है कि ये कश्मीर घाटी में जो है वो काम नहीं करना चाहते, डर का माहौल है और इन्हें जो है जम्मू स्थानांतरित किया जाए। मैडम, आप लोग जो एससी कैटेगरी के एम्प्लॉयज है, रिजर्व कैटेगरीज के, लगातार विरोध प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं। उस बीच आज एक और किलिंग हुई है, डर का माहौल है, क्या मांग कर?
सर, बस मांग तो हमारी पहले दिन से यही है कि हमारे लिए गवर्नमेंट जो है ट्रांसफ़र पॉलिसी बनाए, और जिस समय जो वहाँ हालात इस समय बने हुए हैं कि टारगेट किलिंग हो रही है, क्योंकि टारगेट किलिंग ये तो किसी से छुपी नहीं है, आए दिन वहाँ पर किलिंग हो रही है। ये हम नहीं कह सकते हैं कि बीच में हालात ठीक हो गए थे, कुछ ठीक नहीं हुआ था। अटैक जो हैं वो अभी भी हो रहे हैं, कल भी एक ग्रेनेड अटैक हुआ था, आज भी हुआ है। तो हमारी एक ही डिमांड है कि हमें इस समय जो नीड ऑफ एन आवर है उसको देखते हुए हमें यहाँ पर इमीडिएट ट्रांसफर किया जाए और उसके साथ ही गवर्नमेंट हमारे लिए एक कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव सूटेबल कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव ट्रांसफर पॉलिसी फ्रेम करे।
ट्रांसफर पॉलिसी आनी चाहिए सर। लगातार हमने देखा है कि आम नागरिकों को निशाना बनाया जा रहा है। अभी एक दर्दनाक हादसा सामने आया, क्या कहें?
जैसे सर मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ कि ये इंटर डिस्ट्रिक्ट रिक्रूटमेंट पॉलिसी के तहत जो मुलाजिम सारे गए हैं, वहाँ रिजर्व कैटेगरी ओपन कैटेगरी के एलसी ओबीसी सब हैं हमारे साथ। इसलिए हम ये कहना चाहते हैं कि ये जो हमारी ट्रांसफ़र पॉलिसी में एक जो कमी थी, उसको रिक्रूटमेंट पॉलिसी में जो एक कमी थी कि इसके अंदर एक ट्रांसफ़र पॉलिसी का क्लॉज नहीं था, वो कमी हम
जिंदगी का खतरा है ये माना जाए सभी एम्प्लॉयज़ को जो यहाँ पर विरोध प्रदर्शन।
हाँ सर, जिंदगी का खतरा है, इसीलिए हमने वहाँ बैली छोड़ के आए थे। आपने देखा होगा जिस तरह से रजनी बालाजी की डेथ हुई थी, उसने किस तरह से जिदोजहद की थी अपनी जान बचाने के लिए, लेकिन एक जो टीचर है वो मिलिटेंट के साथ नहीं लड़ सकती। अभी गवर्नमेंट का जो ड्यूल रवैया है।
मांग क्या करते हैं आप?
हम ये मांग करते हैं कि हमारे लिए एक ट्रांसफ़र पॉलिसी बनाई जाए जिसमें 5 साल का टाइम बॉन्ड हो।
कश्मीर से बाहर जाए
जब तक वहाँ हालात ठीक नहीं होते हैं, हमें पूरे जम्मू डिवीज़न में कहीं भी हमारी सर्विस ले सकते हैं।
कश्मीर घाटी में काम नहीं करेंगे। आप मुझे ये बताइए, आज फिर एक कश्मीरी पंडित को निशाना बनाया गया, लगातार आम लोगों को निशाना बनाया जा रहा है, तो डर का माहौल है सभी एम्प्लॉयज़?
यस सर, ये बिल्कुल क्लियर बात है कि हमारे जितने भी जम्मू बेस्ड एम्प्लॉय हैं उनमें एक डर का माहौल बना हुआ है, क्योंकि पिछले दिनों से एक साल से टारगेट किलिंग जो है वो कंटिन्यू है। इसी वजह से ये जितने भी एम्प्लॉयज़ हैं वो डर के माहौल में हैं। तो हम आपसे एलजी साहब से यही अपील करते हैं आपके माध्यम से कि हमारी एक कम्प्रिहेंसिव सूटेबल ट्रांसफ़र पॉलिसी बनाई जाए, जिससे कि हमारी जो सर्विस है वो जम्मू डिवीज़न में यूटिलाइज़ की जाए।
सर्विस जो है जम्मू डिवीज़न में ट्रांसफ़र की जाए, यानी कि डर का माहौल जो है वो इन लोगों में है। मैडम, क्योंकि परिवार आपका भी है, उन सब का परिवार है, शहादतें लगातार कश्मीर में हो रही हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं लगता है कि अब कश्मीर नहीं जाएंगे, डर बहुत है।
जी सर, हमारे साथ हमारे छोटे छोटे बच्चे हैं जिनको लेकर हम अपने साथ स्कूल्स में भी जाते हैं या दूसरी डिपार्टमेंट्स में भी, हमारी जो फीमेल्स हैं या मेल्स हैं या फैमिलीज़ में हम वहाँ पर रहते हैं। तो सर ये बहुत मुश्किल है हमारे लिए वहाँ पर बच्चों के साथ फैमिलीज़ के साथ जॉब करना। तो आप एक चीज़ और मैं यहाँ बताऊँगी कि हम पिछले यहाँ 80 डेज से प्रोटेस्ट पे हैं और हमारे बच्चे भी हमारे साथ 80 डे पे प्रोटेस्ट पे बैठे हुए हैं, और यहाँ पर बैठकर हमने उनकी फ़ी भी जो सबमिट करवाई है और जो रेंट अकोमोडेशन वहाँ पर हमने ली।
लगातार ये लोग 80 दिन से विरोध प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं और मांग इनकी बिल्कुल साफ है कि जिस तरह से कश्मीर घाटी में हालात हैं उसको लेकर ये लोग वापस नहीं जाएंगे और इन्हें सरकार जो है वो जम्मू स्थानांतरित करे। गौरव साहनी के साथ गुरसिमरन सिंह, रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क।
And as nationalism takes over the valley, rattled Pakistan terrorists resort to attack. One Kashmiri Pandit shot dead, another critically injured.
अमर रहे राहुल भट्ट, अमर रहे राहुल भट्ट, अमर रहे तेज सिंह, अमर रहे।
Here's the other news that we're tracking at this moment. Almost a week after the political potboiler took place in Bihar, Republic has learned that the cabinet expansion in the state is scheduled for today. Sources in the know confirm that cabinet is likely to compromise 35 ministers, with the Rashtriya Janata Dal having 15 ministers and the Janata Dal United having 13, and Congress and Hindustan Awam Morcha may get 4 and 1 ministries respectively. Days after Nitish Kumar took a U-turn to break the NDA alliance and join hands with RJD Congress and Co., a meeting of the BJP core committee in Bihar is likely to be held today in the presence of its national president JP Nadda. Sources in the know inform that the proposed meeting has been convened in order to discuss a number of issues that have evolved due to the political upheaval in the state. Here's the other top stories that we're tracking at this moment. Terrorists hurled a grenade on one individual at Budgam in Gopalapura that injured one Karam Kumar. The terrorist outfit TRF, the LET's offshoot, claims responsibility for the attack. A police personnel sustained minor injuries after terrorists hurled a grenade at a police control room in Srinagar. The constable, Shabir Ahmad, has been shifted to the hospital for treatment. Section 144 has been imposed in Shivamogga and Karnataka after an altercation between two groups led to one being stabbed, with the incident carried out over posters of Veer Savarkar and Tipu Sultan. The scuffle broke out near a national flag installed at the Amir Ahmed Circle in the city, with the altercation leading to a lathi charge by the police.
A strong man from Bihar, Anand Mohan, recently stayed at a government circuit house in Kagaria. The father of an RJD MLA accused of killing a
The news that's coming in. 4 have been arrested in the Shiv Moga clashes, the Shiv Moga stabbing incident. 4 people have been arrested. The big lead in Shiv Moga clashes probe. 4 people have been arrested. The notorious accused Nadeem is among the 4 who've been arrested in this case. Many cases against Nadeem. Piyush joins us for more on this story. Piyush, what is the information that you're getting in right now? Do we have Piyush on the phone line with us? So, 4 have been arrested in the Shiv Moga stabbing, and one of the main accused, Nadeem's also been arrested. A case has been registered against Nadeem in many police stations in Shimoga. And Nadeem was one of the accused in the communal riots in 2016 as well. Now, the big lead in the Shiv Moga clashes probe, because 4 people have been arrested. And Piyush joins us with more on this story. Piyush, tell us, what are the leads that the police have now? 4 have been arrested. That's the big catch. Nadeem.
Well, actually, that's a big now, what we are given to understand is that this man has the past record also. In fact, Nadeem, who is also one of the main accused, has been arrested. He is among the 4 arrested accused, and there are many cases against Nadeem. What we are now given to understand is that a case in 2016 was also registered against him, and there are multiple cases. Those are against him in many stations of Shimoga. What we are also given to understand is that Nadeem is the one person who had thrown the sandal during the Hindu Mahagampati procession also in Shimoga, and earlier also there are multiple cases in which his name was mentioned by the police. Now he has again been arrested. He is among the 4 arrested accused. Police are telling us that they are also looking into the involvement of other organizations. They're also trying to understand if there are some people, a group of people, or there is an organization which is behind the provocation which took place yesterday. Remember that initially it was the posters of Veer Savarkar, those were put there while marking the 75 years of independence. The locals had put the posters, and not only Veer Savarkar's poster was there, but there were posters of many other freedom fighters. But a group of people came there in the number of 50 to 60, and they started removing that poster, and they started to affix the poster of Tipu Sultan, following which clashes took place. And then what we are given to understand, a person was stabbed who is now being treated in hospital. Now there is involvement of Nadeem coming in, and there are multiple cases. What we are learning from our sources is that earlier also he has been indulged in many anti-social activities, and therefore Nadeem is being thoroughly investigated by the police. And the ADGP Law and Order, Kumar, has confirmed to us that
right. So a Hindu youth who was stabbed for wearing tilak on his forehead, and 4 major arrests, Nadeem being one of them. We'll get you more on that story on the other side of this short break.
Let's move on to a quick roundup of all that's making news from across the country. A memorial service was held at the national capital to pay homage to former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee on the occasion of the 4th death anniversary at the national capital. The ceremony was undertaken at the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Samadhi in the national capital. The teacher accused of beating a Dalit minor that led to his death was arrested and charged with murder under sections including the SC/ST Prevention of Atrocities Act. The incident also led to a Congress MLA from Paran Parachand Meghwal from resigning from his post in the Rajasthan Assembly. 2 TRS leaders were seen firing rounds in the air at a birthday party in Rangareddy in Telangana. The news comes days after TRS Minister Srinivas Gaud was also seen firing shots in the air in the state. The police eventually conducted raids at the farmhouse where they seized 2 guns that were used by the leaders.
At least 3 people were trapped and later rescued due to flash floods from Uj River near Kathua in Jammu and Kashmir, leading to a rescue operation carried out by the Indian Air Force. 2 helicopters were deployed to conduct the search operation. Tamineni Krishnan, a leader of the TRS, was hacked to death in broad daylight minutes after he hoisted the national flag in Telangana's Khammam. The murder led to followers of the leader ransacking the residence of Krishnan's brother, Tamineni Koteshwar Rao, a CPM leader considered responsible for Krishnan's death. A young man threw a bomb in the middle of the crowd near the police station in the village of Bargod in Indore. 1 person was killed in the attack while 15 people were injured as a flag ceremony was to be held in the area where a local drinking with a few others hurled a bomb that was in his possession.
The situation in Shivamogga remains to escalate after yesterday's stabbing incident. Meanwhile, RAF took out a flag march on all the important junctions to ensure no clashes by anti-social elements. Remember, Section 144 has been imposed in Karnataka Shivamogga district to avoid further escalation. BJP MLA KS Ishwarappa came down heavily on the accused Shivamogga stabbing incident, stating that if such incidents continue to happen, strict action will be taken against these people. Giving an update on the victim health, BJP MLA said that he remains to be hospitalized.
दुकान बंद करके
You're watching Superfast 50. I'm Shivangi Shukla. Let's get started. In another targeted killing in Jammu and Kashmir, 2 Kashmiri Pandits were shot at in Jammu and Kashmir, Shopia district. 1 Pandit has been declared dead, while 1 remains critical. After the Hindu hate killing, anger erupted among locals in the valley. The incident witnessed double firing on Hindus, instigating anger. Enraged over the terrible Hindu hate killing in Shopia Valley of Jammu and Kashmir, locals question administration on safety of the people.
जब हमारा वाक़ा हुआ मेरे भाई के साथ, मैं 4 बार ड्यूकॉम के पास गया, डीसी के पास गया। उन्होंने एक बात ही हमारी नहीं सुना, बोला अपने गांव में बैठो, उधरी मारो, उधरी करो अपना काम। इसीलिए आज हमें ये देखना पड़ा, पहले उनको लाओ, इनको यहाँ से दफा करो, टर्मिनल फ्रॉम सर्विस करो डीसी और ड्यूकॉम साहब को। आज वही हुआ जो परसों हमारे साथ हुआ, आज इस घर के साथ हुआ। हाँ। उन्होंने कुछ नहीं, उनको बोला यहाँ हर जगह सीआरपी डाली, हर जगह पुलिस डाला, यहाँ क्या दिया हमें? कौन सी सिक्योरिटी है? यही सिक्योरिटी रखी हमें यहाँ। डीसी को बोला कौन सी सिक्योरिटी रखी है? तो हुआ है जहाँ भी हुआ, उन्होंने क्या किया?
Kashmir Deputy CM and BJP leader Kavindra Gupta, in an exclusive conversation with Republic, condemned the terrorist attack on Kashmir, saying his sacrifices will not go in vain.
लेकिन ये टारगेट किलिंग जो आज हुई है तो घाटी के माहौल को ख़राब करने का प्रयास है, लेकिन सुरक्षा बल पहले भी जिन लोगों को टारगेट किलिंग की गई थी उनको भी मार गिराया गया था, इनको भी मार गिराया जाएगा। लेकिन कुल मिलाकर के जो पहले से वातावरण है वो बदला है।
AIMIM Chief Asuddin Owaisi, hitting out at the centre, said central government has failed in providing safety to Kashmiri Pandits.
आज वो उनको आप उन कश्मीरी पंडितों को आप बिल्कुल ही अनसेफ कर दिए, और वो इसलिए अनसेफ हो रहे हैं क्योंकि आपकी सरकार ने उनको के सेफ्टी प्रोवाइड करने में सरासर नाकाम साबित हुई है, और कश्मीरी पंडित तो अब कश्मीर छोड़ के जाना चाह रहे हैं। हमने और आपने देखा कि वो प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे थे रोडों पर आकर।
Reacting on the Hindu hate killing incident in Shopia, BJP Jammu and Kashmir President Ravindra Raina said it is a cowardly attack of terror.
कायर पाकिस्तानी आतंकवादियों ने 2 कश्मीरी पंडित भाइयों श्री सुनील जी और श्री पिंटू जी पर कातिलाना हमला किया है। बर्बरता है, ये कायरता है। जिस तरीके से पूरे जम्मू कश्मीर में स्वतंत्रता दिवस मनाया गया, हर घर में शान से तिरंगा झंडा फहराया गया, जम्मू कश्मीर के बच्चे बच्चे ने हाथ में तिरंगा झंडा लेकर भारत माता की जय जयकार की।
Former CM of Jammu and Kashmir, Mehbooba Mufti, spare terrorist again, speaks not a word on terrorists. Hours after the fatal attack on Kashmiri Hindus, Kashmiri freedom fighter, which is offshoot of Lashkar, another terror outfit, has claimed responsibility. Republic reached the Shopia attack site and spoke to the family of the deceased Kashmiri Pandit in an exclusive conversation. The family held the district administration responsible for the attack. Omar Abdullah expressed grief on the Shopia hate-killing incident, taking to Twitter. He said that the attack have left a trail of death and have the suffering and has condemned it. He also extended his condolences to the victims' family. A week after the Mahagathbandhan returned to power in Bihar, new ministers were inducted into the Nitish Kumar-led Council of Ministers. The newly inducted ministers were administered the oath of office by Bihar Governor at the Raj Bhavan today. JDU leaders Vijay Kumar Chaudhary, Bijendra Yadav, RJD leaders Pratap Yadav, Alok Mehta and Congress Afaq Alam have taken oaths today in the first batch of Bihar cabinet expansion. Others include JDU MLAs Neshi Singh, Madan Sahani and RJD's Lalit Kumar Yadav, Anita Devi and Sudhakar Singh. A total of 31 ministers sworn in today at the Raj Bhavan in Patna, Bihar, which includes 16 members of the RJD, 11 from JDU, 2 from Congress, 1 from Hindustan Awam Morcha legislator and a lone independent leader. Meanwhile, RJD leader Tej Pratap Yadav also sworn in the 8th cabinet expansion of the Nitish-led government. Today, he sworn in as Minister for Forest and Environment at the Raj Bhavan. The situation continues to be tense in Shivamogga. Following the incident, Shivamogga district collector imposed prohibitory orders in the city and also in Bhadravati till Thursday now, August 18, to maintain the law and order situation there. Less than 24 hours after clashes broke out in Karnataka, Shivamogga, the state police arrested 4 people in connection with the violence. The accused have been identified as Nadeem, Abdul Jabiullah and Tanveer as well.
And right now we are ensuring that there is no further incident. Already 4 persons were involved in this stabbing incident yesterday of Prem Singh. So they have been secured. So one person, Jabiullah, he has been secured after opening, taking some action against him. And now we are going to take them into police custody and question them.
Meanwhile, Rapid Action Force took out a flag march on the all-important junction to ensure no clashes by anti-social elements. This comes amid the ongoing prohibitory order that had been imposed in Karnataka's district to avoid further escalation. Section 144 has been imposed in Karnataka's Shivamogga district. This will continue to be in place till Thursday, August 18, to maintain the law and order situation. Schools and colleges will also remain closed in the town limits. As the administration attempts to maintain law and order on the ground, Congress has criticized the imposition of Section 144 in the district. In a bizarre remark, Karnataka Congress leader compared Shivamogga to Kashmir and asked if a curfew was a response to every incident of violence.
144 section imposed in Shivamogga. So, Home Minister of Karnataka belongs to Shivamogga. So, is this answer for every violences of 144 section?
BJP MLA KS Ishwarappa came down heavily on the accused of Shivamogga stabbing incident, stating if such incident continue to happen, strict action will be taken against these people. Giving an update on the victim health, BJP MLA said he remains to be hospitalized.
एक आदमी को चाकू डाला है। हमारा सभी शिवमोगा लोगों को बहुत गुस्सा आया है। क्या कर रहा है ये लोग ऐसा? सुबह 3:30 को कौन वो चाकू डाला है ना, उनको पुलिस रिवॉल्वर से मारा है, रिवॉल्वर मार के उनका दाहिने पाँव में उनका हो गया है, वो अभी हॉस्पिटल में है।
Amid the ongoing tension in Karnataka Shivamogga district, the eyewitness stated that around 50 to 60 goons gathered and tore the poster while speaking exclusively to Republic TV. The witness, who is also a former district president of BJP, claimed that the goons even had desecrated the tricolour. Leaders from the top fraternity, President Draupadi Murmu, PM Modi, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, BJP Chief JP Nadda, including several others, paid floral tribute to former PM Atal Bihari Vajpayee on his death anniversary in the national capital. A meeting of the BJP core group chaired by National President Jagat Prakash Nadda set to take place at the party headquarters today at around 4:30 p.m. The meeting is likely to look into Bihar's political upheaval and how the BJP can motivate its cadre further, as well as look at the immediate floor test, which Nitish Kumar will undertake on August 24th. Latest development, Delhi High Court reserved its order on the PIL seeking to allegedly declare Delhi Minister Satyendra Jain a person of unsound mind and to disqualify him from Delhi Legislative Assembly. Accident took place to ITBP vehicle in which 4 personnel were killed and many others injured. They were on Yatra duty. Accident took place in the Chandanbadi, Pahalgam area. Mother-in-law and daughter-in-law hacked to death in northeast Delhi by unidentified assailants with sharp-edged weapons. Investigation is now underway. In this case, the police suspect that the incident may have been carried out with the intention of robbery and currently investigating the servant of the house. The Delhi High Court issued notice to Enforcement Directorate on former Mumbai Police Commissioner Sanjay Pandey's plea for bail in the National Stock Exchange phone tapping and snooping case. He was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate under money laundering charges in the case and is presently in judicial custody.
Members, police along with the army has also reached to the place. One can hear the family sobbing, and also it is an unfortunate incident that is taking place in the Shopian district of the South Kashmir, where not only the family members are missing Sunil Kumar, but also the neighbors, because the way the tears are rolling down from the neighbors. It is an unfortunate incident in the Chotigam of Shopian, where the dead body of the Sunil Kumar has now reached to the family. It has been handed over to the family. This happened in the orchard of the family, the apple orchard, where the terrorists of the Al-Badr fired upon the 2 brothers of Kashmiri Pandit community. They were targeted. One of the brother lost his life. He's come to his injuries, and the second one was being treated at the hospital, and as per the hospital sources that his condition is stable. We are reporting live outside the residence of the Sunil Kumar as his body has reached just to the residence of. With Vijay Firdoswani, I'm Zina Zishan Fazil for Republic in Shopian.
All right, mortal remains of Sunil Kumar have been handed over to the family. And these are the visuals coming in, viewers, right now on your screen, where the Kashmiri Pandit was killed. And Zinat is joining me live. Zinat, we can see the visuals there on our screens. Sunil Kumar's body being handed over. A very, very tragic event taking place right now, Zinat. What's happening on ground?
It's a very tragic incident that is reported from the Chotigam of Shopian. Now the Sunil Kumar's body has been handed over to the family members. The police, along with the administration and the family members and friends and neighbors, have reached to the residence of Sunil Kumar. This is the place where he was residing along with his family. The 2 brothers have been targeted by the Al-Badr terrorists, and one of them has also been identified as Adil Bani of Kutpura Shopian. I'm showing you the visuals from the residence of Sunil Kumar, where the dead body has just been handed over to the family members. तो आप देख सकते हैं कि जो डेड बॉडी है सुनील कुमार की अभी यहाँ रेजिडेंस पे पहुँच चुकी है, और जो है जिस तरह का एटमॉस्फेयर है आप देख सकते हैं कि जो फैमिली मेंबर्स हैं, चाहे फ्रेंड्स हैं, नेबर्स हैं, सब लोग यहाँ पहुँच चुके हैं डेड बॉडी को रिसीव करने के लिए। और कुछ ही देर में जो है लास्ट राइट्स जो है सुनील कुमार की यहाँ परफॉर्म की जाएंगी, और साथ साथ जो है पुलिस भी इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है, और जो लोग इस टारगेट किलिंग में मुलव्वस है उन सब को जो है ऑर्डर्स आए हैं कि उनको न्यूट्रलाइज किया जाए जल्द से जल्द। डीजीपी जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस, एडीजीपी कश्मीर विजय कुमार जो है, दोनों लोग जो है, दोनों टॉप ऑफिशियल्स जो है जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस के दोनों यहाँ पहुँच चुके हैं और फील्ड ऑफिसर्स के साथ मीटिंग भी डिस्ट्रिक्ट हेडक्वार्टर्स में हो रही है। तो हम लोग जो है आपको दिखा रहे हैं कि किस तरह के जो विजुअल्स है इस वक्त जो है फैमिली जो किस तरह के माहौल से गुजर रही है, कितना बड़ा ट्रॉमा, कितना बड़ा शॉक है। जहाँ ये चोटी गांव जो विलेज है, यहाँ 2 कश्मीरी पंडित फैमिलीज रहती थी, लेकिन आप देख सकते हैं कि जो लोग जो है इस सदमे से पूरा शॉक हुए हैं। जो नेबर्स जो है वो कॉन्डोलेंसेस के लिए आ रहे हैं, चाहे कश्मीरी मुस्लिम है, हिंदू है, फैमिली फ्रेंड्स सब लोग जो है यहाँ सुनील कुमार की रेजिडेंस पे पहुँच चुके हैं। और सबको जो है हम देख सकते हैं कि किस तरह से है जो औरतें हैं, खासकर जो इस गांव की है, किस तरह से इसकी डेथ को सुनकर किस तरह से भावुक हो चुकी है, किस तरह से लोग रो रहे हैं। और हाँ, आप देख सकते हैं कि जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस के लोग भी यहाँ पर पहुँच चुके हैं। तो एक तरह से देखा जाए तो ये बहुत ही दर्दनाक वाक़या जो है वो आज शोपियान डिस्ट्रिक्ट में देखने को मिला, जहां पर 2 कश्मीरी पंडित भाई जो एक ऑर्चर्ड में काम कर रहे थे, वहीं पर उनको टारगेट बनाया गया।
उतरस गो ना सह बचो बाल बाल ब्याक बदल जुई गर ये सह बचो बाल बाल सह मिलकल कम कर पानी पितर बोय तो मैं सेवन मज गो सह वाक़ा आज गो वह वाक़ा सह बचाए सह बचो मगर ये गो डेथ। 5 बेटी हैं उसको, छोटा 5 बेटी है उसको, वो क्या करेगा ये? नहीं, वो जो मर गया,
जो आज मर गए उनकी कितनी बेटियां हैं?
5 बेटी हैं, 5 बेटियां, छोटा छोटा है। ये 3 भाई हैं, इधर रहते हैं। जो उसका बड़ा भाई है उसको जनानी पने में कुछ भी नहीं है। वो 2 भाई हैं, उसको पिंटू उसको बड़ा है।
ये छोटे भाई है?
हाँ, ये छोटा भाई है, ये छोटा भाई।
घर में और कौन लोग रहते हैं? माँ बाप?
उधर नहीं, बस भाई 2-3 हैं।
हम लोग सिक्योरिटी भी देख रहे हैं कि इनके घर में सिक्योरिटी लगी
ओ वो यहाँ है, वो तो बेचारा बाग में काम करता है, वहाँ यहाँ क्या करेगा वो सिक्योरिटी क्या करेगा? यहाँ वो यहाँ बैठता है, वो बेचारा बाग में चलता है। उसको गाय 5-6 है उसको। नहीं, हाँ, मुलाजमत नहीं है, पूरा खेती बाड़ी काम करता है। मोहम्मद यूसुफ नगरू।
आपने जब सुना, क्या सुना, कैसे इनकी?
सर हम सब में खेत में गया काम कर रहे हैं, वो भी गया।
कितने बजे आपने गोली किया वहाँ से?
11 बजे।
कितने लोग हैं जो उधर ऑर्चर्ड जो बाग की तरफ दौड़े?
पता नहीं है, वो गांव सब दौड़ी है, वो तो भाग गया, वो क्या पता है वो कौन है।
So a Kashmiri man, the neighbor of this family, was telling us about the entire incident, what actually happened. They are the 2 brothers. They are in the farming business. They don't hold any government job. The 2 brothers were living here for a long time. And this Sunil Sharma, he has 5 daughters and whom he had left behind. And the 2 brothers have been working in their farms. They have the orchards, and this family has been living there for so many years. They don't have any government job, but yes, the J&K government has provided a security to this very place. The residence is completely comprised of this security. The Jammu and Kashmir police has given the security to the family after the first incident was reported in the Ramzan of this year, when their own cousin was targeted by the terrorists in the next village. So we are viewing the visuals from the residence of Sunil Kumar, who lost his life in a terror attack and his brother got injured.
Right. Zinat, we also heard the neighbor speaking where he said that, he has small children, and these incidents, of course, are shocking to the nation, but they also affect the families, of the victims. Just take us through right now, where's the investigation at this point of time? You were telling us that a certain terrorist group has also claimed responsibility for this ghastly attack.
See, as far as the terror group behind the attack is Al Badr, and the terrorist one is Adil Wani of Katpura Shopping, who's involved in this terror incident, and he was also accompanied by one of the associate. The weapon that has been used in this terror incident is AK-47, because Republic was able to locate and found the cartridge of the AK-47 that was lying in that very orchard that we also showed to our viewers, that AK-47 has been used by Adil and his associate as while carrying this heinous crime. Now the dead body has reached to the family, and the family are completely in shock. We are seeing the friends, family and the neighbors have reached to the place, let me see and let me try to speak to one of the neighbors here. Chacha, आप बताइए कि आप कब से इनको जानते हैं?
हम जानते जब से मैं पैदा हुआ तब से इनको जानते सर।
कितने साल हो गए इनको यहाँ?
इनको पूरा साल जिंदगी ये बताया।
तो कोई इनको थ्रेट वगैरह आता था कि आज अटैक हो गया?
नहीं, इनको क्या कहता है, इनको क्या पता है, इसको कुछ मालूम नहीं है कब हो जाए कब नहीं होगा।
तो आपने आज क्या देखा और क्या सुना?
हमने देखा नहीं, हमने सुना इसको बाग में फायरिंग हो गया, वहीं से ये पड़ गया। इतना हमने सुना, हम भी खुद बाग में था, इतना हमने सुना।
बाग में आप भी काम कर रहे थे? आपका बाग वहीं पर है जहाँ का?
इधर दूसरे साइड में। हाँ।
तो ये लोग क्या काम करते हैं?
ये जमींदारी करे। जमींदारी करे।
कोई गवर्नमेंट जॉब वगैरह
कुछ नहीं है इनके पास। इसके पास 4 बेटी है, इसको जॉब वो कुछ नहीं है। अगर इसको जॉब होता ये कहाँ यहाँ रहता है, ये जम्मू में रहता है, फिर इसको कुछ जॉब नहीं, गरीबी है। हाँ।
Thank you. We heard once again a neighbor saying that he's not a government employee. He's in the farming business. They have the orchards. He's survived by 5 daughters, and these brothers have been living here for years. They have not left the place despite the threats that had been coming on the social media through posters to the Kashmiri Pandit community that they should leave. But this family had been living here for a long time.
Zina, terrorist attacks had escalated a few months ago, but there was a break in the last 2 months. You were reporting on all the terrorist attacks. We also had that family of Rahul Bhatt speaking to Gursimran, our correspondent there, where they continue saying that Kashmiri Hindus, they do not feel safe in the valley anymore.
यहाँ पे हुआ है, ये बाग में सवेरे निकले हैं, ये गाय लेके, उनका अखरोट का बाग है, दोनों भाई उधर गए हैं, तो वहाँ पे ये मसला हुआ। एक की डेथ हुई, एक ज़ख्मी हुआ, मगर ये काबिल मज़म्मत है। ये हमारे गाँव में बिल्कुल एक दूसरे के साथ अच्छी तरीके से यहाँ पे रहते हैं। शादियाँ हो, खुशी हो, गम हो, हर एक की खुशी और गम में ये शामिल होते हैं। हम उनके घर आते हैं, ये हमारे घर आते हैं। सारे गाँवों को ये बहुत बड़ा सदमा है। ये खुशी की बात नहीं है, बल्कि सदमे की बात है।
जो लोग इस तरह का इंसिडेंट करते हैं, इस तरह के अटैक्स करते हैं, क्या कहते हैं आप?
हम तो इसके लिए बहुत ही मज़म्मत करते हैं। ये तो ठीक बात नहीं है। हमारा गांव जो है ये बिल्कुल 30 साल से यहाँ ही रहे हैं, और 30 साल के बाद आज ये मसला यहाँ पे हुआ। ये लगातार हमेशा यहाँ ही रहते हैं।
तो कुछ ना, आपने कौन लोग थे जो बाग में अंदर गए थे, क्या लोकल थे या कोई और था?
नहीं, ये क्या पता है कौन है। ये तो बागों में काम, ये गाय लेके गए हैं, उधर ही आए हैं कोई, तो उन्होंने ये इंसिडेंट कर लिया।
Shivani, you heard the neighbors saying that it is an unfortunate incident that should not have taken place. They have been the part and parcel of the society, of the neighbors. They have been exchanging every festival, every greeting, and they have the business here. They are not into government survey, and everybody is condemning this kind of incident that has been reported from the Chotigam of Shopian district of South Kashmir.
Zinat, back-to-back killings have shattered the faith of the Kashmiri Hindus there in the valley. When it comes to assurances, have any assurances now come from the administration to the family of Sunil?
See, as of now, we just heard LG Manoj Sinha, who has tweeted about the incident and condemned and felt a terrible pain after hearing about the once again innocent life has been lost. Similarly, we are seeing the DGP, J&K Police, ADGP Kashmir, Vijay Kumar in the Shopian district of South Kashmir. They are holding meetings with the field officers to take more inputs about what actually happened, and we are seeing the search and the raids are being done so to nab all those who are behind the attack. As of now, the 2 terrorists carried this attack of Alba, the terror outfit, and the one has been identified as Adil Wani of Kotpora Shopin.
मैं ऐसे होना नहीं चाहिए, और अगर ऐसे हो जाएगा तो एक बार कश्मीर को गोली, एक बार बम उड़ा दो, बार बार मत मारो हम कश्मीरियों को। ये पंडित नहीं है, ये मुसलमान है, ये मुसलमान नहीं है, ये पंडित है। और मैं कहता हूँ मैं मुसलमान हूँ, मुसलमान नहीं हूँ, पंडित हूँ। इस मामले में
ऐसे लोगों को क्या कहेंगे आप जो इस तरह के वाक़यात?
ऐसे मामले में यही कहूँगा कि एक बार कश्मीर को खत्म करो, एक बार 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 मारने से अच्छा है एक बार मारो, बार बार।
आपके साथ इनका कब से रिलेशन है, कब से जानते हैं?
हम बचपन से यहाँ से उठते बैठते हैं, बचपन से हम खेलते कूदते आते हैं। हम बार बार मरने से, क्योंकि ये आज मरा, हम अगर ये जिंदगी से मरा पर हम ज़मीर से मर गए, हम अंदर से मरे हुए हैं। खड़े तो है यहाँ पर अंदर से मरे हुए हैं।
ये इस इलाके में दूसरी घटना है, इससे पहले पास में ही जो इनके पड़ोसी है,
वो भी इनके पड़ोसी है,
मार दी गई थी। तो क्या कहेंगे जो इस तरह के इंसिडेंट्स आए?
वही तो मैं कह रहा हूँ ना, हम बार बार मरने से अच्छा है कि एक बार मर जाए।
बार बार मरने से अच्छा है हम एक बार मरे। इन पे अटैक नहीं हुआ है, या हम पे अटैक हुआ। दिस इज अ वॉइस कमिंग फ्रॉम ए कश्मीरी मुस्लिम हु इज आल्सो द नेबर ऑफ सुनील कुमार। दे हैव बीन लिविंग together for long time and they know each other, and now today they're saying that instead of killing one, kill all of us.
The Amity BBA has been ranked India's #1 BBA in the recently released Times of India B School 2022 rankings, a testimony to Amity BBA's globally benchmarked standards in education.
The situation in Shivamogga remains to escalate after yesterday's stabbing incident. Meanwhile, RAF took out a flag march on all the important junctions to ensure no clashes by anti-social elements. Remember, Section 144 has been imposed in Karnataka Shivamogga district to avoid further escalation. BJP MLA KS Ishwarappa came down heavily on the accused of Shivamogga stabbing incident, stating that if such incidents continue to happen, strict action will be taken against these people. Giving an update on the victim health, BJP MLA said that he remains to be hospitalized.
दुकान बंद करके जाने के समय में एक आदमी को चाकू डाला है। हमारा सभी शिवमोगा लोगों को बहुत गुस्सा आया है। क्या कर रहे हैं ये लोग ऐसा? सुबह 3:30 को कौन वो चाकू डाला है ना, उनको पुलिस रिवॉल्वर से मारा है, रिवॉल्वर मार के उनका दाहिने पाँव में हो गया है, वो अभी हॉस्पिटल में है।
On this top story, let's have a look at what else is making news from across the nation. Tensions have escalated in Karnataka's Shivamogga district after communal top headlines right now as nationalism takes over Valley. Rattle Pakistan terrorists resort to attack. One Kashmiri Pandit shot dead, another critical. Anger erupts across Jammu and Kashmir. Locals blame administration as the spate of targeted killings continue. Silent on terror attack, Mufti and Owaisi play politics, blame centre's policies. FIFA banned days after mega allegations against Praful Patel. FIFA suspends Indian Football Federation over alleged third-party influence. Big lead in Shivamogga clash probe investigation suggests Hindu youth stabbed for wearing a tilak. Congress attacks Savarkar, asked why put up poster. Is Tipu Sultan over Savarkar for Congress? Viewers, a very unfortunate incident today coming in where we have one more case of a Hindu, a Kashmiri Hindu being targeted in the valley by terrorists, by cowards. Zenith is there on the spot where just right now mortal remains of Sunil Kumar has been handed over to his family. Sunil Kumar is survived by 5 daughters. And it's not just a case of terror, but also of a family losing their sole bread earner. If I would like to go across to Zeenath, who's there. Zeenath, this is a very unfortunate incident coming in, and you have been speaking to the locals there, the neighbors. They are saying, and they continue to say, that he was a family man. He was somebody, a normal family man who was going, basically providing for his family. We also heard locals say that they are sick of the fear in the valley. We also heard a very powerful voice come in, Zeenath, where they said that why attack us again and again when you can kill us in one go. Just take us through what's happening there, Zeenath, and what's the next plan in the agenda looking like? Will any kind of assurance be given to the family from the administration?
See, we heard the visitors, we heard the neighbors, we heard the friends saying that why kill one family? Why don't you target all of us? As we are feeling ashamed standing here, we feel ashamed because what has happened in the village has never happened in these 30 years. Because this is the family, they have been living here right from the day one they were born, and these two brothers have they are in the business. They don't have any government job. They were working in their walnut orchard when the terrorists fired upon them from a close range. So we are hearing the neighbors who are literally sobbing. They are expressing condemnation and are telling those terrorists in a clear voice that why you are killing, why you are identifying your targets, kill every one of us, because this village has two households of Kashmiri Pandits. The one that was targeted in Ramzan of this month, the family, the boy of the family was targeted, who in fact is in relation with this family who has been targeted today. They are the two brothers who were living at this very particular house. Both the brothers received injuries in this terror attack, and one of them succumbed. We are seeing the officers from Jammu and Kashmir police here. The moment this incident was reported, the area has been cordoned off. Search operations are going. Multiple raids were carried by Jammu and Kashmir police, and many OGWs, have been picked up for the questioning. Meanwhile, in Shopin district, we are also witnessing a visit of DGP J&K police Dilbag Singh, who is being accompanied by ADGP Kashmir Vijay Kumar. They are taking a meeting with the field officers as far as this killing is concerned, because they made their visit in the district just after the terror incident was reported in the district Shopin of South Kashmir. My VJ, for those who are showing the visuals, what is happening as of now as far as this terror incident is concerned. The visuals that we are beaming are from the residence of the Sunil Kumar and the Pintu Kumar. Pintu has survived. He is stable as far as the version coming from the doctors is concerned. We are also seeing that police is still the police vehicles are stationed just outside the residence of this family. Army is here, the CRPF is also here, the officers from other agencies have also reached us. And what we are picking from our sources is that it is the Al-Badr terror outfit that has carried this attack, because one of the terrorists, Adil Wani, has also been identified, and the weapon that these terrorists used to carry this killing was AK-47, because the bullet cartridge was found in that orchard where this killing had been reported.
All right, Zeenath. Also, viewers, fear continues in the valley. Zeenath is getting us all the details. Zeenath, the locals you spoke to said one thing, that the security is not enough to stay safe and remain safe in the valley. Let's have a look at all the reactions coming in from the people of the valley.
जब हमारा वाक़ा हुआ मेरे भाई के साथ, मैं 4 बार ड्यूकॉम के पास गया, डीसी के पास गया। उन्होंने एक बात ही हमारी नहीं सुना, बोला अपने गांव में बैठो, उधरी मारो, उधरी करो अपना काम। इसीलिए आज हमें ये देखना पड़ा, पहले उनको लाओ, इनको यहाँ से दफा करो, टर्मिनेट फ्रॉम सर्विस करो डीसी और ड्यूकॉम साहब को। आज वही हुआ जो परसों हमारे साथ हुआ, आज इस घर के साथ हुआ। हाँ। उन्होंने कुछ नहीं, उनको बोला यहाँ हर जगह सीआरपी डाली, हर जगह पुलिस डाला, यहाँ क्या दिया हमें? कौन सी सिक्योरिटी है? यही सिक्योरिटी रखी है हमें यहाँ। डीसी को बोला कौन सी सिक्योरिटी रखी है, तो हुआ है जहाँ भी हुआ। उन्होंने क्या, मैं जब हमारा वाक़ा हुआ मेरे भाई के साथ, मैं 4 बार ड्यूकॉम के पास गया, डीसी के पास गया। उन्होंने एक बात ही हमारी नहीं सुना, बोला अपने गांव में बैठो, उधरी मारो, उधरी करो अपना काम। इसीलिए आज हमें ये देखना पड़ा, पहले उनको लाओ, इनको यहाँ से दफा करो, टर्मिनेट फ्रॉम सर्विस करो डीसी और ड्यूकॉम साहब को। आज वही हुआ जो परसों हमारे साथ हुआ, आज इस घर के साथ हुआ। हाँ। उन्होंने कुछ नहीं, उनको बोला यहाँ हर जगह सीआरपी डाली, हर जगह पुलिस डाला, यहाँ क्या किया हमें? कौन सी सिक्योरिटी है? यही सिक्योरिटी रखी है हमें यहाँ। डीसी को बोला कौन सी सिक्योरिटी रखी है?
तो हुआ है
जहाँ भी हुआ उन्होंने क्या किया?
Viewers, notorious accused Nadeem is among the 4 arrested accused. There are many cases against Nadeem. A case has been registered against Nadeem in many stations there. Nadeem was the cause of communal riots there in 2016 as well. And Nadeem was the one who threw the sandal during the Hindu Mahaganpati procession. It was Nadeem who had caused the communal riots there, and therefore Nadeem is being interrogated intensively.
है उसके मद्देनजर जो है यहाँ पर जितने भी पुलिस के अधिकारी हैं, सीनियर पुलिस ऑफिसर्स हैं, उनको तैनात कर दिया गया है। पहले मैं आपको तस्वीरें दिखाऊं, ये वही चौराहा है, ये वही गोल सर्कल है जहाँ पर ये वाकया हुआ था। इसी जगह पर जो है, इसी जगह पर, इसी चौराहे पर तस्वीर लगी हुई थी, पोस्टर लगे हुए थे वीर सावरकर के। उसके बाद जो एक ग्रुप यहाँ पर आता है और वो जो है उसको हटाकर टीपू सुल्तान की तस्वीर लगाने की कोशिश करता है, लेकिन वो हुआ नहीं। उसके बाद जो है क्लैशेज हो गए, लेकिन उसके बाद यहाँ पर जो आला अधिकारी है वो यहाँ पहुँचते हैं और वो कोशिश करते हैं कि किसी तरह से जो है स्थिति काबू में आए और यहाँ पर सारी तस्वीरें हटाकर यहाँ पर झंडा जो है वो फहरा दिया जाता है। अभी की तस्वीर में आपको दिखा भी, देखिए किस तरह से पुलिस तैनाती बढ़ चुकी है। यहाँ पर जो आला अधिकारी हैं पुलिस के, शिवमोगा डिस्ट्रिक्ट के जितने भी सीनियर ऑफिसर्स हैं वो यहाँ पर पहुँच चुके हैं। इलाके में बैरिकेडिंग्स भी लगा दी गई हैं। देखिए ये 2 गलियाँ हैं। मैं कहूँगा अपने कैमरा पर्सन भगत जी से कि वो आपको दिखाएं तस्वीरें। देखिए ये एक गली है, उसके साथ में दूसरी एक ये गली है जहाँ पर बैरिकेड्स लगाकर जो है पूरी तरह से आवाजाही बंद कर दी है। इसी गली के अंदर वो वाक़या हुआ था जहाँ पर जो है स्टैबिंग की गई, जहाँ पे चाकू मारा गया। अगर हम बात करें उस इंसान की जो विक्टिम है इसमें, वो जो है इस वक्त अस्पताल में एडमिट है और उसका इलाज जो है चल रहा है। कल देर रात जो गृह मंत्री हैं यहाँ के कर्नाटक के, वो यहाँ पहुँचे थे। उन्होंने हालात का जायज़ा भी लिया और उसके बाद जो है विक्टिम से जाकर उससे बात भी की। अगर अभी की बात करें तो यहाँ पर जितनी दुकानें हैं वो भी बंद है। मैं कहूँगा अब एक बार भगत जी से क्या और तस्वीर दिखाएं। देखिए सेक्शन 144 जो है वो यहाँ पर लगा दी गई है, धारा 144 जो है वो यहाँ पर लगा दी गई है। उसके मद्देनजर जितनी भी दुकानें हैं, पूरी मार्केट जो है वो इस वक्त पूरी तरह से इस चारों तरफ इलाके में बंद है। We are now joined with Alok Kumar, ADG Law and Order. Sir, what is the current situation? How many people have survived?
Right now, situation is peaceful in Shimoga. Everyone is on patrolling, including under the leadership of SP Shimoga, Sri Lakshmi Prasad, and DIG Sri Tyagarajan. They are present here. And 144 section CRPC that is in force. And we have prohibited pillion riders below the age of 40 years, male pillion rider, that they cannot ride till from Thursday. And right now we are ensuring that there is no further incident. Already 4 persons were involved in this stabbing incident yesterday of Prem Singh. So they have been secured. So one person, Jabiullah, he has been secured after opening, taking some action against him. And now we are going to take them into police custody and question them whether they have got any ideological leanings, any organization is behind all the things, and who provoked them, or any conspiracy is involved in these things. So all these things, while they are in police custody, we are going to
Sir, what actually led to this incident, if you can tell us?
Not like this flex issue was there. Flex issue was so due to flex issue there was tussle between the 2 communities, and due to that only this incident have taken place.
Have you been able to ascertain the role of any organization behind this?
We have to question. We have to question these 4 persons. Okay, we have to question 4 persons. Day before yesterday there was one incident in which one of the SDPI member's husband, he has been arrested, who went inside the city mall and he tried to remove one poster. So that we know, and in yesterday's incident we will try to find out whether there is any role of PFI.
So SDPI link and PFI link is coming up.
Now we have to establish for yesterday's thing. Day before yesterday we have arrested 1 person in this regard. Okay.
Thank you so much for speaking to us. So that's the word coming in from Alok Kumar, ADG P Law and Order, where he confirmed to us that 4 persons have now been arrested, and police is further going to seek their custody to do the further investigation. In fact, the role of PFI would also be ascertained. With Bhagat and Piyush Mishra in Shimoga for Republic TV.
And I'm joined by Piyush, who has been tracking the story very closely. Piyush, give us a quick update on the ground and tell us about Nadeem. Now, Nadeem, it seems to be a history sheeter when it comes to creating nuisance and communal violence.
ತಕ್ಷಣ ಆಕ್ಷನ್ ನೀವು
ಒಂದು ಗಮನಿಸಬೇಕು, ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರಗಳಿದ್ದಾಗ ಇಂಥ ತಿಂಗಳಾನುಗಟ್ಟಲೆ ಅಪರಾಧಿಗಳನ್ನು ಹಿಡಿತಾನೆ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ 24 hours, ನಿನ್ನೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ಹಿಡಿದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಘಟನೆ ಆಗಿದೆ ಎಷ್ಟು 2:30-3 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ, ತಕ್ಷಣ ರಾತ್ರಿ ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಈ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಹೋಮ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದೆ. ನಾನು ಅಭಿಮಾನದಿಂದ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ಇದರಿಂದಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಘಟನೆ ಜೀರೋ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕಾಗಿದೆಯೋ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಖಂಡಿತ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಯಾರ ಮನಸ್ಸಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಕ್ರೂರತೆಗಳು ಇರ್ತದೆ, ರಾಕ್ಷಸಿ ಮನಸ್ಸಿನವ್ರು ಇರ್ತಾರೆ
ಅಂತ ಸೇರಿ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಘಟನೆಗಳು ಶಿವಮೊಗ್ಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಇಂಟೆಲಿಜೆನ್ಸ್ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತಾ? ಮತ್ತೆ ಈ ಪ್ರೊವೋಕ್ ಮಾಡುವಂಥವ್ರಿಗೆ, ಉತ್ತೇಜನ ಕೊಡುವಂಥವ್ರಿಗೆ ನೀವು ಕೊಡೋ ಸಂದೇಶ
ನೋಡಿ, ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಖಂಡಿತ ಹೌದು.
ನಿಮಗೆ ಸವಾಲ್
ನೋಡಿ, ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ಫೋಟೋವನ್ನು ತೆಗೆಸೋದು, ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷರು ಬೂಟ್ ನಕ್ಕಿದವನೇ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋದು, ಇದು ಭಾರಿ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪ್ರವೋಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ ಭಾಳ ಜನರ ಮೇಲೆ. ಯಾರು ಈ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ ಪ್ರೀತಿಸ್ತಾರೋ ಅವರಿಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ಅವ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಭಕ್ತಿ ಇದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲರ ಮನಸ್ಸಿಗೆ ನೋವಾಗಿದೆ, ಪ್ರವೋಕಿಂಗ್ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿದೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಸರಣಿ ಇವೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿದೆ. ಅದು ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು, ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಬೇಕು. ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರನ್ನ ಬಾಯಿ ಮುಚ್ಚುವಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ಪೊಲೀಸರು.
ಸರ್, ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ
ಹೋಮ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರು ರೆಸಿಗ್ನೇಷನ್ನ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರಮ್ಮ. ನಾನು ತುಂಬ ದಿವಸದಿಂದ, ನಾನು ಹೋಮ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಆಗಿ ಮಾರನೇ ದಿವಸದಿಂದನೇ ಇದು ಶುರು ಆಗಿದೆ. ತುಂಬ ಜನ ತುಂಬ ಸರಿ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಅತಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಯಾರಾದರೂ ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಿದ್ರೆ, ಯಾರ್ದಾರು ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಿದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಹೋಮ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರದ್ದು ಮಾತ್ರ. ಈಗ ನೀವು ಕೇಳೋ ಮೀಡಿಯಾದವ್ರು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ, ನನ್ನನ್ನೇ ಬಿಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ನನ್ನನ್ನು ನೀವೊಂದು, ನಮ್ಮ ವಿರೋಧ ಪಕ್ಷದವರೊಂದು.
ಅದೇ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರು ಇವತ್ತು ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸರ್, ನಿಮಗೆ ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ಮೇಲಿರೋ ಅಭಿಮಾನ ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ತೋರಿಸೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ರೀತಿಯಾದ ಘಟನೆಗಳನ್ನ ನೀವು ಉದಾಹರಣೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಾ, ತೋರಿಸ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅಂತ.
ನೋಡಿ, ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರಿಗೆ ಓಟಿನ ಮೇಲೆ ಅಭಿಮಾನ, ನಮಗೆ ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಅಭಿಮಾನ. ನಮಗೆ ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ರೋಲ್ ಮಾಡೆಲ್. ಈ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದ ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಡೀ ಕುಟುಂಬದ 3 ಜನ ಸದಸ್ಯರು ಕೂಡ ಜೈಲಲ್ಲಿದ್ದರು 13-14 ವರ್ಷ. ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರಿಗೆ ಏನು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ? ಅವರಿಗೊಂದು ಸಮುದಾಯದ ಓಟ್ ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಇವತ್ತು ವೀರ ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಲಘುವಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಸಮುದಾಯವನ್ನು ಎತ್ತಿ ಕಟ್ಟುವಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ಮತ್ತೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರ ಪಕ್ಷದ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳಿ, ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರ ಪಕ್ಷದ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತ, ಅವರ ಪಕ್ಷದ ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಟರ್ ಗಂಡ ಈ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಈ ಪ್ರವೋಕಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ ಭಕ್ತರಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯ ಹೋರಾಟಗಾರರನ್ನ ಕಡೆಗಣಿಸುವಂಥ, ಬೂಟ್ ನಕ್ಕಿದ್ದಾನೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಶಬ್ದವನ್ನು ಇವತ್ತು ಬಳಸ್ತಾನೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಇದರ ಅರ್ಥ ಏನು? ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸಪೋರ್ಟಿವ್ಗಾಗಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ ಮಾತಾಡೋದ? ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಇದನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಹೋಗಲಿ, ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಏನಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಯಾರು ಅವ್ರು ಜೈಲಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆದರೆ ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ಅವರ ಫೋಟೋ ಇಳಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಈಗಲೂ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವ್ರು. ಈಗ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ಇಂಥ ಏರಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾಕೆ ಹಾಕ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು, ಮುಸ್ಲಿಮ್ರು ಇರೋ ಏರಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ಫೋಟೋ ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಈ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ಸ್ಥಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ಫೋಟೋ ಹಾಕಬಾರ್ದು ಹೇಳಿ? ಈ ದೇಶದ ಯಾವ ಭಾಗ ಅದು ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಫಾರಿನ್, ಅದು ವಿದೇಶವ? ಈ ರೀತಿಯ ಹೇಳಿಕೆಗಳು ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರಂಥ ಹಿರಿಯರ ಬಾಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತದೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಇದನ್ನು ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸೋದು ಹೇಗೆ?
ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಂದರ್ಭಗಳು ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಕೆಟ್ಟ ಹೆಸರನ್ನ ರಾಜ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ತಂದುಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ
ಸರ್. ಇಲ್ಲ, ಇವತ್ತು ನೀವು ಅದನ್ನು ಪಟ್ಟಿ ನೋಡಿ, ಕ್ರೈಮ್ಗಳು ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಇವಾದಾಗ ನಮಗೂ ಕೂಡ ನೋವಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಬೇಜಾರಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇದು ಕೂಡ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು. ಮಂಗಳೂರಿನ ಘಟನೆ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು, ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಸೇರಿ ಇಂಥ ಶಾಂತಿ ಸುವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಮತ್ತೆ ಈ ರೀತಿ ಮಾನಸಿಕತೆ ಈಗ ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡಲಿ, ಚೂರಿ ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಇಡೀ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಅಂಥವ್ರನ್ನ ಬಿಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಜಾಲಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಹಿಡಿತಾರೆ.
Muslim minute. This is what Siddaramaiah is asking.
ನೋಡಿ, ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನು ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಗಮನಿಸಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಯಾರು ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಬಿಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ ರೀ, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಾವು
The officials will find out all the information and whoever is responsible for it, action will be taken against them.
ಎಲ್ಲ ಜೀವನ ಮಾಡಿ ನಿನ್ನೆ ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯೋತ್ಸವ ಎಷ್ಟು ಅದ್ದೂರಿ ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂಥದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ ಪಾಕಿಸ್ತಾನ ಜಿಂದಾಬಾದ್ ಅಂತಾರೆ, ಪಾಕಿಸ್ತಾನ ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ ಅಂತಾರೆ. ಏನು ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ ಅಂತ
The people who say Pakistan Zindabad or anything pro-Pakistan does not understand, why such incidents are taking place.
ಹೌದು, ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಗೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೆ.
ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ವಿರುದ್ಧ ಘೋಷಣೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ವಿರುದ್ಧ ಘೋಷಣೆ
ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಯಾವ್ದಾವ್ದೋ ಬೇಜಾರನ್ನ ಯಾವ್ದಾವ್ದೋ ಮೇಲೆ ತೀರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇಲ್ಲ, ಪದೇ ಪದೇ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. 4 ಜನ ಒಬ್ಬರು
All right, so the politics over Savarkar's photo continues, and remember that there's a lot of tension there in Karnataka's Shivamoga, and the state police has arrested 4 people in connection with the violence. Now, what happened was that on August 15, when the nation was observing its Independence Day, violence erupted between 2 groups in Shivamoga over the installation of Veer Savarkar's flex there at Amir Ahmad Circle. During the ruckus, a youth was stabbed in the Gandhi Bazaar area of the city, and the victim, identified as Prem Singh, is currently undergoing treatment in a local hospital. Right now, it was a shameful attempt to fan violence there in Shivamoga. Section 144 has been imposed as well, and we are seeing that a lot of reactions have been coming in. A team of Rapid Action Force is also taking out a march in the city to calm down the situation. Schools and colleges will remain closed in the town's limits as well. The youth was stabbed for honoring Savarkar, and Congress continues to politicize. Now, there's one accused. His name is Nadeem, and he's one of the history sheeters. He has a lot of cases of being involved in communal violence, and a case has been registered against Nadeem in many stations in Shivamoga, and he was a cause of communal riots in the year 2016 as well. So we are seeing that tensions continuing in Karnataka. The Karnataka police has imposed Section 144 in parts of Shivamoga district, and shops have down their shutters. Going by the situation there, Piyush is joining me live. Piyush, we are getting many reactions coming in on the communal politics over Savarkar's photo. Take us through the latest details. All right, we'll be going to Piyush in a minute. He is busy getting us all the details from Shivamoga right now. This is the big story you're tracking right now for honoring Savarkar. Tensions continue in Karnataka, Shivamoga. 4 arrested after violent clashes in Shivamoga over poster row and Section 144 being imposed. The state police has arrested 4 people in connection with the violence. We're getting you all the details of this big story. Much more coming up on the other side. FIFA ban delays after mega allegations against Praful Patel. FIFA suspends Indian Football Federation over alleged third-party influence.
The Amity BBA has been ranked India's #1 BBA in the recently released Times of India B School 2022 rankings. A testimony to Amity BBA's globally benchmarked standards in education.
After FIFA's announcement has suspended all Indian Football Federation citing undue influence from third parties, the matter has been mentioned before Supreme Court. Meanwhile, Supreme Court said FIFA World Cup should happen and the case should be taken urgently. Supreme Court has agreed to hear the matter tomorrow related to the FIFA's matter, suspending the All India Football Federation with immediate effect. Former captain Baichung Bhutia has termed the FIFA's decision to ban Indian football very harsh, but also observed an opportunity to get the country's sport in order. Latest development, Delhi High Court reserved its order on a PIL seeking to allegedly declare Delhi Minister Satyendra Jain a person of unsound mind and to disqualify him from Delhi Legislative Assembly.
India had been dragged into the war without consulting its people. The Congress passed the Quit India resolution. Gandhiji advised, forget the differences between Hindus and Muslims and think of yourselves as Indians. Every one of you should from this moment consider yourself to be a free man or woman. He asked the people to do or die, either make India free or die in the attempt.
Let's move on to a quick roundup of all that's making news from across the country. A memorial service was held at the national capital to pay homage to former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee on the occasion of the 4th death anniversary at the national capital.
Top national updates, viewers. A week after the Mahagathbandhan returned to power in Bihar, new ministers were inducted into the Nitish Kumar Council of Ministers. The newly inducted ministers were administered the oath of office by Bihar Governor of the Raj Bhavan today. JDU leaders Vijay Kumar Chaudhary, Bijendra Yadav, RJD leader Tej Pratap Yadav, Alok Mehta and Congress's Alam took oath today in the first batch of Bihar cabinet expansion. Others include JDU MLAs Leshi Singh, Madan Sahani and RJD's Lalit Kumar Yadav, Anita Devi and Sudhakar Singh. A total of 31 ministers sworn in today at Raj Bhavan in Patna, Bihar, which includes 16 members of RJD, 11 from JDU, 2 from Congress, 1 Hindustan Awam Morcha legislator and a lone independent leader. Meanwhile, RJD leader Tej Pratap Yadav also sworn in the 8th cabinet expansion of Nitish-led government today. He was sworn in as a minister for forest and environment at Raj Bhavan. Viewers, we continue to be live and breaking. The situation remains tense, silent on terror attack now. Mufti and OIC play politics. They now blame centre's policies.
At least 3 people were trapped and later rescued due to flash floods from Uj River near Kathua in Jammu and Kashmir, leading to a rescue operation carried out by the Indian Air Force. 2 helicopters were deployed to conduct the search operation. Tamineni Krishnan, a leader of the TRS, was hacked to death in broad daylight minutes after he hoisted the national flag in Telangana's Khammam. The murder led to followers of the leader ransacking the residence of Krishnan's brother, Tamineni Koteshwar Rao, a CPM leader considered responsible for Krishnan's death. A young man threw a bomb in the middle of the crowd near the police station in the village of Bargod in Indore. 1 person was killed in the attack while 15 people were injured as a flag ceremony was to be held in the area where a local drinking with a few others hurled a bomb that was in his possession.
The situation in Shivamogga remains to escalate after yesterday's stabbing incident. Meanwhile, RAF took out a flag march on all the important junctions to ensure no clashes by anti-social elements. Remember, Section 144 has been imposed in Karnataka Shivamogga district to avoid further escalation. BJP MLA KS Ishwarappa came down heavily on the accused Shivamogga stabbing incident, stating that if such incidents continue to happen, strict action will be taken against these people. Giving an update on the victim health, BJP MLA said that he remains to be hospitalized.
दुकान बंद करके जाने के समय में एक आदमी को चाकू डाला है। हमारा सभी शिवमोगा लोगों को बहुत गुस्सा आया है। क्या कर रहा है ये लोग ऐसा? सुबह 3:30 को कौन वो चाकू डाला है ना, उनको पुलिस रिवॉल्वर से मारा है, रिवॉल्वर मार के उनका दाहिने पाँव में वुंड हो गया है, वो अभी हॉस्पिटल में है।
On this top story. Let's have a look at what else is making news from across the nation. Tensions have escalated in Karnataka's Shivamogga district after communal clashes on August 14 and 15. In view of the tense situation, strict vigil was in fact also enforced on August 15th when the nation observed its 76th Independence Day. Violence erupted between two groups in Shivamogga over the installation of Veer Savarkar's flex at Amir Ahmed Circle. Viewers, really some breaking news right now. Bomb floated under the car of a sub-inspector of Punjab Police in Amritsar. This is big news coming in, viewers, a very shocking one at that. CCTV captured two bike-borne floating a bomb. IED was placed just under the car. Person washing the car spotted the bomb and informed the cop. Further police is right now, the investigation is continuing into the matter. There's a big news coming in, viewers, that a bomb plot under a car of a sub-inspector of Punjab Police in Amritsar. And what we know so far is that this entire incident has been caught on CCTV, where two bike-borne were seen plotting and planting that bomb under the car of a sub-inspector of Punjab Police in Amritsar. And what we have learned so far is that an IED was placed under the car, and the way that this was discovered, when a person was washing a car, they spotted that bomb and immediately had informed the cop. Right now, the investigation continues in the matter. Now we can see those exclusive visuals as well. Amardeep, we're seeing exclusive visuals on our screen. It looks like a screenshot of this CCTV, which is showing the two bike-borne men who were plotting, and they were planting a IED. Take us to the details.
Well, absolutely, Shivangi. This is a very major tragedy, and in fact, this incident reported last night when the car was parked outside the house of Sub-Inspector Dilbag Singh, and two bike-borne came. That is quite visible in the CCTV as well. They placed the bomb under the car on the down part of the car, and in fact, they managed to flee from the spot. But in the morning, when the person came to wash the car, he immediately identified there is something explosive, suspected explosive, and immediately he informed the Sub-Inspector Dilbag Singh regarding that suspected explosive. And in fact, a bomb squad called on the spot, and the entire police investigation team called on the spot, and bomb was dislocated from the car, and in fact later on it was identified as an IED, and it was a clear-cut intention to kill the Sub-Inspector Dilbag Singh, who was presently posted in Amritsar Crime Investigation Agency. And in fact, it was also revealed in the investigation that bomb was connected with the ignition of the car. The moment Sub-Inspector Dilbag Singh will start his car, the explode will take place. But a major tragedy has been averted, and in fact now the police is investigating the matter. The photographs of the suspects has already been released and spread among the entire Amritsar and also the adjoining areas. Further, the investigation is on, just because the two persons who are quite visible in the CCTV camera placing the bomb under the car, what are their intentions and who are they? Either there is a terror activity or they are some locals. This is the part of the investigation, and police is now trying to verify the identities of those two suspects, just because this is a very major incident. Sub-Inspector Dilbag Singh returned from the duty last night, and he parked his car outside his house, and in fact he went inside, and nobody came back to verify the car, and no security was deployed. And in fact, in the morning, when the person came to wash the car of Sub-Inspector Dilbag Singh, he identified some suspicion, and in fact he immediately informed. This is how the entire incident unfolded. But now the police have registered the case, and even the police is also trying to procure the information from the adjoining areas. Even the same residential area, they are trying to procure more CCTV camera footage and visuals, so that at least the number of the bike or the clear-cut visuals of these suspects can be can be spread and identified. But so far the police is now investigating the matter. Every day the Punjab is getting sensitive regarding the terror activities, and it seems to be like Shivangi, there's a clear cut terror activity who are actually planning to explode a car of a sub-inspector who is posted in crime investigating agency in Amritsar. Yes, Shivangi.
All right, Amandeep, if you can tell us whether the police is close to getting the accused, and are they trying to find out who was involved in this planting of the bomb?
Well, Abhishek, now the police is exactly questioning the people from the residential area of Sub-Inspector Dilbag Singh. And in fact, they are also trying to get more CCTV cameras to trace the movement of those bike born who planted the bomb. And in fact, they have also called some experts, and they are also checking the history sheeters of Amritsar to verify the identification of those two. Just because in the CCTV camera, it was quite visible that they are wearing kurta pajama and in fact having also wearing the turban, and they came on a bike, and they are quite expert. Within few seconds they planted the bomb under the car and they managed to flee from the spot. And in fact now the police is questioning the nearby areas as well. Certain suspects are on the radar. Yes.
Why would a Sub-Inspector Dilbag Singh would be targeted? You think he could be targeted because of some cases he has investigated? Is there some connection?
Well, absolutely, Abhishek. Just because Sub-Inspector Dilbag Singh is posted in crime investigating agency in Amritsar, and in fact all the important and heinous and sensitive cases were being investigated by crime investigating agency. And in fact it also been learned that as Sub-Inspector Dilbag Singh is involved into some kind of investigating some sensitive matters related to the terror activities, related to the explosive recovered cases, and in fact the drugs cases as well. And it turned to be the primary part of the investigation, that those people who are actually involved in.
Right, can be seen clearly that the sub-inspector in fact was the target, and that's why the bomb was planted. We hope to get close to the conspirators very soon with Amandeep there working on the ground. Let's go back to a breaking news development again from South. Savarkar controversy refuses to die down. This time another poster of Veer Savarkar torn in Tumkuru. We had earlier incidents unfolding in Shivamogga, and now another incident connected with Savarkar, and a poster of him on Independence Day was torn in Tumkuru. This is second insult to Veer Savarkar, back-to-back happening in Karnataka. First in Shivamogga, which has in fact led to a stabbing and a death of a youth, and now happening in Tumkuru. Poster of Veer Savarkar torn apart. In the instance reported from Shivamogga, there was Savarkar poster replaced with that of Tipu Sultan, and now a Savarkar poster is torn in Tumkuru. We'll try to connect with Piyush, who's reporting from there on the ground in Shivamogga, and see whether we can get the details of the present case from Tumkuru, whether this is a handiwork of a coordinated work of those involved in Shivamogga, or this is an independent instance. Let's go to Piyush, who is reporting from Shivamogga. Piyush, you've been there for more than 24 hours on the ground in Shivamogga. Please tell us, now this second incident being reported from Tumkuru, almost similar. Is the situation calm on the ground? Is the police in control? Are we getting to hear that police is unraveling some conspiracy? What's happening there?
Well, Abhishek, we talk about the current situation. What we are now given to understand is that the police is trying to investigate all the links, all the connections. In fact, the role of few organizations have not been ruled out by the police here in Shivamogga. In fact, we have spoken to ADG Law and Order Kumar, who has confirmed to us that 4 people have been arrested in this regard. In just 12 hours, police was able to catch hold of all the culprits. This is what the local authorities are telling us. We also spoke to Home Minister, where he slammed the Congress party for making the irresponsible statements. Remember that Siddaramaiah a couple of minutes back also did a press conference where he said that why to put the posters of Veer Savarkar, and that also in Muslim area. So that's the part of politics. But if you talk about the investigation, the police here is telling us that it is not ruling out the role of any particular organization, though it is not naming the organization. Day before yesterday, an arrest was also made, and that was of an SDPI worker when that worker had gone to a local mall where he had torn apart the poster of Veer Savarkar, following which the tensions had escalated, and what we saw yesterday led to stabbing of a person. If we talk about this person, he is admitted in hospital and is being treated. He is still in ICU. Home Minister had also met with him. The Home Minister had also met with him.
Yeah. Piyush, if you are able to, if you are getting me, Piyush, I think Piyush's line dropped there. He was telling us situation on the ground is under control in Shivamogga, even as another incident has unraveled in Tumkuru, where poster of Veer Savarkar has been torn apart. This was put up by his supporters to mark the 75th year of independence. Remember, Prime Minister Narendra Modi mentioned Savarkar's name from his Red Fort speech yesterday, and there is a huge support base of Savarkar that exists in the country, and those posters were a reflection of that. I think Piyush is back on the line. Piyush, if you're able to hear me, is there any connection between the Shivamogga and the Tumkuru incident that the police is working on? Are you getting to hear something like that on the ground?
Well, Abhishek, multiple incidents have taken place not only in Shivamogga but also in Bhadravati, in Tumkur, and in other parts of Karnataka. What we are now learning is that all incidents are being thoroughly investigated. In fact, if we specifically talk about the incident which took place in Shivamogga, 4 people have been arrested, out of which Nadeem is being seen as the main conspirator, and he is the person who is a history sheeter. In 2016 also he was booked by the police for throwing a sleeper at a Ganpati procession. So he is a history sheeter. Now the police is trying to investigate if he was convicted in that case also, or are there other cases also in which this man is linked. But looking at the current situation, the police has imposed Section 144 here in Shivamogga. What we are now given to understand is that looking at the situation, by tomorrow shops would be allowed to open, but traffic is normal. I would ask my video journalist Bhagat to try to show you pictures in and around of this very area. That's the main center of Shivamogga, the bus stand, and also the main Choraha where the incident had basically taken place. Here we are seeing traffic movement taking place, but shops are closed. Only necessary shops have been allowed to open. Who are shops? Those are very much needed, like medicine shops are open, but other shops have been closed. In fact, police has also said that there is complete ban on large gatherings in this district. So right now, police is investigating the entire case thoroughly. Nadeem is being investigated at an unknown location. This is what we are hearing from our sources. So looking at the sensitivity of the matter, today in the morning we also saw as to how a flag march was taken out by the top officers of Shivamogga. Police and RF personnel had also joined that march. At 5 p.m. another flag march would be taken out in the same area to instill a sense of confidence, sense of security among the people, and also a message to the antisocial elements who are indulged in activities which can further escalate law and order situation here in Shivamogga. So police has pulled up its socks. On the other side, Home Minister is also in the district. He is taking stock of all the situation, and they are taking and is in touch with all the authorities. We'll have to wait and watch as to how the investigation further proceeds. But 4 people have been arrested and more links are being thoroughly investigated. Abhishek.
Also, Piyush, if you can tell the viewers, Prem Singh and Praveen Singh, what is their quick answer? 30 seconds, Piyush. What is the condition of Prem Singh and Praveen Singh who were stabbed? Then I go to Ratan Sharda.
Well, Prem Singh is still admitted in hospital. He is being treated. Yesterday, Home Minister also met him. We have also spoken to his close aides, where he told us that yesterday, the moment he was stabbed, he was admitted in hospital. He is now out of danger.
All right, Piyush, I have to go to Ratan Sharda. He is on the phone. Ratan Sharda. Second instance of Savarkar's posters being torn apart, being reported from Karnataka. One was Shivamogga, the other is Tumkuru. What is the BJP government there? Isn't Veer Savarkar an ideal for the BJP? We thought so.
BJP, for some bigots, tearing the poster of Savarkar is actually putting the cap on the wrong place. It is the legacy of Karnataka government, which made earlier government, which made Tipu Sultan a hero. And now that legacy of Tipu being a hero and Hindutva heroes being not liked by the people, is the same narrative which we used to see during partition times. The two communities, different heroes, different approaches, and Congress encouraged this. So what we are seeing today is the sin of the past being visited, and this is most worst kind of hate politics being played, for which the communities will pay very heavy price. There are heroes and there are freedom fighters, and there is no need to do all this. And those who have done must be summarily picked up and summarily given true justice. And people should realize that you cannot have your own version of history and your own version of way things are. And this continuous debasement of Savarkar by Congress and all seculars is one of the causes. The other cause is that he have made Tipu into a hero while he was a villain for most of the South Indians. So this fake secularism narrative of creating hate figures, creating wrong heroes, what is coming to visit us? And we better wake up to this danger, because this is only going to increase the divide between communities where it should be nothing. You can have different celebrities, you can have different heroes, but to create artificial heroes from villains and destroy the legacy of people who have done a great service to the nation is something that we really should not at all tolerate.
Mr. Sharda, also, this has to be seen in the light of the debate that Asaduddin Owaisi wanted, where he suggested that Muslims have also participated in freedom struggle, and that the Muslim contribution, particularly pre-Gandhi, pre-Nehru, pre-Jinnah, should not be forgotten. So it seems that people there on the ground are listening to him, and that's why for them Tipu Sultan remains a hero.
See, who created Tipu Sultan as a hero? First of all, Congress. Of course, Owaisi has nothing but poison for the people. We have always respected the real freedom fighters who have fought with the national mainstream. But how can Jinnah be a hero? Jinnah never did any satyagraha. He never offered himself. He never went to jail. He was in cahoots with British. He took his pound of flesh and said, I will not allow India to be independent till Pakistan is given. He got thousands killed in the name of Islamic State. So where is the comparison? Owaisi himself, his own party, did not allow Hyderabad to merge with India, wanted to merge with Pakistan. They killed hundreds of people in Telangana, raped women, killed people, and those forefathers of these same Razakars today from MIM, have they ever expressed regret? So these people have Jinnah in their heart. They don't believe in the Indian nationhood, but they will claim the use of constitution till it suits them. So people have to understand that people like Owaisi, whom we make a hero out of, every media house wants to be on interview, on every kind of debate, while they only spread divisiveness. How many times have been respected modern Muslims in space in the media? It's our failing also.
Right, sir. Thank you so much, Ratan Sharda, for joining us. Always a welcome perspective on some difficult questions of history that India faces every other day. And on this story, we also have an interaction with the ADG, Law and Order of Karnataka. Let's listen to him.
We are now joined with Kumar, DG Law and Order. Sir, what is the current situation? How many people have...
Right now, situation is peaceful in Shimoga. Everyone is on patrolling, including under the leadership of SP Shimoga, Sri Lakshmi Prasad, and DIG Sri Tyagarajan. They are present here. And 144 section CRPC, that is in force. And we have prohibited pillion riders below the age of 40 years, male pillion rider, that they cannot ride till from Thursday. And right now we are ensuring that there is no further incident. Already 4 persons were involved in this stabbing incident yesterday of Prem Singh. So they have been secured. So one person, Jabiullah, he has been secured after opening, taking some action against him. And now we are going to take them into police custody and question them whether they have got any ideological leanings, any organization is behind all the things, and who provoked them, or any conspiracy is involved in these things. So all these things, while they are in police custody, we are going to
Sir, what actually led to this incident, if you can tell us?
No, like this flex issue was there. Flex issue was so due to flex issue there was tussle between the two communities, and due to that only this incident has taken place.
Have you been able to ascertain the role of any organization behind this?
That we have to question. We have to question these 4 persons. Okay, we have to question 4 persons. Day before yesterday there was one incident in which one of the SDPI member's husband, he has been arrested, who went inside the city mall and he tried to remove one poster. So that we know, and in yesterday's incident we will try to find out whether there is any role of PFI.
So SDPI link and PFI link is coming out.
Now we have to establish for yesterday's thing. Day before yesterday we have arrested 1 person in this regard.
Okay. Thank you so much for speaking to us. So that's the word coming in from Kumar, ADG AP Law and Order, where he confirmed to us that 4 persons have now been arrested, and police is further going to seek their custody to do the further investigation. In fact, the role of PFI would also be ascertained. With Bhagat, I'm Piyush Mishra in Shimoga for Republic TV.
A vegetable vendor was allegedly beaten to death by a mob in a suspected case of mob violence in Govindgarh that comes under the district of Alwar in Rajasthan. The victim was allegedly attacked over allegations of a stolen tractor. Take a look at this report.
In Rajasthan, a vegetable vendor was allegedly beaten to death by a mob on the suspicion of being a thief in Alwar's Govindgarh.
सुबह पापा जंगल होने गया था और उसके बाद में जंगल होके जैसे आ रहा था तो उसके बाद एक आया और वो इस गली में घुस गया और पापा के जैसे ट्रैक्टर के पीछे 2-3 एक तो पिकअप और एक स्कॉर्पियो गाड़ी आ रही थी। जैसे पापा फ्रेश होके आ रहा था तो उनने पापा के साथ मारपीट की और वो ट्रैक्टर को द्वार में घुसा दिया। उसके बाद जैसे हमें पता लगा तो पापा ने रोड मचाई तो मैं मेरा चाचा और हम आए और हमने उनको संभाला। वो गाड़ी वाले जो है वो हमने देखकर भाग गए और हमने हमारे पापा को लाए और पुलिस आई। पुलिस ट्रैक्टर को थाने ले गई और हम अपने पापा को हॉस्पिटल में भर्ती करवाया गया था।
A group of people ambushed the vendor in the early hours of morning over allegations of having stolen a tractor.
रिपोर्ट प्राप्त हुई है योगेश सैनी रामबास द्वारा। उन्होंने बताया कि मेरे पिताजी की मृत्यु हो गई मारपीट करने से, जिसके भी चोट आई शरीर में। तो दौरान इलाज ही मृत्यु हुई थी। तो ट्रैक्टर चोरी हो गया था। ट्रैक्टर का जो मालिक ने ट्रैक्टर का पीछा किया तो जो ट्रैक्टर मालिक के साथ में कुछ आदमी थे, उन लोगों ने मेरे पिताजी के साथ में मारपीट कर दी थी, जिससे उनकी गंभीर चोट आई। ये दौरान इलाज आज उनके SMS में मृत्यु हो गई।
सर जो चोरी का ट्रैक्टर था वो कहाँ है सर?
चोरी का ट्रैक्टर परिवादी द्वारा सदर अलवर में मुकदमा दर्ज करवाया गया है।
The incident is assumed to have elements of caste-based violence. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
After a murder convict, former Bihar People's Party MP Anand Mohan, who was brought to Patna for hearing in the district court, stayed in a Khagadia government circuit house for a night under VVIP treatment. The district magistrate has now taken note of it and initiated action into the same. The VVIP treatment of a murder convict in Bihar has stoked a massive political controversy in the state. Speaking to Republic TV, BJP leader and former Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Sushil Kumar Modi reacted to the incident, saying the treatment of Anand Mohan gives a glimpse of the direction in which Bihar was heading.
इसमें कोई आश्चर्य की बात नहीं है, ये तो होना ही था और इसकी ये शुरुआत हो गई है। अभी तो शपथ ग्रहण भी बाकी मंत्रियों को नहीं हुआ है, तो ये दिखला रहा है कि किस दिशा में बिहार जाएगा और आनंद मोहन जैसी दर्जनों घटनाएं बिहार के अंदर होंगी। राजद के विधायक के पिता हैं, किसकी हिम्मत है कि उनको कोई रोक सके और सरकारी सुरक्षा में अपने घर पर जाते जबकि उनको नियमित जेल में जाना चाहिए, सर्किट हाउस में ठहरते हैं। तो ये तो देखिए जो राष्ट्रीय जनता दल के जो समर्थक हैं मतलब लाठी में तेल पिलाकर सड़कों पर आ रहे हैं।
BJP Rajya Sabha MP Harnath Singh Yadav wrote to Prime Minister Narendra Modi urging him that the significance of August 14, the Partition Horrors Remembrance Day, should be taught to school students as a part of their history curriculum. Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan strongly condemned the late-night killing of a local CPIM leader on the eve of Independence Day. The tragic incident saw both the left party and the BJP trying to pin the murder blame on each other. Fishermen community under Latin Catholic Church staged a protest demanding rehabilitation of fishermen and protection of coastal areas in Kerala. The rescue operation began in Solang Nala in Himachal Pradesh's Kullu after 2 people went missing in the flash floods caused due to the heavy rain. Teams of the NDRF and Police Fire Brigade are deployed at the spot. According to officials, the water level has currently been reduced. In a tragic incident, 4 people lost their lives while 5 remain critically injured when an uncontrollable truck rammed into a house in Uttar Pradesh's Manpuri district. Meanwhile, the locals in a continuous effort are trying to rescue people trapped in the debris. Massive anger in Kashmir over targeted killing after murder of another Kashmiri Pandit. FIFA banned days after mega allegations against Praful Patel. FIFA suspends Indian Football Federation over alleged third-party influence, putting clouds over Under-17 Women's Cup that was slated to take place in India. On the other side of a short break.
On this top story, let's have a look at what else is making news from across the nation. Tensions have escalated in Karnataka's Shivamoga district after communal clashes on August 14 and 15. In view of the tense situation, strict vigil was in fact also enforced on August 15th when the nation observed its 76th Independence Day. Violence erupted between 2 groups in Shivamoga over the installation of Veer Savarkar's flex at Amir Ahmed Circle. Less than 24 hours after clashes broke out in Karnataka, Shivamoga, the state police arrested 4 people in connection with the violence. The accused have been identified as Nadeem, Abdul, Jabiullah and Tanveer, respectively. After FIFA's announcement has suspended all Indian Football Federation, citing undue influence from third parties, the matter has been mentioned before Supreme Court. Meanwhile, Supreme Court said FIFA World Cup should happen and the case should be taken urgently. Supreme Court has agreed to hear the matter tomorrow related to the FIFA's matter, suspending the All India Football Federation with immediate effect. Former captain Baichung Bhutia has termed the FIFA's decision to ban Indian football very harsh, but also observed an opportunity to get the country's sport in order. Latest development, Delhi High Court reserved its order on a PIL seeking to allegedly declare Delhi Minister Satyendra Jain a person of unsound mind and to disqualify him from Delhi Legislative Assembly.
India had been dragged into the war without consulting its people. The Congress passed the Quit India resolution. Gandhiji advised, forget the differences between Hindus and Muslims and think of yourselves as Indians. Every one of you should from this moment consider yourself to be a free man or woman. He asked the people to do or die, either make India free or die in the attempt.
Following delays and objections from India, a Chinese spy ship docked at a port in Sri Lanka's Hambantota port. The ship was earlier scheduled to dock on the 11th of August but was not given permission due to the concerns over the docking being raised by Sri Lanka. The particular class of Chinese ships docking at the port is said to be a spy ship that tracks satellites and intercontinental missiles. India raised its concerns over the range of the radar used on the vessel of being capable of intercepting signals from Sri Lankan ports.
ये जो चाइनीज़ जहाज़ है ये हर प्रकार के मॉडर्न गैजेट से लैस है। कहा जाता है कि ये रिसर्च शिप है, लेकिन इसमें काबिलियत है हिंदुस्तान के साउथ से कोई भी सैटेलाइट लॉन्च है या मिसाइल लॉन्च है उसको डिटेक्ट कर सकता है।
It is said that the two sides had agreed that the ship would keep its identification systems on and would not carry out any research activities while in Sri Lankan waters. The port the ship has docked at has currently been leased to a China-based port operator, CM Port, for 99 years. Agency report, Republic TV.
Silent on terror attack, Mufti and Owaisi play politics, blame center's policies. Another insult to Savarkar now after Shivamoga. Savarkar poster torn in Tumkuru.
Let's move on to a quick roundup of all that's making news from across the country. A memorial service was held at the national capital to pay homage to former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee on the occasion of the 4th death anniversary at the national capital. The ceremony was undertaken at the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Samadhi in the national capital. The teacher accused of beating a Dalit minor that led to his death was arrested and charged with murder under sections including the SC/ST Prevention of Atrocities Act. The incident also led to a Congress MLA from Paran Parachand Meghwal from resigning from his post in the Rajasthan Assembly. Two TRS leaders were seen firing rounds in the air at a birthday party in Rangareddy in Telangana. The news comes days after TRS Minister Srinivas Gaud was also seen firing shots in the air in the state. The police eventually conducted raids at the farmhouse where they seized two guns that were used by the leaders.
At least 3 people were trapped and later rescued due to flash floods from Uj River near Kathua in Jammu and Kashmir, leading to a rescue operation carried out by the Indian Air Force. 2 helicopters were deployed to conduct the search operation. Tamineni Krishnan, a leader of the TRS, was hacked to death in broad daylight minutes after he hoisted the national flag in Telangana's Khammam. The murder led to followers of the leader ransacking the residence of Krishnan's brother, Tamineni Koteshwar Rao, a CPM leader considered responsible for Krishnan's death. A young man threw a bomb in the middle of the crowd near the police station in the village of Bargod in Indore. 1 person was killed in the attack while 15 people were injured as a flag ceremony was to be held in the area where a local drinking with a few others hurled a bomb that was in his possession.
The situation in Shivamoga remains to escalate after yesterday's stabbing incident. Meanwhile, RAF
FIFA bans India. Who is responsible? Contempt petition against Praful Patel in top court. Who doesn't want a cleanup of AIFF? Debating tonight at 10 p.m.
Kashmir police has gone on record to confirm terrorists fired upon civilians in an apple orchard in Chotipura area of Shopian. 1 person has been killed, another injured. Both belong to a minority community. Kashmiri Pandits once again are coming under attack.
Ordnance search operations have been launched by the J&K police along with the Indian Army, but it seems that the terrorists once again showing their presence on the ground.
Tipu Sultan Savarkar poster war turns violent in Shivamogga. One person step for honoring Savarkar. Another insult to Savarkar now after Shivamogga. Savarkar poster torn in Tumkuru as well. As nationalism takes over valley, Rattle Park terrorists resort to attack. One Kashmiri Pandit shot dead, another critical. A massive anger in Kashmir over the targeted killing after murder of another Pandit.
कश्मीरी पंडितों को आप बिल्कुल ही अनसेफ कर दिए और वो इसलिए अनसेफ हो रहे हैं क्योंकि आपकी सरकार ने उनको के सेफ्टी प्रोवाइड करने में सरासर नाकाम साबित हुई है.
Silent on terror, attack. Mufti and Owaisi play politics, blame centre's policies. And FIFA banned days after mega allegations against Praful Patel. FIFA suspends Indian Football Federation over alleged third-party influence. Kashmir Freedom Fighter Group, which is an offshoot of Lashkar and other terror groups, has claimed responsibility for the terror attack today. Remember, terrorists fired upon civilians in an apple orchard in Chotipura area of Shopian. One person died and one is injured. Both are brothers. Both belong to the minority community. Injured person has been shifted to hospital. An area cordoned off. Further details shall follow. Take a look at this report.
घाटी में एक बार फिर जो है कश्मीरी पंडित समुदाय को निशाना बनाया गया है. वहीं अगर बात की जाए जम्मू में, तो जम्मू में रिजर्व कैटेगरी एम्प्लॉयज जो हैं वो लगातार विरोध प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं. इनकी मांग है कि ये कश्मीर घाटी में जो है वो काम नहीं करना चाहते, डर का माहौल है और इन्हें जो है जम्मू स्थानांतरित किया जाए. मैडम, आप लोग जो SC कैटेगरी के एम्प्लॉयज है, रिजर्व कैटेगरीज के, लगातार विरोध प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं. उस बीच आज एक और किलिंग हुई है, डर का माहौल है, क्या मांग कर?
सर, बस मांग तो हमारी पहले दिन से यही है कि हमारे लिए गवर्नमेंट जो है ट्रांसफ़र पॉलिसी बनाए. और जिस समय जो वहाँ हालात इस समय बने हुए हैं कि टारगेट किलिंग हो रही है, क्योंकि टारगेट किलिंग ये तो किसी से छुपी नहीं है, आए दिन वहाँ पर किलिंग हो रही है. ये हम नहीं कह सकते हैं कि बीच में हालात ठीक हो गए थे, कुछ ठीक नहीं हुआ था. अटैक जो हैं वो अभी भी हो रहे हैं. कल भी एक ग्रेनेड अटैक हुआ था, आज भी हुआ है. तो हमारी एक ही डिमांड है कि हमें इस
टेररिस्ट ऑफ अल बदर carried target killing, and this time they targeted the Kashmiri Pandit brothers who were working here in this orchard at this spot when they fired upon these Pandit brothers from a close range. And what we found, what the terrorists left, they left the bullet cartridge, and as per the police sources, this weapon, the weapon that has been used by the terrorists is AK-47, and the bullet cartridge that they have left tells you the kind of weapon that these terrorists have used. So we have recovered this from this very orchard where this killing had taken place. We are seeing the multiple cordon and search operation launched by the Jammu and Kashmir police with army so that to nab or neutralize the terrorists behind. As of now, one terrorist, Adil Wani of Kutpara Shopian, has been identified, who works with the Al-Badr terror outfit, and he carried this killing with one of his associate. Shopian, which is known as the hotbed of terrorism, but for the last couple of weeks, the Tiranga rallies were carried by the locals. That has definitely created ripples and frustration among the terror groups. Just outside the residence of this Sunil Kumar, my VJ can show you, this is the very residence where this family is living for a long time now. We are seeing that the neighbors and other family members have gathered at this place. In fact, police and also army along with CRPF has launched a cordon. They are not allowing many people to come near to the residence, and also the CASO has been started. We are seeing the locals who have gathered here to pay the condolences. आप बताइए कि exactly क्या हुआ था और आपने क्या सुना था?
हम कुछ नहीं बताएंगे, इसका जवाब डीसी साहब देगा. उसका जिम्मेवार जो कातिल आज हुआ यहाँ, इसका मर्डर ये डीसी साहब ने किया. इसका डीसी साहब और डीओकम साहब इसका जिम्मेवार हैं. उनको यहाँ लाओ, वो जवाब देंगे.
इनकी फैमिली में कौन कौन है?
जो भी हैं वो डीसी साहब यहाँ खुद बोलेगा, क्योंकि मैं 4 बार डीसी साहब के पास गया, डीओकम सर के पास गया. जो हमारा अटैक हुआ उसके बाद किसी ने नहीं सुना, बोला उधरी बैठो उधरी मारो.
इसलिए उनको लाओ तब मैं बोलूंगा।
ये एग्जैक्टली कितने बजे हुआ?
वो पता नहीं है, वो डीसी साहब के बाद होगा। जब डीसी साहब यहाँ आएंगे तब हम बताएंगे।
आपके ब्रदर को भी हुआ?
यहाँ पर पहुँच चुके हैं, जिसके कारण जो है यहाँ पर माहौल जो है यहाँ से जो फैमिली थी उसको भी यहाँ से क्या नाम है टाउन के कई जगहों से जो लोग हैं वो जमा हो चुके हैं और यहाँ पे मकामी भाषण के बाद ये सूरत हाल दरपेश आई और पहले ही जो फैमिली है वो बहुत परेशान कुन माहौल में है और जिसकी वजह से
ये टोटली कंडेम करता हूँ। शोपियां के कुछ एक गाँव में 2-2, 3-3 घर है जो माइग्रेट नहीं हुए हैं, अपनी खेती बाड़ी करते हैं। यहीं बगल में आते वक्त मुझे एक घर दिखाया गया बालकृष्ण जी का, जिन पर अप्रैल 4 को अटैक हुआ था। हमने यहाँ गार्ड लगाई है, लेकिन क्योंकि हर खेतीबाड़ी से लिंक्ड इकोनॉमी है, सुबह खेती करने गए थे जिस समय यह हादसा हुआ है। मैं कंडेम करता हूँ इसको।
युगम साहब, ये इनके परिवार वाले कह रहे हैं कि हमने अप्रोच किया था आपको भी, डीसी को भी, लेकिन
हाँ नहीं, उसी के हिसाब से जो है हमने यहाँ गार्ड लगाई थी, अभी भी है, तो जो यहाँ सिक्योरिटी प्रोवाइड करती है।
लेकिन सरकार अभी तक इन हमलों को नहीं
अभी होगा
सरकार अभी तक इन हमलों को नहीं रोक पा रही है। हालांकि यात्रा के दौरान रुक गए थे, खाली बाहर के मजदूरों पर हुए थे, लेकिन कल 2 दिन से कश्मीरी पंडितों को दोबारा निशाना बनाया गया। चाडोरा में ग्रेनेड हुआ और
है। आप सब जानते हैं कि ये मिलिटेंसी 30 साल की है। 30 साल की बीमारी कोई एकाएक ऐसे नहीं खत्म होगी, डेफिनेटली खत्म कर रही है। हमारी फौज है, पुलिस फोर्स है, अपनी जान की कुर्बानी दे करके इसको खत्म कर रहे हैं और इसमें लोकल पॉपुलेशन का भी सपोर्ट आ रहा है हमें। डेफिनेटली इसको
इस हमले के बाद स्टेप उठाए जाएंगे, जैसे रिलोकेशन या दूसरी चीजें?
नहीं, डेफिनेटली जो आपने जो कहा कि बांदीपुर में भी हुआ है, फिर नॉर्थ में भी हुआ, चाडूरा, फिर ये शोपिया जो है, अलग अलग एरियाज में वो करते हैं। कुलगाम में भी हुए हैं हादसे और अनंतनाग में भी हुए। वादी के ऑलमोस्ट जो है हर कोई जिले में जो है, एक्सेप्ट कुपवारा या बारामुल्ला का ऊपर वाला एरिया छोड़ करके जो है
कंसर्न है। सर, आज के हमले के बाद कुछ और स्टेप्स उठाएंगे इनकी सुरक्षा?
जी डेफिनेटली, आराम से
जानकारी।
All right, that was the divisional commissioner of Anantnag reaching that village in Shopian where another Kashmiri Pandit has been killed by terrorists in a targeted killing, which don't show any sign of abating. We have seen how Sunil Kumar before that and Rahul Bhatt before that were targeted just for being Kashmiri Pandits. We have another incident now taking place in Shopian where these two brothers had gone to their apple orchard because the apple crop is coming up and for their daily activities there, and that's when they were targeted. In fact, there were 5 people present, but only those 2 brothers were targeted by the terrorists for being Kashmiri Pandits. This comes just a day after Independence Day was marked across the country and of course in Kashmir Valley as well. With a lot of fanfare. Kashmiri Pandits in Jammu, for example, now are unhappy that their request that all those Kashmiri Pandits who are working in the valley be moved to safer Jammu region be heard by the government. In this instance, of course, these were not government employees who were targeted. In fact, they were agriculturists working on their own apple orchards. And we know. Let's look at a couple of more ground reports brought out by our Srinagar Bureau Chief Zeenat Zishan, who's reporting from there in Shopian. Let's take a look at them.
we are reporting just outside the residence of the Sunil Kumar. My VJ can show you this is the very residence where this family is living for a long time now. We are seeing that the neighbors and other family members have gathered at this place. In fact, police and also army along with CRPF has launched a cordon. They are not allowing many people to come near to the residence, and also the CASO has been started. We are seeing the locals who have gathered here to pay the condolences. आप बताइए कि exactly क्या हुआ था और आपने क्या सुना था?
हम कुछ नहीं बताएंगे, इसका जवाब डीसी साहब देगा। उसका जिम्मेवार जो कातल आज हुआ यहाँ, इसका मर्डर ये डीसी साहब ने किया। इसका डीसी साहब और डीओकम साहब इसका जिम्मेवार हैं। उनको यहाँ लाओ, वो जवाब देंगे।
इनकी फैमिली में कौन कौन है?
जो भी है वो डीसी साहब यहाँ खुद बोलेगा, क्योंकि मैं 4 बार डीसी साहब के पास गया, डीओकम सर के पास गया। जो हमारा अटैक हुआ उसके बाद किसी ने नहीं सुना, बोला उधरी बैठो उधरी मारो, इसलिए उनको लाओ तब मैं बोलूंगा।
ये एग्जैक्टली कितने बजे हुआ?
वो पता नहीं है, वो डीसी साहब के बाद होगा। जब डीसी साहब यहाँ आएंगे तब हम बताएंगे।
आपके ब्रदर को भी हुआ?
हाँ, उसके बाद ही तो मैं डीसी साहब के पास गया अपनी सेफ्टी के बारे में। डीसी साहब ने एक भी नहीं सुनी, ना डीओकम साहब ने सुना। डीओकम साहब ने सीधे बोला मेरे हाथ में कुछ नहीं है, आप अपने गाँव में बैठो, उधरी मारो, जो करना करो।
इस गाँव में कितनी कश्मीरी पंडित फैमिलीज है या राजपूत फैमिलीज है? कितनी फैमिलीज है?
हम 2 ही घर थे बस।
अच्छा, पहले आपके ब्रदर को लगी थी गोली।
हाँ,
तो आज इस पे अटैक।
आज इन 2 भाइयों के
तो
ऊपर।
शोपियां डिस्ट्रिक्ट में खाली 2 कश्मीरी पंडित फैमिलीज
नहीं, और भी गांव में है ना, हमारे गांव में 2 है।
आपके यहाँ 2 है। So the 2 families, the Kashmiri Pandit families, are living in Chotipora of Shopian, where both the families were attacked. I have spoken to the same person a month before when his brother was targeted at the medical shop.
ये उन लोगों के, तमाम लोगों के मुंह पे तमाचा है जो कश्मीर फाइल्स में हुए फिल्मों को काल्पनिक बता रहे थे। ये बिल्कुल शर्मनाक बात है कि अभी भी कश्मीरी पंडितों के साथ वही अत्याचार हो रहा है। मतलब कश्मीरी पंडित क्या, वहाँ पर तो अपने ही लोगों को मार रहे हैं, जो भी हिंदुस्तान के साथ खड़ा है उसको वो मार रहे हैं। लेकिन कश्मीरी पंडितों का तो पिछले 30 साल से ऐसा हो रहा है, और इसकी जितनी भी ज़्यादा निंदा की जाए कम है। देखिए, जिस टेररिस्ट ने आपको मारना है, कितने लोगों को आदमी वो देगा, संरक्षण दे सकता है। ये मनस्थिति जो है वो चेंज करनी पड़ेगी। इसमें ये मनस्थिति यहाँ के हमारे कुछ खास किस्म के बुद्धिजीवियों को भी चेंज करनी पड़ेगी।
Well, in another unfortunate accident now, again being reported from Kashmir, a vehicle carrying ITBP personnel met with an accident leading to death of 4 of them and many others injured. They were in fact part of the Amarnath Yatra duty and were returning on completion of their assignment. The accident took place at Chandanwari near Pahalgam. Erawat Mehraj joins us live from Pahalgam. Erawat, has the rescue operation been completed? Have all been accounted for? What is the final number of those killed in the unfortunate mishap, and what is the status of those who are injured? Are they being treated at the nearest hospital? Any of them serious? What is the state? Please tell us.
Right now the update is 24 ITBP Jawans are admitted in GMC Anantnag and 7 injured persons will be shifted to 92 BS Hospital Srinagar in some time, and total loss of Jawans is right now 7. And I spoke to medical superintendent at GMC Anantnag. He said that 24 persons are being treated here right now at GMC Anantnag, and overall 7 more persons injured will be shifted at GMC Srinagar, and some are discharged from the hospital because they are stable right now, and the operation has been closed now. The rescue operation has been done successfully. Right.
I think the frame freeze there with Erawat. Erawat, if you are able to listen to me, if you are getting to hear me, we are getting pictures of the LG visiting the hospital where these injured Jawans are. If you can tell us what is the situation there at the hospital. You said 24 Jawans are being treated. I hope and we hope that every one of them would be out of the hospital soon. They are not serious. They are not serious injuries to those 24 Jawans.
of course, there are 24 injured. These are admitted right now at GMC, but 7 are big we can say there are minor critical, not that much of critical, but big critical, and for the precautionary measures, they will be shifted to 92BS Hospital, Srinagar. Some had shifted to the 92BS Hospital via airlift by the army. Right. I speak to also the medical superintendent at GMC Anantnag. They said that the 24 persons they are admitted here are a bit stable, but for the precautionary measures, some will be shifted to 92BS Hospital, Srinagar. It is in some time. Right.
Right, Erawat, and any inquiry by the BSF whether there was by the ITBP whether there was an element of sabotage? Is investigation or are the officers looking into that possibility as well?
Yeah, even I also spoke to the injured ITBP jawans. I tried to speak with them what happened at that time, and they told कि सर ऐसा उन्होंने कहा कि उनका ये वर्ड्स थे, उन्होंने कहा कि ड्राइवर ने हमें जस्ट कहा चल रहे थे कुछ 15 किलोमीटर हम बैठ गए थे बस में और चल रहे थे. जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस का जवान जो बस चला रहा था उनका ये कहना था कि मुझे ब्रेक फेल हुई. उसके बाद जितने भी उसमें जवान थे उन्होंने जिसको जो पॉसिबल हुआ किसने सीट पकड़ी, किसने सीट बेल्ट पकड़ी और किसने हेलमेट लगाया. ये ITBP के जवान का कहना था कि ड्राइवर ने पहले ही हमें कहा कि गाड़ी में कोई दिक्कत आ गई है, लगभग ब्रेक का इशू आ गई है और उसी के साथ एक्सीडेंट हुआ. और उसके बाद कुछ जो ITBP जवान से वो वहां पे जख्मी हो गए और उन्होंने ये वर्ड्स कहा. राइट.
ब्रेक फेल का कोई इन्वेस्टिगेशन की बात आ रही है एरावत? ब्रेक फेल होना बहुत नेचुरल नहीं हो सकता है, उसका इन्वेस्टिगेशन तो हो कम से कम, ऐसी कोई बात आ रही है?
राइट. कुछ ऐसे भी हैं जो कि यहाँ पे विजिट कर रहे हैं. चाहे अगर हम कुछ पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स की बात करें, वो चाहते हैं कि इसमें इन्वेस्टिगेशन होनी चाहिए, आखिर ये ब्रेक फेल का इशू था या और कुछ था, इसमें एक बेंच बैठना चाहिए, स्पेशल इंक्वायरी वो इनमें करनी चाहिए. हालांकि पुलिस अधिकारी भी हॉस्पिटल में मौजूद हैं, वो भी अभी इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रहे हैं अपने तरीके से. चाहे अगर हम सुरक्षा बलों की बात करें या जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस की बात करें, पुलिस के भी कुछ आला ऑफिसर्स जो कि सीनियर टॉप ऑफिशियल्स है वो भी हॉस्पिटल में भी इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रहे हैं कि आखिर माजरा क्या था, इस एक्सीडेंट का ब्रेक फेल था या इसके साथ और भी कुछ जुड़ा हुआ है. फिलहाल इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रही है और जो इंजर्ड हैं उनको भी फिलहाल ट्रीट किया जा रहा है. जी.
Okay, so injured being treated, 24 of them, the ITBP jawans in the ill-fated bus that fell into a gorge and that led to loss of life of 7 of those jawans traveling in the bus. एरावत, ये जो बस खाई में गिरी है, कितनी गहरी खाई में गिरी है और ये किस समय का वाकया है? और आपने बताया कि ड्राइवर जो जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस का था उसने जवानों को पहले बता दिया था कि ब्रेक फेल हो गया है, तो कितनी दूर बस चली ब्रेक फेल होने के बाद और फिर वो खाई में गई और कितनी गहरी खाई है, जरा बताएं.
करीबन 250 से 300 मीटर की दूरी की ये गाय है जहाँ पे ये ब्रेक फेल होके जहाँ पे जो गाड़ी है वहाँ पे वो चली गई है नीचे. करीबन 4 से 5 टोटल गाड़ियाँ किए हैं और नीचे पहुँच गई है. ये करीबन 12:30 का समय था जब ये इंसिडेंट पेश आया और ये जो इसमें ITBP के जवान थे अमरनाथ यात्रा से वापस लौट रहे थे और ये अब जम्मू रेलवे स्टेशन जा रहे थे. वापस वहीं पे ड्राइवर ने इनको कहा कि गाड़ी में कोई दिक्कत आ गई है, ब्रेक फेल हो गया है. उसके बाद वहाँ पे जो जवान उसमें थे उसको जो पॉसिबल हुआ उस समय उस पर अपनी सेफ्टी के लिए वो क्या जो पॉसिबल हुआ उसके बाद
गाड़ी जाके गिरी. जी.
तो ये तो बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है रावत के आज उनकी ड्यूटी खत्म हो रही थी इतने महीने के बाद. वो अमरनाथ यात्रा की ड्यूटी पे शायद महीना भर या उससे ज्यादा रहे होंगे और आज उनकी ड्यूटी खत्म हो रही थी. वो जम्मू जा रहे थे, अपने परिवारों से मिलने वाले थे और ये हादसा हो गया.
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल काफी खुश हो. मैंने भी उनसे भी कुछ टाइम पहले GMC अनंतनाग में बात की तो उनका ये कहना था हम बिल्कुल 1 महीना वहाँ पे थे अमरनाथ यात्रा पर, वहाँ पे हमने दर्शन वगैरह भी किया, हमने जो वहाँ पे प्रेयर्स वगैरह थी वो भी की और वापस भी लौट के आ रहे थे और अच्छे से आ रहे थे, खुश थे क्योंकि हम अपनी फैमिली के पास वापस जा रहे थे. अब हम जम्मू रेलवे स्टेशन जा रहे थे, वहाँ पे वो काफी एक्साइटेड थे लेकिन वहाँ पे अनफॉर्चुनेट इंसिडेंट पेश आया तो उससे काफी ज्यादा इमोशनल कुछ ITBP के जवान जो हैं वो अभी GMC हॉस्पिटल अनंतनाग में थे जिनसे मैंने भी कुछ टाइम पहले बात की. जी.
बिल्कुल वो शॉक में होंगे एरावत। और जो तस्वीरें आ रही हैं वहाँ से, जहाँ से आप रिपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, बड़ी भयावह तस्वीरें हैं। ये बताइए कि वो ड्राइवर का क्या हुआ? आपने बताया वो जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस का ड्राइवर था, जिसने पहले से बता भी दिया था कि ब्रेक फेल हो गया है। 200 से 300 मीटर बस आगे भी चली और उसके बाद खाई में गई। वो ड्राइवर का क्या हुआ? ड्राइवर अभी कहाँ पर है?
अभी ड्राइवर की जो सिचुएशन वो काफी क्रिटिकल थी। उनको वहीं पे जहाँ स्पॉट एक्सीडेंट का था वहां से उनको आयर लिफ्ट किया गया, क्योंकि कुछ ऐसे भी पेशेंट्स थे जो इंजर्ड हुए थे, वहां पे उनको आयर लिफ्ट किया गया था बाय आर्मी के द्वारा, तो उनको शिफ्ट किया गया है। फिलहाल अभी वहां पे वो क्रिटिकल सिचुएशन में ये भी मौजूद है 92 BS हॉस्पिटल में। और कुछ जो इंजर्ड हैं, जो कि उनको माइनर इंजरी है, कुछ ऐसे भी हैं जिनको अभी डिस्चार्ज भी किया गया है GMC अनंतनाग से। राइट।
Right. Thank you so much, Erawat Mehraj there joining us from Pahalgam, where a mishap has happened and that has led to loss of life of 7 of the ITBP Jawans of 30 plus who were traveling. 24 admitted to various hospitals in Anantnag and the 92 base hospital in Srinagar, even as relief and rescue going on. We'll take a short break. On the other side, FIFA banned days after mega allegations against Praful Patel. FIFA suspends Indian Football Federation over alleged third-party influence.
The situation in Shivamogga remains to escalate after yesterday's stabbing incident. Meanwhile, RAF took out a flag march on all the important junctions to ensure no clashes by anti-social elements. Remember, Section 144 has been imposed in Karnataka Shivamogga district to avoid further escalation. BJP MLA KS Ishwarappa came down heavily on the accused of Shivamogga stabbing incident, stating that if such incidents continue to happen, strict action will be taken against these people. Giving an update on the victim health, BJP MLA said that he remains to be hospitalized.
दुकान बंद करके जाने के समय में एक आदमी को चाकू डाला है। हमारा सभी शिवमोगा लोगों को बहुत गुस्सा आया है। क्या कर रहे हैं ये लोग? ऐसा सुबह 3:30 को कौन वो चाकू डाला है ना, उनको पुलिस रिवॉल्वर से मारा है। रिवॉल्वर मार के उनका दाहिने पाँव में उनका हो गया है, वो अभी हॉस्पिटल में है।
On this top story, let's have a look at what else is making news from across the nation. Tensions have escalated in Karnataka's Shivamogga district after communal clashes on August 14 and 15. In view of the tense situation, strict vigil was in fact also enforced on August 15th when the nation observed its 76th Independence Day. Violence erupted between two groups in Shivamogga over the installation of Veer Savarkar's flex at Amir Ahmed Circle. Less than 24 hours after clashes broke out in Karnataka Shivamogga, the state police arrested 4 people in connection with the violence. The accused have been identified as Nadeem, Abdul, Jabiullah and Tanveer respectively. After FIFA's announcement has suspended all Indian Football Federation, citing undue influence from third parties, the matter has been mentioned before Supreme Court. Meanwhile, Supreme Court said FIFA World Cup should happen and the case should be taken urgently. Supreme Court has agreed to hear the matter tomorrow related to the FIFA's matter, suspending the All India Football Federation with immediate effect. Former captain Baichung Bhutia has termed the FIFA's
A murder of 2 women has been reported from northeast Delhi, where an elderly 75-year-old and a 48-year-old was stabbed to death with a sharp weapon. A robbery is being considered as the possible reason for the murder of the woman. The attack was carried out when the elderly lady's 2 sons were not at home. The police was called after the bodies were discovered and an investigation was initiated into the matter. The police suspects that the servants at the house were involved in the incident. CCTV footage was found present at the site, raising hopes for a possible lead in the case. The silence in the incident however, remain unidentified at the moment and are yet to be apprehended, with the motive behind the murder to be ascertained as well. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Another insult to Savarkar now. After Shivamoga, Savarkar poster now torn in Tumkuru.
After FIFA's announcement has suspended all Indian Football Federation, citing undue influence from third parties, the matter has been mentioned before Supreme Court. Meanwhile, Supreme Court said FIFA World Cup should happen and the case should be taken urgently. Supreme Court has agreed to hear the matter tomorrow related to the FIFA's matter, suspending the All India Football Federation with immediate effect. Former captain Baichung Bhutia has termed the FIFA's decision to ban Indian football very harsh, but also observed an opportunity to get the country's sport in order. Latest development, Delhi High Court reserved its order on a PIL seeking to allegedly declare Delhi Minister Satyendra Jain a person of unsound mind and to disqualify him from Delhi Legislative Assembly.
India had been dragged into the war without consulting its people. The Congress passed the Quit India resolution. Gandhiji advised, forget the differences between Hindus and Muslims and think of yourselves as Indians. Every one of you should from this moment consider yourself to be a free man or woman. He asked the people to do or die, either make India free or die in the attempt.
Let's move on to a quick roundup of all that's making news from across the country. A memorial service was held at the national capital to pay homage to former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee on the occasion of the 4th death anniversary at the national capital. The ceremony was undertaken at the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Samadhi in the national capital. The teacher accused of beating a Dalit.
A week after the Mahagathbandhan returned to power in Bihar, new ministers were inducted into the Nitish Kumar-led Council of Ministers. The newly inducted ministers were administered the oath of office by Bihar Governor Phaggu Chauhan at the Raj Bhavan today. JDU leaders Vijay Kumar Chaudhary, Bichendra Yadav, RJD leaders Tej Pratap Yadav, Alok Mehta and Congress's Afaq Alam took oath today in the first batch of Bihar cabinet expansion. Others included JDU MLAs Leshi Singh, Madan Sahni and RJD's Lalit Kumar Yadav, Anita Devi and Sudhakar Singh. All right, a Tipu Sultan Savarkar poster war turns violent in Shivamoga. One person stabbed for honouring Savarkar. On the other side of a short break.
At least 3 people were trapped and later rescued due to flash floods from Uj River near Kathua in Jammu and Kashmir, leading to a rescue operation carried out by the Indian Air Force. 2 helicopters were deployed to conduct the search operation. Tamineni Krishnan, a leader of the TRS, was hacked to death in broad daylight minutes after he hoisted the national flag in Telangana's Khammam. The murder led to followers of the leader ransacking the residence of Krishnan's brother, Tamineni Koteshwar Rao, a CPM leader considered responsible for Krishnan's death. A young man threw a bomb in the middle of the crowd near the police station in the village of Bargod in Indore. 1 person was killed in the attack while 15 people were injured as a flag ceremony was to be held in the area where a local drinking with a few others hurled a bomb that was in his possession.
The situation in Shivamoga remains to escalate after yesterday's stabbing incident. Meanwhile, RAF took out a flag march on all the important junctions to ensure no clashes by anti-social elements. Remember, Section 144 has been imposed in Karnataka Shivamoga district to avoid further escalation. BJP MLA KS Ishwarappa came down heavily on the accused of Shivamoga stabbing incident, stating that if such incidents continue to happen, strict action will be taken against these people. Giving an update on the victim health, BJP MLA said that he remains to be hospitalized.
दुकान बंद करके जाने के समय में एक आदमी को चाकू डाला है। हमारा सभी शिवमोगा लोगों को बहुत गुस्सा आया है। क्या कर रहा है ये लोग ऐसा? सुबह 3:30 को कौन वो चाकू डाला है ना, उनको पुलिस
Viewers, top headlines at 5 p.m. Tipu Sultan Savarkar poster war turns violent in Shivamoga. One person stabbed for honoring Savarkar. Another insult to Savarkar now after Shivamoga. Savarkar poster now torn in Tumakuru. The nationalism wave rattles Pakistan back. Terrorists, another pundit targeted and killed in Kashmir.
कश्मीरी पंडितों को आप बिल्कुल ही अनसेफ कर दिए, और वो इसलिए अनसेफ हो रहे हैं क्योंकि आपकी सरकार ने उनको के सेफ्टी प्रोवाइड करने में सरासर नाकाम साबित हुई है।
Massive anger over targeted killing in Kashmir, but OIC and Mufti chose to blame the centre instead. FIFA banned days after mega allegations against Praful Patel. FIFA suspends India Football Federation over alleged third-party influence. Seven ITBP jawans martyred and at least 30 injured in tragic bus accident in Pahalgam. We are live and breaking on Republic TV. I am Shivangi Shukla. It's a second insult to V. Savarkar in Karnataka. Getting in all the details now and the visuals from Tumkur. Now where the Savarkar poster was torn on Independence Day. Meanwhile, security has been beefed up across Shivamoga after one person was stabbed for honoring Savarkar, where the situation remains volatile after clashes over Tipu Sultan Savarkar posters. And these are the updates and reports on that big story.
उसके मद्देनजर जो है यहाँ पर जितने भी पुलिस के अधिकारी हैं, सीनियर पुलिस ऑफिसर्स हैं, उनको तैनात कर दिया गया है। पहले मैं आपको तस्वीरें दिखाऊं, ये वही चौराहा है, ये वही गोल सर्कल है जहाँ पर ये वाकया हुआ था। इसी जगह पर जो है, इसी जगह पर, इसी चौराहे पर तस्वीर लगी हुई थी, पोस्टर लगे हुए थे वीर सावरकर के। उसके बाद जो एक ग्रुप यहाँ पर आता है और वो जो है उसको हटाकर टीपू सुल्तान की तस्वीर लगाने की कोशिश करता है, लेकिन वो हुआ नहीं। उसके बाद जो है क्लैशेस हो गए, लेकिन उसके बाद यहाँ पर जो आला अधिकारी है वो यहाँ पहुँचते हैं और वो कोशिश करते हैं कि किसी तरह से जो है स्थिति काबू में आए, और यहाँ पर सारी तस्वीरें हटाकर यहाँ पर झंडा जो है वो फहरा दिया जाता है। अभी की तस्वीर में आपको दिखाई, देखिए किस तरह से पुलिस तैनाती बढ़ चुकी है। यहाँ पर जो आला अधिकारी हैं पुलिस के, शिवमोगा डिस्ट्रिक्ट के जितने भी सीनियर ऑफिसर्स हैं वो यहाँ पर पहुँच चुके हैं। इलाके में बैरिकेडिंग्स भी लगा दी गई हैं। देखिए ये दो गलियाँ हैं, मैं कहूँगा अपने कैमरा पर्सन भगत जी से कि वो आपको दिखाएं तस्वीरें। देखिए ये एक गली है, उसके साथ में दूसरी एक ये गली है जहाँ पर बैरिकेड्स लगाकर जो है पूरी तरह से आवाजाही बंद कर दी है। इसी गली के अंदर वो वाक़या हुआ था जहाँ पर जो है स्टैबिंग की गई, जहाँ पे चाकू मारा गया। अगर हम बात करें उस इंसान की जो विक्टिम है इसमें, वो जो है इस वक्त अस्पताल में एडमिट है और उसका इलाज जो है चल रहा है। कल देर रात जो गृह मंत्री हैं यहाँ के कर्नाटक के, वो यहाँ पहुँचे थे। उन्होंने हालात का जायज़ा भी लिया और उसके बाद जो है विक्टिम से जाकर उससे बात भी की। अगर अभी की बात करें तो यहाँ पर जितनी दुकानें हैं वो भी बंद है। मैं कहूँगा एक बार भगत जी से क्या और तस्वीर दिखाएं। देखिए सेक्शन 144 जो है वो यहाँ पर लगा दी गई है, धारा 140 जो है वो यहाँ पे लगा दी गई है। उसके मद्देनजर जितनी भी दुकानें हैं, पूरी मार्केट जो है वो इस वक्त पूरी तरह से इस चारों तरफ इलाके में बंद है। We are now joined with Alok Kumar, ADG Law and Order. Sir, what is the current situation? How many people have so
Right now, situation is peaceful in Shimoga. Everyone is on patrolling, including under the leadership of SP Shimoga, Sri Lakshmi Prasad, and DIG Sri Tyagarajan. They are present here. And 144 section CRPC that is in force. And we have prohibited pillion riders below the age of 40 years, male pillion rider, that they cannot ride till from Thursday. And right now we are ensuring that there is no further incident. Already 4 persons were involved in this stabbing incident yesterday of Prem Singh. So they have been secured. So one person, Jabiullah, he has been secured after opening, taking some action against him. And now we are going to take them into police custody and question them whether they have got any ideological leanings, any organization is behind all the things, and who provoked them, or any conspiracy is involved in these things. So all these things, while they are in police custody, we are going to
Sir, what
question.
actually led to this incident, if you can tell us?
Not like this flex issue was there. Flex issue was so due to flex issue there was tussle between the two communities, and due to that only this incident has taken place.
Have you been able to ascertain the role of any organization behind this?
That we have to question. We have to question these 4 persons. Okay, we have to question 4 persons. Day before yesterday there was one incident in which one of the SDPI members' husband, he has been arrested, who went inside the city mall and he tried to remove one poster. So that we know, and in yesterday's incident we will try to find out whether there is any role of PFI.
So SDPI link and PFI link is coming up.
Now we have to establish for yesterday's thing. Day for yesterday we have arrested 1 person in this regard. Okay.
Thank you so much for speaking to us. So that's the word coming in from Alok Kumar, ADG P Law and Order, where he confirmed to us that 4 persons have now been arrested, and police is further going to seek their custody to do the further investigation. In fact, the role of PFI would also be ascertained. With Bhagat and Piyush Mishra in Shimoga for Republic TV.
All right, Piyush is tracking every detail of this big story, and Piyush is joining me live from Shivamoga. Piyush, now we saw a second incident come in. One more insult to Veer Savarkar. What is happening right now? The investigation is continuing. 4 people have been arrested. Tell us about the latest incident where we can see back-to-back insult to Veer Savarkar.
Well, absolutely, Shivangi. If you talk about the current investigation, what we are now learning is that 4 people so far have been arrested by the Shimoga police, and they continue to investigate the case. More people are now on the radar. But we are also going to understand is that there is a link of SDPI which is also being investigated. But so far, police have not ruled out any kind of link of any organization, and that is why more people are being questioned. Right now, we are here in Shimoga, and let me try to show you pictures of the streets. Remember that section 144 is in place. Gatherings of large gatherings of people has been banned by the police. But we are also learning is that today, once again, the police is going to take out a flag march to instill a sense of confidence, a sense of security among the people. So far, 4 people have been arrested, and Nadeem, who is one of the main accused, his name surfaced after the kind of links which he had with people who had basically congregated there at Ahmed Mir Choraha, where the incident had basically taken place. Now, if we specifically talk about Nadeem, he has got the 100 cases are also proved against him. He is a history sheeter. He has been indulged in many anti-social activities, and he is the one who had also thrown slippers at a Ganpati procession here in Shimoga itself. So he is a person who has had criminal cases earlier also. Now police is trying to ascertain if he was convicted in that case itself. Now 4 people have been arrested, and police continue to investigate the entire case. Let us tell to our viewers as to what actually led to this entire incident. On 14th of August, an SDPI worker had gone there to a local mall where he had torn the poster of Veer Savarkar from that particular mall, after which tensions started escalating on 15th of August at around 3 p.m. when the celebrations of Independence Day were going on. At that time, few people gathered there at Ahmed Mir roundabout, where they were trying to remove the poster of Veer Savarkar, and they were trying to instill the poster of Tipu Sultan, following which crashes took place, which led to stabbing of a man. This man is right now
being admitted there in the hospital. Home Minister has said that all actions will be taken. Top officials of the police are there on the spot. RAF personnel have been deployed in large numbers to ensure that no law and order situation takes place. So police has stepped up its deployment. On the other side, the authorities have told us that they will ensure that no law and order situation takes place, and that is why massive deployment has been done. Investigations continue to take place. 4 people so far have been arrested. One person, Nadeem, has got earlier cases also. In fact, he is being seen as the instigator and is being investigated at an unknown location. Police have also confirmed to us that more people are now on the radar, and they are trying to ascertain the role of an organization. So far, the role of a particular organization or individual has not been ruled out, and they continue to track for more and more leads. Shivangi.
Yes, Piyush. You know, communal politics continues right now there. The situation is very tense, like you're telling us. The youth was stabbed in the Gandhi Bazaar area of the city. The victim has been identified as Prem Singh. How is his status right now? Because we believe that in this violence, he sustained very, very serious injuries.
Okay.
Piyush, all right. We are getting some trouble getting to Piyush, but we will be getting back to him. Piyush has told us exactly what's happening there. He's reporting from Shivamoga, where the situation continues to be tense. Section 144 has been imposed, and less than 24 hours after clashes broke out in Karnataka's Shivamoga, the state police has arrested 4 people in connection with the case, and we will continue tracking this big story.
A family received threat letters for distributing the national flag in UP's Kiratpur. The letters posted on the house of the family threatened the members of the family being beheaded, with the letters pasted at 3 spots near the house.
3 पर्चे छपे हुए थे, तीनों पे लिखा हुआ था कि अन्नू तुझे घर घर तिरंगा बांटने का बहुत शौक हो रहा है, तेरा सर भी कलम कर दिया जाएगा.
The individual distributing flags in his neighborhood alleged that the letter is said to have been posted by an individual supporting anti-India elements.
जिसके घर पर यह पत्र चिपका था उसको पर्याप्त सुरक्षा मुहैया करा दी गई. थाना पुलिस व क्षेत्राधिकारी नजीबाबाद और अन्य लोगों की टीम बनाकर इसकी जांच की जा रही है.
The threats came as a result of the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign being promoted by common citizen of the country facing threats to life for his sense of patriotism. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Top national updates in yet another targeted killing.